I'm very excited. I've been out of the casting game for a little while, but what a really cool event to kind of. Oh, I'm muted.
I was muted, guys. Let me run that back. I said, welcome on Riftbounders. We are live for the Games Island 5K Grand Summoner Skirmish. We just got done with 6 rounds of a Beijing National Open, but it is now time to start a fresh tournament. And it looks like it's going to be underway rather shortly. But with me today to start off the first 2 rounds, it is Danny, or you guys might know him as Ojama Boy. How's it going, Ojama?
I'm very good, thank you very much. Plus, excited to be here. What an event to come back to. Of course, haven't casted for quite a while. It looks to be a really good one ahead of us.
Yeah, definitely a good one. While we go ahead and do the preparations, what was your overall takeaways from set 3? As this is pretty much a conclusion of Unleashed, the very last Summoner Skirmish weekend of set 3. Did you go to any Summoner Skirmish yourself?
I did a handful. I played in 3 Summoner Skirmishes, and I also did a winner box right at the start of the event in Telford. I took Vex to 3 of those events, and Fiora I had to go back to just to give it some love at the end.
Nice, nice. Yeah, I didn't get myself to get out to one of them just yet, but hopefully I can do definitely the pre-rifts because Vendetta is looking awesome. How are you feeling about Vendetta as a whole? Are you excited or were you a little bit maybe underwhelmed? Because I've heard it from both sides. Some people are like extremely excited, super impressed with what they've done with Vendetta. Then I hear they somehow say not lazy, but they expected a little bit more from set 4.
I think it's easy to be underwhelmed when we're reducing the number of legends that we're seeing. I did get to a point where I was saying, when are we going to see our next legend? And people had to say, no, that's it. We've got all of them. But I'm excited. I'm always excited to see more stuff in Riftbound. I find it quite hard to see how the meta is going to progress when I look at reveals. So at the moment, I think more underwhelmed than I'm going to be. I think as we start to see these legends shine, if we start to see our players build on them and cook up some incredible decks, I think it's gonna be a really interesting set.
Yeah, it should be fun. Is there one legend? Because I know we are both green, purple enjoyers. I know you were playing Vexlax set. There is no green, purple legends coming into Vendetta. So where are we going, Ojama? I'm gonna follow suit. Like, where are we kind of gravitating? Are we feeling the Kali is a good little replacement for a traditional green, purple? Or is it something like Mbessa that plays somewhat similar with the ready strategies that Aurelia is known for?
I think this is the perfect, rather. There's a little Freudian slip. The perfect opportunity to mash together my 2 loves in this game, which is really annoying purple tricks and having Hook in the back, just to keep that game plan going. So I think for me, it's gonna have to be Kennen. Keep the order strong.
Kennen definitely looks like a good one in chat. The only thing I forgot was to post on Twitter. So let me go ahead and do that now. Just make sure we're crossing all our T's, dotting all our I's. So just like that, post. Let me pin it here and then we'll go right into the Riftbound action, starting with round number 3, as I said before. Real quick before we jump into this round, I do want to go ahead and point out the impressive pricing here today. So look at that, 1,000 euros for first place, 750 euros for second, 500 for top 4. And I believe, I gotta look at it again, but a whole lot of Origins booster boxes, Spirit Forge, and Unleashed as well. So a heck of an amount of pricing that these players are competing for. And it looks like we're gonna be starting rather shortly. And to start things off, it is a matchup we've seen time and time again ever since the beginning of the Unleashed meta, but these guys are playing for a lot on the line, so they have to bring the most meta, as there's no best of meta incentive for these kind of events. So as expected, we have those Master Yi's, Dianas of the world, and that's what we have in store for round number 3, Master Yi versus Diana. How are you liking this matchup, Danny?
I think this is definitely going to be a showing, as you said, with this being kind of our sign-off of Unleashed, of what the meta has been like. We've had a lot of legends that we've considered the top dogs of the format this time around, but this is where we're going to get to see right off the bat whether we're taking Master Yi or taking Diana, who just so happen to be our 2 most represented decks at the event. Isn't that the case?
Right over here, Master Yi being on Kira being on Master Yi, and then Army W2 being a Diana representative. So traditionally, this matchup for me has been pretty back and forth. I almost want to say 50-50. Master Yi has some great tools, being a calm deck, having those counter capabilities, and Diana just having the ability to move Master Yi into uncomfortable situations where they don't get the value from that Master Yi Legend ability. How are you seeing this matchup, Danny, from your experience?
I think that Diana is a incredibly hard matchup if you're facing a skilled opponent and you yourself do not know how to deal with Diana. I think it is a very strong deck. It's very fast and it has a lot of trickery involved as well. So if our Master Yi is coming to this event because he's seen that Master Yi is doing very well and it's a nice relaxed deck to play. You just put a unit on a battlefield, you play tricks to keep it alive. I think he might struggle. But if he knows the meta and he knows what he's doing, I think I think Master Yi might be able to take it.
I definitely agree. And keep in mind, guys, this is pre-bans, pre-errata. So Emperor's Chaos is going to be working pre-errata since nothing has been implemented as of yet, because it does come on October, or not October, but July 24th. Speaking of those erratas, being a great, fantastic judge as you are, Danny, how did you feel about those changes?
I think that they are the right change to make. If this is something that you're not aware of, what Plus is talking about, as you've seen just there, our Master Yi player has used Empress Dias, he tapped his rune to produce an energy, bounced his unit, and was able to make Sand Soldier. But because the bouncing of the unit and the paying one energy is not a cost, and it's instead part of the effect, if you do not currently have an energy to spend, you just won't spend that energy. So you can choose to activate the ability, not tap your rune, and the effect will do as much as it can. So it will bounce your unit and it will say, well, you didn't spend an energy and bounce the unit, so you won't get a Sand Soldier token. So for free, you can put your Rengars back in hand, you can put your Scuttle Crabs back in hand, you can do anything you want to have that kind of bounce trickery. And it's a very interesting battlefield in that sense. Diana Lunai has a very similar wording as well. It works the same way. You can go to Ravenbloom Conservatory, you can say you're going to use her ability, and then you can decide when you get to the resolution, after you've seen the card on top of Ravenbloom, whether or not you would like to spend that energy or not. So I think it's a very positive change because it's something that is quite difficult to understand, and it is something that not a lot of players will be making good use of, and it's also very much not in line with the way that triggers are designed to work. We saw at the end of Spirit Force, we had a change to the way that May triggers worked. And because of this, we've kind of had this strangeness happen that they're now trying to fix. I think it's a good change.
It seems to be a little bit of a theme with Riftbound, but hopefully it's more of a year one, year two kind of dilemma. And then things get a little bit cleaner as everything has been fully established. So I believe that was a hold from the Sand Soldier going up to 2. And now the hold from Diana Lunari on that Rockfall path going up to 2 herself as well. Strong board development in the back line for Master Yi, coming on strong with that Ruin Runner, pretty much the nemesis of Diana, right? You can't target it, and most Dianas these days aren't really running things like Thousand Tail Watcher, so really poses a big problem that Diana doesn't really want to see. Without a Watcher, how do you just deal with it? Are you praying Hui or something can get tall enough with the little discard stuff they do?
I think you could definitely get a Hui tall enough, being able to bait out your opponent's responses, their disciplines, and being able to react with something like a Ride the Wind to give it even more might. That is probably Diana's only real way to get over Ruin Runner, I think, unless you're going to have an absolute knockout turn with a Ravenbloom student. But I don't see that happening.
Yeah, we'll see indeed. But now Master Yi's turn, going for the straight simple conquer, seeing if he goes ahead and utilizes that Emperor's Chaos, as he could bounce it back to hand to go ahead and get an additional buff. But Lunari or Diana Legend does trigger, spends the runes, and now Ride the Wind coming in on the showdown saying, wait a second, I won't give you that free conquer. And thinking about Lunari, but no, using the showdown to go ahead and approach the other battlefield just to put a point on the board. But is this a little bit of an overextension, because now you're leaving your Lunari a bit vulnerable while it's still your opponent's turn, so you can't retreat that back?
It is a tricky situation, especially with that runner being untargetable. It's going to make, you're going against, what is that, 8 energy on the side of the Yi player. It must be something that he's got a lot of confidence in here, if he's making this play.
Yeah, because we see in hand he has things like rebuke, but as you said, is untargetable. So Ruiner will be coming in, and the blue and the blue and purple domain, not really known for a whole lot of might increases on defense. They are more known for things like smokescreen, for stupefies, for eclipses. All those are going to be all but useless. Moonfall is perhaps a way. It does target the direct battlefield rather than the unit. Is that enough? And do they even have the energy? Because I'm only seeing 2, but here we go, Danny. Ruin Runner with a little bit of buff incoming into Rockfall Path.
We might see a flash here, but with 5 runes up for the E player, it's a very scary situation with only 3 runes available. If you get disciplined, defied there, it is going to be difficult.
Okay. And chat, give me 1 second. Looks like I had the names mixed up. Let's blame Dubby. Dubby Kaz on the back end throwing me the names. He gave me Kira as the first name, so naturally I would assume that's player 1. I'll go ahead and change the name in between these guys setting up for for game number 2, as we'll go ahead and focus. If I don't, there's no points on the screen, so I got to pay very close attention as I go ahead and adjust. But as we were kind of anticipating, Rune Runner does get the better of the Lunarian. It does hit the bin here and does allow Mastery to go up to 4 points, seemingly in the driver's seat going forward.
Perhaps the Diana players saw that they were going to lose both battlefields here. They had to kind of get on and do something, and they were really fishing for that answer to deal with the Rune Runner. I didn't see a Hui in hand at the moment, so perhaps they've not found it just yet. The Kha'Zix could be useful, but even then, it's a difficult trade to make.
Definitely, we'll go ahead and see what Diana had in mind, because they went for the ambitious ride the win, but I would imagine there's some more to it, right? You had to have some kind of method to your madness, because that was a little bit of a risky play, not so much of a calculated risk. But here we go, Gus on the Sand Soldier being met by an on guard, so trying to stick around. We'll be defending for 9, or not 9, it goes up to 5, 7. And then 2 more for Master Yi, so defending for 7. That's already a big battlefield to take down.
Absolutely massive. So we've got a response here. A smoke screen. Keep it below 3 might. Keep it gustable. And it looks like that's going to resolve.
You love to see effective removal on those sand tokens, making a straightforward, simple conquer from one of these students. But now the trickier problem is, of course, the Rune Runner on the other side of the battlefield. With the lack of Huis being established already, things are looking rather tough, especially when your opponent is threatening or representing cards like Punch Furs, which make things even more unreasonable to take it down. But at the minimum for now, Diana does get her 4th point of this game 1. Feeling decent about it. Let's see what he does going forward.
It is a very interesting situation. As we mentioned before, we've got the idea of a Kha'Zix. It could be dropped now, but then it will trade with the Rune Runner, leaving the Raven Bloom to defend on its own for 2 might, and that would be tricky with not many runes up. So it looks like the Diana player is just going to pass, letting the Master Yi player get their 5th point.
That's right, does get the 5th point from the hold, and threatening to get an additional point. If you're able to get 6 points on Master Yi, the point differential is a little bit too tall, or a little bit too much for Diana to probably bring things back in. To make matters worse, the Rengar Trophy Hunter coming down onto the battlefield saying, you know what, if you have some pump/might decreases, go ahead and use them now. I have a whole lot of runes for some kind of combat tricks of my own. Let's go ahead toe-to-toe on this battlefield. This might be the game-deciding battlefield. Is there anything? A rebuke is huge. Funny enough, they have enough runes to go ahead and deploy it one more time. Is that the move?
I think having yourself tapped out in that situation and at the mercy of Diana Lunari's 4 additional runes would be a tricky situation, especially when you've already got this point advantage. Yeah, just instead choosing to put some pressure on otherwise.
Definitely. So 4 goes once it keeps a couple energy on defense as well. So pushes in with the Sand Soldier, swinging in for 3-3 right now, saying, you know what, I'll trade Sand Soldier. I still got a couple more pit rookies in the back line to get that 6th point of my own. Let's go ahead and spend some more Reese's from Diana's hand, and that she does. So Kha'Zix, the ambush unit of her own, coming down, getting the ability proc, so 2 XP, 2 might coming in, and that Kha'Zix is a terrifying card when it's a 1v1 situation, especially for those pit rookies in the back as well.
It is very scary indeed. It's interesting in this scenario though that it's tapping the Diana player out. This Sand Soldier can still trade with the Ravenbloom student, and at that point then it's just asking the Yi player, do you have enough in your hand to make these 5 wounds go over my Kha'Zix? If you attack into it again 1v1, it'll go up to 8 might even, giving Master Yi almost a little taste of his own medicine there. So let's see what he opts to do instead. So he does push in to start with. And it'll be a punch first. A lovely way to get up to 7 might in this situation.
He's going for it, but keep in mind, guys, that's another 1v1, and those +2 mites are for the entire turn. So was that 6 might? Now Kha'Zix going up to impressive 8 total might. That is 8 to 8, actually 8 to 7.
Is this another punch first?
Oh, is he going to spend it? Something like an on guard does it. If not, this might be the misplay that he wasn't taking into account. Wait, it was a buff on the pit rookie? How did that die?
I'm confused. Did he play it? It was a second punch first. Yeah, I didn't see the other one engraved, but yeah, he punched first twice there to get over the Kha'Zix.
Yeah, a rather expensive move, but a necessary move at that. So you had to deploy when you needed it. And luckily he did have more than one combat trick in hand, because if that, he probably wasn't prepared. I feel like his intention was just a single punch first for getting that Kha'Zix stage for the turn. But now the tables are on Diana's side, saying, what can you do? I have full battlefield coverage from Rockfall Path to Emperor's Deos. If you take one of these down, I have a couple more units in the back line as well to follow things up. Things are looking rather up for a Master Yi player. Any other way you're seeing it right now, Danny?
I think it's going to be very difficult for the Diana player. It looks like he's going to give it a go with only one card in hand for Master Yi, and we know what it is. It's that Trophy Hunter. There is a world in which this can be done, but I do think it's going to take quite a lot to be able to challenge both battlefields here and still hold up wounds to be able to stop that Trophy Hunter coming down next turn.
Yeah, especially with the lack of accelerated potential. Yes, you have things like Ride the Wind, but the writing is on the walls. Master Yi will be taking game number 1 of this round number 3 here at the 5K Grand Summoner Skirmish hosted by Games Island. So quick little game number 1. How long was that? I think that was like a 13-minute game, especially coming out China where one game was 35 minutes. I don't know if you saw that one, Danny.
I think I just caught the end of it, or the discussion at the end, but it's certainly a shorter one there. I think the game truly ended earlier than that. It was as soon as the Rune Runner came down and the Diana did not find an answer, that is when it really started to snowball for the Master Yi. Very impactful card in the matchup.
Right, and it looks like Rockfall Path was the battlefield of choice for Diana, trying to combat like the Rengar Trophy Hunters of the world. Can kind of backfire a little bit since you are running things like Kha'Zix, Mutated Horror. But now I'm wondering what he's going to be deciding going forward, because I believe most Master Yis are running things like Arena's Greatest on top of, what is that third battlefield? I'm trying to remember now. Do you remember, Danny?
Oh, I'm not too sure what the Master Yi is using at the moment. I know that Starspring has been a good one in the past.
Yeah, Starspring. You're 100% right. That's the one. So lovely. It's usually the one we just saw, Starspring, and then Arena's Greatest has been kind of the more seen Master Yi builds as of late.
So perhaps likely seeing a Starspring here. Arena's Greatest is not always one that you want to go for going second, especially with going against a deck with as much movement as Diana has, being able to really utilize that early point advantage.
Right, we'll see. It will be, as you mentioned, Diana going first, so should be a slightly more favorable matchup than it was previously, but a nice little shuffle up. There's plenty of times to work with. And, you know, speaking of shuffle, are you a power shuffler yourself, Danny, or you're more of the riffle shuffle, that's it?
I will do a power shuffle, especially when we're in, more competitive events. My worst nightmare is that I get halfway through a game and realize that one of my cards is under the table. I want to know that I've got 39 in front of me. Yeah, I do it to count. Power shuffling, don't do that as your primary shuffle, guys. It's not truly random, but it will let you make sure you've got enough cards in your deck before you get on your riffle. That's my philosophy.
Definitely, definitely. I mean, I do a little bit both. You know, I had for a moment there my TCG experience where I was like, pow shuffling was giving me bad luck. So I went straight for the Riffle Shuffle. And that was one of my most impressive runs in the tournament. So I don't know. I go back and forth. I was like, man, just a straightforward Riffle got me so far. A top 16 finish. Let's just keep doing that.
Wow.
But Targon's peak, and it looks like Seed of Power. So it won't be
Oh.
the Star Spring, or maybe Star Spring will be the last battlefield. But usually you see this when you're able to kind of contest these battlefields first. So interesting for him to bring it out here when he knows he's going second, most likely.
Mm. I think perhaps the mindset here is that if he can contest that Targon's early, if he's got the hand for it, then he's in a great situation with Sea of Power. If not, Master Yi likes to park up on a battlefield and say, you can't have this. So your opponent is not going to get much use of Sea of Power if you just sit on it all game and don't let them conquer it. So perhaps he's got this kind of mentality that worst case scenario is I've put out a blank battlefield, which is not terrible when you're going second.
Yeah, makes a little bit of sense if he does indeed have things like Arena's Greatest for that game 3 on the play game. But here we go, game number 2, Master Yi versus Diana. Who will be coming out ahead? Diana is 1 game down. Master Yi, of course, is 1 game up. But Diana on the play, seemingly a little bit of a different animal sometimes. Stack deck to start the turn, double Stupefy and an Eclipse. I guess I'm picking up Stupefy for future draws, but if you feel like you want something a little bit more impactful, it looks like Eclipse was his choice.
Eclipse is very good in the matchup against Master Yi, especially in a situation like this. If I was Master Yi and I've put down Sea of Power, my opponent playing stack deck first turn is exactly what I want to see. This is a very good situation for him. Oh, and he misses his 2-drop as well. Never mind then, so it's not as good as you might want. Just a slower start for both players.
Right, slow and steady start for both of these players, as you mentioned, and Vex Apathetic coming on, not as impactful as usually Vex Apathetic is, as Master Yi doesn't tend to have too many accelerate unit, with the exception being things like the first mate plays the cores, but it is time. I was almost, oh no, he wasn't at 6 energy regardless, so just Trophy Hunter coming down. I almost thought it was just a turn 2 Rune Runner, but I don't think, wait, didn't he start second?
He had 5. Yeah, so he went second, he had 5 runes.
Right, 3-2, of course. Long day already for me.
That's absolutely understandable. Yeah, and Vex, as you said, not much in the way of stopping units from accelerating, but stopping those Vengars being able to come down for a surprise defense. Likely why we're seeing it come down to base here, because it's not going to be as impactful as that pseudo combat trick as we see once Vex hits the battlefield.
Yeah, and you know, I almost want to digress a little bit. I said not as impactful against Master Yi, but against these ambushable units like Trophy Hunter, it definitely makes a difference. They're going to be entering stun. So I actually do think it is a good card here. Moonfall bringing it in, and that is not looking too pretty for the kitty. Down it goes to about, it's still Defender though, so Master Yi comes online. Isn't it defending?
It's attacker as long as that showdown ended, which I imagine it will be.
Oh, you're 100% right. It did end because there's the act. Yeah. Showdown ended. That's a conquer for Vex, and that is an attacker.
First point on the board then, and clearing off the Master Youth unit, as well as having that Vex on the field, is a very nice start from the Diana. I suppose we're probably looking for that Rune Runner to come down and start being impactful if Master Yi would like to get back into this game. There it is. Slammed it down very fast. He's like, we can't get Mootful on this one.
I would imagine in this matchup, he's running a full set, all 3 Rune Runners. Now, quick little side note before we get into the next turn. Are you Team Camel or are you Team Alpaca, Danny?
Oh, it's I call it a dromedary all day. No, I'm joking. It's a Team Camel for me.
Okay. I can respect that. Does get the second conquer on the Seed of Power, so does get an additional draw. And actually, he threw it back, so Diana's at 3. 1 for the hold, Titan are bringing it back up, and then 1 more point for the conquer. It's a little bit tricky to our tournaments that we do online where I see the points on the screen. So I gotta be very attentive. So you might have to help me out on this one, Danny. But 4 energy remaining. How does one go ahead and make use? We're taking a peek at the hand. Rebuke, Fizz, Hui, and 2 cards I couldn't quite make out just yet, but feeling like he has a good amount of cards to work on defense, but nothing really works all that well as we keep going back to Rune Runner is just a heck of a card.
This does look like a difficult situation in terms of how do we keep this Vex alive. It looks like he's got an idea. He's tapping 4. leaving 2 energy available if you include the Diana Legend, and he's dropping a Kha'Zix. So letting that Vex die, or the Kha'Zix, one or the other, as long as he can get that that Ruin Runner out of the game.
Looks like that was his intention, but Mastery doesn't want to let that happen so easily, so investing a couple combat tricks onto the showdown. Discipline getting deployed out, and it looks like it could be backed up by a punch first. So up to 7, up to 12. Is there anything for Diana to do? Because right now this is a winning trade in the direction of Mastery, but having 2 energy when we're including the Legend ability, is it going to be something like a backup plan, ride the win over the other battlefield to save one of these units?
I think keeping the Vex alive is probably an idea here, just keeping himself in a stable position. Or is he going for the Kha'Zix there, just to have the additional might for his next fight? It's hard to tell what you pointed at. So it was the Vex, keep it alive.
Does decide to do that, but that means Mashi will get his very first point of the game. Unless I'm crazy, this is his first point, right? I don't think he had any other units on these battlefields.
No, this is the second unit we're seeing out from him, with the Trophy Hunter dealt with very swiftly indeed.
Right. It did get ended from that Moonfall, but there we go. Raiding the Ruin Runner back to basic goes, just to keep it nice and protected, as you don't want to fall victim to another Moonfall. As you saw, one expanded, could be one right around the corner. As I say that, only 3 cards left for our Diana player. Not a really comfortable position for anyone to be, especially Diana, that she's known for having so much healthy hand size.
Even with this point advantage, it could absolutely be anyone's game. That Ruin Runner, as we said, with all the Boss Master years available, can be so impactful against a deck that requires a lot of targeting. So up to 4 points now for the Diana. Let's see if it can get over the Sea of Power to make it a 5th.
Let's see, we already saw the Tide Turner utilized last turn. Picks up an Abandon, but now having some options here. We're seeing a Fizz to bring back things from the trash. I'm trying to recall what he's used in the past. Of course, Moonfall might be the most likely target, but quickly retreats. He knows he's at that even point threshold. 4 points is a fantastic place to be, especially considering the fact that your opponent simply had just a single point. So I think playing it more patient game from here on out might be a big path to success. And if you do it even further, a nice little development of Hui will do that much more for you.
Hui would be absolutely brilliant here. The only other thing I can see he might choose, like you said, the Fizz could be potential here. Perhaps he could ride the win, the Vex in to get that score. But you'd imagine if that was on his mind, he would utilize the Seat of Power and leave Tide Turner at the other battlefield until he was ready and had that lovely extra card in hand. So it's just Hui and pass here, ready for that next turn.
Looks to be the case. So it does get the Hui online, which could be instrumental to taking on the Ruin Runner a little bit later on. Let's see, is there anything that Master Yi can do to take advantage that Diana doesn't have too many defensive counter tricks? Yes, Abandon is one, but if you have a card like Challenge to go ahead and contest the Hui, or not contest, but outright kill the Hui if you have enough might to do so, you could just go ahead and replay the challenge. The only thing you would have to worry about is a hard bargain potentially. But then again, you have enough rooms to pay the cost for things like hard bargain. So let's see what goes down. Lonely Portal directly onto the battlefield. Retreats the first mate. Has the option for a straightforward conquer. So just like that, kind of equalizing things 3 to 4 as it stands. More importantly though, I want to see if he takes down this Hui with something like a challenge. But I don't believe he has it in hand currently.
I think at the moment he doesn't have enough might as well to be able to guarantee that push over it unless he develops another card to help him do so. It is a shame because getting rid of this Hui before it can push in, ride the wind out, push back in against the Ruin Runner would be the most impactful way to move forward.
Definitely does get a nice little buff onto the Ruin Runner most likely. No, decides to put it on the Lonely Portal just to make sure that the simple Tide Turner can't trade it. But here we go, Danny. Charm coming online. Does he have some additional combat tricks to go ahead and benefit? Actually, you're the defender in this situation. You get your built-in combat tricks with the Legend ability.
Absolutely. So you got that buff from the Pit Rookie being very effective here in not just being able to keep your Lonely Portal alive, but to survive a Stupefy and not give your opponent a free conquer.
Think about what he wants to go ahead and invest on this showdown. Right now, this Lonely Poro, the littlest Poro, is looking like he's getting the W, but right now forcing himself to play a bit of a power-intensive play, but you have to do what you have to do. More importantly, you're potentially getting an additional point on your opponent's turn. You love to see that. I believe he did get it. That's up to 5 now.
He did. Yeah, definitely a very nice looking situation for the Diana here. If he's able to then conquer the other battlefield next turn as well without much contention, that would be 7 points. But the Ruin Runner coming in to put an end to the Vex. So this is something that's very nice for the Diana. Like you said, we've got that Fizz in hand, that Ride the Wind Engrave. We've got a nice easy battlefield for the Hui to take on the right there. It is very possible for him to move 3 times this turn and become absolutely too huge for this Ruin Runner to deal with.
And guys, I'm seeing here, chat, apparently the camera, I'm wondering if I go ahead and flip the battlefield, if that ends up working. Guys, give me 1 second. Let me go ahead and try something. If I mess things up, I blame you guys. Actually, I should probably pay attention to the score, or else I'm just going to miss something. Let me do it while they're setting up for a potential game 3, as Diana looking to go ahead and spread the distance and inching for that game number 3. But that is a double hold for Master Yi, or is it not his turn yet? I looked away for a second.
Not his turn yet, no. So he conquered with Ruin Runner going up to 4. No, sorry, because he held that turn, so he is still on 3. My apologies. And then he passed the turn to Diana, and it just seems to be a little discussion pausing the game. Oh. I'm not too sure what's happened there.
Right, it almost looks like there was a bit of a sabotage from the Diana players. We see a card from hand getting recycled in. Could have been a little bit of a judge call
Potentially an additional drawn card by mistake. Perhaps he drew when the Lonely Poi went back to hand, or when the Lonely Poi was played, just as a mistake there. Players still warming up for the event, making small mistakes. For anyone not aware, that's a known remedy for this kind of situation. If a player draws a card and it's added to the private set, so you cannot determine which card was incorrectly drawn, your opponent would get to look at your deck and decide which card is going to be shuffled back into the randomized portion of your deck. So they kind of get a free mind split off of it.
Right, looks like we're getting confirmation here. Thank you, MR. So he drew from Seat of Power, but he held the field this turn. Okay, so wasn't allowed to draw just then. But now getting back into the game, Hui and Tai turn to work with. Only a single energy for Master Yi. The biggest threat he can have is a punch first. So doing the math, and man, that's a heck of a math. Not literally, but just a big, tall unit potentially from the Ruin Runner alone. And you don't seemingly have the tools of Fizz, Abandon, and a Singularity, which can't even target the Ruin Runner. I don't think he has it. He would have to try to get a unit off the draw move from Hui, because you definitely don't want to pitch a Fizz. You would rather use the Fizz for something like a Moonfall. So Diana, despite having the edge here in terms of points, not feeling all that good going forward right now.
I think he would, if he's able to get enough units to hand, he could get to 14 might from moving the Hui in, discarding a unit, playing Fizz for the Ride the Wind, move back, discard a unit, and move back in. So a total of 9 additional might possible here, but like you say, it just doesn't look like he's got the units in hand required for it.
Here we go. Hui does get his triggers online, picks up the switcheroo. Normally against any other unit, that is a fantastic pickup. A switcheroo, a dead draw, Fizz forcing out of the hand up to 8 total might. And that's enough. No punch first. That was a bit of a bluff way with a single unit discard. You love to see it. Diana going up to even 0.6. Feeling good about that. Can get up to, oh no. Crab is at 2. The only time Crab is not at 0, right?
Say again, sorry. I was already thinking about the fact that he knew his opponent didn't have a punch first.
Oh yeah. He looked at the hand. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
No, I was going to say he could trade with the Crab since it is 2-2, but honestly, if he had a little bit else to do, might go ahead and do that. But since he is at points, just go ahead and establish a bigger back line. Is never a bad game plan, and just hide the switcheroo at the worst, because right now, your arch nemesis has been dealt with. That is the Ruin Runner, of course.
Certainly, I can't remember quite what we saw in the Master Yi's hand, but without combat tricks to kind of save him here, I think this is a difficult situation for him to be able to stay in this second game rather.
I believe there was a Trophy Hunter is the one card that really stuck out to me. So that switcheroo could be catching the Trophy Hunter by surprise. Honestly, we don't see switcheroos every day in Diana builds. So I like his spiciness. And saying, you know what? I'm going to force you to pay an additional power. And that, it looks like he does.
Perhaps the Diana player, he knows that he's not going to use all his energy this turn. He knows that the only target for the Sabotage is the Abandon. You might as well get the Vision off of it. You might as well get the opponent's Rune base down. Oh, it'll be the Singularity that's going either way then, I suppose.
Yeah, that's an empty hand, a situation we rarely see Diana's finding themselves in. But here we are, a little bit of hand control coming out from Master Yi and sending everything he had to contest this way. This just goes to show you how impactful this way card can be and how prioritized Master Yi is doing here. Saying, you know what, I don't care what this hidden card is. I have just little guys, so a switcheroo is going to be all but nothing. And that is a conquer going over, and you don't actually, you do get the draw, no? Or is it because you held?
He gets the draw as long as he controls that battlefield. So if he has a unit there and it's outside of a showdown, then he will get the draw from Seal Power.
And to make matters worse, the Charmed Diana Lunari. You get to look at the top to see if you'll be able to pick up a single spell, but you're praying for the top deck gods. Things are going from bad to worse for Diana. Had a fantastic start, but the wheels are starting to slightly fall off, or maybe greatly fall off if you ask me.
Oh, he's playing the stat deck in the showdown as well. Just might as well get the use of it. But yeah, certainly very heads up play from the Master Yi player to get around any potential switcheroo there, saving that Rengar for after any interaction from the Diana player. Yeah, very nice situation all in all. And just bringing in that legend, you might as well use your energy.
Might as well. Side. And you know, a fantastic position Master Yi has suddenly found himself in. Tied it up, or almost tied it up, 5-6 as it stands. But right now, full battlefield pressure / control favoring Master Yi, and with a single tide turner, not too much to work with. That is a GG called. Master Yi with a swift 2-0, taking this round number 3. Very impressive stuff. It almost felt like Diana couldn't get anything going despite how strong of a start they had. At one point it was 3-1, 5-2. But Master Yi just little by little kind of chipped away. And once he took down the Hui and the Diana Lunari, I don't blame Diana for hitting that GG button and saying, let's go ahead and pray for a better round 4.
Oh, of course, because we're in round 3 of the tournament at the moment, aren't we? I hadn't realised for a moment that we're joining in a little late here. So
yeah.
The first loss that the Diana player has taken.
Yeah, both two undefeated players. Chat, while we have a little meantime, let me go ahead and see if I can flip these. Because you guys are saying, because if I put the camera on the right to the left, he's going to be facing the left. So I can flip it. But what if I just flip the camera of the background? Wouldn't that be easier? Let me go ahead and see if I could do that. So we'll go vertical. Okay, that didn't work. We'll go here. Oh, I got it, chat. Let me see. And chat, a little scuff screen for a second. Little scuff screen for a second. So we flip that, and then we transform it horizontally. I believe that sets everything up. And let me just go ahead and move things to the center of the screen. Mirror the game mat should be fine horizontal. Yeah, chat, how is this? Does this end up working out? Because now it's still Master Yi on the left. And Nafi RB, you got it. Thank you, of course, guys. So there we go. We'll be able to get it straightforward going forward. And let me just go ahead and read a message from our event organizer on the ground. So for the cam, player 1 is on the right side of the board. Sorry for the confusion. W, if you're listening, let me know if this looks good. I just gone ahead and flipped the game map because if I change the player cams, they're going to be facing the wrong direction. Hopefully, me and Danny don't get confused. No, I mean
It
it's hard to get confused.
must be
We know
sharper.
each legend. It'll be confusing if there's a mirror match, of course. But let's head back to the commentary booth for now.
It must have been sharper eyes than me. I couldn't even tell what the problem was.
Yeah, what the problem was is the player cam on the right was the player on the left on the mat, and then the player on the left was the player on the right on the mat. So if you saw people like moving their hand, the left cam was on the right side. So it was a little bit
Right.
confusing. And for all the folks tuning in from the Germany event, they obviously know these players, so they want to make sure we have the names correct and the webcams correct as well. So chat, I don't know if we have a backup feature match. Actually, we don't have a backup feature match. This is the feature match. So Danny, if you're down, maybe for the time being, because that round finished with about 30 plus minutes remaining. Maybe we tune in a little bit of China shenanigans, see what they're
Yeah.
up to.
Just for a quick peek, I wouldn't mind at all.
All right, guys, let's go ahead and hopefully W gives me the green light. It looks like we're getting Diana and Rek'Sai. Should we do a nice little casual cast while we wait? Because either I throw you guys to a waiting soon screen and then we don't, I think you guys would prefer to see like live gameplay, right?
I think that would be grand to see what's going on.
All right, guys, while we get round number 4 of the 5K Grand Summoner Skirmish over at Hof Germany, hosted by Games Island, let's go ahead and hop over to Beijing and see what these guys are up to. It looks like, as I said, Diana versus Rek'Sai. And I believe it's still... Oh, no. Diana has 1 point up. So Diana is May Poke. Or Pokey, depending on how you say it. But Rek'Sai does have their arena's greatest going first game, which is always so problematic for any deck. But it looks like he didn't have the most fantastic start, as he's only at 2 points right now.
Good to be kind of catching in. So, like you said, game 2, likely the Rek'Sai player having gone first here, chosen arena's greatest. But any game where you're playing against an abandoned hall on a Diana is going to be a tricky one to get through.
And I like this card. We don't see it all the time in a Rek'Sai build, but the red pike is able to come in at accelerated speed, and acceleration is exactly Rek'Sai's game plan. So coming in pays the additional power to get it online. So +2 might, and able to go ahead and contest this Raven Bloom student. But I don't know, even a single energy, something like a Stupefy. Oh no, it looks like they just trade evenly, so not the worst.
Not the worst. Gets a bit of a problem card there in Ravenbloom. Ravenbloom student on Abandoned Hall can get very massive very quickly. Being able to get rid of it and then develop a large backline is a fairly nice situation in this early stage of the game.
Right. And guys, for anyone just tuning in, we are at the 5K from Games Island, but since the round has still 30 minutes left to get started with round number 4, we're doing a little pit stop over at Beijing, like I said, to see what these guys are up to in the meantime. So like I said, we either throw you guys to a break, a little waiting soon break, or we get some live coverage from the National Open. I think you guys know the obvious choice here, at least for me. I'm always excited to check out these games. The only caveat being, Danny, let me know if you want to take a little bit of a break. I could hold it down in the meantime, because we might be casting like back to back to back if we watch this full game.
Well, we'll see how it goes. If it ends up being a quick one as well, we've got 10 minutes to spare to grab a coffee. That'd be okay. But I'm happy to send it. Keep going. Switching back and forth, between a bit of German showing and then Chinese as well. Are you are you in on any of those languages? Are you more confident with German or Chinese?
With German? Neither is my answer. I'm from Colombia, so I only speak Spanish and English. And if a true native Spanish speaker heard me speak, they would call me a gringo, which means, I guess, foreigner, if you guys don't know. But I'm still 100% fluent, so they will understand me, but they know I would have like an American accent, I guess.
Perhaps. Yeah. That's fair. Ich spreche ein bisschen Deutsch, aber es ist nicht die Gelbe von Ei.
Nice. And what did you say to us?
Oh, I said I speak a little German, but it is not the yellow of the egg, which means my German isn't very good.
Yeah, it sounded pretty good to me. But
Thank
Double
you.
Knox is hopeful. Call of the week in the back line. And I believe that is a bird from the Carry On as well. And that is the coolest Secret Garden bird we've got to see. Did you see the news, Danny? They are finally bringing the Secret Garden bundle as an English set, finally for the first time available to
Really?
English audiences at Gen Con. Did you see that?
I saw that it would be available. I thought it was just like it was with the Lunar New Year set where you would be able to pick up a Chinese copy. I didn't know that we'd be getting English versions of it.
Yeah, no, it's not a Chinese copy. It's the official English variant called Secret Garden Bundle. If you guys haven't seen it, so it comes with the Lilia Legend, a unique art, the Ivern Legend, and these bird tokens that we're seeing here on the screen. But 4-3, despite the arena's greatest game plan that Rek'Sai is known to so efficiently do, a bit having their back against the wall because of Vex Apathetic, a Diana Lunari already established out. I mean, pretty even, I would say, but
Mm.
I don't know. Diana in this position doesn't feel the worst as we do kind of even things out 4-4 as it stands. I'm curious, do you want to go ahead and expand something like a Call of the Week? Because both of those units in the back line are quite valuable for Diana.
Very impactful indeed. I think Diana is certainly happier having a slower game, and it does look like we're going to have that Call of the Week. So I imagine the Vex probably staying alive depends on what the Diana already has in hand, because it's such an impactful card against, as you said, a deck that really loves to accelerate out their units.
Definitely. So trying to decide between two, the worst of two evils of Apathetic and Lunari. Vex Apathetic seems to have a bigger ceiling when it comes to Rek'Sai and making sure they don't get their accelerated
Mm.
units on the turn. But Lunari is a way of keeping your hand size quite healthy turn after turn as long as you keep her alive. So this is a tough decision. Where are you kind of leaning towards, Danny?
I think the thing that would tip it over for me is the deflect on Vex. We haven't seen any seals developed from the Rek'Sai player. They're already down to 5 runes, and we know that a lot of their more impactful spells do cost runes to play. So being able to pop that Vex onto Abandoned Hall and say you're not accelerating, you're not getting over it in might because I'm on Abandoned Hall, and you're not gonna be able to get away with casting spells without ruining your rune base. I think that's the kind of situation I would like to be in. Oh, and we see another copy of Vex in hand. Perhaps that's what made the decision so hard for the Diana player, is whether he wanted one or two Vexes.
Right, so I think the answer is he wants more than one just in case he gets one taken care of. In a good board state right now for our Rek'Sai player. 3 Nox is hopeful. We do not see that every day. Taking a look at the hand for Diana, so Starcross, Guz, Fizz, and the Vex Apathetic as we point out. So not the
Mm.
best, not the worst, but also has a Moonfall in the back line. So trying to see with a single unit, what can you possibly do here? Is there just one too many units to deal with against the Rek'Sai?
Yeah, it's not a terrible situation to be in, but against Rek'Sai and against three Noxious Hopefuls especially, there really is no good target for that Starcrossed right now. You'd be paying more than them returning your unit. So it looks like they're going to go to their second hand and see what they've got there instead.
Does decide to go ahead and do that. So does the Fizz plays a stack deck for free, picks up a Flash, 2 Tide Turners. Not the best of units. Flash is better when you have 2 units to the battlefield. Tide Turner could be said about the same. Better when you have a unit on the battlefield to retreat it back. So a little bit of a whiff off that stack deck. Not loving his options. Is this the bit of the edge Rek'Sai needed to kind of solidify this game number 2 under her belt and take us to a potential game 3? Because not too much to work with, I want to say, for Diana currently.
It would be interesting to see where this game goes. I think it is very open, very playable from both sides. I mean, I would love to see a game 3 just to see more of these Ezreal sleeps. I think I need to pick up a set of those.
Right. And I guess Flash, just in case the worst comes to worst, protect your units if they come, if they feel like they're getting threatened out. So puts both of these Tide Turners down to the bottom. And thinking about trying to utilize the last couple runes, I would imagine the second Vex Apathetic might just be making his appearance here shortly, as that is the only last remaining unit in hand, unless he's thinking about maybe pushing Vex into Abandoned Hall and then moonfalling one of them, but then that virtually taps you out. I don't feel like that's going to be an advantageous position for yourself.
No, likely not, especially with 8 to 12 might coming your way next turn to knock that Vex over. I think it's a tricky situation either way, what he decides to do here. Is it 5 runes that he's got available? So even with playing the Vex, he still has the opportunity to flash them both out next turn. Perhaps that's the line he's thinking, but it's tricky either way.
Or four runes, I believe, on the side of Diana. It does look like 5 though, but I'm only looking at the UI. You probably can't see it as clearly since you're watching it from the Discord here. But
No,
it
you're
does
right,
tap out for the Vex there.
And was that a trade he took there just to clear out a unit? I was too busy looking at the UI.
Yeah, it was indeed a trade, but I feel like this is going to be exactly what Rek'Sai had envisioned going forward, because you got the ambushable Rengar pouncing. Once you trade Noxus Hopeful for this, actually the Vex in the back line, so it doesn't even matter, but simple 2-turn conquer, or 2 conquer on this turn, feeling good. But does he not have any other units to kind of continue on the established the base game plan? Hits the Fallen Star. Is it time, Danny? Do you want to spend an extraordinary amount of runes just to take the Apathetic down? Or is the juice not worth the squeeze on that play?
I mean, going up to 6 points is the kind of situation where you want to be starving your opponent of resources. With only, is it 3 cards in hand for the Diana player? Or 5, is that what the UI at the top is telling me? So perhaps not a time to go too low on runes if you don't think you're definitely going to win next turn.
Yeah, I mean, if you put him on only a single unit as Fizz, you're feeling all that much more comfortable, because you're going to go up to 6. You still have a good amount of use of the back line. Bearing plays the Chosen Champion, so he'll have an Inferno, the Rek'Sai Red Champ, and a Noxus Hopeful to kind of do his final push.
Perhaps just the Vi then to have that extra unit in the back, that extra stun, something you could drop Rengar on top of, would be a good way to kind of really force that point next turn. But he is certainly thinking about it. And it will be the Falling Star. Just to kill the Fizz.
Okay, doesn't want to go ahead and play any more runes than he needs to, so saying, you know what, let's just take one of these units down to not give him any kind of potential double conquer on the very next turn. I'll deal with the Vex the good old-fashioned way, just roll my power. Thinking about double push, I would imagine you have to most certainly get 2 points on this turn, and that he does as he goes up to 6. And now, as we discussed before, it is time to just put everything you can, use as much runes as possible. So manufacture step 1. Does he have a little 2-drop step 2? Because if he does, that's going to be quite a big board to push in next turn.
He had the Dredger, didn't he? Or was that a few turns ago?
The carry-on? I think he does, right? Oh, no, Honest Broker. A little bit better.
So not a bad situation at all then. Like we said, just a very commanding amount of board presence, only 2 points to victory. If he can really survive all the spells that Diana could potentially have in her hand from the Rek'Sai's point of view, then this does look like an opportunity to game 3.
Definitely, and we wouldn't have it any other way. Let's go ahead and see if Diana has anything to say about that. Just a single unit in the back line. Things are looking rather difficult. But Diana's known for her capabilities kind of finding the line out of nowhere with these impressive high quality cards they tend to have, of course. Moonfall, Gus, I mean, we talked about it before. What can they possibly do? I mean, I believe, as we said, there might just be one too many units back there with just single target spells. If you had things like the good old Bellows Breath combo, but even that you don't technically have enough runes to make full use of that. So let's see. First things first, pushing with Vex, it looks like.
And he's got another Vex in hand, but a cheerless this time as well. So Looks like he's developing that just so that he doesn't immediately get blown out by a cold of the week. Um, and then he's got 4 energy up to kind of survive next turn, perhaps saving that Moonfall for when we get a big push from the Rek'Sai player. Only 1 conquer away from victory now.
Yeah, it's just making
7
it that
moons.
much more difficult for him to get down. So you could go ahead and simply push in the Noxus Hopeful, trade for the Vex Apathetic, putting your Rengar Pouncing online might be the play, but keep in mind 4 total energy during showdowns able to be spent for Diana's turn, so it could be threatening out that Moonfall we've been seeing holding in hand, especially on Abandoned Hall. Things might be very tricky to close out. I don't know if Rek'Sai can actually get it done this turn.
I think especially with that Gust is going to come in very clutch. Like you say, you could push in against the Vex Apathetic, but then your unit will die to Moonfall. You'd be able to push 2 units in to try it again and just save 1 unit up for the Rengar, and then one of them will get bounced with Gust. So it does seem like a situation where Diana has the answers.
4 cards remaining is the answer in those 4 cards as you brought up. Let's go ahead and see what Rek'Sai just has to do, as we don't really have any indication what's left in hand, but does say, you know what? I don't feel confident I could go ahead and conquer. Let's go ahead and pivot the strategy. Full on hold. Rek'Sai coming in. He's saying, I'm already at 7. All I have to do is just hold 1 more turn. Looking to grab every single one of his units. Is there a punish here? Ride the Wind Moonfall. Is there a world where you get completely blown out by staying to 1 single battlefield?
Well, it's still a lot of might even after the Moonfall, isn't it? He would have 5, 6. He would have 6 might after Moonfall if he has everything on that battlefield. That's before you put down the Rengar on top. I mean, the Rengar, of course, only coming in for 3 might and stunned, but when you're the defender, stun doesn't matter too much when you go into 8 points. So he's just doing the maths now. I believe his other card in hand was also just another unit, so not something that's going to help him massively in this situation. I almost would have liked to have seen him pulled out and, you know, rely on that Rek'Sai trigger for next turn to help him with the double conquer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
It's a lot of
thinking
space against the
very
opponent.
carefully. I'm wondering if he's saying, you know what, I kind of want to go ahead and contest this Vex Apathetic. I could get a couple more cards out of the hand. Whether he uses his Moonfall on defense, that means he won't have a Moonfall on offense to contest the arena's greatest. So I could see why he's kind of deliberating and taking his time. There's still 40 minutes left for a potential Game 3. These guys have plenty time to work with. And 20 minutes, that just goes to show you how aggressive these games can be, especially when considering the more aggressive deck in the current meta being Rek'Sai. And he's going for, Danny, all in on the hold to win strategy.
What do you think about that? Because I believe it's that 10 might there that he was considering pushing into the Vex's 9. It likely wouldn't have done it, but it perhaps would have killed one of the units and like you say, ripped the Moonfall from hand. Do you like the play?
Yeah, it's definitely a risky play, but one thing that he does have going for him is if he didn't expect things like a flash, which we know he does have a flash, able to put 2 units in, he's almost banking on the fact if there was just a single unit coming in with something like a Ride the Wind, even if he had enough might to deal with everything, he wouldn't actually have enough damage to apply to all these units, because right now there's 2, 4, 6 total units, and the most amount of might would be 5, right? So you would still have 1, even if they were all at 0, which they definitely aren't at 0 just yet. So trying to do the math. I like when the players bring out the pen and paper.
We say as well that it would be 6 might available. We need to consider that he would have 2 additional units with 0 might, so it would actually take 8 might from the Diana player to be able to deal damage to those units as well.
And Gentle Bird, welcome on in. We're currently not covering this one officially, which is why I'm not putting the cards up. But Gentle, since we are pretty interactive with chat, let me know if there's a card on the screen that you guys want me to bring up. I could go ahead and do that. I'll be doing that during the 5K stream, but this is a little bit more of a casual, even though I'm kind of getting into it. I don't know about you, Danny. I'm definitely almost like full caster mode here.
I'm in caster mode as well, saying I'm trying to keep up with chat on the YouTube side, seeing what people are saying there. There's some love for the Flash and Moonfall play here. They're discussing, of course, the Rengar in hand. So a lot on the Diana side here. I think it's going to be quite difficult for the Rengar, certainly. The Rek'Sai rather.
I love this play. Here we go. As anticipated, the flash into the Moonfall strategy. Keep in mind, Rengar Pouncy can't come in, not for the increase of might, but more so to just push these back as you are the defender. So let's do some quick math here, Danny. How much collective might? Noxus goes down to 2, Rek'Sai to 1, and everything else gets zeroed out. So 3 total might plus the Rengar is 6. He has enough. He has enough. I believe he's going to get the conquer here.
So it's 2 Noxious Hopefuls, isn't it? So it's 6 might altogether, with 9 on the side of the Diana player. With the Rengar from hand, he would need 6 plus 2 more for the 0 might units, plus another 3. So you would need 11 might. But the Gust, of course, is going to come in and take 3 of that might requirement away.
Yeah, just making it a whole lot easier to go ahead and deal with. And guys, I am getting confirmation 3 minutes and then overtime for the 5K in round 3. So it shouldn't be too long until we start getting prepared for round number 4. We should probably take a short little 5-minute breather. That way we're not completely gassing ourselves back-to-back casts. What do you think, Danny?
I think that's good. Yeah, chance to stretch the legs.
Mm-hmm. Sounds good with me. So guys, let's finish this game 2. It looks like we're going to have enough time, and then we'll take a short little intermission while we get things prepared for this round number 4. We saw Master Yi, we saw Diana in this round number 3. What do you really want to see in these next couple rounds at Games Island?
Oh, it's a great question. I mean, looking at the decks we've got available, we've got quite a few Annies, which I feel we don't see too often outside of Prismaticism's hands at major events. So that situation where you're not being hindered by the best of, it'd be interesting to see more players playing Annie.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a lover of Vex. I'm a lover of seeing how different people build it, because especially when you get to larger events, people try to be quite creative with them as well. So we got 5 Vex players, and I'd perhaps like to see what one of them are up to as well.
You know, on the top of the Vex, I don't know if you caught it, Ojama or Danny. There is actually an impressive amount of Vexes out in this National Open. Believe it or not, it was the 4th most represented deck.
I saw, yeah, behind Master Yi, Diana, and what was the other one above it? I don't remember.
Aurelia.
Aurelia, wow, yeah. So it is very interesting to see it getting a lot more representation at the end of the set. I've heard that it is quite represented in general as quite an easy deck to pick up with the structure deck, but it doesn't tend to convert to day 2 as much as us Yordle enjoyers might like to see.
Right, to quote a lot of people's thoughts here, it's more of a go first deck, but of course people have kind of mitigated the go first and found ways, adding things like Kha'Zix, adding little ways of being a little bit more effective on the offenses with things like Aurelia Fervent. But just like that, Maypoke 2-0 against Rek'Sai. This is a little bit unfavorable matchup, but Rek'Sai is just not able to get off a little bit too slow in that game number 2, despite the arena's greatest Diana just having way too much things going for her, and that is a GG well played. Let's head back to the casting booth, and then we'll take that short little intermission break as we discuss. But for anyone just tuning in, I know there's a whole lot of things going on. We're tuning in over in the Germany side of things for the 5K. We're tuning over in Beijing for the National Open. We're doing a little mix of both, but I think it is time to get a nice little breather as we get prepared for round number 4. You know, we do have a little bit of say, a little bit, not too much of a say. Game Island is hosting it, but what I was getting at, we could kind of give a little push shove at what legends we might want to see. Granted, they probably want to go ahead and stick with undefeated legends, but chat, let us know what legends, or if anyone's out in the Germany event, or just period, what legends you guys would want to see. I could go ahead and throw it over to Dubby's direction and see if there's any legends doing well that you guys named. But with that said, let's go ahead and take a short little intermission break, guys. We'll be right back for round number 5 of our 5K. Be right back.
Um, okay. All right. There is the Rengar champion unit available. So even if stuff does get buffed up, worst case. All right. Ari going up to 6, Ravenbloom to 3, so defending for 9. And it is swinging in for, what, 3 plus 3.
3 plus 2 plus...
It doesn't have a buff, am I? Isn't it
And the other has the
3
plus 1 from the Determined Sentry being played. Yeah, so it's 3 plus 3 plus 1 currently swinging after Ari. And then he's going to try and swing with the Rengar as well, which will be a 5.
Kind of surprised playing the Rengar here instead of the Infernum from hand. Okay.
So I think the idea here is that the Rengar alone should be enough. Oh, is it enough? Actually, no. Wait. Math. I hate the math I'm going to do on stream here for Fritz. This is... Okay.
Wouldn't Inferno be enough? Because that's another
12.
3, and then you're at 3 plus 3 plus 1, which you'd be at 10 over 9, right?
Yeah, so basically you're playing around with the 2 energy up, you're playing up around another discipline, potentially. So that's why he's just throwing the Rengar in, because that guarantees that it will be sufficient without having to throw everything in the kitchen sink into that particular battlefield.
Well, my thought is that you play the Inferno and then you still have runes for the Rengar, right? If they do have something. Or is your thought that like you want them to invest that, or?
Yeah, I think the idea is, I'm trying to remember what else he has in hand. If he has like some sort of, like if he wants to leave runes up for potentially reactionary, like protective plays on his turn, so that he's trying to spend the minimum amount he needed to conquer that, so he had options. I just can't remember what's in his hand besides the Inferno right now. So yeah, I'm not sure what he can do with just 2, like maybe a challenge or something.
The upside down discipline. Or no, sorry, upside down Thwonk. Okay.
Old school Sun card.
Right. Ooh, this Valmaw could come in pretty clutch right here. Could clear off that entire battlefield.
Yeah, I think you just swing that up first, the Ari, and then you see what fresh hell the Rengar has in hand.
I don't think there is a lot possible here. Yeah, just everything dies. This missing point is really hurting because you would be on 6 points and the game would be threatened right here if you had not missed the arena's point, but instead only on 5. You still do have the Forerunner. Playing too much about that, but I mean, Valma, it's going to be a little bit annoying. I will say the Rengar deck is probably fairly good at pumping stuff over Valma, but we do know that there is a Thwomp in the hand of the Ari, so contesting the battlefield could be a little bit difficult.
Oh, what was the hidden card there? I missed it. I was trying to see.
There's a Zonius.
Oh, Zonius. Okay. That makes a lot of sense.
Unless he has another hidden. But
no,
I did see Zonius in the head.
Yeah, no, he has a Thwonk, a Defy, Thousand Tail, and then the Zonius. Yeah, I just can't remember what the Zonius. Or no, he has one more card actually. But no, just having the Zonius I think will be enough, because you're basically playing like, around potential punch first. Is the big thing to get over Valmo at this point. So as long as you've got something to keep it alive. Now it would expose your Ari to some sort of follow-up from ambush, but it would cost a lot from the Rengar to get that done at that point.
Yeah, for sure. It does play out. I'm gonna get the draw here. Yep, gets a draw, and now the Rengar is attacking for 6. Obviously -1 from Ari, so would be attacking for 5. That's still not quite enough. You do need to be attacking for at least 8 into the Valm. It's got to be thinking about the Emperor's Divides as well, as I think that's happened twice this match so far. He's probably like that, these damn divides. And there is a hidden, and
yeah, how much
might be taken a little bit surprised by the Zonius. I don't think Zonius has been revealed yet.
No, I mean, you've got to assume that Zonius is probably in the deck, especially for something like Ari, which has to defend so much. But yeah, I agree with you. I think at this point, the Emperor's Divide is probably top of mind from game 1 and game 2. And the other problem is still, do you have enough might to get over that, right? You've got to remember it's a -1 when you swing in. That's why Valmos is so good for Ari, because normally you need 8 to even do damage. Now you need 9 to even do damage when you swing in. And right, unfortunately, no pump spell, no punch first. I'm trying to think what else Rengar might run that can pump besides just playing a bunch of units.
Kind of surprised that they didn't leave the Forerunner alone on the peak. Because you're like, not super disappointed about it dying. It's like not the worst thing in the world, but now they just could lose the oh my gosh, is it Kinku Monk or something?
It's the set 3 card.
Kinku Initiate. Yeah, it's draw 1 if your other unit's total might is 5 or higher.
Yes. Yeah, it's one of the new card draw cards.
Yeah, I'm surprised it was played to the battlefield, especially when you know your opponent plays Watcher.
Well, the thing with Watcher at this point is that there's not enough runes for Ari to play it. So even if you play Watcher, Raven's can't get over it. So I think it's fine to kind of put it there. You're more just being wary of it in case there's something that like Charm or something that moves it off, and then you don't get the whole point. And with the draw you get from Kinko Initiate, with the runes you've been getting from the battlefield as well, I think the Rengar is generally okay with sort of just wants to hold that to give himself potentially more options. The big problem for him is still trying to get over this Valmor Ari on the other side, and now there are actually runes up. Looks like just 2 runes up, but you've got to play now around like Discipline. We know there's a Thwonk in hand as well, plus hidden card. It's just a nightmare situation for Rengar.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty annoying. That being said, Rengar does have some cool tools for it. Like, we know that Throw of the Hunt is a good card to have to get around it, though I don't think I see one in hand. Yeah, the hand looks pretty dead, to be honest.
Yeah.
Just a bunch of units.
Well,
and
he got the punch first, which was what you're praying to see.
Which is, that's just going to get eaten alive by the Thwonk. You did say...
Yeah, and the problem is, like, as a Rengar player too, you're thinking I need to buff up whatever my biggest unit is as much as possible, because if I punch first, like there's a -1 already, and they can potentially discipline. If the discipline gets, so you need basically what's the math work? It's 10. You need an 11 or greater to even have a chance to get in there. Now with the Ferris Forerunner, of course, you're already at a 9 before the punch first, so they're gonna try and swing this in.
Yeah, I don't hate this. This is forcing at least a card out.
Yep.
We'll probably just trade with the Thwonk here. Comes the Thwonk. So it does get stunned. It is going to die. And what's cool here is it does make the 2 mechs. And now the Pike should be at 6 might. I feel like if the... Yeah, okay. It's not big enough. It's not big enough. I was like, oh, this is so cool. We can get it up, the Rengar or the Pike up big enough. But the Rengar would only go to 7, -1 on the attack, 6. And the Pike would only go to 6, -1 on the attack to 5.
Yeah, but that's all you need, effectively. At least, well...
you have to get up over the Valmar, right?
Yeah, so the idea is... The big problem is the hidden card at this moment, right? If it is a back off, you're completely stuffed at that point. So, and you have to play the punch first to get things over. But the Pike has enough with the punch first now to trade with the Valmos, which is the big deal. Because now you're forcing... As long as you can kill the Valmor, the rest of this is doable.
Well, yeah, so this should be cleaned up then, right? Because you just punch first, clear the Valmor, and then swing over with the Rengar.
It should be. I'm not sure.
The Rengar doesn't have the... It depends where they distribute the counters, right?
No, on Pike that would be with punch first 10. So you have enough, but they're going to swing with the Rengar instead. So that's 4 in the Rengar, 9 total?
Yeah. Yeah, because then Pike goes to 5, so Pike should clear the Ari as well. Yeah, that works, right?
Yeah, he has enough for sure to be able to take out the Ari this turn. And
Nice.
then he's going to be in a decent position as well. Well, the Irelia is going to be. Actually, no, they're in generally a good position. There's a lot stacked on the other side because the starter
Wasn't the
peak
game
has.
over?
Oh, you're right, because it is. It is. Yeah, it is GG.
No. This was a well played turn, so that
It
should be
was.
game, right?
Yes, he's tapped out at this point, so the Zonia is not quite able to save him. Really well played from the Rengar player, barely able to
Excellent.
eke that out, living on the edge. But
Mhm.
yeah, the nice part I was thinking in my head too was even if he didn't win this turn, like he was still in a good position to try and hold for the next turn because Ari struggle. But then there was the Thousand-Tailed Watcher, I guess. So yeah, really well sequenced, really well thought out. It took a while to think about it, but he had the time to do so. So yeah.
Right, and it looks like the players are getting ready here. And we have, and there's the Grove. Ari loves this battlefield, quite a scary one. When you see your Ari or Vex opponent going first onto the Grove, it does not feel good. Did we lose? Oh, there you are. Okay.
Nope,
I was like, did we lose you?
No, you don't get rid of me that easily, Fritz.
All right, so maybe not the craziest hand this time around.
No.
I think I saw a couple Desert Call, a Emperor's Divide, and
Feral Strength and Stupefy. So didn't actually pull a 2-drop. Desert's Call can function as a 2-drop though. So
yes,
it's kind of
this
okay.
is true.
Yep. We do see the Grim Apothecary as well. Once again, second time today actually we're saying it if I recall correctly.
Yeah, the card's very good in combination with the bunny, which he does happen to have.
Okay, does he hit a 2-drop? Nope. Desert's Call it is.
Yep. I mean, this is fine. It kind of functions the same way. Obviously you'd rather have like a Raven Bloom, but as long as you are sticking to the battlefield, don't think you can complain too much because you can just play the Sona to it on the next turn.
Yeah, and then of course, we forgot to mention Seat of Power for the Rengar play here. So looking to try and conquer both sides. I almost feel like he's playing this third just because this is not the battlefield you want to see against Ari. Trying to wrestle away control from an Ari can get kind of difficult. Even still Spayfolk on the first turn play as well. That one is really good, I feel like, with ambush decks where you can just pull something and you still have the assault side of it.
I really like it with the Grim Apothecary as well. I think it's a pretty insane combo. Like on the next turn, you have a few options, to be honest. You could shove the bunny up on the other battlefield and say, come over here, the Sona or something, and then play your Apothecary. And then just reuse the bunny, or you could play out like the Rengar pouncing and say, I'm just gonna win this combat. Like there are a lot of options here. Cool.
Yeah, I think they ideally want to get rid of that Sona, but this is where it gets a little bit risky because if you swing the Irresistible Feyfolk to the open battlefield, to the Seat of Power, and ambush, if things go wrong, you just gave Ari another point. So kind of got to think a little bit.
That's true.
This is why Ari is a little bit hard because normally you want to be the one attacking as the ambusher. There's a lot of assault ambush cards, but against the Ari, the -1 just screws the math.
Absolutely. Though we did see in the first game that did opt to go for a little bit more of a passive route and did end up losing, though you can't be results oriented. It might have, sometimes the correct play still ends up losing. We'll have to see what they do opt to go for this time, but looks like deep in thought here, and okay, we're gonna go for it.
Okay, that's a choice. I think the concern that you're thinking of here is potentially like on guard when you pull something over. If you had attacked on the other side, the on guard's only +1, but ends up being a little bit more might on the side of the Grove with the God Willow.
Doesn't use Fae. Okay, fair enough.
Doesn't want to risk it. I respect that.
Yep. Does get to move the bunny back and is just going for a big develop. I don't hate it. Can try and set up enough that you are able to deal with even like the little combat tricks on the next turn. The only thing that is a little bit scary is, wow, I see a singularity. That singularity cannot be played quite yet, but it would be good. The hand actually isn't that good, right? It's just like the Feral Strength and the Stupefy for actual combat tricks, but this card is quite good. Meditation. I like drawing 2 cards. Yes.
His whole deck's falling apart. He was so eager to draw. Ooh, pulling up the
Ooh.
charm. That
Pot of
could
Greed.
be good. Yeah, true pot of greed meditation.
Pot of
Exhausted
Greed.
pot of greed.
I'll draw 3 cards from my deck.
Yeah, the lack of
Um,
units is buggering Nirvana's hand a
Yeah.
little bit right now. He's still got the 3 runes up, and the D-ramp as well from earlier is hurting him because now Rengar not having D-ramped at all last turn is going to be a hit 2 runes when it swings back over. So I think you want to charm, but the question is, what do you charm here? Because if you're too greedy, actually he's tapped out, so no, this is the perfect time to just try and get the biggest thing off the board.
Well, the one thing is you probably are trading with the Sand Soldier, right? Unless I guess you could Feral Strength the.
Yeah, that's why he's thinking desperately right now. He wants to hold the Stupefy. He wants to hold the Feral Strength.
It's like a lot to invest to removing 1 unit, and like sure, we have knowledge that the rest of his hand just doesn't do that much. So, wow, okay.
Yes, so he has the Emperor's Divide as well. So
Yes.
with the readied up runes that he'll have the 4 runes. He can attempt to Feral Strength, and then if that's still not enough, he can. I don't know how I feel about the hiding. Okay. Oh, this is okay. I thought he was about to hide the Emperor's Divide. I was like, ooh, that would deramp you further. That's kind of spicy. Yeah.
So it is able to clear the Hopeful. Being said, there is like a fair bit going on here for. I'm actually not super unhappy if I'm in Rengar's position here.
No, yeah, you're really happy.
Yeah.
We finally hit the orange Rengar for the first time in this series.
This is true. This is true.
Can be good to help you score stuff.
Do you opt to pull anything in? Yep, looks like opting to pull in the soldier, and now you can. Oh, okay, just passes it over. I'm kind of surprised. I feel like I like holding on to the bunny here, but it is still 2 into 3 here.
It's 2 into 2.
2 into 2. Good point. Because wait,
but
did he?
I don't know if they know that.
Did he remember to trigger the RE? Wait, no. Isn't
sounds like he
RE on attack?
Yeah, it is. But that's the thing with Irresistible Faithful is that because you're swinging in, you are on attack. It's the same thing. That's why it's like useful for Lucian and all that.
Yeah, but
it looks like they didn't catch that.
No, does that not work? I thought it was that the combat starts and the RE doesn't control the battlefield when the combat starts.
Yeah, she doesn't. But it's one of those funny things about Riftbound is so the way it works is whoever's attacking gets assigned attacker, and the defender just gets auto assigned to whoever else is there. So even if the defender shows up late to the party, they still get assigned defender status, and that's why Irresistible Faithful works with Lucian decks really well because you get assault. When you swing in as the attacker.
The reason I'm asking if this is different is because assault is like a continuous thing. You get it no matter at what point you're assigned it. But RE has a trigger on attack. But by the time the attack trigger window is cleared, I don't. You don't have you are not defending. So like it's the attack. Yeah. That's my thought.
Sorry. No, you're right. I forgot that there is it has to be a battlefield you control specifically for RE. So yeah, she is defender, but she doesn't control it. So okay, no, so that works out.
Yeah, that was pretty nice there though. Does get to clear the Zonias, and a lot of cards in hand now. But ooh, I see the kitty cat, the Ivern card. I like that card. Melser. Thank you. Its name was escaping.
Yeah, I have trauma from it from precons. The Ivern decks were very obnoxious with it, and it's great with the Sona as well, just to try and soak a little bit of that damage early on, so that when you're throwing bodies in there, it's not.
Yeah,
with the whole RE passive. Yeah. And Sentinel too. The Rengar got played, got thwonked, got bounced. So Sona still managed to hold on. We see Blue Sentinel and
All right, Riftbounders, we are back. Round number 4 has been paired, and it looks like we're joining in on a fun matchup. A matchup as old as time. 2 junglers going head-to-head. The infamous matchup, Rengar versus Kha'Zix on the feature match table. How are we feeling about this matchup, Danny? Because we don't get to see all the time, but when we do, it's definitely a fun one.
Oh, sir.
I think it's going to be absolutely excellent. I don't think I've ever seen Kazakh versus Rengar match, despite, as you say, them being mortal enemies to the end. Both being very aggressive decks, both being ones that can put up some less conventional combat tricks. With their units that increase their might, and their, of course, the Rengar legend. I think it's going to be a really interesting showing.
Yeah, it should be a fun one. It looks like I might have mixed up the name. Actually, no, we should be fine because I forgot I flipped the camera on your guys' end. So they're rolling now. I believe we should be able to go ahead and hop into this match momentarily. But chat, let us know who you guys have winning this round 4. Do you guys have Kazakhs? Do you guys have Rengar? You know, I love both of these decks, but I'm going to give a slight little edge to Kazakhs because they do have the Chaos Domain, and Void Assault is a little bit too crazy, but these players are ready, so let's go ahead and join them for the round number 4 of the 5K, and hopefully I got the names right. I'll go ahead and add the battlefields here shortly. Senpai with the Kazakhs, and then Muck Neuro on Rengar.
I might have to agree with you giving it to the Kazakhs, not due to either legends or either decks, but just because our Kazakh here player with his not proxies, what's the word I'm looking for? He's altered the art on his battlefield on his chosen champion. He's clearly here to win. I've got to put some respect on that.
Yeah, nice little over-number Rengar. Where's the... Oh, no, you're talking about Kazakhs. That is like a custom Kazakhs, right?
Yeah, right? He's got someone who's very good with a Sharpie on his battlefield and his chosen champion.
And here, let me go ahead and update these things as these guys go ahead and set things up. So a Faefo coming down. Probably the best turn 1 you can have for Kazakhs.
Absolutely, especially on that frozen wasteland, being able to pull your opponent in as a surprise defender and give it -2, just for being on the field. You know, you're minding your own business in the base. Now you're in a combat. You weren't expecting it. You're -2. What are you going to do about it? It's a very nice situation.
Definitely nice. Let's go ahead and see what Rengar is able to go ahead and hit. And actually, the more I think about it, the more confusing it is to have these guys flipped. I might go ahead and fix it down the road, but for now, I'll go ahead and just pay attention to the one on the screen currently. So Rengar is to my right, but he's to your left. Yeah, this is going to throw me for a loop. But it looks like Rengar didn't have any early drops, so pass it on forward. And Mr. Rukin established out. And I love this play, even though you could have had a nice little easy conquer, not leaving vulnerable to things like Rengar Trophy Hunter. So definitely good good preparation against this matchup, knowing that you do have cards like that to play around.
I like it as well. Of course, Kazakhs wants to be a very aggressive deck and just get there and get the business sorted. But putting some respect on Rengar, saying, I don't want to see Irresistible Faefolk just to die. I'd rather get my units out. I'd rather be able to do some tricks with Mr. Root. And once Rengar is able to start developing, be able to then put some pressure on with their own plays.
Right, it looks like Kazakhs saying 2 can play at the Faithful game, as both of these cards do work in any matchup, but of course, it's going to be a little bit trickery going down. Nox is hopeful getting established out as well, so just both players playing a little bit more patiently. Of course, Rengar didn't have anything online until right now. Let's go ahead and see, is it time for Faefolk to maneuver those opposing units around and then capitalize on it with that Kazakhs mutating horror, especially on a battlefield like Forbidden Waste? He brings in the other guy, which allows him to bring in Mr. Root as well. Is it worthwhile, or are you still just trading 1 for 1? Because I'm wondering if he has something like a punch first to try to get 2 for 1 at the minimum, but you're not going to get the Kazakhs, are you? Actually, you're at -2. You're not going to get anything.
Yeah, absolutely not. Yeah. So unless he's got some kind of trick in hand to play, this is just to stop the double conquer from Kazakhs. It of course does give him the 2 XP from moving the Mr. Root in. But doesn't allow him to be able to then go and utilize that other battlefield. In fact, what that we spoke about in our last round that we watched. If you missed that one with Emperor's Dieth, we're still playing on the old pre-errata rules. Or are we? Do you know if that's the case?
Yeah, this is well. The every rules goes into effect the 24th. So yeah, these are all pre-bans, errata rules, everything like that.
Okay, cool. So with Emperor's Dice, we have seen in this set a strategy develop where you can refuse to pay the one energy as it is not a cost; it's just part of the effect. And if you do not have the energy available because you didn't tap a rune, you don't actually have to pay the energy to get the Sand Soldier. And if there's any decks that are using Emperor's Dice just to bounce their units back to hand for safety, it is going to be Rengar and Kha'Zix. So it's one that we might see that being utilized a bit more.
Right, throwing it back over. So does get the first point of the game with that nice little Mr. Root, and does decide to just play the Chosen Champion into the base. Or did he actually utilize the Legend ability there to bring it back? I didn't see.
Yeah, so he got the 2 XP from Mr. Root, and then he used Kha'Zix to bring the irresistible Fey Folk back to safety. With Forbidden Wastes, it is a very, very impactful early game unit.
Looks like he's trying to contest the battlefield, both benefiting from that Forbidden Waste and both getting up to 1 point apiece. Now, taking a look at the hand, I'm seeing Survivor, Thrill of the Hunt, and Italy. That hand is a hand indeed. So much gas in there, so much fuel on the fire potentially, and even a nice little early drop like a Pouty Poro. I was forgetting the name of the official name of that Poro. So nice little deflect that makes those Fae folks a little bit more costly to go ahead and do, but just simply brings out the Survivor for now. I don't know if I love this play because I don't think we saw any combat tricks besides Thrill of the Hunt. Is that enough to keep Kaiser Survivor safe?
It is a very risky play, but even just being able to did he have any ambush units in hands to kind of like stop the Forbidden Waste, because that is a while ability rather than a trigger. If you are able to put a new defend on the field, you get rid of the -2. So perhaps he's kind of saving himself for that. It's yeah, it's a tricky situation to know whether I like this play or not.
Yeah, I guess only time will tell, and does decide, you know what, I'm going to try to get some points while you're setting up this showdown. Unless you have something like a Ride the Wind, this is going to be a free point on my turn, as well as a potential draw 1. So here we go. It's going to be Thrill of the Hunt getting deployed out. Do you have something like a Hard Bargain to flat out counter? And that he does, Ojama. Thrill of the Hunt, no go.
And this is where it becomes a very tricky situation now, being able to draw the Kaiser in, bump the Kha'Zix up to +8 without any real way for his opponent to kind of defend against it, or a Void Rush instead as a different way of utilizing this.
Of course, does push in the Kaiser thanks to Void Assault. So send your spell from Kaiser getting utilized. So complete board wipe as you're getting up yourself to 3. Actually, that was a Kha'Zix. I'm getting board flip, so the Kha'Zix should be at 3 now. So that was actually 1 to 3, I believe.
Absolutely so. And perhaps thinking here on this Emperor's Dice trigger, it looks like perhaps he's not going to utilize it. Rather play something else on hand. He's got, did he get 4? He got 6 XP off of that as well. I think we're seeing in the bottom there. As well as the combat 1 earlier. So 7 XP total he's sitting on at the moment, which is a lot of availability from the legend to be able to move his units around.
Right, making incredible use of that legend ability, right? Because a lot of Kha'Zix don't make sure they're not missing any triggers, so not missing anything as of yet. Taking advantage, you get the +1 XP on combat, like you said, as well as the +2. But bouncing the Kha'Zix back, he's saying, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and get use of it a little bit down the road, because that's a bigger unit that we usually see like lower pit rookies get bounced back. Maybe the biggest unit we get to see is like First Mate getting bounced back. But a 4 energy Kha'Zix, how are you feeling about that, Danny?
I think it's perhaps putting a lot of respect on Rengar and what it's capable of doing with things like challenges available in the deck. If you aren't confident that a Hard Bargain is going to stop it, just not wanting to lose that very impactful unit. The hand being a place which it's going to be very difficult for your opponent to be able to get rid of it.
Right, it looks like he just goes ahead and establishes out 2 units in the back line. It looks like he only has 2 cards in hand. 1 Through the Hunt did get effectively defy/counter with that Hard Bargain, so has another Hard Bargain or another Through the Hunt. But now we get to see a full look as the Inspector coming online. Let's see what's in the hand, because right now we only know 1. Oh, the double Nidalee. Wait a second, I thought he had 2 thrills at one point.
Ooh, I don't know. Yeah, maybe we saw by accident. Sorry, miss saw one of them as for the hunt. I remember you mentioning there was a Nidalee earlier.
Yeah,
So
maybe
you
I
might have to remind
missaw.
me what the inspector does. Does it allow you to look at the hand and then decide if you're going to pay XP to rip a card? Is that
That's right. So if you want to go ahead
lovely?
and rip a card, you can play the XP. So you see the hand first. So I love the way you can play it. And actually, I might be misspeaking it. Chat, let me know what's the official name of that card, because I thought it was Inspector, but I'm typing in the card gallery. I don't think it's Inspector. Oh, it is Insightful Investigator. That's the official name. Such a
Yes.
good card for Kha'Zix, especially a little bit earlier in this meta where you had to deal with a lot of Auroras. It's like a mini Ash. But I believe you recycle it. Let me go ahead and read it. When you play me, choose an opponent. They reveal the hand. Then you may pay 2 XP to choose a card from hand. If they do, they discard that card and then draw one. So you don't recycle it. You don't banish it. You simply discard it. But still, more
Mm,
importantly, is information is king in card games, especially in a card game like Riftbound. So I like it just for the simple
absolutely.
fact that it doesn't cost energy and you get a whole lot of info going into this game.
Absolutely. I kept wanting to call it Inspector Border, and I'm already not beating the Yu-Gi-Oh player allegations from the chat with my name, so it's a good thing that I didn't start calling it Inspector Border by mistake.
Right, right. But it looks like he does get that conquer point up to 4 for our Kha'Zix player. Doesn't get anything going forward, but does establish that even point tempo as we keep going back to each and every round. Plays out a Kiana in a Kha'Zix build. That's a little bit more spicy. Kiana was known to be in almost every single body deck in set 1, but has kind of fallen out of favor ever since the newer cards came out. What are your thoughts overall about Kiana? Do you still like it in Unleashed?
I really like it as a card. I think it offers a lot. It's just very slow, and with a 4 energy 4 might unit, you want something that you can play on turn 2, right? And as it having that power cost, it's very much weaker than a lot of the other options. Like you would normally perhaps see a Vex Apathetic in this slot in your Kha'Zix deck. But if they're happy recycling cards early, or they've got a lot of 4 drops available, you know that perhaps instead they're going to be using their Kha'Zix from the Chosen Champion zone in that kind of guaranteed turn 2 drop instead. Perhaps that's why they're feeling a bit more comfortable running this card. And if you're in a situation like this where you've got control of the board and you can take that kind of slower play of developing a 4 drop that doesn't do anything initially at this later stage of the game, it can be very impactful, pushing you over the edge at the end.
Right, and I love the way Kha'Zix is playing it, making sure he doesn't have any units overextended besides the token, which is technically at this point a bit of a sacrificial unit, as we're seeing it on Forbidden Ways, and most likely will not contest this. So down it goes. Pouty Poor allowing him to get his second point, trying to close in the gap between these two players, because right now Kha'Zix definitely has the strong upper hand. But I feel like Rengar never truly out of it. Let's go ahead and what he has to do for the rest of this turn. Nice little Inferna. I'm wondering, is it time to just go ahead and deploy your champ just to have a little bit more stronger board presence? Or is he just a unit you could play at any time? I guess it depends what's in hand. Is it still the double Nidalee? Because I believe those are the Inferno was the only unknown card.
Yeah, it's a scary situation to be playing your Vanguard reaction speed, as it has to come out at a battlefield. So if your opponent's got all these runes available and they know for a fact that you haven't got a punch first they're playing around, they are able to stop this Vanguard that you're pouncing in with. That being said, it's a good way of stopping your opponent from being able to utilize frozen wastes too much. Having that available second unit to back yourself up with on a defense, perhaps is what he's thinking about here.
Yeah, we'll see exactly what he has in mind. Kiana, when you conquer, you're able to either channel an additional rune or gain an additional draw. So trying to think carefully. Of course, Forbidden Way seems like the easy, straightforward conquer thanks to that -2. And we know there's a couple ambushable units, and that it is Nidalee coming down. Double Nidalee wouldn't be all that bad, just to guarantee one of these Nidalees getting the combat value draw for winning a combat. But of course, we see a big, powerful spell, Punch First,
Wow.
coming down. This might be backfiring, or maybe not the word is backfire, but things might not be panning out exactly how he drew it up, or had expected, I should say.
Yeah, very hard situation to kind of answer here. You don't have enough runes to be able to throw all your units at this, and even if you did, your opponent still has a fairly stacked hand to be able to push more and more into this. So what is it now? It's 5 versus 3, and he is developing another unit out. So 5, 9, 12, 12 might against our Kiana's 9.
Keep in mind, you still have the Kha'Zix Mutated Horror in the hand. That would bring it up. You said 9, so that's additional 4 up to 13, 12 to 13. But taking 2 units down, still has some couple units in the back line. More importantly, now the Forbidden Ways goes online. You do get an additional draw for our Rengar player. More importantly, you get the hold, but I don't think this hold is going to be lasting too much longer. As we said, at the minimum has a unit in the back line, so you could always rely on that chosen champion to come in, and you don't even need it. I guess you could save it for a little bit more of an impactful moment.
Just that buff from the Kha'Zix champion being able to come in very impactful there. It's a very modal legend, being able to either use it for movement, or if you've got a unit that you don't care too much about, like your Insightful Inspector, being able to just push it over that might threshold to beat the Nidalee is very strong.
Yeah, I believe it was a great play there, saying, yeah, you don't have to, overuse any resources when you don't have to, of course. Thinking about getting an additional Conqueror on Emperor's Chaos, does he feel like he has enough, a bit of a protection with the cards in hand? And the answer is yes. Does he want to go ahead and bring in the Inferno? Inferno will get the Assault online, so I don't think that would be pretty smart of him. Does decide to just get the Conqueror nonetheless to keep things on that even point total. I'm wondering, because we haven't really seen the hand recently for Kha'Zix. Does do the Emperor's Chaos and spends the 1 energy. Did he have energy floating? How did he get...
Oh, he did from the punch first, didn't he?
True. So there was 1 energy floating.
I was confused as well. I think it wouldn't have been an awful situation to kill the Inferno, because then you can drop your Kha'Zix on that and then return the Kha'Zix to hand and say, look, I know you're going to be playing a Rengar out next turn, but if you've got the answers for that... You're really burning away at the Rengar's resources there, but instead taking the safer play and just developing for next turn.
Yeah, that he does. Throwing it back over to Rengar player Inferno, the only card to work with, but of course, Trophy Hunter is always a card to keep in mind for anyone. Only a single energy, already expended a punch first on the previous turn. Very unlikely to have an additional punch first in hand. If he does, that is a whole lot of rune economy thrown out the window. Yes, it's a good investment, but that is your final 2 body runes. And maybe 2 can play at the combat trick game. Survivor and a punch first. Last 2 remaining cards for our Rengar. Is there a world Rengar kind of equalizes it? Because right now, I think Trophy Hunter could be pretty impactful on this board state.
It could be very good for a double conquer without even needing to use that punch first. And having that protection for the next turn perhaps is something he's thinking about. But it is, even like you say, with only 2 cards in hand, a scary situation to be down on resources there. Perhaps you can attack with the Kaiser Survivor, get another card, and keep the Trophy Hunter ready for the next turn.
Yeah, you can always play it on defense as well. So let's see what he decides to do. Of course, as we always say, a straightforward conquer on that Forbidden Ways. Inferno will be attacking for 3. Thanks to the buff, you're going to be defending for 2. So a little bit of hesitation, saying, maybe I want to bounce the Inferno since it also has ambush, and that he does. So gets up to 3 points from that conquer. Everything it has in hand. I mean, the whole game plan, the whole strategy behind Rengar is having a whole lot of ambushable units to completely keep your opponent on your toes and just surprise them at any moment's notice. And it looks like it might be time for something like an accelerated Kaiser Survivor to get the benefit of not only getting the point, but the additional draw. Because right now, with only 1 card after the Kaiser left in hand, you're desperately hoping for more cards, especially, not especially, but, you're definitely needing more cards in general. So I like the acceleration here, potentially.
It would definitely be a good play. It looks like he's only tapping 4 at the moment, so he's deliberating that accelerate, perhaps hoping to save the runes so that he has enough to drop a Rengar and a punch first next turn to survive any shenanigans from the Irresistible Fey Folk. So is that 7 points now for the Kha'Zix player, just hoping to take this last battlefield?
Yeah, Kazakh's knocking on the door of victory here in our game number 1. Can he go ahead and hold/conquer? Actually, all he has to do is conquer the final Emperor's Deos. What is holding him back? Of course, Trophy Hunter is probably the most likely thing that is standing in front of him. Kiana plus a Faithfolk. If he moves Faithfolk over to the other battlefield, Inferno can move in, but Trophy Hunter can go ahead and play even if you don't have any units on a battlefield alone. So what does he have in hand? Fizz to bring back something like a punch first might be ideal. 5 might, bringing up the Kiana up to 9, so 10 collective might has the potential to go ahead and push in on this turn. I think a double conquer, a double score turn is on the agenda for Kazakhs, looking pretty good to close things out in this game 1.
Absolutely, and with the maximum that the Rengar player able to produce here being 13 might, 1 from the Inferno, the Rengar coming in for 7, and the Punch Fist, down to 12 now that he's moved the Inferno away. He, with the Kazakhs in hand, he has more than enough might to be able to guarantee this victory here.
Wait, Trophy Hunter backed up by a punch first. Is that going to be enough? Kazakhs coming down. Guarantee that 8th final victory score. Well played. A whole lot of backwards and forwards, but it looks like Kazakhs getting the upper hand. Going back to the good old Chaos domain. Was it the Void Assault early on that kind of changed the whole texture of the game? Because I feel like from that moment on, Kazakhs was firmly in the driver's seat.
It's a very impactful card, not just in being able to get that double conquer turn, but to be able to clear your opponent's units and gain a lot of XP from the Kazakhs champion. He was never kind of struggling to make use of his legend throughout that game, so very good to be able to use that card early to such massive effect.
Yeah, I believe so as well. I know we're getting a little glimpse at the main board there. Determined Sentry, which has been kind of best used. It found a good home in Rengar. I don't think is able to get used anywhere else. And a proxy. What battlefield is that?
No, that is his sleeves. I don't quite know what the design is going in there, with something kind of stuck in the back, I suppose. He had it for his first battlefield as well. I can't quite make out what it is.
Yeah, it's the Jinx sleeve, but there's some text on there. So chat, let us know if you guys know exactly what's going on. I would imagine he's going to flip it, and then we'll see the actual battlefields, and I'll add it over to the stream overlay as well. But going into this game number 2, what more can this Rengar do? Because right now your game plan feels like it's not too effective. Now, I would imagine with Kazakhs having access to purple, I could see a world where Vex Apathetic, if it's not in the main board, is most likely in the sideboard, and that card single-handedly shuts down everything Rengar wants to do. Are we expecting a Vex Apathetic here soon?
I think so, yeah. I think it's something that Rengar can play around. Of course, if you're going to be playing this deck, the first question you have to ask yourself is, how am I dealing with Apathetic? But it completely changes the game plan for Rengar, the way that they play the game, and the way that they have to use their combo tricks to answer it certainly slows them down to a disadvantageous position.
Yeah, we'll see exactly if that comes into play, of course, but players are shuffling. I'm more keen on seeing what exactly battlefield these guys are going for this game number 2. It looks like Monastery Hirana, and oh, these are custom altars. This is a full art Monastery Hirana. That's pretty cool.
We saw the same thing with the Forbidden Waste, which I thought looked absolutely amazing in that full art. Really getting that idea of it being such a barren wasteland.
Yeah, I don't know why I didn't see that. But yeah, full custom art. It reminds me, we do have a caster, NA45. He also does some nice, cool altars. So maybe he does himself, maybe he commissioned it out. But Arena's Great is, of course, being the battlefield selection for our Rengar players, saying, I just want to go ahead and fire on all my cylinders and just close things out before you can blink. Can he follow through is the big question here. Nice little early draw will go a long way for Kazakhs. If not, things might be getting a little out of hand as early as this opening turn.
Have you seen the Kazakhs' Lee Sin Poro body rune as well?
Kazakhs body rune. The
It's
altar?
hidden at the moment. Yeah, it's hidden at the moment. But when he untaps, you might catch a glimpse of it. We saw it in the last game as well. I didn't catch it out there, but this person's definitely came to play. I think I'm gonna have to pick up some custom arts myself after this game. It's what my setup is missing, I imagine.
Right, these guys heard, hey, Runes and Rift is streaming the event. Let's go ahead and bring out all the spice, bring out all the fancy cards.
All the
And that
stops.
they are. Let's go ahead and see if they bring a little bit more good luck for each of these players, as Rengar is kind of getting a slight upper hand as early as this opening turns. Because I believe it was Kha'Zix ever since the beginning did continue on pressure turn after turn. Let's see if Rengar could kind of return the favor as a challenge comes down, completely taking the Fae Folk down. But it was a 1-for-1, which is a
Wow.
necessary trade almost.
This is the kind of start that you're hoping for Rengar. Last game missing his 2 drops of Vade, sorry, his turn 1 play. Absolutely detrimental for the deck, but this is much more of a driver's seat position for him. And do you see it there, the Lee Sin Poro?
In the hand, wait, the
On
Poro?
Kha'Zix's rune.
Oh, I see it. I see it. Yeah, that is awesome. This guy really
It's
knows
so
how
good.
to customize stuff. The
How to turn-
Lee Sin Poro is adorable on that body rune. Let's see if we could get a full glimpse at it. But Trophy Hunter just gets established out to put some more battlefield presence, as he's still able to have the chosen champion in the zone available for the very next turn. So just putting some good 6 might online is never a bad idea, since you technically have to get over this Noxus hopeful. Where does he want to go to keep applying the pressure is the question. Actually, both of these players started at 1. I forgot about that. So that was Rengar up to 2, Rengar up to 3 now. I would imagine both players didn't forget their trigger, right?
Or Arena's greatest? I imagine not. I imagine especially this being undefeated players and Kha'Zix himself most likely using Arena's greatest as well. They're probably quite on it with those.
Yeah, I believe so. Even though it's a lot at stakes, I would imagine this is a friendly, not super, I mean, it's a friendly, competitive environment. So there could be a little bit of rule sharking, but, warranted rule sharking, fair rule sharking, because there is $5,000 on the line. But here we go. Kha'Zix pushing on forward, getting the second point as well. More importantly, if he has a way of bringing Kai'Sa in with the cards we've seen in the past, things like Avoid Assault, things are looking rather good. Rengar over the left, Kai'Sa over the Monster Harana as well. 1-2 punch, and you score. Very impressive stuff. That signature spell alone has been changing everything in the favor of Kha'Zix.
And even better, they're being able to pull his Rengar back to base as well. It's very scary playing a Rengar against Rengar because of the +1 that Pride Stalker allows you. So being able to get a double conquer and pull it safely back to base is a very, very strong play to make use of just that single unit.
Yeah. Yeah, there's so much value going on, as you said. You get the conquer, you get the clear on the Kai'Sa, and now back against the wall, Rengar is finding himself in Inferno, the only unit available to him. Always has the Trophy Hunter to rely on, but it might be a little bit premature. Does decide to get the Grim Apothecary. Now, I believe the tempo has shifted despite Arena's greatest Rengar going first. It is Kha'Zix will be getting this upper hand in terms of point. Question is, do you just conquer 1 to keep things at 4? Or are you just saying, let's just put as much points as you can, as many times as I can?
It is a great question. I definitely think that with a deck that has the acceleration potential that Kha'Zix has, and as we saw from previous turns, the double conquer, you don't really, need to be pushing for every point and going on to those odd numbers. He seems to think otherwise, but I think the plan he's going for here is just trying to get that 2 XP just to bring that Rengar back. The point matters less than having your units alive and well.
Yeah, I think because it's a Mr. Rui, if you had to go ahead and kind of not sacrifice, but have to kind of leave exposed the Kiana, you'd be a little bit more reluctant to do so. But because the Mr. Rui's coming in to accelerate, that is fine. You go up to 5 points yourself, not even, but just more points ahead of your opponent. Having to play a little bit of catch up, but now Rengar's turn to try his best to kind of equalize things, but the only thing he's missing is ways of kind of efficiently interacting with the back line. Challenge is, I believe, the only way of doing that for Rengar.
I've lost track on how many points we're on. So we are only slightly ahead, isn't it, for the Kazakhs player at the moment?
I
Other
have
than,
a
of course,
5-4 with this Inferno Conquer.
5-4. Wonderful. And it looks like we're going back onto the turn of the Kazakhs player here, seeing if you can hold that lead. What do you think? Do you think this is going to be a very aggressive turn, or are we just going to 6 and then saying, next turn I win if you don't stop me?
Yeah, I mean, as we keep going back to, you always have to be cognizant of the trophy hunter that is online every single turn, thanks to being the Rainguard legend. So with that in mind, you always have to be prepared for it to come down. So Inferno isn't so lonely. You could almost imagine just a Rainguard on top. So do the collective might total and then go from there. Do you even bait it out? You could go ahead and say, let's see if you deploy it out here. Kiana coming in and the Kazakhs to benefit from the single enemy right now. Plus 2 XP, plus 2 might. That's a good amount of might. I believe 10 total might incoming its way.
Very strong indeed, and getting himself to a position that even with the Rengar alone, it will not be enough to kind of stop this this conquer. So even if his only plan is to go to 6 points here, he is clearing resources from his opponent's hand if he is forcing him to use whatever combat tricks or ambush units he's got available. So it does look like we've got a response coming out. Just trying to decide on what that's going to be.
Looks like he has about 2 cards left in hand. Does decide to tap 5, which could be indicative of that Trophy Hunter we discussed, but I don't think it will be too fruitful to do so. Trophy Hunter will be at 6, Inferno at 2, so 8 to 10 currently. You're left with something like, oh, do you see what's in hand? He does have the signature spell to make his way over to the other battlefield, but that's still a dangerous game to play because the Trophy Hunter from Kazakhs is still chilling pretty in the back line to go ahead and contest it once everything's said and done. Very tricky situation Rengar's finding himself in.
Absolutely. Maybe he's thinking that he would rather drop his Rengar on the other battlefield when it's not 10 might that he's facing down and just hope his opponent doesn't have the punch first to play with. But even that would be quite a scary situation if he's playing his signature spell, playing his chosen champion, and then, doesn't quite manage to stop it and stays on 7 points, stays against 7 points rather.
Here we go, though. He's decided Thrill of the Hunt. What are the targets? Inferno over the Monastery Hirana just to score is never a bad idea. Yes, you're gonna be losing the Inferno, but you're scoring, or are you gonna be losing if you have something like a Punch Burst as the last card in hand? It might just be enough to defend for 7, and putting Kazakhs at no buffs. It's a little dangerous because you always can buff it from the XP ability from Kazakhs as well. I don't know. This is tricky, but he decided Thrill of the Hunt is his best way forward.
And it looks like he's pointing at the Grim Apothecary as well. Not quite needing to tell his opponent that he's sending it to the monastery, but he has done so. He did point that way. Very interesting situation indeed. So it looks like he perhaps is just going for the +1 might at the moment in this situation.
Oh, yeah, you're totally right. And hard bargain number 2 of the series coming down, forcing him to spend a couple more runes. But Grim Apothecary was the target. So saying a +1 that able to take down nothing. Okay. So that is the conquer up to 6 for Kazakhs. But now the showdown on the Monastery Hirana starts. So that's going to be 5 up to Grim for the Rainguard. But now, as we were kind of expecting, that kind of just opens the window for Rengar to come in. But is that what Rengar wants? Does he want his units to kind of stay on these battlefields so that he's able to interact with them? But with only a Pit Rook in the backline, 2 cards left in hand, I don't think things are looking pretty good for Rengar currently.
Definitely a tricky situation. He managed to Grim Apothecary that, or rather bounce back that Inferno with the Grim Apothecary, so he knows he's got that ambush unit available if he wants it. I think in this situation, especially with the XP gain the Kazakhs just got, being able to move his units back and say, I'm on 6 points, how are you going to stop me next turn, might be what he goes to here. So letting his opponent conquer up to, or hold up to 6 next turn himself.
Yeah, Kazakhs is currently at 6 right now. 1 push puts it up to 7, and then it puts it, as you said, conquer both these battlefields, or I'm just simply holding for my 8th and final point. I don't hate it, but he's saying, you know what? I feel confident of a potential double conquer turn. The very next turn, Kha'Zix Trophy Hunter should be able to go, make good strides in that direction. But that is 6-6 currently. But I do want to say the advantage definitely leaning towards Kha'Zix with just having the bigger, mightier units currently.
I did actually put together a Kha'Zix deck myself during Unleashed, and this showing is making me want to dust it off. It's showing what the deck wants to do, be able to provide this pressure, be able to pull the units back, and continually have those answers. Be able to say, whatever you're doing, I'm doing it better, and I'm ready for next turn as well. So it's a great showing how he got hold of that Rengar champion promo as well.
And does get a little bit further and threatening lethal on the very next turn as he ends up going to 7, saying, you know what, I know you're coming in. I know you're going to be trying to close the game out. Let me just reinforce both of these battlefields. And let's see what you got, Kha'Zix. Can you take both of these down is the question. What does he have in hand might be a bigger question. I wish we could kind of look. 2 cards remaining. Is there a punch first? I would imagine so.
We know that one of them is Inferno, so we are definitely limiting the options there of what that final card could be. But searching for the answer here on the side of the Kha'Zix player, he chose very quickly there, which is always a bad sign for your opponent.
Yeah, always. Let's see. Looks like he has an accelerated unit in the terms of a Mr. Root. That's just going to be 2 additional might, so not exactly what you want. Right now, he's praying for probably an additional Trophy Hunter. Might be the best card currently in hand. A Void Assault could be very used as well. But first things first, gave that Trophy Hunter a buff, swinging in for 7. I think that's exactly 1-for-1 trade on the Monastery. Do you have a little bit more is the question.
It is very interesting. And if this does go through, if his opponent doesn't necessarily have the answers, the Mr. Root could be beneficial in just creating that 1-versus-1 combat for the Kha'Zix. But it looks like we've got a punch first. Perhaps a Void Assault in hand as well to be able to get that massive unit across would be devastating for the Pride Stalker.
Big mech fist just flying out. Both these players playing the punch first, saying, I will not let you pass. I'm holding these success and bringing us to that game number 3. Let's go ahead and see how things pan out. Punchers on the left, punchers on the right. Final card left in hand, 2 energy left. Something like a Thrill of the Hunt kind of comes to mind, but he already made use of 1. Not too likely to have another one. Actually, it's the Inferno, isn't it?
It's the Inferno, yeah. The Grim Apothecary bounced earlier, so a potential additional 2 might from the Inferno and the Pride Stalker buff. So playing it now just give that +1 over there, making it not a trade, but a 1 combat if nothing comes through from the Kha'Zix player.
Oh, this could be devastating for Kha'Zix. Is he out of combat tricks? Any might manipulation currently is what he's hoping for and saying, not today. Rengar holding strong, saying, I won't allow you to get either of these battlefields, or at the minimum won't let you get one of these battlefields, because that Grim Apothecary with no cards in hand, I think he's going nowhere but the trash very, very soon. And I think you're out of options in terms of double conquering. And with that said, that's 7 to 8th, right? What does he have to take care of 3 units on arenas?
I think the only thing that comes to my mind is Void Assault. Being able to push the Rengar back to base while also moving your Kha'Zix across will make it a 4-versus-3 combat, and that would clear the game. If he had that, I think we would have seen it by now. So let's see what he's got to play with.
Oh, the Fizz, the Void Assault. But wait, didn't you have to conquer Monastery first and then Void Assault?
You would have needed to. In fact, it would have been a 6-versus-3 combat if that is what he did.
Oh my goodness, you would have got the 6 might, 2 XP. Oh, I believe the sequencing a little bit out of order. Conquer Monastery first, get the Conquer there. Void Assault the Rengar back. Void Assault your own Kha'Zix in, and that is a GG. Missing the winning line doesn't feel good, especially considering the fact that... Wait a second.
So what was he seen instead?
He found another line. Respect to that. Actually, no, he can't double conquer. No, he missed the line. He had lethal this
He's got
turn.
the Mr. Root. He's got the Mr. Root.
True. You're totally right. He found the line.
but that's just a trade rather than a conquer. So I think I definitely would have liked to see the conquer on Modern Day first, and then the Void Assault across, unless I'm missing something.
Oh, you're 100% right. That was just a trade. I guess, we have to give them some slack, right? It's so much easier to see these lines when we have the all-knowing vision here in the commentary booth. We see exactly what's in each player's hand, and it's a little bit easier that we're not in the hot seat, right? When you're on the feature table and a couple people are watching you online, it gets a little bit nerve-wracking. Darius punch first, and that is a GG Rengar wrapping things up and tying things. Can you believe it, Danny? That was Kha'Zix's game to win.
Yeah, it feels quite bad. It's unfortunate, but that's like you say, when you're in the hot seat, it is easily done.
Yeah, and PK, you're 100% right. That was Enter the Monastery, Conquer, Play Fizz, Void Assault the Rengar back, Void Assault your Kha'Zix in, and just like that, that's a 2-0 sweep. But you know what? He wanted to give us a game 3. He said, you know what? No, maybe I wouldn't say he purposely misplayed. jokingly, of course, but nonetheless.
He went to go back on his play and he went, actually, you know what? I haven't shown off my custom third battlefield yet. Let's go. Let's get it done. That's what he decided.
For sure. And hey, Alex, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in, guys. We are tuning into the $5,000 Grand Summoner Skirmish over in Hof Germany, hosted by Games Island. We're here in round number 4. Kha'Zix versus Rengar, entering this final game number 3. Kha'Zix 1 game down, Rengar 1 game down. Granted, Kha'Zix technically should be 2-0, but this is a perfect game to kind of look back and analyze what you could have done better, because there was a clear sequence mistake that could have changed his entire series. If he loses this, he's going to be kicking himself for weeks to come.
I think so, especially of course in this battle for pride that we have, Kha'Zix versus Rengar, a competition deeper than just 5k. You got to represent your side there.
Definitely represented indeed. And it looks like, to close things out, another custom artwork from our Kha'Zix players, Zon, Warrens, and Star Springs to close things out. Let me go ahead and add this.
Okay, yeah.
What are we expecting in this final game 3, Danny?
I would have misplayed to show off that Zon Warrens as well. I think that is gorgeous. What are we expecting to see? I think I'm surprised to not see Arena's Greatest on the side of the Kha'Zix as well. But such a very impactful card, that Zon Warrens, with Mr. Root being able to come in quite fast, being able to fill your grave for Fizz. I think that is something that's going to work for Kha'Zix a lot more than for the Rengar, whereas the Star Spring can benefit both sides very, very well. I think we're going to see this game go to whoever gets out an Irresistible Faith Folk first.
Right, we'll see exactly what comes down. And for the first time in the series, Determined Sentry making his appearance. Usually you use it as a pit rookie, a pseudo pit rookie. You just play for 1 energy, get a turn buff, not literal buff, but a nice little might increase thanks to the Rengar legend ability. But now this is what Determined Sentry is also used for, the potential to get off the races as early as possible. Double conquer turn, and if you're able to do that just 3 more times, that's you getting this final game 3 in your direction. So the only caveat being is I don't think either's unit's going to be sticking around, as a simple buff from something like a pit rookie we'll be able to go ahead and get right over the top of the hopeful. But that's barren. There's no additional combat tricks, right? So just takes a nice little conquer for now for the Rengar player. And 2, I'm wondering if he's going to trigger Star Spring. At the minimum, does he have enough for Rengar? That he does. He has 5 energy exact. Never mind.
So triggering the Star Spring on the opponent's turn just to have that Rengar take its place is something that's very powerful. I think I'd definitely rather being in Rengar's position here, with the Kha'Zix missing the 2-drop and then being forced to recycle a rune just to get a unit out. I think he is in a much slower position right now compared to what the Rengar's showing.
Definitely. Let's go ahead and see how he ends out that turn. He has a nice little pouty portal just to continue developing the board. I don't hate it. You do want to kind of keep some runes up, but it's kind of early. If you don't have any combat tricks of your own, there's no point of bluffing. I don't see exactly what's left in hand. We see the Poro. Are you able to make it out? Okay, I see a challenge. And is that a Forerunner? I don't think we see that all series long.
Is it the challenge here just to remove the Kiana, do you think? It looks like it is the case.
An expensive challenge thanks to the deflect, but a worthy investment. It looks like he decided on. You get the Rengar Legibility on your turn, so might as well utilize it while you can and make sure your opponent doesn't have anything going forward. But a Kiana number 2 getting dropped down, but that is a huge tempo loss and could be the game deciding tempo loss as Rengar holding up to 4 points. Halfway mark has been met. Oh my goodness, we blink and Rengar's almost threatening to close this game out pretty soon.
And he's moving so fast as well, readying his runes, getting that point on the board. He's feeling it. He knows that he's in a very strong position at this current point in the game. Point advantage, rune advantage, board advantage, it is going to be difficult to overcome.
Yeah, perhaps not having the some good cards in the beginning of this game. Recycles 2 more. He's saying, who needs runes? I'm playing the Renekton colors. I'm getting a little bit prepared for it. Challenge number 2, Kiana number 2 going down. Very impressive stuff. I think, as we said before, expensive, but a worthwhile investment. I did not expect this. Determined Sentry does stick around just to hold. Things are getting a little bit out of hand. Mr. Root is okay, but is it really okay? Trophy Hunter's okay, but you have a Noxus Hopeful prepared to take him down going the very next turn. This is the danger zone territory for Kha'Zix.
Absolutely. The third turn in a row, we've seen him drop a 4-drop and recycle a rune and not really have much more to follow up with. Unless he's got a big play here, we're going to be seeing 6 points from the Rengar next turn. This is going to be a mammoth task.
Yeah, mammoth turn indeed. Had the prettier cards, but didn't see these cards when it mattered most in this game number 3. Now he's 100% gonna be haunted by that sequencing error. But we could all learn, error or not, we're all trying to improve in Riftbound with each and every tournament we compete in. So this is definitely something you could take forward, or take away going forward as Rengar going up to 6 point, 1 for the hold, 1 for the conquer, and just 1 more turn away from closing out game number 3 in a record-breaking time, which felt like maybe 5 minutes tops.
Where are we at in the round time as well? Are we playing fast to beat the time? Got plenty of time as well. This is just playing fast because he's on Rengar and that's what he wants to do.
And real quick, Shen Ku will be posting the deck list after the event. It's closed deck list, so no deck lists are shared, but I'll go ahead and reach out to Dubby Keen, who's working the back end between Games Island and Runes and Rift here. So actually maybe we could get the deck list, and then when we do the single uploads like we tend to do for all our events, I'll add the deck list in the video description and the pinned comment for you guys, all right? Let's see though, what can Kha'Zix do from here? I think Void Assault might be step 1, but other than that, things are getting rather tricky.
Especially with all the deramp of his only units being these power costed cards, it's been very difficult for him to get anything online here, and I don't think he's going to have the resources to really hold off whatever the Rengar is able to do to close out this game. But we'll see what he's got to do it. He looks like he's got something in mind.
Has a book of hand, has a grip of hand right now. Does get the straightforward conquer that he should have done the previous turn. So believe it or not, Danny, that's the first point for Kha'Zix.
It is hard to believe, but with the might on the board now, he's able to at least survive a Rengar Trophy Hunter coming in if he wants to try something like a Void Assault to get across. Did he miss the trick on the Zormons? Is he thinking about it now? I just saw him move his runes.
Yeah, Kiana's still at the top, so he hasn't discarded one. So thinking about the trigger right now, does decide to pitch the Void Assault, which tells me he most likely has an additional Void Assault because that has been the MVP card for 2 games in a row. Could have been the game-winning card in the very last turn. What does he have in mind? Okay, that's what he has in mind. The Fizz to kind of just bring things back.
It's what I love about Warns in this deck, that if you're pitching a spell, it's not there forever. The fizzes are so impactful.
Yeah, for a moment there, I almost thought that Fizz will be hit from the ban list just announced yesterday, but I'm kind of happy. I want to see Fizz get kind of broken in things like Kennen. maybe Mel, but for the time being, it feels okay. Even though Diana and Ezreal and apparently Kha'Zix makes such excellent use of the guy, I don't think it's completely broken just yet, but definitely one of the stronger purple cards currently in Riftbound.
Definitely, and it looks like he's trying to clear absolutely everything here. So you're likely seeing the punch first in hand, maybe even more additional might, because he needs to get over the threat of the Rengar as well. So Grim Resolve to start. That's 9, 10 might. 10 might against 9.
I like the play, I like the ambition, but this could be temporary mini successes here. Yes, you could go up to 2, but keep in mind, Trophy Hunter is just kind of waiting in the wings saying, okay, let's let you tap out. Green Resolve does add a good amount. You're able to clear my board, but wait a second. Rengar comes in for 6. Kha'Zix with the buff actually defends for 7, doesn't he?
I think so. He does, but Rengar comes in for 7 as well because of the
true,
Pride
Rengar
Stalker.
legend.
Yeah, so perhaps that's what he's thinking about here. If he drops the Rengar, even a punch first is not going to save the Kha'Zix. It would put it to 15 might versus 16 for the side of Rengar. So yeah, very important point in the game for both players.
Yeah, quite indeed a pivotal moment. If this showdown goes the Kha'Zix way, if he's able to keep some combat tricks online as well, this could be the stabilization point. Despite being a 5-point differential between these two players, little by little he could try to mount a comeback, but honestly, you can give Kha'Zix a good amount of breathing room from this position. 3 turns at that, or let's see, if he's at 2 here, 3 turns would be winning. So 2 turns of you just kind of developing your back line and then go all in, pushing forward on that final turn could be something that he does have the option to do, but potentially having something else in mind. Is the Trophy Hunter coming down?
He is, and he's got a very sneaky idea here if he chooses to go for it. I don't want to spoil the idea. Okay, so he is going for that big defense. He had an option there of playing it onto the Fizz to conquer on his opponent's turn to 7 and hold to 8, and that would be very interesting.
Perhaps trying to deny the double conquer himself, but I like what you're saying, Danny.
Oh, double punch first, so he is punished for it. And was that GG on the side of the Kha'Zix? No cards or minimal cards in hand for the Rengar player.
Wait, calling it quits when Kha'Zix was simply at 2 points? He just kind of saw the writing on the walls, has 0 units left in hand. I'm wondering, was the play even going to be successful with the Trophy Hunter on the Fizz because of the double punch first? I think it was a big fat no, right?
Perhaps the other thing to consider then, this is what I thought initially. If his opponent decided to use the Void Reaver trigger to pull Kha'Zix out, you can respond, activate ability. You could respond to that activate ability to drop the Trophy Hunter onto the Kha'Zix while it's still at that battlefield, because at that point it would be too late for the Kha'Zix player to decide not to pull it out. He's already activated the ability, and then the Kha'Zix is at base. The Rengar is essentially conquering an open battlefield at that point, and he would have had a very similar kind of plan there.
Oh, I think we misspoke. I believe he looked like he played the double punch first, but I wasn't paying attention to the actual runes. Thank you, chat. So John is in chat saying he conceded because he couldn't actually play the second punch first. So the Rengar Trophy Hunter was enough. You hold to 7, you threw the hunt over the other battlefield for 8, and just like that, as I was expecting, Rengar just firing way too fast from the gate, and he will be moving forward as an undefeated Rengar as we've crossed well past the halfway point. 7 total rounds of Swiss, and that was round 4, so 3 more rounds. Can we get a Rengar in top 8? That would be fun.
That would be very awesome. And I'd love to see this Kha'Zix player come back as well. It's a shame to take a loss in the 4th round, but he's still 3-1. He's still playing very well from what we've seen. Just the one misplay and the very poor start in game 3 that let him down.
Definitely, but I believe there's just about 12 or so minutes left in the round. Do we want to go ahead and get a little sneak, a little glimpse at the China regional, Danny, or do we just take a little bit of a break?
Oh, I mean, I've had my second coffee in me. I'm ready to keep going. If you are as well, if the chat wants to see it, I'd love to do this German Chinese flip flop that we've got going on.
That's even if the national's still going on. Oh, and we're catching it at the worst time. It look. Oh, we might be catching it at a good time, Danny. Let's go ahead and tune in. Chat, it looks like it's a Pike versus a Leona about 20 minutes in. So, guys, we're waiting for round number 5 of the 5K here in Hof Germany. In the meantime, instead of putting you guys to a waiting soon screen, let's go check out what the Beijing National has in store for us here in round, I believe. Wait, let me just throw you to the scene here. Where does it say the round? I'm trying to look at the UI where the round is. Usually there's a round. I believe this is round 7. It would make sense to me.
It couldn't possibly be 12, could it? Because that's the number I'm seeing above the points. That could potentially be it, but it's far too early in the tournament for that, isn't it?
No, round 12's tomorrow. So we'll definitely be streaming the Beijing National Open tomorrow if you guys want to tune in. But this should today day 1 is only 8 rounds.
Okay, so definitely not sure what the 12 at the top is signifying. I don't think there's a better time to tune in than to see what Leona is doing in Unleashed, especially to get to this stage of the tournament, to be on the feature match of potentially round 7. He's definitely cooked something up.
Yeah, 5 wins, 1 loss. I believe China does it where the loss is in the middle, which a lot of people get confused because usually the loss is at the, or the tie is in the middle, but the loss is in the middle for China. I believe that's what people have translated before. So just 1 loss on this Leona, which is pretty unconventional. We don't get to see it. What's that card down there? Is that I guess it's an honest broker with the glare. I can't make it out too much.
Honest broker. For sure. Have you ever played Riftel Plus?
Riftel? What kind of game is that? Is that a League of Legends game?
No, it's Wordle, but for Riftbound cards. I'd love to give it a shout out. It's absolutely incredible. You can find it just by Googling Riftel. And they've got a few different games on there. They're all daily. You can guess the card by the text. You can play the classic kind of Wordle thing where you type in Honest Broker and it says, no, it's not a unit. It's not 2 cost, but it is from Spirit Forged. And you kind of like work your way towards the card. The thing that made me think about it is they've got one where it shows you a very, very blurry picture of the art, and you've got to guess what it is, and it gets slowly less blurry as your guesses are incorrect. So perhaps I'm practiced at telling what these cards are with the glare on them.
Right. I don't think I've ever played this game. In the meantime, guys, I am getting confirmation that it is down to the final 5 minutes left in round number 4. So a little bit of overtime and then pairings, and then we could get back in the 5K action. As I say that, let me go ahead and tag the next set of casters just to make sure they're up and ready to get things going if we need them. So I'm going to say, we'll pay attention to this game now, but I'll do that on the back end. Mind Splitter, Bring Your Thunder Song. I'm liking this Pike build, a little bit more of a late game build.
Yeah, you see Pike built a few different ways at the moment, don't you? You've got the very aggressive hand removal, big use of like Falling Stars and Fizzes to replay it, like using all your runes just to get rid of your opponent's stuff. But you would very rarely see things like Mind Splitter or Brynhir in those very aggressive builds. But this seems to be working out for him. I mean, 5-1 at the moment, holding his own against the Leona, who's knocking on the door of victory. Game 1, as we're seeing.
Yeah, very first game, still about 23 minutes in, so a lot of Riftbound left to be played. Right now, the slight upper hand in terms of the point department will be favoring this Leona. But right now, in terms of board state, heavily favoring our Pike player, and he has seen enough Leona despite being 1 point up. There's nothing you can do to stop the Pike train from getting that game number 1. And we're doing a good time. It looks like we're going to get a fresh game to start things off. But honestly, chat, just to prepare you guys, I don't think we're going to be able to finish the game. It's already overtime. So we're pretty much moments away. So let's not hype it up too much. But also, we probably want to take a little bit of a break as well. I do want to give Danny the opportunity to get a little shout outs here. Do we do it now, or do we even kind of tease chat? Do we tease you guys with the beginning of the game, or is it better to kind of not even get our hopes up?
I think while they're in their downtime, we can maybe do shout outs to send me off, and if we've got the time, you know, if there's a lot of overtime for the German 5K, we can perhaps just catch what Leon is doing in the early game, perhaps at least.
Okay, we'll see a little bit of Leona early game. The only reason I say that I need a little bit of a break is I need to prepare the scene on the back end, but I'll be able to do that almost on the fly, so it shouldn't be too long. So we should be good to go. And something to note, guys, that guy on our right-hand side, I was checking the stream. Yeah, I didn't flip this scene. So it is on our right hand looking at him. That is the 2-time Chinese champion. Won a regional, just the most recent regional with Irelia. And then he was actually the Spirit Forge national champion, which he also won with Irelia. So that guy is very experienced. One of the best Irelia players in the world. Interesting that they got him casting rather than playing, because I would imagine he's itching to play.
Absolutely. With those kind of accolades behind you, you'd want to make it one more, wouldn't you?
I wonder if there's the EV of casting over there, like the payout was a little bit better than not. You know, maybe you could have won, maybe not. It's a little tough to do so. But if there's one player that can do it, it will be a back-to-back champion. But cool to have him in the commentary booth. I did notice, I know for Legends of Runeterra, Alan ZQ was a previous caster as well. I was looking through some videos of Legend of Runeterra just to see how the game was casted, and it was a whole lot of Alan ZQ, so maybe we'll see a little bit of that in the future from Alan, but for now, I think he's just having fun being a competitor.
I mean, more than just fun, isn't it? He's finding such an incredible amount of success, and with a player as knowledgeable of the game as him, I'd be happy seeing him play, but I'd much more happy, just as much love to see him talking on a caster's desk as well.
Yeah, even though we don't speak Mandarin and we can't truly hear, we can respect it that what he's saying is a nice golden information for these Chinese players. One day we'll get like little live translation, but I don't know if the tech is there just yet. For now, it looks like we're going to be diving into that game number 2, Leona versus Pike. Pike already won game up, so Leona a little bit on the back foot, but she will be on the play, which honestly, thinking about it, being on the play means you're not first to stun, if you know what I mean, right, Danny? Because you stun units on the battlefield, but you're actually going to be the first one on these battlefields. Is that something that Leona wants to keep in mind, or does every deck just necessarily want to go first?
I think even if you want to play quite reactively, I couldn't see you wanting to go second. Being able to get those honest brokers as we see now, being able to get in those situations where you could have that presence that allows you to ambush in the champion is very strong. But I do have a player in my community that I'd love to shout out who in the Spirit Forge stage would always choose to go second, and he found a lot of success with it. He very much cracked that mindset of going second and playing reactively. Yeah, I know. I'd never. It's beyond me. It's beyond the way that my mind works. But it worked for him very well. So you never know.
And our Leona player looks locked and loaded with the hat pseudo beanie. A little interesting style from him. But we'll see if that keeps him keeps the lights literally out of his eyes, as it is Trifarian War Camp. So a little bit of a gold wide potential strategy from Leona. Similar to how yellow-ish decks like Rek'Sai can do. Does he have cards like Manufacturer, Captain Vanguard? What is this Trifarian War Camp about? I'm interested in it.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I mean, yellow, of course, one of the decks has the greatest potential of being able to go wide, but Leona is not necessarily a strategy where I would have imagined it having that situation of being able to really utilize it.
Yeah, seems pretty cool. Now on the side of Pike, it looks like besides being a bit of a later game, other than that, he's still going for the bit more of a control-y game plan. That's what Pike tends to do best. But here we go, boys and girls. Game number 2. Can Leona get the upper hand? Or is Pike just going to be posing too much of a threat and coming away with that 2-0 to start things off? A nice little lonely Poro. And we're casting like we're gonna see the whole game. Chat, I'm warning you, or maybe warning is the wrong word. I'm preparing you guys, or be prepared rather. We're not gonna be able to catch the whole game, unfortunately. So keep in mind.
The Bewitching Spirit coming out early, even if we do have that longer game, not using all your runes planned from Pike, it's still using these fan favorite strategies of ripping your opponent's whole hand. So we'll have to see what the Leona wants the least here.
Yeah,
Seems to be thumbing the Honest Broker at the moment.
Thinking about it, so we'll see what he wants to go ahead and pitch from the Bewitching Spirit. Such a annoying card, but a great card if you're the one playing it. So it does decide on the discipline, even though it was kind of regenerating itself. Looks like that was the least card he wanted. And oh my goodness, the spice is through the roof right now for Leona. Are we
That is
seeing
not
it
something you see
right?
every day.
Yeah, Define Judgment in a Leona build. Choose one unit, one gear, one. I believe that's it, right? One unit, one gear, one rune, or is it two runes?
There's two of each. Cards in
Two of
hand,
each.
runes, units, and gear. So probably a very good answer to Bewitching Spirit in a sense that it's like, well, I don't care that you've taken me down to 2 cards in hand. I'm gonna drag you down to my level. Is perhaps this game plan here, completely shutting off the benefit they're getting from Bewitching Spirit by equalizing things.
Yeah, as you said, the great equalizer. So I am very excited to see if that gets off, but I don't know how advantageous is actually going to be because Leona doesn't seem like the most early game deck. But honestly, thinking about it a little further, because you're a Triforian War Camp, maybe you are a little bit more situated for an early game rather than your opponent with those Mind Splitters, with those Bring Your Thunder songs, and a handful of spells is what Pike has to work with currently. 2 Falling Stars and acceptable losses. No units. Luckily, you always have your chosen champ, but not liking what he's saying. He's kind of weighing out his options. Do you just spend the Falling Stars on the Leona? It looks like he's saying yes.
Yeah, I think doing so is pretty good, especially then being able to either conquer the other battlefield or playing another spell to challenge this Lonely Poro. When your opponent's tapped out, being able to completely clear their board and say, I'm in the driver's seat is a good situation to be in if you're in that kind of controlling position as Pike.
And spending the last rune, it looks like he's going to be readying the Pike champ as well, saying, let's go ahead and contest the Lonely Poro. Take advantage that Leona's completely tap out. Get a 1-2 conquer here. 1 for the Spirit, 1 for the Pike. And getting a nice little point tempo advantage. Leona not really known for her accelerated potential. You don't have access to their Fury, which is notorious for their accelerate ability as well, but not really cards to do so. This could be a potential double hold as well, followed by this conquer. So this is why Pike just a little bit too strong. Maybe a little bit of a bad matchup for Leona, at least this type of build.
Potentially so. I mean, we do see a little acceleration in their hand in their signature spell, Zenith Blade. Not one that you see very often. Of course, you didn't see Leona, but if you're unaware about what Zenith Blade does, it allows you to move one of your units into a battlefield, as well as stunning an enemy unit there as well. In doing so, giving your unit a buff from the legend. So it's equalizing this battlefield at 4-4 while stunning the Pike. So a nice little tempo shift there.
All this maneuverability, similar to what we just saw from the Void Assault in that previous Kazi versus Rengar build, but adding a little extra bit of value with the stun, as you mentioned. And of course, Leona Legend, when you stun, you get an additional +1, which did get added to the Honest Broker. And now, passing back over, you do have Starcross, a Falling Star that he has number 2, but he doesn't even have the Fury runes to make use of. So decides on the Void Seeker that does the job equally as well, on top of drawing an additional card. This is getting a little bit out of hand. Pike, with all due respect, is making it look like light work currently.
Definitely so. And with the double power cost of Zenith Blade, it pushes us back just another turn from before we're going to see that almighty equalizer, the Divine Judgment. So whether that's going to come into play to curb what the Pike is being able to do here in terms of control, we'll have to see.
And guys, I am getting confirmation from Dubby, our Our friend on the ground at Games Island giving us confirmation that it is still overtime because there's an infinite loop Lux in the mix out in this 5K, and he is taking all the time currently in overtime.
And when you say a Lux as well, you're absolutely right there. There is one that Lux at this event, and it seems that it must be the infinite combo.
Yeah, it is the infinite combo. But yeah, guys, for anyone tuning in like Anu Biz TCG, this is the Beijing National Open. We were streaming Beijing National Open since about 9 hours ago now, but we had to cut it short because we had to tune into the 5K. We're on a break from the 5K, so hence we're tuning in back to the Beijing National. So it's either you're watching a waiting soon screen or we're getting some live Riftbound action. Which the choice is pretty clear to me, but you're totally right. This is not the 5K, but we're on a bit of a break as round 5 is getting prepared currently.
So another spirit coming out here to rip a card from hand, and this is where we get to a very make or break situation as well, because the Leona is going up to 7 runes, which, correct me if I'm wrong, is the cost of the Divine Judgment. But his opponent as well will be going up to 7 runes himself, which is the cost of the Mind Splitter that we know is in his hand. So the Leona can make this decision now to play out the Divine Judgment, equalize things while they don't necessarily have a play in hand, or they don't have enough runes rather to make a play to follow it up, or they can allow or think that they can use it later and instead allow that Mind Splitter to come and take it away.
Yeah, I think it's going to go exactly as you said. The Mind Splitter might just be coming down on this very turn, taking away the Divine Judgment, because right now Leona is kind of preparing herself for a potential Divine Judgment. You get rid of your runes, but then things like Tasty Faithfolk able to go ahead and regenerate your rune economy once it dies, allowing you to channel 2 runes as well as draw an additional card as well, right?
Yeah, so get those runes back, and of course already have it out on the field, so not wanting to leave it in hand and have no runes to play it after the Divine Judgment. So we'll have to see what the kind of heads up play is here. I doubt the Pike would be expecting the Divine Judgment. We'll have to see if that Mind Splitter does come out to stop it from taking effect.
Oh, are you saying he's going to be a little bit greedy and not even deploy out the Mind Splitter? Not expecting something like that, but I believe... Oh, he's not.
Yeah, here we go.
Going for just Tasty Faithful, which is not bad because you're getting rid of runes now rather than later after the Divine Judgment. Or you're getting rid before the Divine Judgment comes online.
It's very interesting. It certainly is a mind game situation, isn't it? Where they don't know that they've got the answers in each other's hands. They like the Divine Judgment and the Mind Splitter, they're hidden information. Are they going to be played is the question.
Yeah, I would imagine a bit of tech coming out. Divine Judgment, maybe not the worst in this position because you honestly have no units to your name. So you probably want to go ahead and develop some units being the Scuttle Crab, but not too effective at conquering. Yes, you could put a little bit of points on the table that's not occupied, but you're not going to be doing very much following that. So let's see what he has in mind. 2 more energy. Tactical Retreat, not the best of cards, a little bit more defensive end where he wants to desperately be more on the offensive front. So things are not looking too good currently for Leona, but can she show us how she's managed to go 5 wins, 1 loss going into this round 7? Yeah, because 5 1 is 6. Going into the second to last round of the Beijing Open.
Doing very well for themselves, definitely so. So instead here choosing to get the stuns out, be able to start developing some units, draw some more cards to get answers, rather than dropping out that Divine Judgment. Perhaps feeling that they aren't in too bad of a situation with the amount of runes they've got and the amount of cards in hand that they have.
We'll see exactly if Pike wants to go ahead and play the Mind Splitter we were discussing about before. Would be able to go ahead and rip the Divine Judgment, which we keep coming back to. But realistically, is it really that great of a play? You're kind of negging yourself in terms of rune. Yes, you keep 2 units, but your 2 units are a broker and a crab. So 2 collective might not doing very much. If another unit, especially like a big boy like Mind Splitter comes down, 2 Mind Splitters. Okay. Now It's working. I feel like Pike definitely in a good position from here. I would only be inclined to go ahead and play Mind Splitter. That way you just have full information what you have to work with or work against going forward. So I don't see any other way unless there's something else in hand that we haven't seen.
It seems like a lot of the old tricks, isn't it? We see these. I saw a piercing light. It's more removal, more ways to deal with the opponent's cards.
And man, Danny, this Infinite Lux Looper might be taking so long because I'm not getting any confirmation. Actually, I'm getting a little bit of message here from Dubby. Hasn't pressed enter. We see, Discord has a little ... when they're typing. So we could be moments away. So chat, we have the option Lux versus Annie or Diana versus Azir. I have a clear pick, but chat, we'll give you guys the pick as well. Danny, you get a vote in here too. What are we feeling?
I mean, if they're making us wait, I kind of want to see what we're waiting for. Part of me wants to see this Lux. But I know that it's certainly not quite the viewer sport as Diana versus Azir is going to be. There's going to be a lot less intrigue. So I think that might be.
They said they also have an undefeated Jinx. Chat, what do we say? Do we want to see an undefeated Jinx or Lux versus Annie? It'll be Jinx versus Master Yi for round number 5, both undefeated. Diana versus Azir. Night Fighter, give me Jinx. Okay. All right, I'll tell W the Jinx.
The way you asked if you wanted to see an undefeated Jinx feels like the way that, a sports commentator might be like, are you guys ready to see this game? It's like, of course we want to see undefeated Jinx. What other option is there?
A bit of a no-brainer. Chat, we'll go ahead and leave this game on. I'm going to go ahead and go on the back end. Before we do so, though, let's head real quick to the commentary booth. Danny, I want to go ahead and give you your time to give us any little final closing remarks, any final shout-outs, because that was a fantastic 2 rounds. Hopefully, it kind of flew by the same way it flew by for me, because those are some good games.
They were amazing. I'm so glad to be given this opportunity again. So thank you very much as always. They've been phenomenal games, and it's always fun to be able to commentate them and be part of that.
For sure. Stellar job. Looking forward to doing a little bit more casting with you down the road. But for now, chat, let's go ahead and take a quick little 3 to 5 minute break as round 5 gets prepared. I'll leave this running on the waiting soon screen so you guys can kind of see how it goes down. Of course, it won't be casted, but at the minimum, you're able to see how it's kind of progressing on. But Danny, thank you so much again, and I'll see you in a future event. All right.
Thank you very much. I'm able to make some quick shout outs.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That was my moment, and I missed it. All my hair's an absolute mess. I do have a YouTube channel up now. Wonderful. I've only got one video there at the moment. Yeah, I know. I got some good success on a video showing off a first place Vex list from a winner box at the start of Unleashed, and then I never made another video, so that's bad on me. But before long, I should have another video coming. There's a bit of an in-depth guide about drafting in Riftbound, how you might do it with your community, specifically with a cube. So if you're interested with that idea there of building your own cube, it is one of the most fun I've had recently playing Riftbound. It's amazing, and if you want to hype yourself up for that, not just subscribing to me, but you can check out Riftbound Felipe. He's a friend of mine and an absolutely amazing content creator who has shown off some of the cube gameplay already. So check him out. Subscribe if you want to see how to build your own cube and do some drafting in Riftbound.
Nice. And Ojama, where can they find your YouTube? Is it simply Ojama Boy on YouTube, or is it something else?
Ojama Boy _RB. I'll put a little wave in the chat so you can find me.
Nice. Go ahead. There it is. So guys, his YouTube is right there. Might as well throw him a sub and see what content he's going to be providing the community going forward. But thank you, Dan. Let's go ahead and get a nice little break, and then we'll bring in our next set of casters. I'm going to be hitting the back line for the remaining of the tournament, as I've been going already. This is 3 rounds into this tournament, but I already did 8 hours in the Beijing regional. I don't know how I'm holding up, but guys, pray for your boy that I don't fall asleep at the desk, because I am definitely feeling it a little bit. But we'll be right back for round number 5.
Bye-bye.
All right, welcome back to Runes and Rift. We are jumping in to the 5K in Germany, round number 5 here shortly. We'll have a nice matchup going for you today. I am joined with Night Fighter 7. How you doing, Night Fighter?
I am doing fantastic, especially because I've just been told we are going to have a Jinx matchup. Jinx is my favorite
Nice.
legend, favorite character in League of Legends. I absolutely adore Jinx. I am so excited to see what Jinx is able to do going undefeated in 4 rounds.
Yeah, not too bad. All right, looks like we're actually all ready to get that underway. And you said we got the Jinx on one side. Across the way is Master Yi of the Proving Grounds, our Wuju Bladesman. So one of the premier decks in the format right now, going against one of the lesser represented decks in the format. Let's see if this Jinx player has found the secret sauce to this matchup to get him all the way up to 4-0 going into this round number 5. Starting out, looks like our battlefields here will be Forge of the Fluffed for our Jinx and a Seat of Power for Master Yi. As the turn 1 play will be a Lonely Poro for Master Yi. So we have Yi on the play in round number 1 of this best of 3.
So Forge of the Fluff is interesting. That would make me think that this Jinx is going to be running Blighted Battle Axe, as there's not a lot of other gear Jinx is especially keen to be running.
Okay, nothing like a long sword or...
Longsword is okay, but Jinx, as we've seen so often with Fury, struggles to defend anyway, making Longsword slightly less useful, as you're probably still going to lose your unit if you're defending.
Fair enough. See the Lonely Poro move on into that Forge of the Fluff to get the first conquer of the round, and a Pit Rookie deployed to base, giving that Lonely Poro a buff, making him a little bit more difficult to clear out of there. Traveling Merchant, having only that 2 might, will need a little bit of assistance if they want to get that conquer at the Forge of the Fluff, but it will be just a move over to the Seat of Power, discarding a Noxus Hopeful for the move, discard draw trigger. Getting our first point over at the Seat of Power. It's 1-1 now. Let's see where we go from here. Looks like it'll be a deploy of a seal into another seal. We have 1 floating. Going to be tapping out all the remaining runes plus our 1 floating and a seal to deploy. I imagine a Darius for 5 and a red. Yep, Darius oh no, actually Katarina. So this could be a totally different build than we're expecting at all. A hidden reliant build of Jinx playing around Katarina.
I mean, it makes sense. Hidden cards work very well with Jinx wanting to have a small hand size. I had not seen a Katarina specifically in any Jinx deck, so that is interesting.
Yeah, that is really cool. I mean, Katarina is not a card that has got to see a ton of play in the format thus far, but one that I hope will see some more play as time goes on and we get more powerful hidden cards. And in this instance, it does, like you say, make perfect sense for a Jinx deck to want to play something like this. If they're going on a hidden strategy in which they can take extra advantage of by getting that draw off the legend ability by hiding cards and depleting their hand quickly, might as well play a card that is revolved around the hidden mechanic like Katarina to get even more value.
I mean, we can even just see in this turn that the Jinx was able to remove 4 cards from hand and is down to the 1 card for the Jinx legend.
Yeah, great point. We're already seeing the Jinx Legend going to be activated on the second turn here or third turn rather, but it is now, we are already going off on the Katarina. We revealed the Pike in response to the Pit Rookie in order to ping the targeted Pit Rookie 4-2 with the Katarina effect and get the kill before the buff could be applied, but discipline being activated in response. So 2 damage does still go across. This is a 4 or now 5 might pit rookie with 2 damage on it. Won't be able to clear away this battlefield without going down itself. But now with that 5 might, has exactly what he needs to be able to clear both the pike and the treasure hunter. Of course, already controlling the Forge of the Fluff means we are going to get a draw off this Seat of Power too if we can get the Conquer, but unfortunately, only a clear.
Yeah, we do see there was a discipline in hand, but disciplining twice on that pit rookie is probably a bit overzealous, as the Katarina can then presumably kill the pit rookie on the next turn, assuming this Jinx gets something in hand to push out quickly. And Jinx being part of the Fury domain, she does have a lot of accelerate and a lot of aggressive cards. Inferna, Cleave, I mean, even just Katarina would be enough to trade into that pit rookie.
We also have the Chosen Champ there. We could see accelerated out as well. Of course, having that discard 2 on play would get us right back into that 1 card in hand to be able to facilitate the legend draw at the next beginning phase. So seeing now that it will be the Blighted Battle Axe that you mentioned previously, and I'm gonna equip it on over to our Katarina, who moves into the Seat of Power, needing to get that Conquer in order to remain attached and not have it come off and deal 4 to the Katarina. So not even going to risk trying to defeat this Lonely Poro, who would have, of course, been at 5 might with that discipline being threatened as well, brought it up to 7. Could have been able to get there with the Katarina, but didn't even want to go for it and risk something even worse happening, like maybe a punch first.
Yeah, so Katarina at 9 with a punch first, that Lonely Poro would be able to kill her still. So just saying, you know what, I am going to go over to the Seat of Power instead. The hidden card can be used as a reaction here to snipe the pit rookie. And specifically in this matchup, that's actually really helpful. Normally 2 damage from the Katarina isn't enough to, I guess, be strong enough to remove cards, but here you can very comfortably ping these lower might units that Master Yi likes to play, because the Master Yi is so reliant on the +2 while defending to make small units better. But with the ping not relying on them defending, you're able to snipe things before the Master Yi can do anything about it.
Yeah, a very great tech option in this matchup. Obviously, it's been very powerful for, or a very powerful way to attack the matchup in general for Fury decks, is to try and deal with these units outside of combat to not have to worry about that +2, like you mentioned. And Katarina being able to do that quite a few times more than a typical Fury deck might, thanks to how many hidden cards and how many procs you can facilitate on this Katarina. Seems really well positioned into the matchup, as now we see that come to pass with another pike being revealed, sniping out one of the pit rookies, or sniping the pit rookie. This will trigger the pike as well, so made a goal off the deal on the back.
Yeah, now I imagine here, so the other effect of the Katarina is when you hide a card, you ready her. I imagine, because the Katarina is trying to conquer, or she's gonna detach the battle axe, we're gonna see the Katarina pulled back, a card hidden with this pike to defend the Seat of Power, and then the Katarina is probably gonna try and take out this Lonely Poro, because the detach won't be enough to kill her, only doing 4 damage. It is still something you want to avoid if you can, but the Master Yi is, I'm not sure if this is intentional or just the way things worked out, he is holding up 1 rune still, so he is still saying, you know what, I might have a punch first in hand.
Yeah, the threat of the punch first always looming and striking fear into Master Yi opponent's heart, as now we see a long sword thrown down, given to the pike. Gonna have to see where we go from here, because I think that long sword may have been better suited on the Katarina if we were going to move Kat over for the attack, just to be sure we can get through that punch first. But seems to be that is not the game plan, just going to deploy a Noxus Hopeful alongside the pike, then move Katarina back and allow the battle axe to detach itself.
Yeah, I'm assuming based on that sequence of events, there isn't another hidden card in hand, because with 2 free power still on the board, he definitely could have and probably should have hidden something, which tells me he doesn't have a hidden card in hand and isn't able to ready that Katarina again.
Should be pretty healthy in runes going forward. The double fury seals being very helpful in keeping your rune economy up there. Not to mention that extra gold generated off the pike means that we can see a high rune total come into pass for our Jinx player, which is not common in many Jinx decks. Usually you see Jinx players playing on very few runes and trying to be very aggressive. And here we see a different take on the deck that so far I am liking. We'll see how Master Yi responds, as it's over here. Where are we seeing the point total at on screen here? So we have, I believe we're being told 4-3 in favor of Master Yi, as the first mate is coming into play over at the Seat of Power, and now Rengar joining him with that ever so threatening ambush will bring us 9 might, and now the discipline to boot, bring it up to 11.
Yep, Jinx has a response. That might be another longsword. Yeah, so it will be 11-11. I believe the Master Yi has another discipline in hand if he wants to use it here, but I'm assuming he's gonna, trade out and then bring that Master Yi up to defend the Seat of Power. And that will be hard, because this Jinx probably doesn't have any ganking, so he's only going to be able to take one of the battlefields.
I see, and we get the Seat of Power off of that, since this Lonely Poro has been sitting on Forge of the Fluff since turn 2 of the game, been holding his little life away at the Forge of the Fluff, and now going up to 5 points off the back of that Conquer puts us at 5-3. Both players on an odd point total. Gonna have to try and even that out to go for the coveted 6-8 win position. However, right now, not a lot going on for the board in Master Yi's camp, and has 2 units to the 1 of our Katarina, or Jinx in this case, but has so many equipment on board. I have to imagine he has more than enough capability to take down this Master Yi.
I would expect so. In this case, I think the Katarina can pretty comfortably take the Forge of the Fluff, and then depending on what Jinx has in hand, this might be the time to pull out the Jinx champion unit, reattach the Blighted Battle Axe, and take on the Master Yi. But it will depend on what he has in hand, because 4 energy, I'm guessing he has something in hand he wants to be playing out.
He did get the extra draw off the legend ability this turn, correct?
Yes.
Because I only see 2 cards in hand. Did he go down to 0 last?
Yeah, he ended last turn with 0, or specifically, he ended his previous turn with 1 in hand,
and then he played it,
and played out a longsword.
Okay, so we're working on 2 cards in hand and good enough amount of runes to be able to get there with most of the cards in our deck. So we see now 1 tapped and a seal utilized to get this Blighted Battle Axe equipped. Gonna go ahead and tap another Sealer Range to add a longsword to it as well, bringing us up to 11 on this Katarina. Fearing that there might be some tricks up Master Yi's sleeve, doesn't want to just walk into the Seat of Power and be blown out by some type of combat trick. 3 runes up also threatens something like a back off. Not maybe the most prevalent card in all these Master Yi lists, but something to be mindful of.
Yeah, it looks like the Jinx is playing around specifically Master Yi holding up Punch First and Discipline based on kind of the previous 2 turns where Master Yi's been very keen to hold up 1 rune, and then this turn he's holding up 3. If I was the Jinx, I would be concerned of Punch First Discipline, which makes this Master Yi a complete monster at 13 might that even this Katarina can't just run over.
A second copy of Blighted Battle Axe gets added into the fray, as now we see the Jinx Chosen Champ coming out to join the party as well, discarding a Vex Apathetic off of the interplay ability of the Jinx. Now seeing a longsword equipped, or sorry, the Blighted Battle Axe equipped to tap us out alongside yet another longsword. We'll bring this might total up to, I believe, 12.
Yes, 12 with the 2 from the Assault. Master Yi's at 6. Discipline will put him up to 8, so it'll be 8 to 12. I don't think the Master Yi has the Punch First in hand. He was kind of hoping to draw it, I'm assuming.
Oh,
Oh,
looks like
did he top
have
deck it? Wow. Very nice top deck.
The exact right math he needed to get over the finish line there. 13 to 12. Couldn't have gotten any better if he tried. And now Jinx feeling a little bit worse for wear after getting that Chosen Champion taken down and losing out on a couple runes after having expended their gold and their seals already. Did lose a few runes accelerating and equipping out this Jinx, and now back down to no cards in hand means there's not a lot of worry that our Master Yi player has to have going into this next turn on what they might have to come across on the Jinx's side of play. They already have everything face up. Just basic math for Master Yi coming in here now. So if they have the ability to move back, maybe ready that Master Yi with the first mate and come in with a big attack, they could finally clear out this Katarina and not have to worry about any more ping shenanigans. But it is kind of difficult to imagine getting over such a giant Katarina at 11 with just your lowly 4 might Master Yi.
Yeah, we've seen 2 disciplines and a Punch First, so it's unlikely that this Master Yi is going to be able to get over the Katarina at this point for attack. More likely, the Katarina might get charmed back to base, not on this turn, but on the next turn, if Master Yi just wants to claim the battlefield, get the +2 for defending. But yeah, for now, he isn't going to be able to contest it, and I assume we're going to have to see this Katarina try to get back to base to avoid the Blighted Battle Axe detaching.
Not to mention, we do have Master Yi on 6 points now, which means we're threatening lethal coming into the next turn. So really needs to find a way to answer as much of this board as possible this turn. Going to be kind of hard to do so with just the one Katarina on board. And so far, haven't seen any signs of mobility to be able to get it to move over to the other battlefield. Could potentially still see something like Ride the Wind come into play, but for now we're seeing Pike come down, utilizing the seal for its additional cost, so it will come in ready with that +2 might and does have ganking, so can come over to the seat of power if they can come in with the wombo combo that it looks like they are, hiding a card to get that ready on the Katarina. Now utilizing the Forge of the Fluff to equip this Blighted Battle Axe for free, getting our Katarina all the way up to 15 might, but now second guessing whether or not they should just add it to the pike. Of course, the drawback of this, if they did go for sending both units in, would mean that that hidden card immediately goes to the trash. So maybe not wanting to just discard that card for free, might have to leave the pike here at the Forge of the Fluff and then instead just rely on Katarina all by herself, as now we see the Blighted Battle Axe get equipped, opting not to use the Forge of the Fluff after all, wanting to save it I'm assuming for the aftermath of this, I think our Jinx players feeling pretty confident that they'll be able to get this Katarina to go over and conquer the seat of power, and then from there might want to move that blighted battle axe over to our pike. But I don't know if that will actually work, because in that instance we would then lose the pike, right? Because the pike didn't conquer
Yeah.
this turn, so would only be able to move over the longsword.
Yeah, I was doing the quick math in my head. A punch first and discipline would not be enough to get this Master Yi over. 2 punch firsts could let this Master Yi defend against the Katarina, and that would be scary, which could have been what he was trying to play around, just the possibility of it. But we can see here, I mean, this is actually smart. He moved both longswords over to the pike, because pike is pretty weak on the defense on his own with just 2 might, and he's leaving a 13 might Katarina on that seat of power, pretty much unkillable on its own.
We do have that charm in hand, like you mentioned, though. So if they can just figure out a way to get over the pike, only sitting at 6 might right now, of course, but does obviously also have a hidden card alongside them. Could be a 3rd copy of the purple pike, or some other unit, maybe even an Edge of Night. Quite a few possibilities in the card pool that is ever growing, as you will only have more and more hidden cards to worry about as each set comes to pass. But right now, needing to find a way to conquer the Forge of the Fluffed and then just charm away the Katarina to get that out of there, will just lead with the charm actually first. So Katarina gets sent back to base. There is still 1 card in hand for Jinx, so could see something come out at reaction speed, but we'll see how she handles the upcoming turn, as the Scuttle Crab will come in to get us up to 7 at the seat of power.
So I do want to point out, and this is something that I found was really nice and funny when playing Jinx. The Master Yi, I believe, has 3 Defies in hand. The Jinx has not played a spell yet, meaning those 3 Defies are just dead weight in the Master Yi's hand. So while the Master Yi looks like he has a massive hand of almost 6 cards, in reality, he's got a Rengar and a Lonely Poro, and everything else has not been helpful and probably won't be. Jinx, the only thing you can defy is most likely a stack deck, which is helpful, but not really what you're hoping to hold your defies for.
Yeah, now we see the attempted move in for game here, as will be Pit Rookie and Scuttle Crab moving up to the Forge of the Fluffed, being joined by friendly neighborhood trophy hunter Rengar ambushing in, bringing us up to 8 might in total against the 6 might being presented by Pike currently. Of course, we'll see how that gets changed once this hidden card is revealed. Not to mention that +2 might, or not +2 might, but the +2 damage ping from the Katarina, which does come across and snipe away that Pit Rookie. And it was Edge of Night to bring us up to 8. 8 to 6 will be enough to win the combat for Jinx, and all of a sudden it's starting to look pretty good for Jinx here. Like, Jinx might just come away with the victory in this game number 1.
I almost think that the Master Yi had forgotten about the 2 damage from the reveal, because looking at the Master Yi's hand and looking at what he attacked with, there was 1 hidden card that doesn't immediately lose him the game, being Switcheroo. Every other hidden card, if it was a unit that had at least 1 might, it would be enough to defeat the Master Yi and hold. And anything like an Edge of Night definitely holds. And that's game 1 for Jinx, which is really nice to see. And yeah, this Jinx deck, it's really potent if it's given just a second to breathe, and it's trying to make sure that the opponent doesn't get their 1 second to breathe.
Yeah, and we see some of our members in chat talking about how this Jinx list is cooking. And after that awesome performance that come from behind victory in game number 1, gotta have to agree with chat here that that is a really cool rendition and really well executed version of our Jinx list. And for someone like yourself, a Jinx fan, how do you feel about seeing Jinx come away with a victory against the top represented deck in the format?
I love it. I'm so excited. This is pretty close to the Jinx deck I was running, so I'm very familiar with it. And yeah, the Blighted Battle Axe, a massive buff for Jinx that no one really thought about or talked about. Because the other thing with Blighted Battle Axe we didn't see here specifically, a lot of Jinx units are disposable. Traveling Merchant, yeah, you're not happy that it dies to a Blighted Battle Axe, but if I'm swinging in with a 6 Traveling Merchant, clear a board, and then on the next turn it dies, I'm okay with that. So the Blighted Battle Axe has been a massive buff for Jinx with Unleashed that we just don't really see because Jinx, the legend effect is not the best in Unleashed. It's actually getting really strong in Vendetta, but obviously Jinx Best of is being rotated out, so it's a bit bittersweet in that regard.
Yeah, unfortunate. No best of Jinx available anymore, even though I think now we're going to start to see some really spicy Jinx brews coming out, especially with some of these gears that we've seen in set 4. And I'm excited to see just how vastly these decks change. I mean, this deck itself is already a huge departure from all the Jinx lists we saw prior to Unleashed. And it's one that I'm really happy to see perform so well. And I have to say that I've been a fan of Jinx since set 1 myself as well. I've just never been able to get her to work. I deferred to Annie instead for my red purple legend of choice in set 1, just because I could not get Jinx under any type of firm grasp. So seeing its evolution set after set to where it is now, being able to take on a top meta contender like Master Yi is really cool to see how Riftbound just continues to evolve.
For sure. And I think the best part for Vendetta, for Jinx, and it's kind of something that is designed for Zed now, is there's more discard synergy. Again, after losing Scrap Heap, Jinx was in a bit of a limbo trying to figure out what to do, because discard, you only had Flame Chompers as good synergy. I don't know if we're going to see it in this specific Jinx deck, but Undying Legion is another card that's really good to discard that came out with Unleashed. And so with the new set and with some of these Unleashed cards, Jinx and now Zed has a very potent series of cards that you're happy to discard.
Yeah, a lot of the things that make Zed pretty powerful in regards to playing from the trash or getting extra value from burning cards in the trash can be transferred over to Jinx as well, not in the form of burn, obviously. She can go that route, being in the same color scheme should she choose to, but just off of her natural discard mechanics and wanting to play a lot of cards that discard and draw and cycle, she can play a lot of the same tools that Zed has given access to in Vendetta. So I imagine we'll see quite a few interesting Jinx brews, even despite the loss of the best of legend possibility. Jinx is obviously such a fan favorite character. I would imagine we'll still see her represented in some form, especially with such a big power increase thanks to Vendetta.
For sure, Jinx will be tearing up the locals, and I guess the skirmishes, because they won't be locked either.
True, as now we go into game number 2 in this round number 5 of our 5K in Germany. We have Amateur Recital being the battlefield of choice this go around for our Jinx player, while Master Yi has thrown down the soon to be gone from this game Arena's Greatest.
So Amateur Recital, it's going to be pretty similar to the Forge of the Fluff, with the idea of how do we keep this Blighted Battle Axe from tearing apart my own units. Amateur Recital, something that feels kind of unintuitive when I read the card. You can hold and then move your own unit back. You don't have to target a different unit. So if you have a Blighted Battle Axe, you can take the Amateur Recital next turn, move the unit back while it's still readied, and potentially double conquer with it. I will say the Arena's Greatest from Master Yi, whenever I was playing Jinx at my locals, if my opponent played Arena's Greatest, I said thank you for the free game, because Arena's Greatest is absolutely the best battlefield for Jinx, even going second.
Yeah, not a bad way to start off the game with a free bonus point in a deck that is already trying to put the pedal to the metal, not needing to run it herself, just relying on her opponent to run it here in this game number 2 means we do have a start of 1-1 and a pretty good chance at running away with the game if we can get off to a hot start like that game number 1. And it will just be an Evelyn as our turn 1 play for the Jinx, passing it over back to Master Yi, who of course threw down the Lonely Poro for their turn 1. Now has quite a few cards in hand to work with, can see the Chosen Champ come down if we want to get that on board as early as turn 2. But first, I'm going to move in and get us up to 2 points at the amateur recital.
I might be going crazy. Is that an Arachnid Horror in the Master Yi's hand, or was that a Alpha Strike? It's one of the two. Either one is interesting to have in hand. The Fiora coming down. Fiora, really nice for Master Yi specifically. I don't know why we didn't see a lot of Fiora in Spirit Forged or even the beginning of Unleashed, but she has become very popular, a mainstay staple in Master Yi for this final part of Unleashed.
Yeah, finally seeing some time in the sun, not being utilized very much in the Fiora Legend, ironically enough, but being quite a big MVP lately for Master Yi. Not the carry of the deck for sure, but one that can pose a couple problems for certain decks that aren't able to go wide enough into it and stop it from getting that ginormous 10 might off of the Yi trigger plus its 1v1 trigger. So see if Jinx has the capability to stop that from happening. That first game kind of gave us the indication that perhaps not. It wasn't going crazy wide, more relying on the multitude of equipment and their big cat arena to do a lot of the heavy lifting in that game number 1. So Fiora might be pretty well positioned to deal with this version of Jinx.
Yeah, Pike coming out, just baseline, another Evelyn, and then presumably a hidden card. So that is a stacked Arena's Greatest. Okay, a seal and then a hidden card. Good enough. It stops him deramping on future turns. I was curious, while we wait for this Master Yi to start his turn, did Fiora's rules get updated with Kha'Zix? Because when I initially saw the Fiora, I assumed, well, if a second unit enters the battlefield, she loses her double of might. But I also didn't play at the beginning of Spirit Forge or very much in Origins, so that might have always been how it ruled. But with Kha'Zix and the ruling of even if a second unit joins, as long as the effect's on the chain, I always kind of looked at Fiora and went, oh, if that's how that works, that's a lot stronger.
Yeah, I believe if that is correct, then that makes Fiora one of the more difficult units to deal with. I'm not actually sure entirely myself if that is the way that it resolved, but I imagine so, since it is a when I attack or defend trigger, so it should be on declaration of the attacker and defender being assigned. So if she's in a 1v1 at that point, it shouldn't matter how that changes after the fact.
Yes, that's definitely how it's played now. I'm not sure if that's how it used to be played back in, say, Spirit Forged, and that could be why we see her now more in Unleashed, if she changed how she's being played with the Kha'Zix rule updating how they would see her. Here, she can charm back an Evelyn, but she runs the risk of that hidden card being a unit, and on reaction, she then isn't able to get the 1v1, which I'm imagining is what this E is debating. Do I charm the Evelyn back, try and go for a 1v1? If it's a switcheroo, that's also a pretty big disaster for the Master Yi. Okay.
We'll be, just moving it over across the way. Oh, but we're going to react and give it the Edge of Night first. So it'll be coming over to that amateur recital with 4 might instead of 2, matching the 4 might of the Lonely Poro thanks to that Master Yi buff. But it looks like that card you mentioned previously in hand was, in fact, Alpha Strike after all. And now Alpha Striking away that Evelyn will net us an XP as well as a kill and send the Edge of Night back to base, as now Fiora can move up and freely 1v1 the Evelyn and send her to the Shadow Realm.
Yep, I was thinking Punch First would also work there, but in this case, he gets to hold up the Punch First, and the Alpha Strike is less power to immediately have to spend. Next turn, he's still holding up the possibility of a Rengar, and he goes back up to 5. So Master Yi definitely in a nice position here, depending on what the Jinx has in hand and what she draws. I believe she only has 1 card in hand, so she'll go up to 3. And that kind of puts us in top deck lottery for the Jinx. What is she going to draw, and is it what she needs this turn to potentially double conquer?
Yeah, we're in a precarious position on the Jinx side of the board. 1 Seal of Rage out, a Pike, and an Edge of Night is all the board has to offer for Jinx currently. Hopefully these 3 cards in hand have something to start getting us back in play here, as it looks like it'll be 5 runes and a Seal of Rage. So this might be Katarina rejoining us already.
Yeah, I was thinking a Falling Star could be really nice here. Though I believe I saw Falling Star actually in the Jinx sideboard, which is interesting. I don't know if the Jinx was running sideboard Falling Star or main board. I like the Falling Star in main board because it is just such a powerful card, and with the seals you can avoid deramping constantly. But he might be saying, I don't have enough, I guess, spare cards in the deck. I don't have enough spare slots to be running Falling Star as well main board.
Now, is this a list that you think would be running the Bandle tree to get extra hidden cards down and be able to facilitate multiple triggers of the readying of Katarina in a turn? If we do get to game 3, is that a battlefield we might actually see this Jinx running?
So it absolutely can. The concern with Bandle Tree is that having more than 1 hidden card per turn is not necessarily going to be helpful. Either you don't know that you're going to have 2 hidden cards in hand, or you don't know that you have 2 hidden cards you want to hide in hand, which means typically, I imagine we will see Arena's Greatest as our 3rd battlefield, because Bandle Tree just isn't consistently helpful enough to be your main battlefield for your game 3.
All right, interesting to see whether or not we might even get to see that. Right now, it looks like we might. Master Yi's been in a pretty good position most of this game, but now with Katarina joining the party, might start to maybe make a comeback here, like we did in game number 1, as Katarina can do so much heavy lifting. But currently, Master Yi has been in the driver's seat most of the game, as now going up to 5 points off the hold on the Arena's Greatest. Gonna drop down a Scuttle Crab alongside that Fiora, who now cannot 1v1 thanks to Scuttle Crab being there. So might just see that retreated back and kept for a later date, where perhaps we can try and force a 1v1 with that Katarina and utilize this Fiora as a way to remove it off the board before it becomes more of a problem than it already is poised to be.
For sure. I was thinking, can this Katarina snipe the Fiora with 2 triggers from hidden cards, but she shouldn't be able to on this turn. She can get 1 trigger of the hidden card to pretty comfortably snipe something. It'll depend. I assume this Fiora has to go back to base, because she's not currently defending 1v1, so she's not even getting her own buff thanks to that Scuttle Crab. And that would be nice, but it does leave the Master Yi pretty susceptible to whatever the Jinx has in hand at the moment.
I imagine this Jinx list has to be running multiple copies of Katarina, if not the full playset. I would be willing to bet that it was running all three, and that means that if we can drop a second copy of Katarina in our next turn, we do have one card in hand, so we're going to get that extra draw off of the legend ability. If we find that second copy of Katarina, can go ahead and drop it down before revealing the hidden card to get a 4 damage ping, essentially off of the double Katarina procs. But in this instance, looks like we will just be choosing to once again react to the Pit Rookie enter play trigger by deploying the hidden card, triggering Katarina, and sniping away that Lonely Poro, who in base was not so lonely after all and didn't get us that extra draw.
Yep. Now, the hidden could have reacted to ping the Fiora, but there's not enough damage. He could have pinged the Pit Rookie, but in this case, the Lonely Poro not getting the draw is really helpful. Choosing to move back the Pike with the Amateur Recital, fair enough. The Pike is not exactly going to be struggling to get over the 0 might Scuttle Crab. It will go up to Punch First, could bring it up to 7 if the Master Yi really wants to invest on getting this Scuttle Crab up. I believe, if my notes are correct, the Master Yi's at 5 points, so he'll only hold up to 6, potentially go up to 7 on the next turn. So Jinx definitely has a turn of just spare time to try and further stabilize.
Yeah, our Pike player, or not Pike player, but our Pike should have generated us a gold off of that Katarina kill onto the Lonely Poro, as well as one now. We did remember it this time after winning the combat at the Arena's Greatest, so getting a gold from our Pike, never anything to scoff at. As we reveal the hand, thanks to the death knell of the Scuttle Crab, showing the Vex Apathetic, a longsword, and a traveling merchant. So no second copy of Katarina in sight, but Vex Apathetic, not a bad card in this situation, given that we know how prevalent that Trophy Hunter is in the Master Yi decks.
The Vex Apathetic is very nice. It runs into an issue, though, where he's not able to double defend both of these battlefields unless he does Vex into Traveling Merchant at a battlefield. And Traveling Merchant at a battlefield already feels bad, but he would then be fully tapped out, doesn't have enough for the longsword, and then the Jinx is playing at the whims of whatever this Master Yi decides to do on his turn, which we know there's the Rengar in hand. It would get stopped by the Vex, but there's always more options. There was a Punch First we saw. He does go, okay, he's fully stacking Amateur Recital. That's fair enough. I guess the Pike is going to have a very sad time as it gets brutalized by this Fiora.
Yeah, leaving Pike abandoned at the Arena's Greatest, not having any tools to defend it, just offering it as a ritual sacrifice, choosing to just go crazy on the reinforcements at the Amateur Recital with those double Edge of Knights on the Katarina. We are at 9 might and the additional 6 might off of the 2 units that joined. 15 might is a big number to have to get across. Even with the Rengar and Punch First, it is doable, but it is a lot of resources to commit.
For sure. Now, I'm noticing, I believe this Master Yi just picked up a Sabotage. If you are at your local playing up against a Jinx, please sideboard your Defies and Sabotage. If Jinx is leaving one card in hand, she doesn't care if you get rid of it. She wants the cards gone from her hand. So Sabotage here, not really going to be helpful. Especially, we do know there's a longsword, but that's not something the Jinx is going to be crying over. The Defies, the Jinx hasn't played a spell that can be defied so far. We haven't even seen a stacked deck. So, absolutely, if you're playing into this Jinx, I am surprised that Master Yi did not sideboard both of those cards out to get something in to try and deal with probably the Katarina, but also this gear. A Disarming Rake would be really good for this Master Yi.
Yeah, Disarming Ray could put in quite a bit of work here. Currently, we'll be just hiding a card at the arena's greatest alongside the Fiora, though. Not really extending any further. No additional board development outside of the Chosen Champ being deployed. And looking like we are at 6 points, if I can see that dice correctly. So we are threatening lethal going into the next turn for Master Yi. So feeling like they need to make sure that this Fior stays alive at the arena's greatest, reinforcing it with that hidden card, which I believe, if I got a peek at the hand correctly, was nothing more than a Zanya's, which
Yep.
will, of course, keep our Fiora alive and give us extra units for the coming assault. But not sure if we're prepared for how big this Katarina is about to get after we now hide a card with this Traveling Merchant to get the ready on the Katarina and move it in with the Vex Apathetic. So we're going to get that 2v1 to disable the Fiora's 1v1 doubling of might. Does have +1 buff thanks to the Pit Rookie, so is at 4 might, meaning that it can just safely take out this Vex Apathetic. So kind of, once again, sacrificing a unit to the Wolves on Jinx's side, getting rid of this Vex Apathetic, but making sure that we can move this Fiora out of there and get us the Conquer at the arena's greatest so we can threaten lethal ourselves very shortly. Is this the 6 point for Jinx going in after this Conquer?
So this Conquer will go up to 7. I don't
7.
know what the bonus might for the Fiora was supposed to be there, because that was an 8 might plus on the Fiora. I guess the 2 from defending, but I'm not sure where the other 6 came from, because she didn't have the defend alone trigger. I was thinking a longsword would be enough to save one of the units, but unfortunately the Fiora does go up to 6. Fortunately for the Master Yi, so even a longsword would not be enough to save the Vex here.
Yeah, and we can't deploy the hidden card that it was just hidden this turn, so no pings coming out for Katarina here.
That is true. It depends on what the Katarina has in hand, or the Jinx has in hand. This feels like a Katarina deck, and in fact, I would be really happy if this is how Katarina ends up playing, having just tons of sniping with these hidden card pings. But the Jinx could hide a card with the Katarina, and then as a reaction to basically anything the Master Yi does next turn, flip both hidden cards and ping out 4 damage to one of these units. It is a big shame that that Vex Apathetic died, however. I almost would have preferred to see the Traveling Merchant moved for the attack rather than the Vex Apathetic, but that does force the Jinx to filter 2 cards. And based on this specific board state right now, because we know that last card in hand is a longsword, I'm assuming the Jinx is very happy with the cards they had in hand.
Yeah, now we're seeing that those cards go to the bin after deploying the... Oh no, actually,
reaction speed longsword. Yeah.
Nice. In response to the discard trigger of the Jinx, we are just going to deploy out the longsword, equip it over to Jinx, and now move our Traveling Merchant back with an empty hand to net us a draw, leaving us at 1 card in hand. So we are going to get that legend ability trigger. Once again, this deck has been so efficient at getting the legend to trigger turn after turn. So getting quite a few extra draws off of our Jinx legend ability.
For sure. This is something that I think Zed is going to have to utilize well. And players who are like, oh, I want to play Zed, but they aren't familiar with Jinx might not really realize this yet. Discard 1, draw 1. If you don't have a card in hand, that's just draw 1, which becomes very helpful in the later game. Sabotage comes out. I'm guessing that is a second longsword, and he's saying, you know what, you want to sabotage? Fine, I'm just going to equip the longsword anyway, and then the sabotage goes to waste. This is kind of why I was saying, hey, don't have these sabotages in your Yi deck. you're not getting good value from them.
Yeah, here you just respond to the sabotage with the longsword, and now no cards in hand. Once the sabotage resolves, you just resolves rather. You give him a handshake, show him, yeah, my hand's empty. Here you go. And we're contemplating now revealing a hidden card in response as well. You have two hidden cards, so we could go for double hidden reveal, having the 4 damage proc or pings available, and attempt to snipe away either that Fiora or the Master Yi. In this instance, I would imagine you'd go for the Fiora because of the potential of the 1v1 extra might capability, but instead is electing to take out the chosen champion of Master Yi.
So taking out the chosen champion of Master Yi, I do agree. I think the Fiora would have been better here, just because Fiora, she has the same might as this Master Yi baseline and can go far higher in general. But seeing there's a pike at the top battlefield makes me think that the Jinx is potentially ritually sacrificing this Katarina again, saying, go ahead, take the bottom battlefield. The Traveling Merchant having moved back last turn does mean with the Amateur Recital moving back to base, the Jinx can run 2 units up into that Arena's Greatest and potentially double conquer to win. Which, for this Master Yi, he does have a punch first, but suddenly it's looking a bit difficult to actually take and hold both of these battlefields.
Yeah, we are, because like you mentioned, we are actually on 7 points for Jinx. We do have to be able to conquer both battlefields in order to stop the victory outright. And now we're seeing the charm come out to move our Jinx back to base and leave the master or the pike all by their lonesome, and it will just be the double conquer for victory. And at least I can't imagine that moving or choosing to kill the Master Yi over the Fiora there was in reality the correct decision, giving the capability of that Fiora to 1v1 the Katarina and go in and just get to a ginormous might total. In that instance, 18 might, thanks to the punch first, plus the doubling of their might from 9, means that it was light work for Fiora to take down the Katarina. And I don't think our lowly little Master Yi at 4 might stood even close to the same amount of chance as the Fiora did. So I think made a little bit of a misstep there potentially, but we are going into game number 3 with not too much time left on the clock, a little bit under 10 minutes now to go for this game number 3. So going to have to play at a brisk pace to try and finish this game out before going into extra time.
Yeah, I do think pinging that Fiora would have been better. I was running over the math in my head, and I'm pretty sure the Master Yi, even with a punch first, is not going to be enough to take out that Katarina. The Katarina was defending for 11, so it would have had to have been the Rengar, and I actually had forgotten the Jinx at 7 didn't even need to double conquer because she just holds to 8. So definitely, I think if that Fiora dies, the Jinx wins, which is not bad. That means the Jinx was effectively 1 misplay away from winning game 2, going second on Arena's Greatest, which is always nice to think about, because now I'm assuming the Jinx is going to have Arena's Greatest and going first.
Yeah, we'll see if Arena's Greatest is the final battlefield here for our Jinx player. Obviously, one that we've seen be so popular that it has gotten itself excommunicated from the game going into our next week after the ban list is live. So we'll see if this will be the last hurrah for Arena's Greatest after already seeing it in game number 2 from our Master Yi. Will Jinx be bringing it down in game number 3, or will we get to see something spicy like that Bandle tree to get a couple extra hiddens and go a little bit further on this Katarina-centric game plan? So far, a game plan that's been really fun to see executed, and I'm hoping we'll get at least maybe one game in this game number 3 to see a double Katarina on board to really start throwing those daggers like crazy off of those hidden procs.
Yep. I believe the Jinx was sideboarding it. I actually don't think the Master Yi sideboarded for this game. So we may see 2 new cards from Jinx, but I don't think Master Yi has sideboarded anything.
After all this, after all is said and done, the sideboarding, the shuffling, we're looking at almost a little bit over 5 minutes to play out this third game. Not a lot of time to get much done, but Jinx is a fast deck, usually much faster than Master Yi, so maybe could come away with a turbo game plan in game number 3 to try to get that 2-point gap and win that way. But it's hard to imagine we're getting to 8 points in only 5 minutes, as time just keeps ticking away and still need to get through the mulligans now. And it will be Star Spring as the final battlefield. So not Arena's Greatest or Bandle Tree, a completely different battlefield that we did not even posit as an ability or possibility. Star Spring coming down for Jinx, and across the way, the infamous Emperor's Deus, who of course is also receiving not a ban but an errata going into effect rather shortly. So another powerful battlefield that we will see in its pre-nerfed state here, being that we are still playing prior to the changes.
Yep. So the Star Spring will do the same functional effect as this amateur recital did in game 2, letting the Jinx move units back and then try and double conquer with them, presumably for the Blighted Battle Axe. I don't think we saw a Blighted Battle Axe in game 2, which is a shame for the Jinx. She really likes those Blighted Battle Axes just because it gives her so much might to attack with. And as we kind of saw, attacking is not the easiest into a Master Yi, even though Jinx is pretty good at it. Somebody's pointing out the video quality has fallen. We're not entirely sure why. It will be back up as soon as possible. And Ghost Driver, who, for those of you that don't know, Ghost Driver is a really good player and also, I believe, a really, really good Jinx player. And he pointed out the upside to shooting Master Yi last game rather than the Fiora. If the Fiora had a Discipline to go up to 6 might, then she is still going to be alive. And if the Master Yi has a Discipline to go up to 6 might, the Master Yi is still not able to take on the Katarina. So that is potentially why you would shoot the Master Yi over the Fiora in the previous match.
All right, we see now the Star Spring being the battlefield where we get to see it activated here. Deploy a unit to the Star Spring, move back our Apathetic, and have it come across to the dais. Of course, Master Yi already sitting on a board of Fiora plus their chosen champ of Master Yi. So decent board set up to come in for a clapback attack, as now it will be the activation of the Star Spring by deploying the Traveling Merchant there, moving back the Evelyn actually. And Evelyn going to come over to the dais and now trigger it, paying that 1 rune to get the Sand Soldier, return Evelyn to hand. Evelyn now being able to be hidden instead of sitting there and just being fodder for our Fiora. And instead, we'll let the Sand Soldier do the sacrificing this time.
Yep, that is what I am assuming. We will see the hidden Evelyn in a moment. Pike being revealed at the top battlefield. So in fact, maybe the Evelyn is hidden in the top battlefield. I was thinking you could hide it at the Empress dais, but that actually wouldn't necessarily work. If the Master Yi just immediately attacks in with the Fiora, not leaving a reaction window, then both Sand Soldier and Evelyn would die to the Fiora at the bottom battlefield. Though with Anoxis Hopeful, that bottom battlefield is now secured against the 1v1 of Fiora on its own, because even a charm can be reacted to, and I'm assuming 2 hidden cards, Yep, one at each battlefield. That brings the Jinx back down to 1 card in hand, so she'll be ready to use her legend on the next turn.
Yeah, things just keep lining up rather nicely for our Jinx player. Being able to get the 2 hidden cards set down does, like you said, get us into the range to activate the legend ability. And that has been the name of the game for our Jinx player this whole set, is getting that legend ability online as often as possible and as efficiently as possible. And they've done quite a good job of doing so thus far, with only a minute left in the round. It's coming down to the wire. Jinx is more than likely going to have to win off the back of a point gap. Not going to have enough time to get all the way up to 8 points in extra turns. So it's up to Master Yi to find a way to break this board. 2 units at least at both battlefields to disable that 1v1 capability of Fiora. Do have a charm potential to maybe make the Deus a 1v1, but depends on what the hidden card is, as obviously if that is yet another hidden unit like the Evelyn, can still keep our Fiora off of the 1v1 capability. But saw a punch first and a primal strength in hand, so quite a bit of huge mife buffs available for our Master Yi player. Has the capability to potentially break one of these battlefields wide open.
Yes, now the charm can be reacted to by a unit. We know there's an Evelyn. We don't know what the other hidden card is. So it's possible that bottom battlefield is a bluff and there isn't a unit there. I only say that with the assumption that the Evelyn in the top battlefield, with the Jinx can get back to her turn, would then let the Jinx pull a unit into that battlefield with all of those units there to beat up on whatever gets pulled in. All right, Master Yi going into the Star Spring with a Primal Strength or Primal Raid, one of the two for the +7, 11 might, going into 9 currently. There is still a punch first in hand. Unless this hidden card is a switcheroo specifically, it's going to be really hard for this Jinx to hold the top battlefield this turn.
The switcheroo would be quite the blowout here. And unfortunately, it is not switcheroo. It will just be the Evelyn, which does bring us to a tie ball game 11-11 at the battlefield. Not where you want to be necessarily on the Jinx's side, but it's the best you've got in the current situation. And it does force out another combat trick from Master Yi should he want to keep this chosen champ alive and score the Conqueror over at the Star Spring. See if he does want to do it. It looks like not too many available in hand, just the punch first, which more than likely was trying to save for the Fiora to be able to get both of these battlefields dealt with. But it will now be forced to be utilized onto this Master Yi, who will come away with the victory at the Star Spring, conquering up their first point of this round, number 3, which we should now be in turns for.
We are. Yeah, sorry. We are in turns. I was trying to confirm. And that means this Master Yi, he's currently 2 points down, 3-1. So he definitely needed to conquer the Star Spring to just make sure that he is staying up on points to, at minimum, force a draw. The Master Yi should still be able to... actually, no. If the Master Yi holds, conquers, he goes up to 3. The Jinx is on 4, so I believe it is forced to be a draw here if Master Yi is turn 0.
Looks like the dice in the center has indicated, yep, that we are on turn 1, so Master Yi was turn 0. Jinx now 3 cards in hand after drawing, thanks to the legend ability. Is going to deploy the Edge of Night that was hidden at the Emperor's Dais, equip it onto the Sand Soldier, now reinforce that with a Noxus Hopeful, and then recycle yet another rune to hide one more card down at the dais, bringing us back down to 1 card in hand, enabling the legend ability again. But that does mean that we're going on to our last turn for the Master Yi player, who is now going up to 2 points. And like you said, if they can conquer here, we'll go up to 3 points to what should be 3-4 right now.
Yeah.
It's 2 to 4 currently. Sorry, we're talking with production a little bit, but if we can get the Conqueror over here at the Emperor's Dais, it will bring us to 3 to 4, which means we can try and force the draw. If we break this battlefield, that would leave Jinx with no capability of coming away with the victory, I believe, unless they can piece together the Conqueror with the Chosen Champ to go up to 5 points and win at 5 to 3. So I guess there is a little bit of wiggle room for Jinx to still come away with the victory here. And it looks like a tall order to get over this battlefield to begin with. So we're kind of speculating on a what if scenario that may not even come to pass with only the Fiora here currently. I think I see a Charm in hand, so we can get a little bit of this might out of the way, can charm one of these Noxus hopefuls across and let Master Yi deal with it with that +2 buff. But from there, how are we getting this Fiora big enough to take over the remaining Noxus hopeful plus our Edge of Night equipped Sand Soldier, not to mention that hidden card as well? Looks like there might not be enough resources for Master Yi available to get the Conquer here. But the Rake is going to help that. And the Rake does, of course, also enable the Star Spring trigger. So now we have 2 units to attack with. So we have 7 might attacking against what now is only 10 might defending. If we charm away one of these Noxus hopefuls, it will be 6 might defending. But wait, first, just now thinking about it, gonna go ahead and sabotage first, and will once again be met by a long sword in response, and that'll go over to the Sand Soldier, who just lost the Edge of Night and got it replaced by a long sword. Now back up to that 4 might yet again. 1 rune remaining for our Master Yi player here. Single solitary rune and a whole heap of units to get through, plus this hidden card. I don't see the recipe for success myself at this current moment. I think we might be seeing a Jinx come away with a victory and go up to 5-0 in this event.
Yeah, the Master Yi is able to trade out with one of the units. Charm would then leave 1 unit for the Fiora to try and get over, unless that hidden is a unit. I believe we've seen only units and a Edge of Night. So yeah, it is a unit. This Fiora is not going to be able to get over. Did the Master Yi just trade? I guess that's fair. It feels unnecessary to trade the Disarming Rake here, as now the Jinx can guaranteed go up and conquer the Star Spring with the Chosen Champion. So yeah, that is GG, and Jinx does take it 2-1 against the Master Yi in rounds.
Not a bad display from our Jinx player here, going up into round number 6 will be 5-0. All right, so really well played from Jinx player. A really cool display of this version of the Jinx deck that haven't got to see a whole lot of gameplay of myself thus far, and does have me itching to give it a shot myself, maybe get some TCG arena games of it. But how did you feel after seeing Jinx come away with the victory in that against Master Yi?
I love it. I love seeing Jinx do well. That Jinx played really, really well. I think there was one line in game 2 that they could have potentially won, but ultimately they were able to go 2-1 in a pretty dominant fashion in that 3rd game. And the 1st game, not the most dominant, but even still, they were not sweating too hard in game 1. So I really like it. No Blighted Battle Axe again for game 3, which would have been very nice to see for the Jinx. I'm wondering if they're only running 2. They might have been running 3, but overall, I love Jinx, love the Jinx deck. So happy to see it doing well.
Yeah, great to see, and we'll be joining right back with you all very shortly after that round number 5. We're going to take a short break and get prepared to go into our next round in this 5K in Germany. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with some more excellent Riftbound gameplay.
some pretty high quality ones too, both with shield 2. Going to be, what is that? 2, 4, 5, 9, 13. 13 might hold represented, plus of course the RE reduction, plus a hidden. So it is quite a hill to get over.
Try and soak
Yes.
a little bit of that damage early on, so that when you're throwing bodies in there, it's not.
Yeah.
Well,
definitely has
with the
some-
whole Ari
some-
passive. Yeah. Oh, and Sentinel too. The Rengar got played, got thwonked, got bounced. So Sona still managed to hold on. We see Blue
Yep.
Sentinel and Mouser. So we're just stacking more and more bodies onto there.
Some pretty high quality ones too, both with shield 2. Going to be, what is that? 2, 4, 5, 9, 13. 13 might hold represented, plus of course the RE reduction, plus a hidden. So it is quite a hill to get over.
Okay, but does Rengar have the tools to get over it? We know he's got a red Rengar in hand. He's got a red Rengar in the chosen champion slot. So
Mhm.
that'd be 5 might each swinging in, potentially 10 might,
Mhm.
even accounting for the minus, which will apply this time since Ari is actually controlling said battlefield.
Yes.
So that'd be a total of 15 potential might swinging in. It would be enough might, but the hidden card again, it's always the hidden card. I never really thought of Ari as a hidden card legend. Like that's Teemo who always hides everything left and right. But the hidden
Yeah.
cards have been very effective for Nirvana in this particular series.
Yeah, they have put in a lot of work. But yeah, the time is almost out here, and I I guess I'm a little bit in the favor of the Ari in time because you do have a way to cheat points. That being said, if Rengar is able to break the hold here and get a point, I will say if they go the time, it seems pretty likely to be a draw.
Yeah, I'm kind of concerned about the whole. Yeah, I suspect draw is looking like the most likely outcome at this point. So Rengar swinging up with 5, has 3 runes. Oh, there we go. Is going to pull in one of the Rengars. So that is
Yep.
a 10 might swinging in with Mouser at a 3 and tank.
So I
Yeah,
see a meditate. Do you see a singularity?
I think the hidden card is the Emperor's Divide. So you could pull back
Yes.
here, but you would be giving that point over.
Yeah. And again, time is quite important here, as it's looking like this will be turn 0.
Ironically, the time is actually being burned by the opposing player, so
I
feels a
don't-
bit bad for the Rengar in this sort of situation.
Yeah. If Rengar does take the battlefield, even if they're through a divide, it is possible for. It's if they do take it, it does seem pretty unlikely that the Sona can win. Or the Sona. I say Sona. It's really just a Sona deck. Like, come on.
Okay.
The Ari deck.
He went drawing. What did he
Yeah.
find? Ooh, and because he burnt the mana, he can't double
Sure.
pump with the Feral either.
Yeah. Is that enough though?
Just to pump by 2?
Yeah, I did not catch the map.
Okay, wait, sorry. So Rengar, Rengar's -1/+1, so he's 6. The other Rengar is. Oh, because here's Double Faithful. So it's 11 swinging into 4/4/3. 11 to 11?
3, 7, 13. No, isn't this 15? Defending for 15?
With the fair. Because Sona 4. Oh, yes, Shield 2. I forgot about Shield 2.
Yeah.
Yes.
Defending
So
for
it's-
15 and attacking for 5, 11.
Wait,
So
for
punch first.
13.
Oh no, another Rengar pouncing. Nice.
Which works. I mean, same thing. It's still plus
Yeah.
5 into this particular situation. But you are forcing Rengar to commit everything right now
This
to
is
make
true.
this happen.
Yep.
And he also forcing some T ramps to come through. The problem is for the Ari, I'm a little bit concerned that you're not going to be able to reconquer if it is the Emperor's Divide that you're pulling back with. Yep.
So it will be the divide. All right, so what is it? There's 7 on seat, and now defending it'll be 6 plus 3, so 9. So defending for 12 and defending for 7. And now Rengar does take the point lead, 4-3. So that means Ari is almost certainly not going to be able to double conquer unless there's a Watcher in end.
Well, she's got Singularity. We know that.
I still don't think you can double. You know what? Let's actually do. So,
Yeah, because you take out the Rengar and you take out the Noxus Hopeful, so you've got 3 on seat, and then you have 6 on the Grove. 3 on seat, 6 on Grove. Yeah, you're short 1.
yeah.
You could trade on one side, conquer the other.
Yeah, but then you're always drawn because the Faithful takes the traded one.
No, actually, no. You can do that, and the Mouser would be the one surviving thing, because you've got. You can send Sona up to one side after you kill the Noxus Hopeful, send it up to that side, and then you send the other 7 Might onto the other side.
Okay.
So you'd barely be able to do it actually.
Okay. Yeah. Then this does seem possible.
Rengar with 1 card in hand.
It's a good one, surely. Surely. It's so funny when I see people pay their runes and then like, did I really want to do that? Right? So it does take out the Rengar and the Hopeful. And now it is math. So
Okay. So using the Sentinel instead to conquer. So that does mean he will be tapped out for his turn, most likely. I think the other casters are the Chinese casters are also a little bit confused about why not. Why not Sona? And then you'd also have runes up.
I'm not sure what Rengar is thinking about here. I guess it's probably what damage is being done.
Wait, no, sorry, I forgot. Yeah,
tank, right? Yeah.
It's tank, and then
So 1, or it's just kill Sona, right? Like 1.
Yeah, you surely leave the Sands sure.
Wait, Sona can't die. What am I missing? Because they have 6 damage to work with.
Cat has tank, but Cat is 1. There's 6. There's 6 might to distribute here. Cat only has 1 might, right? So you leave the Sand Soldier standing, surely.
I could be missing. So it's very possible. Maybe was there a buff plate or something? Yeah. Okay. So
I don't think he had enough runes for it. Yeah. So it's just Sand Soldier.
So it does just die. So now you need any ambush, and it's. Oh wait, did he have a Zonias as well?
He did, but he got burnt on the Sand Soldier earlier.
He just hit another card.
Oh, he hit another one. He pulled another Emperor's Divide, if I recall correctly.
Okay. Oh, that actually does enable a double conquer if you can on the next turn, because Rengar does have to score here. So Rengar has to score and then has to hold the battlefield.
Yes, and yes, yeah.
This will be Rengar's last turn. Wow. This is Ari only has 3 runes, but it doesn't really matter.
I think wait, sorry, what cards are in his hand again? He's got a. Oh,
that's an awful one. Okay.
That is not what he needed or wanted whatsoever.
As long as the other unit is a real unit, it's fine.
Yeah.
Well,
no, it's not, because it needs to be big. Oh, it's a Grim Apothecary.
No, it just needs to be a unit, because then Bunny goes, oh, you're right. Ooh,
because of the shield from Sentinel.
Oh my gosh.
Yep, I think he's cooked at this point. But hey, really well played to kind of get to this point in the first place from the Rengar player. I don't think he misplayed really much at all. Yeah, because what options does he have, right? Like, you've only got the 1 card. You're going to Grim Apothecary. So it's just the Faithful goes up to 3, but the -1, Grim Apothecary -1. You're down to 4 on that side. So you can't pull. But if you don't pull, then Wait, would that be enough? Yeah, so you're trading Irresistible Faithfolk. Yeah, and then the problem's you're out of cards, so the opponent knows exactly that you have no options.
Yeah, now you just lose to the divide, which ironically is going to be quite good here.
Yep, it allows you to reposition and kind of swing in with the Sentinel, and the Grim Apothecary really only with.
I guess you do can do this. Yeah, okay, this is good call here that you can bounce the bunny and replay it there. So now does say you will have a buff spell or we will get a draw. I mean, it's possible he doesn't. See.
But he hasn't had.
All right. Welcome back. We are getting ready to jump into round number 6 of this 5K here in Germany. We're looking at a Master Yi versus Lilia matchup coming up. This will be an X1 matchup as our undefeated players have elected to intentionally draw into their top cut and going into this round number 6, but it should still be a barn burner of a match for us nonetheless, as we have the Lilia aggro now going against Master Yi after we just saw Jinx aggro. A little less aggro in this hidden format, but still an aggro deck against Master Yi. See if Lilia can repeat some of that success. And with me this round, I'll be joined by NA45. How you doing, NA?
Doing good, and I am looking forward to getting a cast here with you, Mr. Plus. It has been a bit.
Yeah, it's been a minute since we got to do some casting together, and now we have a fun one coming up as it looks like players are ready and we might be jumping into gameplay already.
It's good to me.
It looks like we have the game up. Yep, we're seeing here the Lilia with her blue chosen champion unit against the Master Yi and the always faithful orange chosen champion given to us from Unleashed. And we have Emperor's Dais versus Seat of Power as our battlefields. Apologies for the video quality, everyone. Of course, we are just but humble rebroadcasters. It's not on our end. So forgive us. The video quality will remedy itself as we go on.
And fast start right off the bat. We got the Poro into the Scuttle. Interesting to see that Lilia on the Poro. I feel like there are a fair number of different builds for this deck. Some of them opting to play very few of the 2-drops. Some of them opting to play just like the very high impact ones like the Raven Bloom. But here we do have the Poro coming down, so it will defend for 3. So very, very cleanly will beat out that Scuttle and prevent E from going onto that Dais, which quite nice with the Scuttle. It does turn into a little mini draw engine there.
Yeah, we have the Stalwart Poro too, not even Lonely Poro. We haven't seen Stalwart come to play as much lately since Lonely Poro has entered the fray in the same domain as Stalwart. Players often opting to try and get that extra draw rather than that +1 defense on the shield of Stalwart, but we see a sprite come down after activating our legend ability, tapping out 4 runes to get that 3/3 ready sprite to come into the Seat of Power and offer us that draw thanks to already controlling the dais across the way. So not a bad start for our Lilia player, staring down just a Scuttle Crab who's going to have a tough time getting over the 3 might defending at both of these battlefields.
Yeah, I really like this battlefield combination for Lilia, because you do have the Dais that if you do play units, it'll get you some value. But then the Seat of Power is a guaranteed draw almost every single turn, right? Which is very nice. Though I will say one of the issues with Lilia is not having cards, because her legend effectively is generating a card every turn. The problem with Lilia just tends to be purple Vex, and then also sometimes it can be hard to get onto a battlefield versus like the Yi deck when you have these really tall defending units. You do have to either play like there is the gear version that plays like the Heart of Dark Ice, that plays maybe masks, just a bunch of ways to make your sprites tall. or there is a and then there's like stuff like unchecked, but I mean these aren't all super reliable.
Yeah, we do have the capability to accelerate our
Mhm.
Lilia, which we don't see very often. Never.
Mhm.
It's mostly just deployed as it was here now to base. No accelerate being offered, but we do have a couple of mask. It looked like at least two Mask of Foresights in hand, but maybe I was misreading one of those cards. Nevertheless, one
Mhm.
Mask of Foresight does come down, and I did spy a Ravenbloom student as well, which you mentioned before. So is opting to play a healthy suite of 2 drops in a deck that has historically, like you said, been seen to not play a ton of units and been trying to more rely heavily on their sprite generating.
Yeah, I don't hate this idea. You essentially are playing similar to an Ari deck, where you are playing a fair number of units and spells, but at the same time, your legend just says draw one, essentially. It says draw
Yeah.
one, it's accelerate on the. It's like a fairly expensive accelerate unit, but it is an accelerate unit from your legend zone, right? Like, not even from your champ zone, it's from your legend zone. And a lot of times, the nice thing with when you are throwing tokens is it feels quite good because you aren't really losing any value out of it, and if your opponent has to invest cards to get over that or to stop you from conquering, I mean that's a pretty positive trade in card economy. Generally a little bit negative in rune economy, but card economy, as long as the game is not going too fast,
Yeah.
tends to be a little bit more valuable. But here comes the sabotage, and it doesn't look like. Yeah, so there is a defy, but Lillian choosing to not defy that. I think that those are 2 green runes. I can't quite tell.
Yeah, 2
Um,
green runes, 4 blue runes, and
mhm,
Sabotage did reveal us that card I thought was the second Mask of Foresight. It was just a smoke screen. So we have the
mhm.
smoke screen, on guard, Sprite Burst, and Defy as targets for our Sabotage. Can't touch either of those Ravenbloom students, but I'm imagining we might see, wow, actually go in for the on guard. Doesn't want this on guard to come into play with this 1 rune up available right now. Obviously, seems to be indicating that our master, he has a plan to come in and take out the stalwart Poro, who of course will be defending for 4 off the back of its shield plus the Mask of Foresight. So doesn't want it to go up to 6 with that on guard added. May only have enough to deal with just the 4 might being presented currently. As we see now, really gearing up to move in, wants to probably try and conquer this first, obviously, in order to get the draw from that seat of power if they go for the double conquer. And now choosing to throw down the second sabotage, actually.
You probably have the defy here, right? If you're trying to conquer. Okay.
Yeah,
Which,
so conquer is looking like it's pretty much all but guaranteed after that.
yeah, that definitely does tell us that he wants to aggressively push this turn. Generally, you're holding those sabotages until you either are going for the push or you really want to secure your hold. So here comes the mask trigger. That is a trigger. I really like this mask card. It felt like it saw more play in set 1, then kind of disappeared, and now it's coming back a little bit. And it is seen playing in Lilia, and Akali actually likes this card a lot as well. I think it's a pretty cool card, but
Yeah.
recycling in orange. All right, here's the challenge. Okay.
Oh, wow. Really cool play here. So,
Mhm.
gonna trade away this Lonely Poro anyway in a 4-4 clash. So, opting to not only get the trade on the Stalwart Poro, but while in the showdown, challenge away that Lilia in the back line after removing the Defy. So, very well played by our Master Yi player, getting the 2-for-1 with their Lonely Poro and still getting the draw as compensation, and now can double conquer with double scuttle and get another draw thanks to Seat of Power. So a well played turn from Master Yi here.
Yeah, that is quite a nice setup there. very unlikely that these scuttles do hold. So you did lose a little bit of long-term tempo in that if Lilia is able to clear what she should be able to, we know there's a sprite burst, right? You could go for a double conquer there. Though I will say, Yi does have 2 runes up, which means disciplines, which means on guards. You do need to be a little bit careful. I guess, no, yeah, there isn't even a punch first, because he only has 1 orange. Not that I would want to be punch firsting
a scuttle.
Scuttle, because that kind of leaves you with nothing on the next turn. You'd only go to 3 runes anyway. So yeah, I feel like this does mean this is a pretty likely double conquer here for Lilia.
Yeah, Sprite Burst making us 2 sprites means that we could opt to then follow that up with the Lilia's legend ability to get us a 3rd sprite for only 2 runes, but sending in a sprite first does open us up to the possibility of one of those combat tricks potentially taking out this sprite and then making that cost 1 rune more, but no discipline or on guard in sight to facilitate that. And now it will just be the sprite conquering the dais and his fellow sprite moving over to the seat of power to try and conquer this and get us an extra draw yet again. And things seem to be going rather well for Lilia, even after how well the previous turn was executed by Master Yi. Lilia still might end up being in the driver's seat here.
Kind of, you can use Dais on a token, right? I feel like I would have liked to see Dais for a token there, because it's pretty unlikely Yi can actually contest the battlefield on the next turn. And it almost guarantees you a hold point. But
yeah, good point.
Yeah, and we had 1 rune up, right? So it wasn't even like we used it. Maybe there was a 1 energy spell drawn. I did not see.
He does have a Stupefy in hand, so potentially keeping up the Stupefy, but that does seem a little bit less valuable than, like you said, threatening the hold point thanks to the Sand Soldier being created there. Do we have a Smoke and Mirrors available in hand as well? So surprisingly enough, didn't see Smoke and Mirrors hidden. Lilia, of course, is already headed or been sent to the bin thanks to that challenge play. So there's not anything else in the deck that is going to make crazy use of this card, I imagine, outside of maybe some of their late game bigger drops if they're playing something like Sprite Mother or a Thousand Tail Watcher maybe. But more likely than not, this card is just going to be an additional draw card at this point, and one that don't feel terrible about playing, especially with Ravenbloom Student. Does get that additional +1, but opting to save it for a rainy day, giving Master Yi a little bit of room to set up and get the Chosen Champ down alongside a Pit Rookie, given that buff up to 5 might. Now just passing it over. Both sprites headed to the trash thanks to that temporary, and just a Ravenbloom left all by its lonesome. But I believe we were looking at 5-2 in the points going into this turn. So big lead for Lilia. Can score up to 7 here and really put the pressure on Lee or Master Yi.
Yeah, definitely would have liked to see the Sand Soldier, because that would have guaranteed another draw here off a seed as well. But fortunately did not get that, which does mean that all you have is this Ravenbloom. If you do want to go for the double conquer, you have to commit a Lilia. That being said, being on 6 points is fine. Like, you don't in a aggro deck, and I would still consider Lilia an aggro deck. Like, you're very happy with being on even points here.
Yeah, now we're going up to 7 after that conquer on the seat of power, I believe. So should be 1 point off of game here and getting that extra draw as well. Giving, you mentioned that it's just draw a card on your legend ability essentially, but in this case it was draw 2. Not only did I make a 4 might defender at the seat of power thanks to Mask of Foresight, I also got an additional draw thanks to seat of power. So Lilia's really humming along in this game number 1 of our round 6 and looking like a really well put together deck.
Yeah, I like this deck a lot, and I do actually think that it is a bit underrepresented, and that's probably just because of fear of Vex. But as we've seen, Vex it's still a very powerful card, but it's definitely fallen off a little bit in popularity with the rise of Yi and these aggro decks. I feel like the meta, to me, looks like you've got Yi, and then you've got a bunch of yellow decks right in the wings. You have the Rek'Sais, you have the Victors and everything, and the whole kind of fear of Vex is a little bit, maybe a little bit overstated. That being said, if you are going to a RQ level event, you're going to play against at least 3 or 4 Vex, right? So, sorry,
Yeah.
not Vex the legend, but Vex units, right? So,
yeah.
You do still need to respect the card, quite obviously, and that maybe that is enough that. Oh, okay, Rengar coming in.
Yeah, just Rengar being ambushed in using that Dead Bloom Predator light effect to come into the dais 6-2. We'll trigger the Mask of Foresight, bring us up to 3, 3-6. Now that smoke screen that, of course, our Master Yi player was aware of after seeing it from the sabotage earlier will be met by a Defy, so no smokescreen coming across to shrink down this Rengar. And this, of course, does also not trigger our Ravenbloom student to get that +1 might. Does have a Stupefy in hand, so can go for a Stupefy here to get a +1 buff on the Ravenbloom and a -1 to that Rengar, bringing us up to 4-5. And then if we can top deck another Stupefy, we could just maybe barely get there, but you know, it would take quite a bit of luck here to see this through. And it looks like we're not even going to opt to risk it, just going to allow our Ravenbloom student to go to the bin. But
Well, I think
wait,
he's
actually,
here.
oh,
right?
wow, he's actually, yeah, like
Yeah.
we were talking about before, going to opt to go for the smoke and mirrors, offer the sprite away instead. Of course, the sprite is temporary and going to go to the trash anyways, so might as well use it as a not human sacrifice, but a spirit sacrifice to take the place of our Ravenbloom student.
I mean, this is a pretty big one too, because this effectively is a +2 for the Ravenbloom. You get the +1 from the spell, and then now it's going to get another mask trigger as well.
Yeah, very cool to see. I didn't even consider the second trigger of the mask as a possibility there, and now the +2 thanks to double 2 spells being activated, and Mask of Foresight, if the Master Yi does try to go in, will trigger, bringing us up to 5 might, which is a tie currently with the Master Yi chosen champion. So would need another buff in hand to get over it cleanly. Of course, Lilia is tapped out, so whatever Master Yi has in hand, they have full knowledge of the math required to get there. So let's see if they can put it together.
He does have the Pit Rookie, of course, so you could go Yi Pit Rookie, though. Problem with that is sprites kind of say, I mean, it's very dangerous, right? Because with the mask, the sprites are swinging in for 4, which means that the Pit Rookie needs a little bit of help on defense. I believe I did see a punch first in the Yi hand, but if you have to dedicate a punch first right here, that makes me very, very worried for the next turn, because you do need to be able to hold, right?
Wow, he is going for it. It looks like he's got it brought up to the front of the hand, and it will be. I agree with you though, NA. This does seem a little overzealous, given that now he won't have anything capable of defending it in hand. He does have just a Lonely Poro and Zanya's left. Is getting the draw off the Seat of Power though, so maybe this card that was drawn off the top might be a little bit of extra help, but really going to town on his runes after this turn, now having to be forced to hide a Zanya's alongside this Master Yi to try and protect. Well, I guess this could protect either one of either the Yi or the Rengar, but nevertheless trying to give his board a little bit of extra stickiness going into this turn, as like you said, it should be more than easy enough for Lilia to break this board given the amount of sprites she's capable of generating.
Yeah, I see game in hand, so it should be pretty straightforward. You just have Charm. You can Charm away the Rengar, push up the Raven Bloom, and then you just Brutalize her Sprite. That should be game, right?
Yeah, nothing in hand, no combat tricks, unless that card drawn off the top from the Seat of Power draw was, say, maybe a On Guard could get us an extra 2 might, but there's so much might available in hand between the Sprite Burst, the Brutalizer, not to mention Lilia making that 3rd Sprite, so we're going to have at least 9 might off of the 3 Sprites. You add another 3 might off of the Brutalizer. Still having that Stupefy in hand as well. There's just so many ways to slice it. This Lilia looks like we're headed to the victory circle for game number 1.
Yeah, you just got to make sure you don't tap out so that you can still use your Defy if he does have an On Guard and you mess up the math. Or just do the math correctly, of course.
But as we all know, math is hard.
Oh my gosh. I don't know if you watched any of the stream last night.
Yeah.
There was the freaking Ornn game where there was an
yeah.
Aurelia on Abandoned Hall, and there were like 5 Abandoned Hall triggers, and then there was a Last Stand, and oh my gosh, I could not keep track of the might. I was just like, let the judges take the wheel. They can do the math for me.
Yeah, those was some pretty crazy board states on display, and so now we see the Zanyas come in to save this Rengar, but obviously this is a pipe dream that this is going to be able to get us to a winning position, as it should be more than easy for our Raven Bloom to win at the Seat of Power. Not even going to need to do a combat victory, just going to charm the Master Yi away and walk up for the victory. Yep. That'll be game number 1 going to Lilia. So 2 rounds back to back, we've seen Master Yi face down an aggressive deck targeted at taking down his game plan in specific and fall in game number 1. Is this a sign that people are really starting to figure out how best to deal with Master Yi as a legend? And maybe all this talk we've been discussing about the prevalence of Master Yi and going into the next set may be actually a little bit overstated, and people are more equipped now than ever to deal with the Master Yi menace.
It definitely becomes easier to play versus a deck when you expect to play versus it, because you can tune your deck accordingly. That being said, I do think that these really fast aggro decks do have a decent chance against Yi when you win the die roll and you go first, because Yi is the strongest when he's on those battlefields, right? And especially in a deck like Lily, where you can double conquer on turn 2. Definitely not a very common thing, and it does make things a lot harder for Yi, because one of the issues with Yi has always been getting on the battlefields, and sure, Rengar helps with that. Rengar's a 3-of, and you don't really have that much draw in the actual deck. It's like Scuttle and Discipline, right? And the rest of your draw tends to be from battlefields. But if you can't touch the battlefields, well, I mean, you're just kind of relying on your opening 6 or opening 5, right?
Yeah, and the draw power there from Lilia off of that Seat of Power was pretty impressive. I haven't really seen somebody draw so many cards off Seat of Power before, aside from maybe just the Jinx last round. But even then, I don't think they managed to trigger that battlefield as much as Lilia did in that last game, and seemingly like a battlefield that might just be tailor-made for a deck like Lilia.
Yeah, it is an unfortunate one for Yi. Like I said, I think that battlefield combination was almost perfect for Lilia, with the Seat guaranteeing a draw every turn, and then they didn't end up using it, but I think there were some moments where the Dais could have been pretty effective. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely was the optimal opener for Lilia where you do start a unit and then you are able to go for the double conquer on turn 2, and then when your opponent is just playing a couple Scuttle Crabs, you just kind of like laugh. That is one of the issues of Scuttle Crab, is it's like pretty bad when you're going second for Yi, right? Because you can't contest the battlefield, and then it's almost guaranteed to be outed on the next turn, which is okay when you have access to like the Rengars and stuff, but when you don't, well, deck doesn't really have an easy way of getting onto the battlefield. Interesting mulligan technique. I would be carefully watching my opponent if they did that, but
yeah. We're already starting into play here. We got the battlefields out, and it is Seat of Power for Master Yi now. Ironically enough, we just spoke about how much Master Yi needs that draw power, so he's looking to Seat of Power to try and help him in that department. But like we said, Lilia seems a little bit better at making or taking full advantage of that battlefield than Master Yi does. So this may come back to haunt Master Yi in this game number 2, as now there are 2 battlefields that Lilia can draw off of, and only one Master Yi can draw off of, as I don't think Master Yi has any temporary units to take advantage of this Duskrow's Lab.
I will say the Lilia's hand is not spectacular. I believe I saw Unchecked, maybe Charm, Defy, and I did not see the last card, but not really a whole lot going on in the hand. I think it's a Smoke and Mirrors.
Smoke and Mirrors, yeah. So not a great hand, you're right.
Definitely going to have to be drawing off of the battlefields. That being said, I mean, you're kind of set up to draw, but wow, okay, the Pit Rookie really helps out there. That was actually an incredible 2-drop there for the turn, as now it means that if you do want to walk into the Scuttle Crab, you have to either commit a spell so the Ravenbloom trades, or you have to trade your sprites. So no draw is going to be happening. You will not get the Seat of Power draw. A very nice 2-drop there.
Yeah, and Unchecked Power is interesting in this matchup in particular, as Master Yi typically does want to just hold with a singular unit. So in the event that Master Yi is executing their game plan as they want to, and holding both battlefields with one bigger unit, say something like a Camel or a Rengar on each battlefield, Unchecked Power is really just getting you a 2-for-1, which typically you're playing this card to really blow your opponent out once they go for a big hold, wide hold strategy, trying to kill 4, 5, 6 units at a time with this one Unchecked Power. But more than likely, it's only going to get 2 units out of the way in this matchup against Master Yi. So see if that ends up being false, if I'm completely misreading the situation. But I think this Unchecked Power may not be the most pivotal card in this particular matchup. See if it ends up coming to pass and be played at all to begin with. But might just be seeing the Chosen Champ come down this turn and taking kind of a bit of an off turn to set up so we can start getting those draws off of the Seat of Power. But instead it will actually be the Leader ability being activated. So is offering the trade that you mentioned, 3-3 over at the Duskrow's Lab.
Not a huge fan of Unchecked as well, particularly because, like we saw last game, E is playing like Zonias, is playing GAs. So you're not even really guaranteed the 2-for-1. And on top of that, it's just a slow card.
Yeah.
And Yi is okay playing the slow game for the most part. I will say one of the nice things with the card is that Yi nowadays does not tend to go high in rune counts. It reminds me of Aurelia now, where you play out your units, and then at that point you don't really care about your runes. You'll use as many as you have to keep your units alive. And Yi doesn't have a clean answer for Unchecked, now that no one plays like any of the true counter spells. Like I say, true counter spells. Defy is a very good counter spell, but it is not dealing with Unchecked. And I think most people have cut the what do you call it again? Most people have cut the Unyielding Spirits from their deck.
Oh, yeah.
So it is pretty much guaranteed to resolve. And if they don't have a GA or a Zonia's in play, then you are potentially putting him in a bad spot, like we saw in the last game, where the Yi was at like 4 runes, and just the only thing he can play on the next turn is if he has a Rengar and nothing else.
Yeah.
He didn't have the Rengar, right? So he ended up essentially passing a turn. Interesting to me that opting to not push up the Raven Bloom, because yes, it would force Yi to blow a buff. But that's like getting cards out of my opponent's hand and forcing them to use energy. I don't like it when I'm passing and my opponent can just like free develop. Yeah, and here's
Ooh.
going to be the charm anyway to kill
Yeah,
it.
the charm punishing here a little bit. Doesn't have a green rune available for that Defy in hand. One rune is up, but it is not calm. It is all mind runes. So Defy unfortunately cannot save our Ravenbloom student here. Now it's an empty board for Lilia. Of course, Lilia able to generate sprites that come in ready. So an empty board for Lilia may not feel as bad as it does for the rest of the Riftbound cast, but still not a good position to be in off the back of a rather bricked hand in this game number 2 so far, and doesn't seem to be getting any better quite yet. But we are looking at an accelerated Lilia come down. We don't see her accelerated very often, like we mentioned in game number 1, but here we are accelerating her now. Obviously just a 3 might unit doesn't pose much of a threat to our Bit Rookie, who will be defending for 4. Now opting to preemptively discipline, trying to see what they might draw before going up to 5 now, can push up for 5 to 4. Of course, if that 1 rune up is going to pay for something like On Guard, could spell a little bit of a problem for our Lilia. Would force the Defy out, which we don't really want to have to use on something so meager as an On Guard. But luckily, nothing comes down for Master Yi, and Pit Rookie sent to the bin, and Duskgrow's Lab is finally under the control of our Lilia player.
Yeah, I'm not really a big fan of this play. This feels like a losing play. Don't really. That being said, with the hand as it is, I don't really know what the winning play is. Maybe just developing for a couple turns, but
Did hide the smoke and mirrors though, so does have the ability to potentially save this Lilia by swapping it out with the sprite that it made. However, it will be very sad if they run into that Defy.
You know, Lilia is not a legend I like to play on low runes, because your legend ability is so expensive. So it is pretty unfortunate to have to play so aggressively here. I do think that maybe on the previous turn, I would have liked to see, like, there were a few options, to be honest, to the scuttle. Like, you could have just preemptively played your back off from hand, cycled the back off onto the scuttle, and then that puts your Ravenbloom to 3, and then you swing in with the Ravenbloom, and then that beats over the scuttle, and then you get a draw. You could have also just like done the same play and then push up the Ravenbloom, and then you can hide the back off. I'm assuming that was in hand. I don't quite remember.
I believe the back off was in hand, yeah, but
Yeah.
Opting to hide the smoke and mirrors instead, and just to try and protect the Lilia a little bit more, I'd say more assuredly. I think being able to swap it back to base will keep it a little bit safer than the stun would. So trying their best to keep Lilia alive, but now after getting their Defy sabotaged away, it puts them at quite a bit of risk here.
Yep, there is. Okay. You swing into the seat here. I'm surprised it was done in this order. What is he afraid of as a hidden? Because I feel like you just swing Yi into Lilia and say.
So this is an interesting interaction, because now we can respond with the smoke and mirrors just to give us that draw. And obviously this will be a move trigger that does spawn a sprite as well. But even after moving, if we do get that Smoke and Mirrors to come down and resolve. That does not affect charm, and we'll still be able to charm the Lilia in from the base over to the Seat of Power. Coming into a 4 defending Master Yi, of course, will get up to 6 off of the Legend ability. So this Lilia more than likely is headed to the trash no matter what they do here, but might get an extra sprite to play with and potentially an extra draw as well if they do elect to grab or throw out the Smoke and Mirrors.
Yeah.
But actually, I'm sorry. I forgot. I think they're asking the judge now how this works, because if they move the Lilia and create the sprite at the Duskro's lab, then the Smoke and Mirrors would stay there, and then they can Smoke and Mirrors and save their Lilia still. So a little bit, I'm overthinking things a little bit too much, but this actually might work out pretty decently for our Lilia player after all is said and done.
Yeah, I believe that's true. This has come up for me in a skirmish before, and I believe that was the answer, is that it works similarly to like a death knell trigger where it resolves and then but I could be wrong here.
Yeah, do you think they're discussing it looks like with the judges now, trying to determine the timing? Because obviously when the Lilia moves, it moves out of the battlefield, and then that would cause them to lose control of the battlefield. And so I believe that would then make the Smoke and Mirrors go away. So that would happen before the sprite is generated from the Lilia, because the Lilia has to finish moving to resolve it, I think. I remember someone discussing this at Locals, a Lilia player, before as well. I know you mentioned that you came into something like this at a skirmish. I haven't experienced it firsthand as a Lilia pilot or against a Lilia, but I know that this particular interaction can be a little bit tricky.
Yeah, it was definitely an interesting way to play that as Yi. I feel like it was a pretty straightforward shove Yi into Lilia and say, show me a back off, show me like an on guard, because I believe he has a Defiant Hand. And then you can just drop, or you could do it the other way around, where you throw the Yi into the battlefield, you answer whatever card they have, and then, okay, I lost my thought, but I would have liked to, I don't feel like the charm was even needed there. It was pretty clean, just swing in there. But
yeah, potentially not needed at all, and we'd have to really kind of that took a little bit of a time to get through that turn cycle. So I myself am kind of forgetting how we started that turn a little bit, so might have to go back and rewatch it to get a full grasp of what was possible there. But double Mask of Foresight coming down for Lilia is pretty nice alongside a Ravenbloom student. So taking an off turn just to set up, but now our sprites are coming in for 5 on the attack thanks to double Mask of Foresight. So really having a much more threatening attack every single turn going forward is going to be a way for our Lilia to come back and start answering these boards that Master Yi is going to inevitably establish with this control of the Seat of Power currently. Is there a way to also get control of this Duskro's lab?
Yeah, he is ganking.
He's at 5 XP currently.
Oh, is he? I can't.
It looks like a 5 to me. I might be. I
believe it. I believe you.
I think it's just a conquer and a hold from the Master Yi for 4 XP, and then the 1 XP from the Scuttle Death Knell. So only at 5 currently. It is funny. I just now realizing that the XP card is a reflection token, and they scribbled everything out and wrote XP on it. That's pretty funny. But Master Yi then is electing to just move back to base and throw down the infamous Ruin Runner alongside the Chosen Champion base to set up for the following turn. And looking like we're in a pretty decent spot for Master Yi, but I'm starting to feel the winds change in Lilia's direction a little bit now with this double Mask of Foresight setup, and now Sprite Fountain coming down as well. Finally going to start getting some draws on the Seat of Power thanks to the Ravenbloom Conquer here now 2. And our point total should be sitting at around, I should have been writing this down, but it should be 3 for Lilia, I believe. So 3-2 on the Master Yi after the Conquer and Hold, or is it 3-3, 3-4?
It is going to be pretty difficult here to actually hold, as you have to deal with 3 units. Well, I say 3 because I know that there's a Rengar in his hand. I did see it.
Yeah, we do have the deploy of the sprite off of Lilia's straight to the battlefield. Not that it matters, could throw it at base and run it up there, but opting nevertheless to try and keep this Duskrow's Lab under control with double sprite defending 6 might against the 5 and the 4 of Master Yi and Rune Runner, respectively. And they're making it a little bit more difficult to get this Conquer at the Duskrow's Lab. Mask of Foresight, of course, will not trigger as a result, however.
I wonder about doing it this way, because even if you're doing this to play around Rengar, you still lose the Rengar. Like, it is the same exact outcome. Because they go the if you did only put 1 there, you're defending for 5 and 4, right? And the Rengar still beats over the 5, and then they still need to send 2 units or buff up to go over the 4. So it ends up being like the same thing, but okay, defy.
I spotted a Alpha Strike in hand. Oh, and it looks like he's thumbing like he's about to deploy it. So Alpha Strike could come down here. Okay. Notably, that would generate us 1 XP. So that is enough to get us to 6 XP and turn on the deflect and ganking of this chosen champ that you mentioned before.
Maybe not quite as relevant now, but would be. Maybe he'll come up on the next turn.
I think he's contemplating the Alpha Strike a little bit more so, just because this does mean that it turns him away from being able to deploy the Rengar this turn, going down to only 4 runes afterwards, but nevertheless is deciding to go with the Alpha Strike anyway on our Camel. Our Rune Runner going to be dealing 5 might, split amongst units at battlefield. And I believe this can attack any battlefield, so can actually take out the Ravenbloom student with this as well. Although the Ravenbloom should have +1 off of the defy. So did not indicate it, but as we all are aware, the +1 doesn't need to be indicated immediately. It can be remembered once it becomes relevant.
Yes, and it can, in fact, hit both battlefields. Just says at battlefields.
And now our players remembering here, Master Yi pointing out, hey, that does have the +1, so doesn't want to get got trying to get the double kill on our Sprite plus Ravenbloom. Ultimately unable to take out 2 units with 1 Alpha Strike here now, thanks to the way the breakpoints lined up. That defy on the discipline came in pretty clutch here. Is going to take out 1 sprite, however, get us that 1 XP. And now our Master Yi player will be coming away with the Conquer on this Duskrow's Lab, I believe, unless there's something else in the hand for Lilia, but I don't think that there is any other combat tricks available.
Is that discipline?
Unless, unless that was a discipline.
I mean, discipline on the to save the one that was being applied 3 damage to sounds pretty good, to be honest. And I mean, sure, we are playing into Yi having defy, but like, I think you just do it anyway. Like, Yi's put themselves out of Rengar range at this point, so your 1 card is going to trade with at least 1 card from Yi here.
And you have to
assuming he
imagine
even has
that they don't
player.
have a Defy since they didn't defy your Defy. I mean, I'd be willing
Yeah.
to bet that myself in this situation.
Oh, I think they're asking right now if you choose where the damage is going on activation, like you say, hey, I'm targeting X, Y, and Z, or if it's on resolution, because that actually does matter here, right? Because the discipline would not save the unit, right?
Yeah.
I think you do target the units, though. I'm pretty sure how this works is you target the units, and then on resolution, you can apply the damage in any way you would like among those units, but you have to apply at least one to each. So in this case, because he's targeted, I think what he's trying to say is, can he just like overkill one?
Yeah.
Because otherwise you are playing into stuff like discipline.
Yeah,
But
interesting if it does work. That I mean, I'm not super well versed in Alpha Strike. I must admit, don't see this card being played a ton, very very often, at least in my games online and in locals. So if it does come on resolution, like you said, then it kind of works in a similar way to Get Excited or Bullet Time, where you kind of pricing your opponent into making the call before they know how you're going to dish out the damage.
this is
But
unfortunate, though, because he did not save it. I wonder if it was ruled the other way, which I'm fairly sure is incorrect, or the players were just not aware, because that would be a very good trade for Lilia if they were able to do that.
oh, there's actually a Janna in hand. Is that a Janna that could have came into? I guess in this instance, Janna can't push back the camel, so maybe opting not to use the Janna here, saving it for the Raven Bloom student, being able to protect it against this Master Yi that may be coming in here pretty soon. May not also, though, may just opt to set up and pass, and it looks like that will be the case. It'll be a hidden Zanya's over at the Dusk Rose lab, and then a pass on over. So hold coming down at the seat of power. Temporary triggering on our Sprite Fountain is going to send it to the trash and give us yet another Sprite in the base with double Mask of Foresight. Now Sprite Burst drawn off the top, so we have the possibility of having a 4-wide Sprite attack here, given the 2 from this plus the 1 generated off the legend ability, which of course will only cost 1 thanks to having the 3 sprites on board. 1 energy for a 3/3 ready sprite seems like a pretty good legend ability.
Yeah, definitely not too bad here. And this does unfortunately not put you out of punch for a strange, but I don't. Yeah, because punch first would go to 12, so you would be trading, and then obviously the hidden is almost certainly a Zonya's or a back off, both which do deal with this.
Ooh, I was just thinking that this could be a charm line, but not the way that I had drawn it up. This
yeah.
way does still work to take out the Lonely Pora, but I was actually thinking it might be interesting to send it to the Dusk Rose lab to then turn off the Yi ability, essentially coming to the same might threshold, right? We're getting +2 off the Yi. If we throw the Lonely Pora over there, it's 2 might. It's the same math. So this way, we not only would be creating the same math scenario, but also enabling or disabling the draw off of the Lonely Pora, which with that low hand count of Master Yi's may be worth it just to try and stop the draw. But nevertheless, it was charmed to the seat of power, and the gang of 4 sprites attacking in at the Dusk Rose lab for 12 might was enough to take care of that Ruin Runner, bait out that Zanya's Hourglass, and now we're back to just having our same 2 big boys in base for Master Yi, our Ruin Runner and our Chosen Champ, and we're across the way gonna move the Raven Bloom back to base and just let these 2, yet again, the 2 sprites defend for 6 at the Dusk Rose lab.
I definitely do agree with you that charm onto the lab was definitely better. Well, I say better. It may have been a better play, but it's easy for us to say, as maybe he was wary of some sort of buff or something. But it did seem pretty nice there, like you said. Like, keep E off of more cards. It ends up with the same outcome. Now, right? So Camel walking up onto the seat. That will be 6 point, correct?
Yeah, it should be 5 to 6, I believe, now, in favor of our Master Yi player. But opting to go to Seat of Power first does once again show us that we're kind of forfeiting any type of hope of getting the double conquer and getting that draw at the Seat of Power. And this has kind of been, once again, this is both games we've had Seat of Power, and both games it seemed that Master Yi has really struggled to get any draws out of it, whereas our Lilia player has gotten quite a few and seems a little bit skewed in Lilia's favor in regards to being able to gain advantage off of this battlefield. So kind of worrisome given that this is Master Yi's battlefield choice, and it seems to be doing more work for Lilia than it is for him, as well as now she just got another draw thanks to the Dusk Rose Lab trigger. So not having any hand problems yet for Lilia.
Lilia is in a little... I mean, you have the discipline, but I don't really see any ways to beat out this Camel cleanly. I guess you could throw all of your buff spells out, but I'm a little bit worried about the follow-up. Then I guess technically he does have a Rengar. Like, I'm not crazy, right? Like, maybe no, he actually, there's no way he does, right? Because otherwise you just Rengar the Ravenbloom and say, like, the game's over if you don't have it. Maybe not. That's pretty aggressive.
This is an interesting play line for Lilia, given that Master Yi should be going up to 7 off of this hold. That means we're threatening lethal here with a base of 8 might already attacking into the Ravenbloom, which of course only has 2 might. The Mask of Foresight will bring it up to 4. And then we're just hoping that this hand of spells will be enough to get us across the finish line. But that is a wide open rune pool at the disposal of Master Yi. So has so many options to come in and make this attack just that much more potent. As now we go into the battlefield attacking for 8. First card coming down will be on the side of Lilia, going to be that Discipline, offering us a +2, triggering the Ravenbloom for an additional +1, bringing us up to 7. What was the draw off the Discipline? Smoke and Mirrors was the draw. Now we have an On Guard in hand to get another +3 might should we need to, but it will actually be a back off coming down. Interesting to come down with the back off now, considering, like you said, the threat of that ambush Rengar.
I think you have to, because you need the On Guard so that you can actually clear the Camel on the next turn, right?
Yeah, it just feels like you're in a do or die situation here. Anyways, this is the lethal point you're fighting for. It's almost hard to even consider what to play for next turn when you have to win this turn to even get to that turn, you know? So yeah, I'm not seeing the way that we get there here, given that this is a Janna. I totally forgot that there was a Janna in hand, so Janna can come in and now push back the Rengar.
That's a pretty cool play, and depending on what the math is... Oh, okay. Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay, what's the math at? It might still... Wait, why is he putting a card in the trash? Okay.
Yeah, don't just kill it. It just goes to the base. It's okay. All right, we have 8 might from the Ravenbloom, and then Janna's only 3 might, I believe. A little bit of missequencing here. If we were going to play On Guard, should have played it before the Janna, missing out on a 1 might buff.
Well, I think he didn't expect like the second, right? And you do want to hold the On Guard, otherwise you cannot deal with the Camel on the next turn. I think it's somewhat reasonable, but it looks like, was that enough? Wait, so Yi 2,
It was
4.
it was 8 plus the Janus 3 is 11. Then if you get that on guard up to 13, over across the way you had 14, I believe.
Wasn't that yeah, that he held there, right? Maybe he just didn't think he had the I'm confused there, because didn't he hold? So Rengar 6, and then Yi was stunned, so no damage from the Yi. And then 2,
Oh,
4? So
yeah, maybe
what?
we did forget about the stun, or there was something else. There could have been just some discussion amongst the players. Could have said, you have this, something. I mean, they could have been, do you have the punch first? I'm not sure. That might need to go back and review, see if we
Yeah.
missed something there, but it was the scoop from Lilia going to take us into game number 3. It did seem like maybe you're right that there was a potential that Lilia was able to still hold there, but in any case, we are going into game number 3 of our round number 6 with how much time left in the round? Looks like we got a 6-minute timer left in the round, but we were afforded a extension from the judges thanks to the judge call that was taking place during the middle of that games there. So about 10 minutes probably to play this game number 3 out once we're done with our shuffling, sideboarding, and all the like.
Yeah, and I do favor Lilia here when going first, as we did see in the last game. When Yi is only playing, like, I think when he's playing stuff like the Scuttle Crab, and it does feel a little bit tough to get onto these battlefields when your opponent is double conquering on turn 2, and you need to dedicate like a buff spell to one of your 2-drops. I will say the exception is if you do open with one of the Rengars, you can go turn 2 Rengar, and I wouldn't hate it, to be honest, because it is not the easiest for Lilia to deal with a 8 might defend on your 3rd turn, so you're only at 6 runes. Does seem fairly reasonable to me.
And if we're playing into the clock, and that is going to be a factor if we're going to have to play for the win condition of having a 2-point gap to victory, I would also, in that instance, favor Lilia. But like you said, just in general, I think going first here, going into game number 3, given the way that we've seen these games playing out, how close they've been for Master Yi to barely squeak by with that victory in the last game, it has to be a little bit worrisome, I think, as it'll be a double arena's greatest game. So perhaps we are not going to have to worry about that clock after all. 10 minutes to score 6 points. I think Lilia can do it.
I'm very surprised they both saved their arena game until game 3, but okay, sure. Sounds good. I mean, Lilia is one of the best decks for this, right? And see a Heart of True Eye, so I'm pretty surprised that's getting mulliganed away, to be honest.
I've been wanting to see that card get deployed this entire set, and now we finally see the Heart of Dark Ice in starting hand. It gets mulliganed away. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, and I do believe they did whiff a 2-drop as well, which wow, okay, off the top.
Nice, better lucky than good.
Yep. Yeah,
All
that's
right,
kind of
so
crazy to me.
starting off 2-2. We're on the scoreboard 2-2. We got the Scuttle Crab start all 3 games, which you have pointed out is less than ideal, especially going second. This creature offers almost no capability of attacking over the Raven Bloom and the Sprite that is inevitably going to come down here, as we see it do so at a rapid pace. Our players are playing quickly, knowing that clock is ticking. So 4-2 already, and turn number 2 of this final game 3 on round 6.
Yeah, this is where I am still very flabbergasted that the Heart was mulliganed, and like he mulliganed it away to draw a unchecked power I would much rather have the heart than the unchecked power. But this is where a Rengar would be pretty nice here. Is like I said, I think it is pretty difficult for Lilia to clear that in 1 or even 2 turns with this board state, as you don't really have any base developed. You can throw Rengar over the Raven Bloom, and then Lilia just has literally nothing on board with 6 runes.
Yeah, I'm not sure that unchecked power even needed to be kept into this game number 3. Like, could have easily just been sided out for something a little bit lower to the ground to try to give us a little bit extra push in this early game, since this game is not set to go the distance, both because of the timer and because of the double arena's greatest. As now we see discipline come down onto our Scuttle Crab, give it that +2 up to 2, offering the trade initially, but an on guard followed right behind that is going to get us up to 4 and take down the Ravenbloom student. So now 3 to 4 for our Master Yi. Gonna drop a second Scuttle Crab to join the party, and you don't necessarily love seeing double Scuttle be your board state as Master Yi, but an empty board for Lilia gives you a little bit of breath of fresh air.
Yeah, and because you are almost guaranteed to just be... Oh, okay. Okay, so choosing to accelerate it. Fair enough. I was like, I'm not too sure how I feel about this, but if you are opting to accelerate it, sure, why not? Does have, it looks like, multiple ways to defend the Lilia in hand. Let's see.
Yeah, the disciplines, double discipline, and the smoke screen is quite a few ways to utilize those 2 runes up. But now, thanks to Scuttle Crab's vision, our Master Yi player is well aware of everything, writing it down, making sure they know all that they have to deal with. Will be able to do the math to come away with the victory here. If the cards align for them, going up to 7 runes here does give us the opportunity to deploy a Rengar, and does have Defy in hand to back it up, so can answer that smoke screen if it comes down.
Yeah,
double Defy in hand.
Why is there a Riptide Rex? Is that like a normal thing? I feel like I have...
Yeah, that's been an inclusion since Galewinds made it more popular. I think winning best of with the Riptide Rex, and he made I think he did a deck profile as well, kind of talking over his reasoning why Riptide has been such a big boon to the Lilia deck, and definitely one that I never even considered when constructing a Lilia deck, but it has been doing work for Galewinds, and now we see it in this Lilia players list as well. So definitely has to have some kind of credence towards its inclusion. Not sure if we'll actually get to see it come into play here, but Rengar is the play. Like we mentioned, the threat of Rengar coming in against this Lilia was there, and now all of the answers in hand for Lilia are known about for our Master Yi players. So no matter what they do, Master Yi more than likely has the answer for it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have committed to this play. And it will be one of those 2 Defies coming down to answer the smoke screen. So 1 blue rune sacrificed for no gain here. And now a double conquer coming out for Master Yi. And all of a sudden, it's starting to feel like Master Yi might have what it takes to get there in this very, very fast game number 3. Less than 5 minutes left in the round.
It does not feel good if you are on the side of Lilia here, as that Rengar, as we said, is very difficult to get over at this point.
With the Rex, though, Rex can come down and kill it outright.
And it just does stink to have to dedicate so many runes when you're already fairly low on runes.
Not to mention that it is slow, and we are kind of playing for speed here as we move in our sprite at the Scuttle Crab, but it looks like we have an On Guard in hand. So On Guard might come down with that last rune up for Master Yi to really turn this around on Lilia, force them to use some combat tricks of their own just to conquer this arena's greatest, but instead opting to just let the Scuttle Crab go away and give us another peek at the hand. Let's see what you drew for turn. Taking another look, making sure. But it looks like Master Yi's tapped out. Or sorry, Lilia is tapped out after playing the Stalwart Poro. So feeling like this is actually Master Yi favored now.
Yeah, I would agree for the most part. I mean, Lilia doesn't really have enough runes to go for a double conquer push on the next turn through the Rengar. And I want to say both players are at 6 now. So the Rengar is almost certainly going to live for another day, assuming there are any buffs in the Yi hand, which...
Ooh, first mate in hand, I think I saw there, so we can actually get this Rengar to come back. First mate, ready it up and send it in, and no Mask of Foresight, no hidden cards, no runes up, nothing to save the sprite from the Rengar's wrath, so can get that conquer. And I'm thinking that might just have to be the line here. You want to really put the pedal to the metal as much as you can. Time is of the essence. Must be down to our final, say, 3 minutes in the round or something of the sort. So needing to try and close the door on this game as quickly as possible. Of course, with the double arenas greatest at the point as they are now, I don't think that we'll really need the turns after all is said and done, but still want to try and keep up this pace of play as it has been rather brisk going so far.
Definitely do need to make sure that you are keeping up a good pace of play at the end of these games. And I know decisions can be hard, absolutely, but you still do need to play.
Oh no, that might be all she wrote. The charm follow-up. Empty board for Lilia.
I think he still has a Defy in hand, which makes it even more hard. And I think it's a Defy and then even a buff spell.
Like we just went into time, I believe. Lilia being turn 0. So Lilia having only this turn plus an additional 2 turns to go. Oh wait, no, sorry, only this turn and 1 other turn. Master Yi getting 2 more turns to go. So I think Master Yi more than likely has what it takes to close this one out, even after such an impressive performance from Lilia. It looks like we may have tripped and stumbled at the finish line, unfortunately. No units in hand outside of the Rex and the Janna. Just discipline, back off unchecked. Man, it really makes you think how different this game might have been had he kept the Heart of Dark Ice in that starting hand. Whether or not this whole thing could have been avoided with that extra +3 might every turn on these sprites, giving him some real attack power.
Yeah, and then you can actually start threatening these units on the defense without having to play into defies and such, right? Because now you're just... Yeah, if he plays the Riptide, the game is over, because we know we saw another first mate in the Yi hand. We also, I think there's an on guard as well, so multiple ways that this will not work. So,
is he going to unchecked power this? Oh, wow.
This is, I guess, playing for a draw?
Yeah, I'm not sure. This seems almost like a concession. I'm not sure. It doesn't seem like that does very much. I mean, obviously, Riptide Rex could have been beaten out by any buff. Obviously, there's that on guard in hand he doesn't know about, but any buff really would have gotten that out of the Riptide Rex range. So opted to give us the unchecked power instead to ensure Rengar goes down, but Chosen Champion plus our second copy of First Mate, as you mentioned, it's going to be enough to get us across the finish line here. Going to do one last Sabo beforehand to make sure no shenanigans. And that'll be it. Master Yi comes away with the victory and actually gets there the old-fashioned way. Even in turns, was able to get up to the 8 points thanks to that double Arena's Greatest in Game 3. But Master Yi is our victor in round number 6. So coming in to... Is this the final round of Swiss already? Or is there one more round of Swiss? We're going into one final round of Swiss at X and 1. Should have a very high likelihood of making it into that top cut. All right, so how'd you feel about that one, NA? I mean, I know we had a little bit of questioning going back and forth on some of the play lines and decisions being made there, but overall, I feel like that was not too bad of a game.
Yeah, we did get to see what Lilia was able to do in Game 1, and I'm still a little bit confused about what was going on at the end of Game 2. I feel like Lilia did actually have a chance there, but maybe there was some communication between the players that we weren't aware of. I mean, it's very easy, seeing as they are on, at least for me, the total other side of the globe.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it was a good match. I think that fortunately it seemed like the Lilia ran out of steam a little bit, maybe at the end, and just had all these spells and was not able to establish units. But yeah,
it did seem like when Lilia was humming that it was just really, really well constructed and really well piloted, that the deck was doing a lot of really powerful things and seemed like a formidable deck in the format for sure. And it just must, at the end of the day, come down to, like you said, the way that things draw out that variance in Lilia, maybe not having the level of consistency that's required to put up those results time and time again, but the power is there. So I expect to see Lilia make a championship run sooner or later. Just needs luck to break their way a little bit more.
Yep, that is how hard games go sometimes. You got to pick out these high variance decks, and I say high variance. I actually think Lilia is a little bit more of a low variance deck, specifically because it does have a consistent outlet for aggression through the legend. And it's like Victor, right? You're never gonna whiff a unit in Victor because you always have legend up. I feel like Lilia is somewhat similar. If anything, I guess the matchup roulette would be the big thing for Lilia, is if you can dodge those bad matchups, specifically again like the Vexes. And in this case, I mean, the Yi seemed pretty decent against it with the Rengar unit when the Rengar unit was seen. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if Lily's getting anything in set for.
Yeah, that's a good point. I haven't, like we were speaking about before, I haven't really gone back and checked necessarily what improvements can be made to some of these older decks with the new additions in Vendetta. All my focus has just been on trying to construct the new legends being introduced in Vendetta and not really going back and reconstructing any of the old greats with new tools. But I imagine, like we talked about with Lucian before and some of these other decks, that they're getting some great new tools out of Vendetta that may boost them up just a bit to make it a little bit more consistent, a little bit more formidable. Only time will tell, but I think at the end of the day, we are going to see a lot more Lilia just because of it being one of the most streamlined aggro decks in the game. You know, it's very face up on what it wants to do. It's something that I think a lot of players can get behind and play at an efficient way, mostly efficient way with a very low barrier to entry. So I expect to see some more Lilia as we go into set 4.
Yep, for sure. I do think that will be something. But we are getting the voice in the ear.
All right.
Wrap it up for the round. But yeah, I will be back. But Mr. Puss.
Yeah, that'll be it for me for the cast currently. I will be back later on this evening to continue on with that Beijing National. So I'll see you guys all again tonight. But for the time being, it has been a pleasure to cast these 2 rounds this morning with UNA 45 and Knight in the previous round. And I will be bidding you all farewell. If you want to catch some more of my content, links will be in the chat. And please head on over to Conquer and Climb and give us some support. And we'll see you guys very shortly in a few hours for Beijing Nationals.
Quite hang with that, but we'll see. Maybe this Kha'Zix is indeed built different. And chat, I love it. I love it when players are locked and loaded like this. Let's see these battlefields. Actually, we already saw the battlefield selection, so let me load it up on the screen. So give me 1-2 seconds, and then we'll go ahead and jump into this game. I would imagine the majority of us understand the value of running Duskgrow Labs in a deck like LeBlanc, but for any newer players that are tuning in today, it's quite simply to go ahead and get some value from your temporary units. They're fading away anyways, right? So might as well go ahead and trigger the lab and get a draw for that def essentially. So not too shabby. Monastery Harana is a way, as we discussed. Kha'Zix kind of struggles in keeping up in the hand department. So Monastery Harana is just a great battlefield because you have such easy access with the Kha'Zix legend ability to buff your units just by paying a simple XP that you almost have guaranteed draw every single turn. Caveat being, if your LeBlanc kind of takes that battlefield away from you, it can get a little bit tricky. And chat, I'm not seeing your usual pieces. Actually, I lied. Sabotage Sack deck could be a little Aurora-y, but let's hope for the best here. Oh, you're right. You're right on the money, Snake. Monastery Harana is definitely not an Aurora battlefield. You're totally right. And you know, the LeBlancs we see lately in China have been a bit more on the side of not really relying on baited hooks. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see more of a traditional Def Nail centralized LeBlanc list where it's just simply Karthus, Ruin Rex, the LeBlanc. What's the yellow one actually called? Let me look it up so we say your name during the cast. I'll call it the yellow LeBlanc for now. It's not Unseen. Chat, what's her name again? I'll look it up before you guys even type it. Let me see. Fragmented, of course. LeBlanc fragmented, but it looks like game number 1 is here. I'm so excited. A little bit of an extended break, but the time has come for the top 16 match to go ahead and get things started. And it looks like Kha'Zix will be on the play. Nice little turn 2, can never go wrong. Ideally, you would want to start with that Irresistible Faithful because it just really complicates things for your opponent. But I think you do want to get on the board regardless, right? And oh, look at that case for the Kha'Zix legend. That's pretty badass. It's like a Unleashed theme case, which is pretty cool. You know, this deck is looking very similar to the list we had come in third place at the Runes and Rift Weekly this past weekend, or not past weekend, but this past Wednesday. It was relying on 3 trophy hunters, which we already seen 2 trophy hunters. It ran a full set of Physis, it ran a full set of Void Assaults, and it got a whole lot of value from that. You know, the one thing about Kha'Zix, it takes a really strong pilot to go ahead and run them efficiently, right? So you want to make sure you're not missing any triggers whatsoever, because there's so many nuances to this legend. If you win a combat, you gain an XP, and then you have to be very diligent to make sure you're not missing any of your unit XP generations as well. Things like Hunt, which we don't really see too much come into play with Kha'Zix, but already off the get-go, thanks to that Diplomat, you do get the +1, so adding a nice little buff just for a little bit more impact on that Tide Turner. But I don't think it's going to be able to do too much more than that. Contemplating getting the draw. I don't hate it, because I don't think the Sentry is going to be doing too much to threaten you out. So you get a point, get the draw. Not too shabby. I would be surprised to see Hugo not go ahead and push in. And Miss Jordy, those are their Riftbound ranks, interesting enough. China already has an ELO system. So based on the summoner scrimmages you do out there, based on the regional performance like these regionals today, you actually get ELO. If you win the event, you actually get enough ELO to go instant challenger, believe it or not. Which, honestly, if you have what it takes to take it all the way, you probably should be rewarded with that challenger rank. But as expected, does get the draw from that Monastery Harana. But now this is where LeBlanc gets a little bit dangerous. Sends the Karthus over to the trash, which is a little bit of a telltale sign that he wants to go ahead and establish the Glass Mixologist, because you're able to just go ahead and bring the Karthus back a little bit down the road. But this is posing to be exactly as anticipated for a LeBlanc build, where you're just getting an abundance amount of draws off the back of this double Sentry. At least you're getting one guaranteed because of the temporary status here. And you know, Nugent, we've seen so many upside down cards. Every time we see it, people go crazy in chat. It's upside down. It's upside down. I don't think there's too much to it. Sometimes if you guys play in person, it happens, right? Not every card is upside down, but I've had it, you know. I pride myself of playing as clean as possible, and I've drawn and be like, oh, my deck is in reverse or things like that. So I give people the benefit of the doubt. Where you start to think about it a little deeper is if they had a history of kind of suspicious behavior or funky plays, then you kind of start, you know, you kind of give them a little bit of a look. But for now, you know, I think it's just unintentional, and there's no malice behind anything like that. Only if he wins, right, Alchemy? I believe he went ahead and threw it over the Kha'Zix player, so does get that second point online. Now you want to go ahead and try to take away that Duskgrow Lab. Yes, you give him 2 cards, but you can also go ahead and try to defend, because if Glass Mixologist gets onto a battlefield and makes a reflection token of the Mixologist, I guess is not the worst, because it's still too early game, right? You're just bringing back Karthus, you're just bringing back the Sentry. So let's think about it a little bit more. There is some merit to not contesting it, trying to just go ahead and keep this even point tempo for the time being, but trying to think a little bit further ahead, right? So the reflection token dies, you get a draw, Sentry holds, you can make a reflection token either of the Sentry or the backline Glass Mixologist, but forget about a Trophy Hunter pouncing down on that battlefield, double draw, but more importantly, you are going to score to 3. I think this is fair, as long as you're leaving at least one rune to kind of threaten out something like a punch first, because right now, if Glass Mixologist can't conquer, you can't create any reflection tokens, and then you're just posing a problem. But okay, doesn't seem to have something like a punch first, goes on more of the proactive approach, and tries to take out a spell. So Call the Weak and Sprite Fountain are the only non-units currently in hand. I'm leaning more towards... I mean, you're tapped out, so Sprite Fountain isn't the worst. But I think Call the Weak has to be the hit here, right? Because Glass Mixologist can go ahead and kill the Tide Turner. Call the Weak kills the Tiger, or the Kitty Cat, if you will. And then you bring back the Karthus. Yeah, I think it has to be Call of the Week the more I think about it. And players doing what all these high level players do. They're writing the exact cards in hand just to make sure they have full information going forward. And then as these players go ahead and play out those cards, they kind of cross off those notes. That's what I've seen before. But Tide Turner trying to save him for a little bit later, pulls them back and just leaves the kitty on the battlefield, saying if you want to go ahead and try to contest, and that he does. This is interesting. Off the back of the Vi Peacemaker, the stun comes down, and that is a LeBlanc legend ability on the stack. So what does he want to go ahead and copy? I would imagine it has to be that Glass Mixologist, of course, but first things first, has to discard a card in hand. I mean, this is a pretty good position so far for the LeBlanc player, as both of these guys are literally on the cusp of squeezing into top 8. We didn't get any Kazakhs in top 8 last weekend. We didn't get any LeBlancs in top 8 last weekend. So these guys are making history, at least for season 3 of the Chinese series. So it's almost like a win-win situation, honestly, for the viewers here at home. You love to hear it, but depending on what side you're on, do we have more LeBlanc fans in chat, or do we have more Kazakhs fans in chat? I want to hear it. Okay, I'm fat rooting for Kazakhs. I see. Keep in mind, the same thing could go ahead and do on the other side of the board, right? Two can play at the ambush game. Now, LeBlanc doesn't have too much access with a single card. I say that, but there's a really fantastic option with a single energy being the sacrifice. Both of these units are in that mighty threshold, so you're able to easily take them down with the sacrifice and getting the pure value. But speaking of big value, that Vex Apathetic will go ahead and put a big detriment to that reflection coming in readied game plan. That is so powerful for these LeBlanc leaders. And Hart, we don't know yet. We don't know if it's a baited hook, but China is leaning more towards the non-baited hook route. We see it being more of an aggro-y build, like the Sprite Fountain he just put in the trap.
Hello and welcome, my Runes and Riftians. We are back for the final round of Swift, of Swiss, and we have a good one for you. Rengar versus Diana, and we on a winning in. Should be a good one. I believe I was told that the Rengar was previously on the stream, so should be an interesting one. And I'm joined here with Knight, who you guys should be very well acquainted with at this point. How are you doing, Knight?
I am doing fantastic. And yeah, I believe the Rengar was on stream earlier, and whoever wins this goes into top 8. So it'll be a fight for top 8 between the Diana and Rengar here.
Yeah, absolutely. And Rengar is a little bit of a fan favorite, so I imagine there will be a lot of Rengar rooters in the chat. Do you have a lot of experience with this matchup? Who do you think is favored?
I have not played this matchup myself.
Okay.
I would assume that the Diana will be the one who is trying to stabilize, and if she can, she will be able to take the match. I believe we are actually ready to jump right in. I don't know if it's up on the stream for everybody, but they have gotten through their mulligans.
So it does look like we are ready to hop right in. This will be round 7. Both players X1 looking to make it into top 8 and fist bump and going right into the game. And I immediately see a rockfall path, which I feel a little bit bad for Rengar.
Yeah,
that's gotta feel pretty bad. It stops all the ambush. It stops the thrill. Yeah, not a happy sight I am Rengar here, but that is one of the best 2-drops in the game for these ambush decks. Is the bunny.
The Irresistible Feyfolk. That is a complete monster of a card, able to charm in every time it moves to a battlefield.
Yeah,
However,
and there's some. Mhm.
I was gonna say in this exact scenario, he doesn't
Mhm.
have a good way of charming in and killing the Diana.
Mhm.
He would need something like a Grim Apothecary in hand, and that would just barely scrape out over the Diana, assuming the Diana doesn't have anything in hand, because despite being tapped out, the Diana still has energy up with the legend. And
Mhm.
I believe we see a Gust in hand for the Diana, so that would have been pretty disastrous for the Rengar.
Yeah. And Rengar is not Kha'Zix, where you do have that easily access Kha'Zix from the champ zone, and you can go a guaranteed Feyfolk into Kha'Zix Conquer, right? Which is quite an annoying combo. Played against that plenty of times. It looks like Diana just opting to play the Vex. Wow, this is looking like a very annoying game for Rengar. Not only the Rockfall path, but also a turn 2 Vex.
Yeah, and both players opting not to go for an early conquer. They're both
Mhm.
playing a bit more cautiously, which is fair enough. The Diana has 1 energy open, she could have 2 in the showdown, but presumably she's going to want to spend 1 for that card draw from her Diana. Or the predict into reveal if it is a spell draw it that the Diana Lunari can do. So maybe you could argue only 1 energy up for this Diana. Still, I would think that's enough to defend the Diana on the Rockfall, potentially. With the Vex
So
there as well. Oh, but I guess
did
you can't
opt
play Vex
to
to there.
bounce off of the dais, right? Though opted to play and not spend the energy, bounce off the dais, and like you said, just chilling in base, doing some developing.
Yes. Getting the Kaisa and the Nox Hopeful back onto the board. Again, playing very cautiously. Both players saying, I don't want to be on a battlefield. You do it first.
And it looks like Dinah has decided it is time and is. Oh, okay. I was going to say, moving up the Vex is always a good start versus the Rengar deck. But, ooh, okay. And hits a hard bargain off the top. This can be pretty impactful in the late game against Rengar to deny like a crucial throw of the hunt or a punch first. As Rengar does often go down in rooms later in the game and doesn't have a incredible amount of draw unless you are playing the ever so lovely, what is it called? Fresh beans? The card's
Yes.
not very good, but it is funny.
The beans. So, interestingly, we have the Diana on Rockfall and the Vex at the Emperor's Dais. Now, the Rengar has 9 might currently on board, so he could very comfortably outmight either battlefield initially. The Diana is probably safer than the Vex here because of the Rockfall path, meaning he can't drop in a Rengar or something. I almost feel like you should move the Vex down to the Rockfall as well, because I don't know that he's going to be able to hold both of these battlefields. And losing one or both of these units, I don't see another unit in this Vex's hand, though he does have the flash, so he can pull back if he needs to.
Yeah, the flash will help out a lot here. Is if Rengar does opt to commit cards from hand, you get the trade pretty nicely with that. And it is always scary when you are playing into these purple decks and they just hold all their runes. There are a lot of really good cards there. That being said, stuff like Starcross is like kind of not real here without any units developed in base. Is you just have to bounce the very cards that you're trying to protect. So you can, that's at least one card that is a little bit less likely to come down. But like you said, I think the flash is going to be pretty high value here. I think I see a Ride the Wind as well.
Ride the Wind, hard Bargain, Acceptable Losses, Flash. Might have been a Moonfall in there as well. So a lot of spells for this
Mhm.
Diana to throw at the Rengar for when the Rengar goes in.
So just playing out the Nidalee from hand, getting the Rengar trigger, +1 onto that Kaisa. So Kaisa going to be attacking for 5, and it looks like we just playing out another one. Yeah, all right. So Kaisa attacking for 6 here.
Yeah, double Nidalee bringing the Kaisa up to 6. I suppose that plays around Moonfall if he does go into the Vex. And I suppose Moonfall Stupefy would still be a problem. But if he brings in both units, he can play around a Moonfall and a Stupefy. This does lead to double Moonfall being pretty much a game loss, but I'm fairly confident that's not what you would expect as the Rengar player.
Mhm.
Though the Diana did just have the option to pick up a Moonfall. I didn't see what he pulled. But if that is a Moonfall and he now has 2, the Rengar could lose his entire board this turn.
You
Oh, that
definitely
is double
could.
Moonfall in hand.
I do feel like committing double Moonfall seems like a lot to me when you have the flash. But I mean, he's grabbing 3 runes. You could be right here.
Well, double Moonfall kills both Nidalees by bringing them down to 0 might, kills the Nox
Yeah.
Hopeful, bringing it down to 0 might. The Kaisa will have 2 might. You can ambush out a card to the battle. Maybe an Inferna
Mm-hmm.
would let you trade a lot of your units for this Vex. We'll see
Definitely
what he
thinking about it.
chooses.
And he's
Oh,
got
well,
the
he
flash
did
in
just-
hand.
And he showed his opponent because he spun the card. I've done that more times than I wish to remember.
Okay. So instead opting to play it safe here. What is the... Honestly, I don't really feel like there's too much of a direct punish for the double Moonfall. Like you said, it would just be maybe that you do use two of your Moonfalls. Probably not going to see another Moonfall for the rest of the game unless you're replaying it off of a Fizz and you do deramp 2, but I think you convinced me. I think that I actually would have liked to see that. Because what is the punish? Like, punch first, I guess? But even with the punch first, you still get to clear a lot of units.
Yeah, I think it would be the value of either clearing the units or potentially holding versus being very safe. And we saw both players being safe at the beginning of the game, and it looks like the Diana is saying, you know what, I'm going to be safe again. I don't want to risk these units more than I have to. The Fae Folk could pull this Vex up. It will cost a power for the deflect. And presumably that means we're going to get the Ride the Wind out if this Diana is determined to save the Vex on this turn. Because he does not have the runes to double Moonfall now.
Yeah, it does not have that option anymore. Only 4 runes up. If you are going to commit into the... Okay, yeah, I was going to say, if you're going to commit to save the Vex with the flash, I feel like you do want to commit the Ride the Wind here. And probably just Ride the Wind back to base, yeah.
It does... It leaves this Diana in a little bit of a precarious situation in that she now has to try and clear that very big Emperor's Dais. It might be the double Moonfall, in fact, on the attack. That does help against an Inferna. Hidden card in Rengar. What cards are Rengar hiding?
Pack a Cub.
Yeah, that could be. Pack a Cub stonks are going up.
Is it actually that? I have no idea. But that is in the archetype. Different set.
I can't imagine that it
but...
is.
Could be. What else is there? I'm sure there are cards I'm
Pike.
forgetting. Oh, Pike. Yeah,
Yeah.
that sounds a lot more reasonable. There
Pike,
also
Lotus Trap,
technically is
Sudden
Sudden
Storm.
Storm. Yeah. Storm is a cool card. Oh, and it looks like we are just gonna go for the double or the at least one Moonfall now.
Yes. One Moonfall won't let the Vex win the battlefield, because she would have to assign a point of damage to the Fey Folk as well, and not having enough to assign 5 points of damage total with the one Moonfall. But can say, you know what, I will take your Kaisa and your Nox Soapful for my Vex here. If that is the choice he makes, he does have to play around the presumably Pike hidden. Could be a Bushwhack. I don't know if Rengar likes Bushwhack, though.
This is a interesting play to me, considering that they did opt to not use the Moonfall on the last turn. Because I feel like if you're doing this play, it was better, like you said, on the previous turn. Because now you did give the opportunity to hide the card. I don't know. It just seems like it would have been a little bit better on the previous turn. But it looks like potentially now flipping. If this is a Sudden Storm would be quite a nice blowout. But yeah, it is the Pike. Is he? There's no way he's responding to the Moonfall, right?
I shouldn't think so. The top 2 cards
Yeah.
have both -2s on it, and that Pike does go up to 4, so he will be able to keep this battlefield, barring any other cards that the Diana has. Diana will be able to trade out 3 of the units for this Vex, so it's not the worst situation, but it's not fantastic either. The Diana now has to try and defend her own Diana down at the Rockfall path. And I mean, this is the Diana's turn, so the Pike is going to be starting his turn with a ganking Pike and 2 Nidalees. So yeah, the Diana just has to pull back, and I don't know exactly what the score is, but the Rengar is probably going to be taking the score lead here. Three to 1 based on the overlay, so it would actually only be a tied score, but still not a bad position for this Rengar. Rengar doesn't usually run backline damage, I don't think. Maybe a Falling Star, but I would assume that these units for the Diana will be safe. Oh, Challenge, that would work, yeah.
Yeah, that was a good one there. It's expensive. I mean, we are getting to the scenario, like I did mention, where Rengar goes pretty low in runes. Though I would not qualify this as endgame yet. Both players still only at 3 points, which is a little bit spooky. That being said, Diana's hand is fairly dead.
Yeah, it feels pretty dry. Did the Diana have the runes up to hard bargain there? Because that would have been very good for her.
I did not catch that, but I want to say yes, right? Because there's only 1 rune up for Rengar, so you don't have to play it repeated. Oh no, because they just played out units, right?
Yeah, they played out the Raven Bloom,
Yeah.
so I think they might have only had 1 rune open. So yeah, the Diana Lunari can very comfortably come up and clear this Pike. Orange and Fury, Body and Fury, not the best at defending, even with Punch First as an option. So very comfortable, just run up, grab presumably a spell off the top with the Diana Lunari trigger, drop a Hui on the board. That's going to be really nice here to get rid of some of these dead cards, like the acceptable losses that this Diana has in hand. Choosing to gust the Diana Lunari back into her own hand just to keep it safe, doesn't have the runes to play it out this turn, but is able to hold up the hard bargain.
Yeah, I mean, that does make sense, right? Because otherwise you can go ahead and throw both Nidalees onto that battlefield, and it would be a draw too for the Rengar. So you don't really want to use it as a reaction there. You want to use it preemptively so your opponent doesn't get access to just a bunch of free draws.
That is true.
Yeah. Right, so here comes the Poro Dais. So actually playing the Sand Soldier out. Let's go.
Using the battlefield the way it's intended, unheard of.
I'm saying. Right, so another challenge. And there's the hard bargain coming out.
Very nice, keeping that Hui alive. Really important to start getting some cards into this Diana's hand that she is going to be able to use.
Mm-hmm.
And presumably that Sand Soldier is about to get eaten alive by either the Hui or the Raven Bloom, depending on... I mean, he doesn't have a spell in hand except the acceptable losses to use here, so probably will be the Hui to the top battlefield, and then the Raven Bloom to the bottom battlefield, if I had to guess.
I mean, it might not be way to the top battlefield because Rengar is still available. Trophy Hunter, yeah. And Rengar Trophy Hunter is swinging in for 7, right? Which is...
That's true.
Ooh, to ride the wind.
Ride the wind off the top deck, though, very helpful with this way. I mean, that even gives the Hui the ability to fight the Rengar toe-to-toe if he does drop the Trophy Hunter onto either battlefield here. Does mean, though, this Raven Bloom probably cannot get over the Sand Soldier. I didn't see another spell drawn like a Stupefy, in which case it'll probably be units developed to board, or the Hui riding over to the Emperor's Dais. Although, does that not then leave him in danger of the Rengar again?
You just retreat back.
Fair, yeah. I always forget ride the wind and then readies afterwards, so you can just pull it back.
Yeah, very good card here. And plays out another one. Did he? Okay, I was going to say, you definitely retreat off the way here.
Does mean another card going in the trash. Looks like a Traveling Merchant, so probably that. Unless he wants to ready the 2 runes and drop the Diana Lunari onto his base.
I think you probably value the accelerate. Actually, you know what? I think I like that more. Because Let's think about this. Because it's nice to have access to the unit in your hand as well. To buff up the Hui guaranteed on the next turn.
Yeah. Okay, so this Diana now set up in a fantastic spot with double Hui. Is on 5 points, so not threatening lethal on the next turn. I gotta say, these Nidalees, they look strong, but they've kind of just been bench warmers for the majority of this game, which is not what you're looking for.
Yeah, Diana has stopped literally every opportunity to draw. Which is pretty well played, to be honest. I mean, Rengar doesn't have a ton of cards to work with, though. That being said, it's more the runes that do stink, because at this point in the game, you can play out your Rengar and nothing else. And I don't think we have seen a signature spell yet either. One of the better ways to kind of cheat your way back into the game or close out a game. Though definitely should be happy that the hard bargain has been played. There probably aren't more than one of them in the Diana deck, so any subsequent throw the hunts are going to resolve or punch first or whatever you would choose.
That is true. Both of the challenges are gone, though, which means the backline removal is minimal. And that is probably gonna be an issue here, because he's got no way of getting rid of that Hui. And there's 2 of them in the backline with a Raven Bloom, and we all know how scary Raven Bloom can get to. So trying to play defensive with the Rengar does not feel great here.
Yeah, it feels really hard for Rengar in this position. You just bounce the Nidalee. But then you're just giving up 2 points, right?
Yeah.
And then that puts Diana at 6. Wait, no, Diana is at 6, so this is 6 to 6, so you have to be able to
Oh.
defend at least one of these. Oof. That was going to be hard.
That is very hard. I thought she was still at 5, but I guess the points were not updated. 6 point. Yeah, I mean, the Diana can just run in with both ways, and how are you going to defend against that at this point? The Rockfall Path means there's no units going to be able to defend the Nidalee on the bottom battlefield. He is gonna commit the Diana Lunari as well, presumably for the card draw in this situation. Because I don't think he needs it for the actual battlefield victory.
Ooh,
Stupefy
that's a
added
good
a
one.
hand, really good pickup.
Yeah.
Buffs up that Ravenbloom, adds another card to hand. And I'm assuming he still has a unit I did not see, but if he does, I think that's a Fizz. So he can definitely buff up the... Oh, Fizz and Vex. So yeah, this way we'll be able to get up to 8 really comfortably on this turn. Thrill of the Hunt. Okay. Yeah, drop the Nidalee onto the Emperor's Dais and say, alright, I guess I'm just defending this battlefield then.
I mean, if there is a Fizz in the hand, Moonfall is going to be pretty rough.
Is it Moonfall or is it Ride the... Oh no, he can't ride the wind at slow speed. The Hui is at 8 already. Another Ride the Wind bumps it up to 11, so not enough to clear. It would trade minus anything played
you
out.
just-
It
you
is
just
the Ride
add
the
one.
Wind.
Yeah, okay. Fair enough. But yeah, 'cause
Okay,
then
and presumably he scooped.
doesn't make sense because you just move it over. Way swings in for what? Another
It'd be
potentially
11
up
at
to
that
11.
point.
Yeah. And then you're defending only for
It would have been
8,
11 to
9,
11 on the...
and then you just trade.
Yeah. Without
Fair enough.
more stuff in hand, the Rengar was not going to be able to defend that.
Yeah, it looked good for Rengar for a moment, but then the double Moonfall, yeah, did put in a lot of work. That card does punish a lot of these very wide held battlefields, which can be a little bit more of an issue with the purple blue decks, as they're very good at dealing with individual units, stuff like with the star-crossed and such stuff like that. But I mean, Moonfall very good at dealing with the wide battlefield. In that case, it did take out what, 3 or 4 units all on its own. So,
Yeah,
very
he
high
was
value.
able to take out 3 with the single Moonfall, or I guess double Moonfall, but the single Moonfall play took out 3 units, a Kaisa, a Nox Hopeful, and the Irresistible Fey Folk.
Mhm.
And he didn't even lose his Vex, I don't believe, so he was able to keep his unit alive and just use it as a very potent set of removal.
Yeah, he was able to save the Vex because the Pike did enter stunned. For whatever reason, Vex does work on attack as well. They just really... It is quite crazy that card works on attack.
Yeah, just needs to be out of battlefield, doesn't need to be
Yep.
defending.
Absolutely. So, what can we expect? I mean, maybe Rengar... See, it wouldn't even have been that good, but I was going to say maybe Rengar puts in, like, repulses, but that doesn't even seem very good. I don't think it would have done a single thing in this last match. Like, the Moonfall is just so good.
In the last match, there was not a situation where Repulse would have worked. Maybe Bryn here, but that's... you're kind of hoping to draw Bryn here specifically when you're at 6 points, and if you're at 6 points, the Diana has to be sufficiently destabilized that you're not concerned about going to 8, or if the Diana is stabilized by the time you're at 6 points, even a Bryn here might not be enough to push her off those battlefields.
Well, specifically in Rengar, it's okay to drop the Bryn here a little bit earlier because you can always thrill it, right? So I would say that it's not as required for you to be on 6 points. You can go like play it for the 4-point turn, and then your opponent is forced to play a very awkward turn where you're just playing around thrill, because thrill Bryn here, if you like open your turn with a stack decker, a stupefy, or literally anything small, you can just lose the game on the spot.
Yes, I could see that. You would have to just hope that you have the hard bargain in hand.
Mm-hmm.
Right, turn to Diana Lunari, always a fan favorite for the Diana players. 3 energy, 3 might is a really nice champion unit to have.
Yeah, having a 3 energy champion is very similar to having the 4 energy champion back when we still had Obelisk, and it was one of the things that made Draven so gross. One of the many things that made Draven so gross. But they would play their Obelisk and say, hey, do you want to send me first? I'm very happy to still go first. But if you send me second, I'm playing out Draven going second. And if you push up on a battlefield, then I get a free conquer, a free gold, and a free draw. Like, it was such a ridiculous combo. And Diana presents a pretty similar problem, right? Where if you push up your 2-drop, you give them a free conquer and a free draw off of the Diana, which does not feel good. So in this case, opts to not go for the conquer. Says, I will wait. It is the Abandoned Hall game, which can be... Oof, that's a good one, too.
Yeah, I believe that is 2 gusts in hand for the Diana. So this Diana Lunari is extremely well protected here. Especially on Abandoned Hall, able to just ramp up might every time a spell is played. And this Rengar had challenge and maybe a thrill of the hunt, but not a lot of spells to be getting any value from this Abandoned Hall. Tide Turner can also just move the Diana Lunari back, and now the Diana is even safer at base, allowing him to develop the Raven Bloom, which combined with the Abandoned Hall is gonna get a lot of might, even if he has to attack to try and clear whatever this Rengar presumably moves up to clear the Tide Turner with.
Yeah, I wonder if you even want to use your gusts. I feel like you can just drown Rengar and card advantage if they're not actually finding like the Kaisas or the Nidalees, and I feel like you probably want to play out the Kaisa on the previous turn to start trying to find cards. And one of the things that the Diana deck is doing is very good at doing is printing cards, right? So I guess this will be, does he opt to try and gust his own Tide Turner? Yeah. So my cards, and this does keep Rengar on the even point. Oh, sorry, odd points, because we were on arenas. Okay, never mind.
Yep.
On to 3. Okay. Did not have to commit anything from hand yet, which does feel good.
I mean, now he can put down that Kaisa, and if he has a 2 energy unit, but no, just holding it up, presumably for Rengar to drop into either one of these battlefields and saying, you know what, I don't want you to try and contest me. Just let me hold these battlefields. Obviously, the Diana's not going to let that happen. Starcross, Eclipse, and Fizz in hand means either of these battlefields are almost certainly going to be taken over on this turn, if not both.
Seeing the Eclipse is cool. I like this card a lot. In my Ezreal deck, it is totally replaced for Chilling Touch. The repeat is cool in a vacuum, but there's so many deflect units. It just feels very bad. And then you do get like the pseudo draw from the vision as well, which is cool. But right, so swing right in with the Diana, saying, do I want that free card? Say nope. That one, give me the next. Ooh, that's
Stack
a good one.
deck, especially on Abandoned Hall. That's just a free +1 on that Abandoned Hall, while still adding more cards to his hand.
And it would be really nice to hit like a Stupefy or something off of this so you commit so little. I think I see a Moonfall.
Yeah, Moonfall, Vex, and a Sprite Fountain. So I would not Moonfall in the Pouty Poro because then you're paying for the deflect as well. But he could if you wanted to try and just blow out everything that the Rengar had on board. Because Moonfall plus Eclipse, I believe, would even take out a Rengar. Yeah, I believe it would still take out a Rengar if he went for Moonfall Eclipse, but it would be quite a few runes being
Oh, I don't like this.
recycled. It feels bad, but I'm not very surprised because it does give the Diana another +1. I had a feeling the Gust kind of had to come out this turn, but it doesn't feel great to use it on an Inferna that can come back onto the board with ambush pretty comfortably.
Yeah, well, this specifically does mean now you lose on Abandon Hall unless you commit more cards, because you can just play Inferna to Abandon Hall here, and now he's defending for 6 into 5.
Yeah.
I mean,
I was
obviously,
thinking Rengar, but Inferno would be enough to defend as well. Although that then gets blown out by Moonfall.
I feel like I would have liked to see walk the student into the Inferna as like my first play, because that I'm comfortably winning without committing any cards. And then if I do want to play out the Gust, then I can just Gust my own Ravenbloom instead of giving him back an ambush unit that now he has to commit probably the Eclipse. Which is like,
Yeah,
you've committed a lot to this.
it's either the Eclipse or the Moonfall. Although actually if he Moonfalls, he doesn't have enough to then play the Eclipse as well. Not even gonna do that, just gonna say, fine, I'll take the Nox Hopeful and the Ravenbloom is gonna run in to fight that Inferno afterwards. Another 2 energy, 1 recycled, Thrill of the Hunt back over to the Arena's Greatest. And because the Rengar lost control of the Arena's Greatest, he in fact gets the Conquer again.
Yeah.
On this turn.
It's one of the really gross things you can do with Throw the Hunt is get a bunch of extra points here. It's going to effectively be an extra 2 points. That being said, I mean, Rengar's hand is looking a little dry here. Only 3 cards, not a ton of runes. Can't complain though. Cheating points is quite broken. So yeah, now Rengar up to 4 points.
I mean, if you're the Diana, you have to leave up Eclipse, right? I mean, the Rengar drops in for 7 on your Ravenbloom. Without an Eclipse, your Ravenbloom just gets devoured, and he doesn't really have the runes to play out more than just that. He could play out the Tide Turner, pull back the Ravenbloom, and say, here is the ritual sacrifice of a Tide Turner.
So what happens if you pass it over? I guess Rengar can potentially go up to 6, which is a little bit scary if you do not reinforce this Ravenbloom in some way. Okay, yeah, so doing a little swap here, and then you still have 3 energy for the Eclipse. And Eclipse
or the
yes, or the Starcross. Good call. Both are pretty good here defending on that Abandon Hall.
I mean, he's got Moonfall, Eclipse, Starcross. He is set up for the 3 energy defense of this Tide Turner. Or playing out Fizz. So saying, yep, Tide Turner is going to die, but I want to get my card and a unit on the board. Replaying that stack deck from the Fizz play effect. That's Hui, Fizz, Ride the Wind. Hui is added to hand. Not too surprising. The Diana is running low on units, and Hui is obviously a card printing machine in these decks.
This is true. I don't know how I feel about this. Does he have a Ride the Wind in his hand? I did not see back up the Hui. Because the
I
problem
do
I
not
have
believe
with
so.
this is now, if we do play out the Hui, that is almost our entire turn, right? He's at 6 runes. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 6 runes. So you have enough for Hui plus like 1 spell. So you are relying on your Ravenbloom and your Fizz to be able to deal with whatever Rengar does do on the next turn. Because Rengar is going to 6 points here. I cannot do math.
The Rengar should definitely be able to get to 6 with this Patty Poro.
Which is now you're in like this spot where you have to not only develop, but you have to be able to defend. Because Rengar does have a pretty good setup here. Feyfolk is really good at breaking a board for the final point too. Because if you can get a hold onto one battlefield, you can just Feyfolk stuff away from.
Yes. Now, I believe the Diana has 2 Vexes in hand, which is not what you're hoping to see. Although it might only be 1 Vex and something else. But yeah, I mean, he can put out the Hui, he can Hui and Starcross something. It's gonna be hard to defend. He might just have to clear the Patty Poro, or at least try to clear the Patty Poro for cheap, and then hold up the Eclipse Starcrossed and hope that that's enough to defend. But once you're at that stage, it's pretty rough. Did he not untap the Diana Legend at the start of his turn?
Yeah, that should be untapped. I'm sure they'll catch it. Becomes relevant. Yeah, I really don't like taking the Hui there unless he is very confident that he's able to. Cause it just doesn't feel like it's going to do anything in enough. I guess you can Hui Moon. Yeah, even that. I don't know.
Well, I guess his other option was Ride the Wind and Fizz. I don't know that those are significantly better. Fizz, he's got Gust in the trash, and Ride the Wind. I mean, the Ride the Wind does give him the option to move his units around, but at the moment, he doesn't have a unit that he's thinking, this unit's gonna move around and destroy my opponent's battlefields.
All right, so tapping the Diana Legend here. Wow, okay, so here comes the Moonfall. I imagine you will be pulling in probably the rabbits. Get rid of that.
So the Feyfolk can come in. The Feyfolk going to the battlefield would allow him to pull the Fizz across, which would leave that battlefield exposed. So yeah, the Inferna going in does stop the Feyfolk pulling in the Fizz.
Yeah, that's fair enough. That's fair enough, because then you would open up like a random thrill scam for game. Though that being said, we know that there is a Gust left in the Diana, right?
There's a Gust. There's 2 Gusts in the trash. I don't see a Gust in hand. There's a Starcrossed in hand though.
Okay, there it is. There it is.
The Nidalee drops in for 5, so the Nidalee is currently enough to defend that battlefield. The Eclipse comes out, dropping the Nidalee to a 1, and the Ravenbloom goes up to 6. So the Ravenbloom should be able to clear this battlefield even with another ambush card in hand. Oh, Thrill of the Hunt.
Oh no! See, this is what I'm talking about. You could just randomly lose. So thankfully, he has a Starcross.
Yeah,
but
reaction speed Starcrossed here would be decent, though it's gonna remove the Fizz from the battlefield. So the Feyfolk now.
Wait, he just loses now. Just walk up Feyfolk, play Rengar, and the game's over.
Yes.
So do they see it?
So. Trying to think if.
Is there something I'm missing?
I don't think so. She is tapped out. It would be potentially getting that a second Conquer.
But yeah, it's just push Bunny onto arenas and then play Rengar from Champ Zone. That should be game.
Yeah, because in fact, I was thinking moving the Feyfolk and the Rengar to then kill the Ravenbloom, but the Diana's tapped out, so he's not even having to play around any sort of defensive spell.
Yeah, really have to play around anything here. Be a quick wrap up. Assuming that player does see this.
I don't like how long this is making him think. That makes me think he doesn't see it.
Oh no. Please. Okay, that's 5 runes. Please. that is 5 runes. All right.
Okay.
Tap.
Yep.
There we go.
Exhausting him out, dropping in the Rengar, and then you just walk the little Feyfolk up. Unless we've miscalculated the points. I don't think so, but either we've miscalculated the points or the Rengar's miscalculated.
What?
Okay.
No, he should be at 6. He got the extra point from the thrill and then the hold. Maybe the players forgot to add it in their own little calculation. I bet you that's what happened.
You see, this is why we need the point trackers on the actual play mat so we can see these things.
Yeah, now he loses. Like, he has no cards.
Yeah, Hui Ride the Wind in can pretty comfortably at least contest this Rengar. Potentially like an Inferna dropped in can...
I guess it could have like a
it,
thrill, or like you said, yeah, a thrill. So there are still ways, but it's like I would be okay. Please tell me he does have a way to win. Please tell me Rengar has an ambush unit here. Okay.
Oh.
Well. Okay.
And
that's
with the
unfortunate.
Fizz to replay the Ride the Wind, does that move the Diana up to... No, the Diana should only go up to 6, assuming we've got these points right.
All right. Well, now Rengar has no runes left. It is a bunny and a dream.
Well, the Rengar has 4, 6... He'll have 8 runes on this turn.
Oh, you're right. They're stacked.
He's just stacked them. Yeah, I hate when players stack their runes, but he has stacked them.
Yeah. Well, we know there's no 2-drop ambushes. Otherwise, well, there's probably not an Inferna in hand. There is no Thrill in hand. There's no Punch First in hand. There's no... There could be a challenge. I mean, the Dyna doesn't have a lot of runes to work with here.
Wait, did he pass? Surely not. He did the hand motion for I pass. I'm really hoping he did not pass there. Okay, now moving in the Feyfolk, he didn't pass. 3 and a power, dropping in the Rengar, pouncing. That is +5 with the 2 assault. 1 energy from the Diana to try and defend this Hui. Stack deck. Oh, 2 energy with the Diana Legend. So stack deck, and then that is another top decked stack deck from the stack deck. So he can get +2 to the Hui, which would make this trade. I'm assuming that the Rengar will have something else in hand. I actually think I saw Nidalee in hand, which would definitely dominate the Abandoned Hall here. It would then depend on what the Diana has in hand, though I think we've seen 2 Ride the Winds this match. We know there's a Fizz, but the Diana isn't at 6 points either. So it is pretty comfortable for the Rengar here. He should be able to just get a hold, I would think.
Isn't there... I did miss what the... I mean, really all it needs is like a single piece of removal to stick. Right? You could even, assuming... Is there... Did he discard the Fizz? I did not catch that. because you could just go like Fizz, replay Star, cross bounce Rengar. And that buys you a turn. Buys you 2 turns.
Yes, that would work. I mean, he's got the Ride the Wind in there, and the Abandoned Hall would give him a +1 wherever or whatever unit gets moved over to the Abandoned Hall. If the Rengar got his draw for conquering
didn't
the
he draw
Abandoned
either?
Hall.
Goodness.
Okay, well, I was gonna say he might have a 2-energy ambush, but he didn't do the draw there, so I don't think he'll have a 2-energy ambush in hand.
I mean, it is very possible that we misread the points. Give the players the benefit of the doubt here. But if okay, so here comes the Vex, and is it a
3
Moonfall?
and a power, 2 power. I'm guessing that's
2
gonna be a
power.
Fizz or Ride the Wind.
Fizz
Yep,
Ride the
there's the
Wind.
Fizz. And he did target the Abandoned Hall, so Ride the Wind comes out, moves up the Vex, and now even if the Rengar has something to put on the battlefield, it is stunned and cannot move unless there is a removal preemptively for this Vex.
Yeah, that's looking like game.
Thrill of the Hunt, that is an unfortunate top deck. That'll be a 0-2 for this Rengar, I believe. Meaning the Diana's going into top 8.
Yep. See, they're talking about it now. Oh, so it looks like he just forgot. He forgot
He
that
forgot the
arenas.
arena's greatest trigger.
Okay,
Oh,
okay.
that's tragic.
Oh my gosh, that's gotta feel so bad. But okay, well, players are talking it out. It is good to see that we did have the read of the scenario, the situation, seen as they so nicely acted it out for us. Yeah, absolutely. Nice. Anyways, that was a banger of a game. A lot of fun to watch for sure. And Rengar is a legend that I do think is a little bit underrepresented. I mean, Thrill of the Hunt is a crazy card, right?
Thrill of the Hunt is fantastic. I think
Mhm.
the issue that Rengar has currently is there's not really any good spells for him beyond Thrill of the Hunt, which means he's entirely reliant on units. And Ambush being only from Unleashed, minus kind of Rengar pouncing being the reaction speed to a battlefield you're attacking, effectively ambush, means Rengar's supply of cards he can actually play is pretty limited. What we've seen with a lot of these decks like Diana or Master E is every time a new set comes out, they go, ooh, that's a good set of cards for me, and then they get stronger. And at least with the Vendetta, I don't think we've seen more than 2 ambush, so I'm not sure Rengar's getting a ton of value even going forward, unfortunately.
Yep, that is fair for sure. It does feel like Vendetta is very. A lot of the cards printed in Vendetta are very much just archetypal cards. They support their little deck, their strategy, and not much else, which is a little bit
Yeah.
unfortunate. I think it's a little bit more interesting when stuff is more generic and you can slot it into multiple strategies, but it does feel like we have a lot tighter archetypes for Vendetta. But that being said, I believe that is all for me for now. I am going to be back later tonight, and I think this is Knight's last match as well for now.
Yep.
Yeah, so thank you guys for joining us, and we will pass it on to the next set of casters that will be joining you for the top 8 of the case tourney. And if you want to follow me, you can see my Twitter right below me, _NA45. I post mostly card alters that I do. But yeah, that's where I'm at. What about yourself, Knight? Where can they find you?
Well, they can find me on Twitter, though I don't particularly post there. They can find me on Twitch, but again, I don't particularly use it. You can find me here, casting, or in the chat. And yeah, in a couple hours, it will actually be the 2 of us back again for the day 2 of the China for one final round tonight.
Yep, and you guys can look forward to that tonight. But till then, we will be signing out.
Bye.
trash, but does make the reflection token. Oh, yeah, okay. Wait. Oh, he did the Dust Rose Lab trigger first. Wait, then why is the Glass Mixologist still there? Isn't one of them supposed to be dead? Why did he keep both of them? And we'll get the deck list after the event. These are closed deck lists for now. Oh, the Glass Mixologist already had a token. Right. For some reason, I missaw that. So already had a token, and it couldn't get any better for our LeBlanc player. Has the Ruin Rex, has the Karthus. This is an uphill climb for our Kha'Zix representative. Can he get things done? He has the signature spell in hand. He has a couple buffs, but I just think he's lacking the tools for this abundance of threats coming out from LeBlanc. I'm just not seeing it. And I think he's seeing the picture as well, trying to think carefully. I have 2 points ahead of my opponent. Technically, I'm in a winning position, but if we take a look at the current board state, it couldn't be any further from the truth. I mean, Vex Pathetic is okay. If you find a way of just holding one battlefield for the remaining of the game, maybe there's a way of holding on, because you could Void Assault the Karthus, kill any kind of Death Knell doubling up, of course. But that's just one of your warriors. Glass Mixologist, Ruin Rex. So we'll see. We'll see what he does. It's going to be interesting to find out what he decides to do, because obviously he's going to be operating Kha'Zix at a little bit higher level than I would myself. And by little bit, I mean greatly much better than myself. I think he is leaning towards that play line. Go ahead and retreat down the Tide Turner, just leaving that 4-Mighted Vex on the battlefield. That way you're able to go ahead and take care of the Karthus. But keep in mind that one card we discussed before Karthus goes ahead and dies, you are able to get some value from the Death Knell being repeated with a card like a Sacrifice. You could sacrifice the Ruin Rex in the back line, get double pings. You could sacrifice the Glass Mixologist. Granted, I don't even think he has too many units in the discard currently. And Echo, it looks to be a little bit more of an aggro build, at least more of an early game LeBlanc. So, which is why we're thinking is not the baited hook variant, because cards like that make baited hook a little bit more inconsistent. Oh, the on the play, Evelyn coming down, basically a charm in a unit, picking the Glass Mixologist, so saying you don't really have too much value, but, ooh, is he going to go ahead and Void Assault, bring them both in? I would imagine you want to kill the Karthus before killing the Glass Mixologist. This is an interesting line. I think if we were able to look at the trash, we would understand the play. I don't think there's anything to bring back. Okay, the Sentry, not too bad. Not too bad to bring back, of course. Kha'Zix is running dangerously low on cards, though. Only 3 cards currently in hand. I guess the same thing could be said about our LeBlanc player as well. So both of these guys working with rather low hand economy. Can they make do with what they have currently on the board? Tapping a couple more cards. I'm willing to bet it has to be a Void Assault on the Karthus, which is why he didn't went ahead and played it first, because there was only literally a single target for the double Glass Mixologist trigger. And he's thinking about it. I mean, he doesn't have too much to play. It's more of a matter of fact of, does he want to go ahead and utilize the Void Assault in this current moment? Oh, Pigeon, thank you so much. You're exactly right. He had to kill the Mixologist first, or else the Karthus comes back. So forgive me for not seeing that line there. So thinking about dealing it with now, but dealing it with it now, to your point, Pigeon, you have the Glass Mixologist with the reflection token over at Duskscroll Labs. So I see why he's so reluctant to go ahead and bring in the Karthus, because you take him out one time, but he is the unkillable Karthus in this deck. He's just going to be coming back as early as the very next turn. And it doesn't feel great to go ahead and kill the temporary reflection token as well, right? So there seems to be no good targets. You pull in Ruin Rex, you lose your Vex. You pull in Vi, you get stunned. This is tricky. I understand completely why he's taking his time. And honestly, with that all being said, I just don't think there's actually a good play here. There could be a correct play, but that doesn't necessarily make it a really good play. But bringing it back, I thought you could only target one enemy unit. Okay, it looked like he was pointing at 2 units, but just pushing the 1 reflection token back and dedicating a punch first to go ahead and get to that even point threshold. But now you have a hard bargain in hand. That is your only card to try to defend from the Ruin Rex with a Karthus, and there's nothing you can do about it. If he's able to put on another Karthus, we know there's a Call of the Week at the minimum. So I don't know. He's ahead, but I think this Kha'Zix won't be having too much of a board going on his next turn. I mean, just try and do what you can, right? Make that Vex a little bit bigger. That way he's tougher to deal with. He can't trade. I mean, the board, the battlefield itself with the Evelyn does trade with the Ruin Rex. Ruin Rex won't be able to kill the Evelyn at the minimum. But then after the fact, even after the cleanup step, the Ruin Rex still kills the Evelyn. So this seems like a straightforward conquer. You send in Ruin Rex, deal with the Monastery Harana. Choose the Vex to go down. And then you ping the Evelyn a little bit after that. And then you probably, I know you don't love to do it, but you might as well go ahead and push in with your Karthus. Because I'm not too worried about a single card in hand for our Kha'Zix. So I think he's thinking about the exact same line so far. He sees the play line. He's like, okay, I think this is a pretty clear play for me. Let me think about it slightly to make sure I'm making, oh, there he goes, to make it even more of a certainty. The last card in hand won't be seen for any time soon, especially if you're dealing with all these units. Interesting. Okay. What does he have in mind then? So goes ahead and triggers LeBlanc. I think he's just trying to ping away at them, right? But Vex is currently at 5 with a deflect, so pitches the Call of the Week. It has to be something in the neighborhood of a sacrifice because there's only a single energy left. Oh, he did Call of the Week. I see. He didn't pitch a Call of the Week. He actually used the Call of the Week. Makes so much sense. So he went ahead and sacked the Evelyn and then ping the remaining unit. Wait a second. I don't feel he used Call of the Week. What did we miss there? How did he went ahead and killed the Ruin Rex? Because he had just conquered, used the LeBlanc Legend ability, made a copy. The battlefield isn't active until the beginning step. He had to use Call of the Week, right? So I'm willing to bet he probably should have sacrificed one of the backline units. The Vex would have stayed alive, or at least the Evelyn would have stayed alive. Yeah, Riftbound, it looks like he did use Call of the Week, but I guess prioritizing the units in the back line, because I guess he just went ahead and chose the Evelyn, and then the Shark doubled up on Vex. Yeah, Jay, he is playing it perfect so far, and I only got confused because I thought he had pitched it, because he used it as soon as he conquered, but you're totally right, Jay. That was just a clear play there for using that Call of the Week. And I will, guys. I will. I'll pay attention. Usually, Usually I'm not like discussing directly with chat and paying a little bit more attention, but I'll lock in. I'll lock in for you guys. You know, Kha'Zix is so close, right? Like knocking on the door. All you literally have to do is gain a single point. Can you do it? Oh, tries to just play an establishment term for the time being. Didn't feel too confident because I don't think he was actually even had the might on board, right? Diplomat's just 2 might. Kha'Zix comes in for 4, so a collective total of 6. 3 might short of taking it down. But now you're giving so much breathing room for our LeBlanc player, going up to 5. And if things go his way, I don't see a world where you're able to easily, of course, defend that Tide Turner, especially when you have another Ruin Rex go ahead and play it out at the Reflection Token. All he needs is a kill spell, a Hidden Blade, a Sacrifice. A Mirror Image is okay, but I don't think it's going to be too effective in this situation. It's over, chat. You guys know it as well, right? LeBlanc has taken commanding control of this position, of this board state, of this game number 1, of this top 16. I don't see it any other way. Karth is retreating back to keep him nice in the back line. A mirror image of maybe irresistible Fae Folk. He could be cooking here. Okay, might as well get some additional pings for the very next turn. I like this. I like this. For a second there, I thought there could have been a little bit of a line and be cheeky trying to kill everything in the back line now. But I think this is just all but certain. You should be able to double hold. If you push into any of these battlefields, Ruin Rex is just going to go ahead and pay back the favor. So I think this is all she wrote. LeBlanc has played this perfectly, this game number 1. Fizz could do a little something. That signature spell is in the trash, but you're just lacking the raw might power. You could take down one of these, but as soon as these Ruin Rex trigger, especially with their Karthus still hanging alive back there, there's just too little things you can do. Even if you're able to occupy one of these battlefields, you still need to find an impressive way of somehow getting to the other battlefield as well. I mean, you could slow down the inevitable, but there's just no way around it. I think LeBlanc will be taking it forward in this game 1, but thinking a little bit ahead, or maybe we'll save it. We'll save it for the in-between rounds to see what they can do, what kind of adjustments they can go ahead and approach this matchup with. Because there's just not a card to get him out, because there's just a single card in hand, I'm pretty sure. That being the Fizz, and I believe he got the hard bargain back. I can't make out that one card. Yeah, Zoo, I just don't think Kha'Zix had like the literal tools. Like, it looked decent. Okay, Fae Folk to kill the Karthus. Try and deny any further Death Knell shenanigans, but that's just step 1. You still have to go ahead and clear both of these battlefields, because I think LeBlanc fragmented in the backline should be able to conquer. If you make a reflection token of her, that's +8 might swinging in next turn. Yeah, MKG, I'm right there with you. These players, sometimes these Chinese players are way more prideful than we've seen in the West. They don't want to give up until your opponent literally beats them. This is an unwinnable position, but maybe there's some kind of out we're not seeing. But it goes ahead, sees the writing on the walls, fist bumps go out, and we head ourselves into that game number 2. LeBlanc 1 game up and feeling quite dominant at that. So Kha'Zix doing good, but kind of meeting his match here in the semifinals, or not semifinals, in these top 16. We'll be making a difference, and this is a little bit interesting. A battlefield we don't get to see too often is a Forbidden Waste in a LeBlanc. Usually those battlefields are, you know, Dust Rose Lab, the infamous Windswept Hillock, and then that third one tends to be a little bit up in the air, but trying to get some value. Usually a Forbidden Waste is more so seen in these Kha'Zix build, but a fantastic battlefield nonetheless is that Star Spring for Kha'Zix. You get that value off things like a First Mate if you're running it, and your ambush creatures coming down and then allowing you to go ahead and retreat back. So he needs to kind of put a little bit more pedal on the metal. He got so close, but it just wasn't fast enough, it seems like, against LeBlanc. And Meaner, I wish we could see the sideboards, but the one downside, China has a phenomenal production value, but the only downside is that they don't show us the deck list because they pride themselves on running closed deck lists. If you guys seen like the last Sydney Regional, there was a little bit, not truly controversy, but some people were complaining that it gives the feature match people a bit of a disadvantage to show the deck list. So China strictly believes in that. They're like, I don't want to give these players any disadvantage going into the future, so they don't give us a deck list. So we have no idea. So this is just kind of based off interpretation what we've seen in previous matchups like this. And chat, before we get started with this game number 2, give me one hot second to go ahead and add these battlefields over to the overlay. But it is time, this round 7, or not round 7, round of top 16. Game number 2, can LeBlanc go ahead and swiftly close things out in a 2-0, or can Kazakhs go ahead and make things rather interesting and bring us to that final game number 3? Let's go ahead and see how they start things off. So doesn't have a unit, but of course a stack deck, you can't get too much better than that, as he was running low on resources, low on answer in that initial game. So that's one step to make sure you kind of don't run out of that a little bit sooner than later. All right, there we go. Battlefields have been set. And yeah, a little bit of a for sure, Mr. 2-drop, but making up for it in the value that Kiana does provide. When you conquer, you're able to channel one, or if you're running low on resources in hand, you are able to draw one. So I do like Kiana. On top of that, you do have that notorious deflect keyword, so it makes it a little bit tricky to deal with. I like Kiana. Is it worth it over like the Master Yi or more Kazakhs in there? I think so. I think there's no card like Kiana currently, which is why we're seeing a little bit more of a resurgence coming out in set 3. Oh, GR, I know exactly what you mean. Luckily for our Kazakhs player, there is no Call of the Week currently in hand, but what he does have is the card that's coming down. But I believe we already saw the signature spell for Kazakhs, so you're able to bring in Karthus into that Kiana. Not feeling all that bad. You would probably ideally want to deal with the Karthus before triggering those Death Note ability, allowing him to ramp like no one else, right? That's 2 potential channel runes each. So that's 4 runes. You go up to 10 runes the very next turn, which is absurd when it's your turn 3. Yeah, Elk, that's the truth. That's the one card I was thinking about. You're running Kiana instead of cards like Nidalee. I think we've seen that, especially in the one that we saw take 3rd place at the Runes of Rift. But interesting enough, we actually see a Nidalee in hand. So maybe running a nice little split of both. But Void Assault does indeed come down. Karthus and Kiana will be fighting it out at the Forbidden Way. So Karthus, I don't think you have anything unless you want to go ahead and expend something like a Hidden Blade. But he doesn't have it in hand. So does deal with threat number 1 and feeling in a bit of a stronger position than he did in the previous game. Keep in mind, he also has access to Fizz, but it's a bit expensive, right? You got to pay a power for Fizz. You have to pay a power for the Void Assault. I don't think it's too worth it. But it looks like our Kazakh player might be feeling the other way. You have to go ahead and slow down LeBlanc as much as you can because there's not a unit in the back line. If you do with the non-token unit, they don't technically hold, so LeBlanc has no way of going ahead and triggering that legend ability. We know in hand, having the caster vision that we do know, he has a mirror image, so you could pay the 1 deflect, mirror image the Kiana, and then conquer going forward, right? Oh, of course. I keep thinking like Void Assault works similar to Teaser Charm, but of course it moves your unit as well, so it puts it on the Star Spring and then takes it down. You do channel a rune. The temporary unit is just going to get a channel rune as well, but nothing's gonna happen. I mean, it just makes it easier to go ahead and take care of. I mean, it would have ended in the same result. The unit's not gonna get too much value going forward, but it's putting Kazakhs at the lowest rune economy we've seen all series long, going up to just 4 runes the very next turn. Currently just sitting there at 2 runes, so an expensive play, but our Kazakh player says it's a worthwhile investment. Let's see how it fares going forward, because if LeBlanc doesn't use that mirror image, he could be looking pretty good, of course. And wow, not using any standard move in that sequence there, so was able to just simply retreat back to Kiana, and the Ruin Rex does indeed go ahead and get established out, but now that's a double conquer potential. And how is Kiana, or rather, how is Kazakhs at 1 when he conquered both battlefields? He should be at 2 here. And I think the production over in China should be catching up to speed. They should be at 4 points currently, keeping that even tempo going. Now, the question is, how are we dealing with Zerun Rex in the back line? I guess you technically can't deal with the Kiana currently with the lack of Karthus because you're only doing 4 damage. Kiana, thanks to that Kazakh's buffs, is sitting there at 5 total HP/might. So not feeling all that bad, but I believe if we could get past the glare, oh no, there is a Karthus. So let's go ahead and see what he can do, because I believe play out a Karthus, swing in the Rune Rex, and then play a sacrifice might be the best line for LeBlanc. And yeah, Kid Nasty, this is top 16 here. So these players are fighting for their spot into top 8. As I said before, we didn't have a top 8 LeBlanc. We didn't have a top 8 Kazakh. So these guys are trying to make Riftbound history, at least for the Unleashed season, to be the first people to bring these into our attention, at least on the Chinese side of things. With at the worst a top 8 finish, right? I can respect this play. Playing a little bit around a punch first. You don't want to make sure your Ruin Rex dies before you get your Karthus online. But I think it has to be, it doesn't have to go any other way. Karthus here, sacrifice the token, and then you're doing 8 damage across that back line. 2 for Kiana is what it's going to take. Oh, even better. The reflection token is ready. So Star Spring triggers, bringing it back into the base. You're able to double conquer. Fizz goes down. And then you still have access to those triggers, like we mentioned before, off the back of a sacrifice. So I like this. He's saying, I think there's a little bit of a judge call saying, wait a minute, the Star Spring trigger, and it absolutely does trigger. And you do go at the ready position, allowing him to take down this Fizz. The question stands, though, does he want to go ahead and use the sacrifice currently on offense, or maybe save it for where you have another unit on the battlefield? Okay, it looks like he wants to save it. I like this play. And chat, Cook, he's baked everything in between. I don't see a world. I think this is just an honest, really rough matchup for Kazakhs, it seems like. Which could be a reason why we don't see more Kazakhs really do well. Because LeBlanc is pretty prevalent, right? I feel like it's Aurelia. It's Aurelia.
Feeling again. Hey everyone, I'm here with Ibuki, who is currently 601, so going into the top cut. How are we feeling?
I'm feeling amazing.
Yeah.
It's an amazing feeling again in the top cut. I was last week in Wien
Mhm.
with the same deck. I just play any today. It was the third place in Wien. Just lost in the top 4 against LeBlanc.
Okay.
It was really sad, but happens. And the first Summoner Skirmish here in Hof, I also was the third place with Annie.
Yeah.
So it's back to back to back.
Okay.
It's really nice.
And I like, I'm watching your deck list a bit.
Yeah.
You've made a few changes to yourself to like the meta game
Oh, yeah,
prismaticism. So do you want to talk about any of your thoughts you've had on why you've chosen specific cards?
My game plan is more a mid-range game plan. I just want to put as much interruptions I can in my deck.
Yeah.
So I just play 3 hard bargains for the enemy turns and 3 heatless. And then also the normal forerunners. And the game plan is if he go with Moonfall or all these spells, I can easily react with the bargains or with the heatless to kill my own Forerunner, to reborn Kaiser, to reborn Chin. I play it so well. I can reborn Annie to set up flash plays. So if I hold, I can flash me out to conquer the other battlefield. So
Very cool. And going to the top cut, it will be open deck lists.
Yes.
So what kind of opponents are you expecting? Because the meta game today has been very Master Yi heavy.
Yeah, I know.
There should be at least one in top 8, I believe. So
Yeah.
are there any matchups you're not looking forward to, or do you feel like you have a good 10th run through now?
I don't think Jinx. It's
Yeah,
really
the Jinx,
difficult.
the underdog of today, yeah.
I just draw against him. He's a pretty good player. He
Yeah.
just played really well. And I'm scared about it because he just play with much hidden cards.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, I play against so much trap cards. And Master Yi is okay. Star-Crossed and Rebukes are good cards against. And yeah, the Heatless can pressure him really well if I kill my own Forerunner, got the tokens, can reborn a Forerunner in my base, and then I can easily go for the Conquer. Arceus is a bit, if you have everything, like starts with the A, go with the token, go for the Conquer, and float the board with tokens, it's really difficult.
All right. Well then, I wish you all the luck in the top 8,
you,
and
thank
we'll
you.
see you then.
Elia, Master Yi, Diana, Ezreal, and LeBlanc kind of sitting there towards the top. The Aurora deck somewhere in the mix as well. Kha'Zix should theoretically be in there competing with the best, but maybe decks like this just feeling extremely unfavorable as we're seeing. Yeah, Rainguard, that is the only way around it, right? If you could go ahead and deny these conquer capabilities from LeBlanc, things like leaving your ambush ability or your ambush legend or champion rather able to be online, slash things like punch first, then you could slow down the intensity from these LeBlancs, but he just didn't have any good way of doing so. So not seeing those lines, rather not really being able to kind of contend slash stop them, but trying to do the best you can. So pushes the Void Assault down, or pushes their token back to base. Faithful over to Frey. Oh, okay. Brings in the Karthus, but now you still have to invest a little bit to deal. Actually, it's 1-1 because of the Forbidden Ways. Sacrifice comes down to make sure he gets the Karthus Death Nail value. I like these plays. So thinking about it, it was so much better to go ahead and utilize that sacrifice on defense rather than offense. I'm pretty sure you just let it trade. But Ruin Rex can also kill the Faithfolk as well. Faithfolk can first mate, you leave back the Kiana. Oh, and completely taps out. I mean, LeBlanc loves to see it, but I believe there's still something on the stack currently. So Grim Resolve, just to make sure it's not as easy as right now it currently stands of just picking away that battlefield, or rather the board in general, because he's going to be able to apply 8 total mark damage across any of these units. So Faithfolk and First Mate. First Mate's currently at 6, because I believe he Grim Resolved the First Mate. No, he pointed at it. If he Grim Resolved the Faithfolk, okay, they're all going down. So what did he actually Grim Resolve? Did he Grim Resolve the Fade? That only goes up to 4. Ruin Rex was still able to deal with it. And chat, close your eyes. This is a bully on cam currently. Kazak's getting beaten down at the hands of LeBlanc. Granted, you can kill the Karthus now with your Kiana, but I don't like the clapback potential. You have your units on Star Spring, and you're completely tapped out. I don't think Kiana's going to be sticking around. It only has 5 total might. Ruin Rex alone can go ahead and compete with that by the base value alone, right? So I think there's just no world out of this, especially because you just tapped out. You're out of XP. You win a combat, you only go up to 1 XP, so you're not even able to retreat back the Kiana back to the safety of the base, right? Oh, and Forbay, you're totally right. Grim Resolve is not a reaction, so I think he kind of butchered there, didn't he? And Flip, he had already scored that turn. Actually, you're totally right. Flip, he should be at 4 points because he didn't score on his opponent's turn. He lost control of the battlefield, aka was uncontrolled for a second, and then he conquered / controlled. That was a point score. I can't believe the judges didn't catch it. You're totally right. Because you can't score in the same turn that you scored, but he didn't score that battlefield on his opponent's turn. And just like that, as predicted, the Ruin Rex Reflection is enough to go ahead and take that as Kiana. Now in full driver's seat mode is this LeBlanc player, able to go ahead and hang on in there. At minimum, I mean, even if you don't hold with this temporary unit, right, you still have the capability to go ahead and conquer each and every turn. You got the Nidalee as an ambush, but you don't have any units. It definitely doesn't work like a trophy hunter, right? So this is where Kha'Zix finds himself in a bit of a stalled out position. Granted, he has so much more cards than he did in game number 1, but the lack of units, you can feel the pain in his hands. You can feel the pain in general for this Kha'Zix player. He did well, but, you know, LeBlanc just had all the answers, it seems like. Oh, and ouch, just forgetting about the Ruin Rex temporary reflection token there. Vex, as early as it came down, goes ahead and sees the bin for the time being. That's a conquer up to 6, or rather hold up to 6, conquer up to 7, and threatening lethal on the very next turn. A nice, impressive performance. And guys, we have a LeBlanc for the first time in the Season 3 over in China, making a top 8 appearance. Very well played. Impressive stuff going forward. I want to see more. I want to see this LeBlanc going against those higher rated legends like Master Yi, like Aurelia, like Diana, and then let's see how she fares, because I think like spells like Moonfall / decks that have a little easier time dealing with those baseline units like Karthus, maybe even a Ruin Rex with the lack of Karthus, things like Charm, like Moonfall, Challenge even with Master Yi if they run it. I feel like those could pose a bit of an issue for LeBlanc, but only time will tell. I mean, we've seen in the past it is a little bit of an issue for LeBlanc, of course, but let's see if this guy is a little bit more prepared for cards like that. And Nelson, this is game 2, so everything rides on this one moment. I don't think he's going to get another turn. He doesn't even have to risk overexposing. I mean, you could take a whole turn and just play out as much unit as you can. I say that, but you don't have too many units regardless in hand. You got a Mixologist and I believe a Sacrifice as well. I mean, I'm sending in the Dignitary, right? The Black Rose. If he takes it, I get a rune. I go up to 7. I say take both of my battlefields. Mirror Image on the Glass Mixologist makes it even easier to go ahead and contest, or rather not contest, but just go ahead and solidify this dominant position you currently hold. Faithful could do a little bit of something. Keep in mind, Kha'Zix always has access to the Kha'Zix champion. If he plays it right, he makes sure there's not a unit defending alone, which is exactly what he's doing. So he doesn't give the Forbidden Waste value, doesn't give him the Kha'Zix value. But Faithful could go ahead and change things around, but you're only dealing with a single unit. You know, he has some really good cards in hand. He has a couple runes to work with. But I think the task might just be a little bit too out of reach currently, right? You're able to deal with the current battlefields, but I just don't think you're able to effectively take care of the remaining units in that back line for LeBlanc. And Mario, they don't give us the matchup, so no idea who he lost or tied to. We just know there's 7 wins, 1 loss, and a tie. It would be cool. It would be cool to see all that information. And thinking if there's any possibility of getting out of this gutter here. Can he go ahead and Faithful one of these units in? Ambush with a Nidalee, ambush with this Kha'Zix. As we keep going back to, I just don't think you could take care of every kind of threat currently that LeBlanc has. And this is just threatening lethal on the very next turn. Even if you clear the battlefield, you're able to conquer, use LeBlanc's ability to go ahead and get a ready reflection token, but it doesn't have the ability to be in base. So wait a minute. Brings in the Ruin Rex. Switcheroo, the little tall, mighty, irresistible Faithfolk, switching it back. So Ruin Rex goes down to 1. Faithfolk up to 6. So defending for 4 and 5 up to 9. So one of these are surviving. Does he go ahead and play an ambush unit? Because he could go 9 and 9. Nidalee's 9. Kha'Zix is 9. But then you're just trading and you have no back line / anything to say about it. And that's just a simple, straightforward conquer for LeBlanc. He's like trying to find the outs, but might as well do what you can. That Faithfolk is the tallest Faithfolk we've ever seen. A punch first gets invested. The Faithfolk going to be swinging in for 10. So you do currently have enough. Everything dies. Cleanup occurs. Faithfolk survives. Is there a world, chat? Or are you saying there's a chance for Kha'Zix? That is a Glass Mixologist, so you're able to bring back the Karthus. 1 draw for the Fragmented. 1 Karthus most likely getting established on the board thanks to the Mixologist. And then Ruin Rex not really getting too much value because that cleanup already occurred, so you can't take down a 10-minded unit currently. Unless if he had... No, he needs a unit with 6 might. If there was a Galio, you can push it back. Actually, no, you can't even push it back because Galio doesn't do any combat damage. Okay, just get a little bit more pressure to push on forward because of the assault from Fragmented, right? So you're pushing in for 4 rather than Karthus. Because right now you just need might to double conquer on this next turn. Yeah, exactly, easy, Teddy. I took it back. You know, if he somehow had enough runes for a Nidalee and the purple champ, perhaps there was a way of kind of defending one of these battlefields. Because that Faithfolk, after this next turn, he's going back down to a single might.
Hey everybody, I am here with everybody, I am here with Lila Iceman, who is also going into the top cut. Correct me if I'm wrong, but 601 as well?
601, yeah.
All right, fantastic. And this is the Jinx player we saw on stream before. So tell us a bit more about why Jinx.
Actually, the reason is that I started playing Jinx with the starter deck, and every time I got stumped very hard.
Okay.
But on my way home, the voices in my head told me, you should try this and that. And even when saying all the time, I stopped playing Jinx, I kept going and kept going. And after a while, the deck was decent and I did good at tournaments like Bologna Day 2.
Yeah.
And now with Katarina as addition, I think especially against token decks, it's very, very good, yeah.
Yeah, tell me a bit about this Katarina, because that's probably, I've seen a lot of people like reach over and grab the cards and be like, can I read that real quick? So what's the idea behind that?
Actually, I started as the new set came out. I started playing it in a mid-range deck, but it didn't really work out very well. And a few days before Utrecht, she came back into my mind, and I did some play testing, and then I played her in Utrecht. But against Aurora decks, it's quite hard because I think Red Purple doesn't have good gear removal, especially when you're playing gear yourself.
Yeah.
And I did great, but not good enough. Shout out to Ghost Driver, who managed to get the best of with a version of this deck. And if anyone wants to try out the deck too, you can find it on Betafy. It's 90% free, just the last page if you want to support it is $1, so go check it out. You will find it. And
and then going into Top Cut now, you had that one draw. Are you feeling like that was a fluke that happens, I'm going to go win through, or how confident are you feeling with the rest of the matchups?
It has been an overtime, and I think it could have went different about the overtime. And we will see. I'm glad I made it so far.
Awesome.
And I'm glad I can maybe show it again. On stream. We will see. And
well, good luck in the top 8 cut, and we'll see you there.
Yeah, thank you.
And just trying to think through any kind of potential outs. He's saying, I'm at 6. I'm so close, yet feels so immensely out of my grasp. Goes ahead and just plays out the Kazakhs regardless. I feel like might as well surprise or try to surprise / bluff your opponent. It just makes it a little bit more obvious now what you want to do. All right, could be the very last turn. I say could be, but will be the most likely the very last turn, especially with this top deck from the RNG gods, right? Hidden Blade, even if he did it, even the fact that he didn't even need it, honestly, he just makes it a whole lot easier. You can Hidden Blade the Kazakhs. All he has is 2 energy. You're threatening a punch first. You're threatening a Grim Resolve, but we are talking about just a single 1 might unit. If you kill the Kazakhs, Forbidden Waste comes online. Forbidden Waste doesn't have a minimum of 1, so that little Irresistible Fatefolk is going down to -2, making it just that much easier. But I think he's just going for the safer line. Never mind. I think he's just going to in it to win it right here, right now. Can he go ahead and do it? He says it is over. GG, well played, LeBlanc. The first LeBlanc to ever lock in a top 8 position here in the Season 3 Chinese regional circuit. Well played. I'm impressed. I want to see more of this LeBlanc like we were talking before.
No Scion here. There's no Singed here to, enact his war. No, I'm not going to say that. But we are looking for a more of a tempo-based match, and those are really, in general, really hard to beat Aurelia on. Is this a more Darius, a more aggro variant? What is the adaptation we want to see?
Yeah, so as an Aurelia main, I've been an Aurelia main for quite a few months now, and I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be going into set 3. Probably Aurelia. I've got to be honest. The thing that kills Aurelia is that early tempo, like just murdering. You can't ever get on board. And if we know anything about the color yellow, it's got quite a few tools to just kind of go, no, your unit doesn't exist anymore. So it could be one of those things, like if Aurelia manages to establish a few units, gets, a few points on the board, and Darius has only got those red cards without any of the yellow sort of kill spells, it could end up very Aurelia favored. But I don't know what this Darius deck is going to look like. I've not seen Darius and Unleashed yet. Bandit, have you?
This can go a whole different amount of ways. We have seen a more mid-range variant, where you just kind of spam in your more beefy units kind of to hit the Darius, move on to the battlefields left and right. We've seen baited hook variants all the way back in Origins that are that good. Even LeBlanc is running them currently. Now, on top of that, we have a more aggro variant that recently has kind of been more favored towards Rek'Sai and Spirit Forged, but there is something to say for that opportunity to have that Darius in your zone there. The only part that you should be worried about when you're piling the Darius is handling resources, and particularly cards in hand. It struggles to keep the engine going and fueled up.
Yeah, and I was just looking at that opening hand of the Darius there. We do see a main deck salvage, which can really, really mess with gear decks like Aurelia's. Interesting enough, he threw the Falling Star. Now, there's a lot of like small units that, I do like, but like if he makes a mistake of just kind of like dropping the Aurelia and not like Guardian Angel it, you can just absolutely kill it. And with salvage in your opening hand as well, couldn't you just like bait the Aurelia, Guardian Angel, remove the Guardian Angel and just kill the Aurelia? Yeah, it's a lot of runes to recycle, but I think you just win the game off that.
It is, I mean, you as an Aurelia player, I gotta favor your opinion over mine in this regard, but it always feels so niche in my hand to be wielding the Falling Star and for only to be disciplined twice or something, right? And they are like, oh, I just sacrificed my entire turn. They drew 2 cards, and I am held here with something in my hand. So maybe he is prioritizing the fact that he wants tempo out over the fact that he wants to be more controlling and saying, right, you can play your Aurelia all you want. I'm just going to be too quick for you.
Yeah, and already I want to give the Darius a point just for repping those new Poros. How beautiful are those cards?
Power move.
And it looks like the Aurelia has a lot of options. Scuttle is probably my favorite 2-drop for green decks at the moment. It replaces itself, gets something on board.
I have to interrupt you here.
Yeah.
This will not stand. You will put the respect on his name as proper. You're talking about Mr. Seymour here, right?
Seymour. I will never remember a Poro's name. They are
No,
Poros to me.
no, that's Scuttler.
Scuttle.
That's Scuttler.
Scuttle.
Seymour.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's called Seymour.
The Scuttle Crab. Okay.
Yeah, because he helps you Seymour.
Ah, that's clever. Well done. Thank you. I'll have to remember that now. That is forever in my lexicon, Bandit. Thank you. That's one of those
so very
memories now.
But you're definitely on the right train. This has been regarded by some people as the strongest card to come out of Unleashed yet. And honestly, it's hard to argue with them for a card that does so much for so little. Why wouldn't you run this card?
Yeah, exactly. And you know what? There's nothing better than just kind of like, hey, scoring a point with it, keeping it alive, moving it back, and then just having the option to see your opponent's hand whenever you want for absolutely free. And the Jin coming down. Interesting addition to the Darius deck.
Yeah, and this will be a fun one. Shout out to Dubby, who has been tutoring me on the ways of the Jin. Now, usually we see this represented in more chaos decks, where you can fully abuse his ability, where whenever he moves, you get a power and a energy to spend to your liking. In Order, it's going to be a little tougher to really abuse that to the fullest. However, the fact that it has Deflect, it brings a proper amount of might in. It means you can just cheat out in action
ganking
all those
also.
Extra little bits coming through, and ganking on top of all that. Now, no secrets for a lot longer. As a second Seymour comes out, surely one of them will end up on the chopping block.
Yeah, I've got to imagine like one gets thrown in, see what the situation is in the hand. One gets kept alive to, you know, those important turns where you're like, look, he's got 5 runes up. I can't possibly risk a bad decision here. That's generally what you should do. But right now, the Aurelia hasn't really got much going, and I'd be a little bit worried against yellow deck just putting a Guardian Angel down and just going, oh, I hope that doesn't get blown up. So he's using stack deck to kind of have a look and, you know, fix his hand a little bit. We do see lots of buff spells coming off that stack deck. So there's the Defiant Dance. There was the Discipline. That's kind of what you want to see at this stage in the game. Yeah, Stellarcorn in hand as well.
Yeah, there is all the pieces are there. The engine has yet to be assembled properly, but also Darius is not really mounting the pressure all that much just yet. We're very much still in the early stages of the game. Give it another turn before we are on the precipice of entering that mid game, where the Darius really has to start mounting the pressure to force this Aurelia to commit to develop important pieces that are vulnerable for interaction.
Yeah, exactly. And if we know anything about the Aurelia matchups in general, like, yeah, if they score a few points early, you know, you can put some serious pressure down. But generally, you don't need to worry because your mid game is just so strong. Like, you're almost impossible to take off a battlefield if you've got a few runes up and a few cards in hand, you know. But the Zorn Warrens being captured by the Aurelia, so going up on points. And this is what I mean. Like, he's just kind of raw put out of that Guardian Angel. And, you know, against the yellow deck, especially with Aurora in the meta, you've got to expect they might just have a salvage and they might have just kept it versus you. So you've got to be very, very careful about how you play gear.
You got to be careful. No doubt about it. However, at the end of the day, it's a single card. It's 2 energy. And if that clears the way so you can hold on to your Swiftfoot boots, right, which give that little bit of an extra nudge in there as well, as we will be moving up to the Zon Warrens, getting our extra energy and power. Let's see if it will be spent in any sort of way. The hand will be revealed first, and here is my opinion about Seymour. I feel like the fact that he reveals hidden, why you gotta do me like that, Seymour? I like playing Teemo. Leave me alone.
But it's not just at the time of death, Bandit. It's the whole turn. If your opponent hides a card at the end of their turn, you are allowed to see it if the Scuttle Crab died that turn.
Surely not. That Seymour,
that is the ruling. Seymour sees more for the entire turn.
God damn. I don't like that.
If your opponent hides a card at their end of the turn, you go, hey, my Seymour sees it. Show me.
Damn.
That's a crazy ruling, right? It's a crazy ruling.
Should have called it Palantir or something.
Yeah, all your data belongs to me now. Thank you very much.
Just have like a giant eye of Sauron on the art, and every time you do it, I see you. Just to get in your
People are going to have to remember that one. I promise you. It's going to catch a lot of people out. Salvage coming down. This is what I mean. Like, the salvage is obviously, because of Jin as well, it's going to just be played for 1 rune, because Jin obviously gives you that extra power and the energy as well. And it's just going to kill this Guardian Angel. Like, I know it's only a Guardian Angel. I know it's only 2 runes. But the fact that he gets to replace the card off itself, it's cheaper. And now you can't play Aurelia next turn, Because if he's got something like a falling star, if he's got something like a hidden blade, Aurelia's just going to get disappeared. So it takes that tempo away from the Aurelia, and this is what I was afraid of. And the Darius is playing this very, very well so far.
Keeping the cards close to the chest. Now, the fact that the Aurelia is being kept on her toes, right? Where just you're introducing some sand into their gears, get them nice and grinding, get them mucked up a little bit, make sure they can't hit those power tips, those peaks where they want to strike, that they are delayed a little bit. And if you keep that engine on going, you will be rewarded for it. Then the very next turn that you have to commit, they simply don't have the runes to really threaten you and also keep them up for the next turn. So you're gonna have another turn.
Yeah, sorry, Bandit. I just absolutely love this play. That's I can't remember the name of the card, but it's the axe that basically, if you conquer, it doesn't do damage. If you don't conquer, it deals 4 damage to the unit, and it gives it +4. So that Jin is 8, and he's just gonna be able to gank in between battlefields as an 8 might unit. Like, how do you deal with that? Like, that is a lot of might very, very early.
And to add on top of that, even if you decide, all right, we'll just take a step back for a turn, we're gonna sit on what we are sitting on right now, try and prevent that conquer. The fact that you're allowing him to gather that much distance between you and that finish line is really gonna come bite you back in the butt. Now, you do have to keep an eye out on the cards in hand. 4 is very comfortable as of right now, and we know that there is a Kai'Sa hidden in there as well. But these are those pivotal points where the game should start to tip a little bit more into Aurelia's favor. This turn and the next one. So Aurelia has to get it done now. And what do you want to see? Aurelia's and Stellacorns.
Yeah, that's the thing. So now it's the point where it's like, hey, I want nothing but buff spells off the top of my deck. But the thing is, like, with losing the Guardian Angel, he's kind of lost that safety net. And now if he wants to play the Aurelia, he's going to have to somehow get the Aurelia up to 8, which is obviously Defiant Dance. If he picked it up
but
off
Jin
that
has
stack deck,
deflect.
I can't remember if he has. Exactly. So you're going to be paying a lot of runes to kind of get that Jin off the battlefield. But the problem.
Finally, we are back. And here we are. My name is Costantino, or Fidero Bombastic. Here with me we have Alchemy, and we are back in the 5K Germany tournament with the top 8. And we have actually 8 different legends today with us. And the first legend is someone who's unexpected, at least for me, which is a Jinx.
Let's
which
go.
we had just an interview recently. The second one is an Annie, so same colors. And also we had the interview right before that. We have a Lux, which will probably be a combo deck. And we have Diana. And Alchemy, would you go on the other 4?
Sure. We've got Aurelia at number 5. The Azir is chilling at 6th place. We have Misfortune at 7th, and then we have the Master Yi at 8th place. With this coming up, it looks like we're going to have the Jinx versus Master Yi, the 1st and the 8th seed coming together. And I'm personally really excited because it's not very often that we see a Jinx in the number 1 seed. That's pretty exciting.
Yeah, and also in the game that we are going to have is going to be the Jinx, so the number 1 seed against the Master Yi, which is the number 8 seed. And for anyone who doesn't know this, there is not going to be like a dice roll, but is a top seeding deciding whoever's going to start. So we're probably going to see Jinx starting. So let's say that getting first on top 8 is going to give you an advantage, as the higher seed you have, the higher the chances that you're going to win the games.
Yeah, and that's I don't know actually how I feel about that. I do think that it's interesting, and while we were talking about it earlier, I am going to try to be as non-biased as possible on that. I think that it's just exciting because I don't think I've ever seen a Jinx win or be even close to winning a large tournament like this. With that being said, Costantino, I'm kind of curious, what kind of tools do you think the Jinx is going to need in order to be able to be successful against the Yi? Because there's obviously going to be a constant threat of the defending might, and you're not going to be able to kill the Rune Runners with, say, a Mega Death Rocket. But it does look like they've got some tools and some gear in order to even things out. So, what do you think?
I mean, yeah, beside the usual, like, shoot the Master Yi before attacking so it doesn't get the +2, I think that the only way which is going to help the Jinx conquer this Master Yi is going to be with accelerate units with really high might, and just letting the Master Yi run out of fuel faster, since as Jinx, if you run out of fuel, you can start drawing two cards per turn, and so you can keep on going longer, let's say.
And it also seems like there are at least a couple of items within this deck list that will allow the Jinx player to play from trash, as obviously the discard is a super huge thing. So I'm very curious to see if that's going to be able to be used to their advantage, or if they're just going to try to just flat out outright outmight the Master Yi player.
Yeah, maybe they can get some tempo ongoing with the discard. We're going to see a lot of discard also in the next expansion, Vendetta. And also, one thing I wanted to point out before we start is that until now, the players played with the closed spreadsheet, but from top 8 ongoing, they each know their opponent decks. So maybe the surprise effect that the Jinx had along the entire tournament, now it's gone.
Very true. At the same time, though, it's even with that card knowledge, there's still going to have to be an adjustment period, which I imagine should be sorted out by game one, especially since you've been able to make it to the top 8. That being said, I'm also taking a look at the information or the deck list on the Master Yi, and it seems to be pretty standard. I'm not really seeing anything that's out of order or anything that's interesting other than maybe some stuff in the sideboard with the Alpha Strike. But yeah, it seems like we're going to have a nice classic game of an Origins battle with some updated cards, and looks like we're finally ready to get started.
Yeah, and we see, starting with the two battlefield, we have Forge of the Fluft from Jinx and Seat of Power from the Master Yi. And for everyone who doesn't know what this battlefield do, the Forge of the Fluft allow you, when you hold that, but when you control that battlefield, you can tap your legend to equip something to any of your units, while the Seat of Power says that when you conquer, you draw one card for every other battlefield that you control. So in this case, if you control both battlefields, when you conquer, you draw one.
Excuse me. And opening up, it looks like the Jinx player has the Traveling Merchant, which is pretty standard. And lo and behold, the Yi player has already gotten a Fiora out, which is a major threat.
Yeah, and we will see now if the Jinx want to start the aggression, knowing that probably if she goes and conquer, that Fiora is going to kill the Traveling Merchant next turn, or if she decide to play it more safely. Looks like the aggro deck is trying to play aggro, actually.
It makes sense. I mean, at the very beginning, with the early turns, you can conquer a point, discard ones in order to draw one, and hopefully see the tools that you're going to need to get a swing over the Fiora. If you do end up losing a single battlefield, it's not the end of the world, but I think really the Jinx player is going to try to play aggressive while still building as many resources as possible. That being said, the Battle Axe has already come out in order to pose a threat and hopefully be a deterrent from the Fiora doubling its might whenever it comes into play one-on-one.
Yeah, and actually maybe you love to see this when your opponent actually picks up your card because he doesn't know what they are doing. I think you're in a pretty good spot, and we see double seal
Wow.
starting out from a Jinx and a hidden card.
That was a huge turn to play for the Jinx player. Hidden card, 6 might, 2 seals. You're chilling.
Yeah. We'll see how the Massey is going to respond.
He says, send it. So he's probably got some combat tricks getting ready to happen. I didn't have a chance. There goes the on guard. And see how that interaction goes. Here comes the hidden card with the Edge of Night.
Yeah, so let's say the Fiora got +7 in this case because actually on reaction they play Angard on reaction of the Fiora ability, which says if I'm in a battle 1 against 1, double my might. So first it got the +2 from Angard, so it got to 5, and then it got double to 10. And so nothing that poor traveling merchant could do, even with 8 might.
And that's a really important interaction that I recently learned about. The doubling the might of Fiora isn't a condition that just happens, it's something that you trigger. And so because of that, sometimes there are some combo plays or some interactivity that you can apply before that happens. So for example, I do believe that in this particular case, you play the on guard first and then attempt to double the might, so that way you're increasing, you know what I mean, your overall output.
Yeah, and we see that since he already played his entire hand on turn 2, we already see the Legend Jinx in action, allowing him to draw 2 more, and we've got already the 3rd seal out. I don't know if you're happy to see something like this or not, because right now you don't really have many tools to use those seals.
Well, on one end, it seems like it's building up. I would say that it would be nice if both of those gears could be used because one of them is purple, obviously, one of them is red, so that will be applicable. The other thing, though, is if he doesn't have any units to play outside of the Jinx, then that could be a relatively tough spot. We're not really too worried about the hidden card on the Fiora battlefield, just because we're pretty sure that it's Azonia's, although it could, you know, potentially come back on the next turn. At the same time, he really needs to get a unit out, or Falling Star seems to be pretty nice as well, and what a great opportunity to use those seals.
Yeah, we will see if that is going to be indeed Azonia's Hourglass, who is going to save the Fiora, and you actually reveal the only card that you have in your hand, which is a Tide Turner, who's going to be played.
So a little bit of cushioning there with the Zonias to save the Fiora. At least gets it off of the battlefield and will shake things up, make them reset. It's still a threat on the board, but I do think that with a little bit more, maybe one extra thing, the Tide Turner will be able to at least be looking to combat the Fiora after it takes the battlefield again.
Yeah, and since you can accelerate the Jinx, you are always going to be able to threaten attacking that Fiora with 2 units, not enabling her power, her ability that doubles her might. So it's going to be probably defending with 5 and not with 10.
You still have to be careful though, because you get that +2 when defending alone. And on the other side, if he's got something like a punch first or even a discipline, it's going to be pretty tricky to navigate. But at this point in time, it's more of just a check of, okay, do you have it? Do you have it? And it's a pretty nice raw game of Riftbound where, you know, you're just duking it out with your big cards.
Yeah, and actually I want to point out that even if we are in the 3rd set and Master Yi came out on the 1st set, I still see players missing the +2 from Master Yi and just sending out units to die and then saying, yeah, the +2.
Yeah, it's one of those things that are really sneaky if you're not paying attention to it. And it's something that I have to think about whenever I'm playing locals. Like when you get into autopilot and you're just like, all right, send it. And you're like, oh, 6-4. And you're like, what do you mean? Oh no. and then you just watch your entire setup go to the trash. It happens, folks. So he's debating on whether or not he wants to try to go in with the Tide Turner. The thing about it is he's only got 2 cards in hand. It does. I'm trying to see if he's got a unit in hand or not, but he can play the Jinx. It might be better for him to be a little bit more reserved and set up, so that way he's got some ammunition on the next turn. It looks like he's going for it and sending the Tide Turner in without equipping it to build its might up.
Yeah, I think that maybe since you have that battlefield, you want to conquer first and then equip, so you have it easier. I mean,
right, you don't have to pay as much. But even then, yeah, it looks like he's still debating on whether to equip, but that does look like a much stronger board having the Noxus and a hidden card come in. But we're going to see if there's going to be... Okay, that's going to be a little bit different. So he'll equip the Battle Axe. Blighted Battle Axe. And now that's a really strong board with quite a lot of might to swing over. And I'm guessing that he's going to hope that either he's going to send in the Fiora to trade and get that off the field, or hope that the Master Yi is going to just take the other battlefield to try to make sure to keep tempo.
yeah, we really have a lot of might on that battlefield, and I want to point out that the execution actually from Jinx was spotless, because you first had to dump all your hands and then you had to play Jinx, because the Jinx actually has an effect. When you play me, you have to discard 2 cards, so it's better to first dump your hands if you don't have anything that would benefit you from actually being sent to the trash from your hand, and then play the Jinx.
Yeah, it's a neat mechanic, but it's also kind of risky because you essentially show your entire hand, right? Or you get all your cards out. So I do think that one of the key components to strategizing in this game is to try to have some sense of deception where you've got a few things in your hand that your opponent has to play around. But essentially, if everything is on the board, sans the hidden card, it makes it a little bit easier for the Master Yi to navigate. But even still, he says he doesn't want to try to push on that, and he's going to take the safe route and pull the Fiora over to the seat of power.
Yeah, and we'll see what he has in hand, and we see a first charm who's going to allow the Fiora to defend for 10, and even with the Assault 2 from Jinx, it's not going to be enough, and it's going straight to the trash.
Yeah, the tech with defending with a Fiora of a 10 might unit just with 3 and a single power is just absolutely insane. It's so much to get over, even for decks that have a lot of pumping up. Yeah, you're not getting over that unless if you're willing to use your entire rune pool. And what's happening here, it looks like he's getting a buff from the Pit Rookie. And so now, if he's defending in his might doubles, that would go to, what is it, 12?
12, yes, because it's 4 plus 2 from Master Yi, and then doubled. So 6 double to 12.
Now, even still, we still have control over the battlefield over on the Forge of the Fluffed, and the hidden card is still in. But at a certain point, we are going to have to consider whether or not we want to just try to hold out, or if we want to take the other side of the battlefield.
I mean, the Jinx is ahead on points for now. As is 3-2, but I don't think that you can wait that long. But we can see here that he's actually putting a pike on the battlefield and pulling back the unit. But I think that if you don't conquer, if I'm not wrong, if you don't conquer this turn, the Blighted Battle Axe is going to detach and kill the Tide Turner.
Right. Now, the Blighted Battle Axe will still stay on board, but you're essentially killing your own unit. in order to reattach, which I guess in some cases that can be advantageous. And now that it's on the Noxus, even if the damage is dealt, you'll be able to hold out and maintain it and keep it alive. But the Tide Turner comes back, and that seems like a much safer play, because now even if something happens to the battlefield, you still at least have one unit to try to, move around. But now we're looking at the pike with, is that a longsword that's attached? I'm sorry, it's a little fuzzy, but
the pike I think has a shadow cloak because it was a hidden before.
Shadow cloak, gotcha.
Yeah.
Edge of Night,
sorry. And
Edge of Night and the blighted battle axe.
Yeah. Actually, the blighted battle axe right now, as we said, since he didn't conquer this turn, it got detached from Noxus Hopeful, dealing damage. But since he moved the equipment with the Forge of the Fluff, he didn't lose any unit because the Tide Turner was going to die. But the Noxus Hopeful with the Edge of Night can survive the damage that is going to actually be cleared out at the beginning of your opponent's turn.
It's a pretty interesting tech, having that extra 4 might, even though you have to play around it every turn is nothing to scoff at. And I think that it's going to be essential to being possible to win against a Master Yi. I mean, automatically just sitting at a battlefield with that +2 and a Fiora that's already there is just in some cases an insurmountable amount of might to get over. So it's really interesting to see how these boards are developed, and at some point they're going to have to start going at each other. But as of now, the Master Yi is just being patient. It's got a lot of units in the back, continuing to use the Pit Rookie to buff the other units, and we'll just kind of have to see how this unfolds.
Yeah, and as I said at the beginning, the way that Jinx is going to win is to letting Master Yi run out of steam, but this Master Yi is actually standing idle. He is not doing anything. He's just saying, my Fiora alone can survive anything that you throw at her, so I don't need to commit anything. He has 6 runes up, which can be Rengar, can be Punch First, can be a couple of disciplines. So I don't think that you can confidently try and attack that Fiora.
At a certain point, though, which it does seem like the Master Yi is doing a great job of, you still have to start thinking about how to get rid of some of those units on the other battlefield, because I do believe that he's still behind in points. And so now the pressure is starting to build on the Master Yi as yet another pike and another equipment is laying down. I don't know. If I'm in Master Yi position right now, what am I thinking? Do I want to try to ambush with a Rengar and send all my units in, or hope that I just am getting up on my punch first and pump spells? What do you think?
I think that now that we see that, interestingly enough, the hidden card was an Eveling and is now trying to pull the Fiora. And I don't think that in Master Yi's deck there is anything that can prevent that, as that is not a spell, so you cannot defy. And I don't think that Master Yi played not so fast to counter the abilities. But I could be wrong.
That would come in clutch right now. Yeah. And because the Fiora is moving over, it will not get the defense as it is now the attacker, and it will not get the one-on-one buff either.
Yeah, and as it stands, it will not even kill a unit because everything is stronger than 4 might. 4 might, because the Fiora was buffed. So now the Fiora dies, and from the 2 pike we get 2 gold tokens. And now we can equip the battle axe, go and conquer the other battlefield, and score 1 point. So getting even more in the lead, 5 point to 3, and draw 1 card. And I think that right now the Jinx is in a much better position just from playing that 1 card from hidden. And now really, yeah.
Yeah, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, don't worry. And now really the Master Yi needs to go back and take those battlefields without using the Master Yi buff from defending.
It's a tough spot, and that's one of the downsides of the Master Yi, as it does really well, I would say, in the mid game for reconquering battlefields, but because the Jinx was able to stack so much, and not only that, is supported by all of that equipment, even if you are trying to pick off units, you're just going to be bouncing it right back to the Jinx player who, might still have a lot of other units. Now, one particular thing to consider is that the Jinx player doesn't have a lot of cards in hand. And so this could be advantageous as just trying to whittle down, but does he have enough time and enough turns and enough runes in order to try to even out these battlefields?
Yeah, that's a good question. And also, I want to I want to point out something that I haven't really done ever, so I don't know. I think that if you hold, you can bring back now Jinx, which is going to happen before you even draw for turn. So you only have to discard the card that you currently have in your hand, and then you draw. Am I right?
You draw 2, right? Because
Yeah,
from the
you draw
discard.
2. But the thing is, Jinx, when it's going to be played, is going to discard 2 cards from your hand. But since you can play it from the trash, because it's going to be played thanks to the effect of the equipment.
True.
Is it going to be played before or after you draw?
I think that you would discard, but if you trigger, if I'm not mistaken, if you trigger the ability from Jinx and you have something like a reaction, I think that you can still play it first before you discard, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, since the Pike is equipped with the last rights, if he holds,
Right.
he's going to play something from the trash, which is a Jinx, and I think it's going to happen before you draw for turn. So you don't need to discard
I
the
see what
cards
you're
that you
saying.
draw.
Right. So it would be, but even during that phase, there's still, I still think that you can play a reaction card if you have it, if it has some kind of value or something. Like I could see if it's a longsword or something of the sort, which I think that he would probably use at this turn, given that the Master Yi just came in with the punch first to try to even things out. But it's definitely a point of interaction to maybe try to save that card or whatever's going on, or maybe it's just not that useful. Now, because the Master Yi had the punch first activated, we've got 10, 14, and we're just kind of doing some damage calculation now in order to try to whittle down some of those big units that the Jinx has just pretty much created a mountain of. Still not enough to take everything out, but it does look like, at the same time, a little bit less. I'm curious to see if the Master Yi player is going to have something like a Rengar or perhaps probably not a Vile. I haven't actually looked at the deck list yet, but that would be good if they had it now.
Yeah, and if I have to go out just from instinct, I don't think he has a Rengar, because I think he would have played it on the battlefield to kill even that Pike and conquer the battlefield. But maybe he has it and is waiting for the best opportunity to do that.
I mean, he's still got his entire rune pool up, so you might be right. And now, unfortunately, because the Pike was able to survive, it's getting just a bunch of equipment attached to it, and that's going to be a pretty big body that's not really going to care about whatever the Master Yi player has on the following turn.
Yeah, and now it's Jinx, the one who's creating a big board that Master Yi is going to have to deal with it later on.
Yeah, and I gotta say, this is really exciting to see a Jinx like this just pop off. I mean, look at that. Look at that field. You have half of your deck on your board, and
Yeah,
there
and
comes
I think
the
that's
scoop.
GG.
Yeah. I love it. It's great because even though we have a tier list and we have these ratings and stuff, I'm always surprised by decks like these, and there's constantly new surprises and new ways that people are coming up with, these underdog decks that have a lot of creativity and a lot of ingenuity. That's like, you know what, even though nobody plays this and the precedent hasn't been set, I still think that there's an answer to be able to provide.
Yeah, and I think I have to give the props to this Jinx for the ingenuity of the deck and for the execution, actually. And
Yeah.
now I think that the Master Yi is going to side out the sabotage, because I don't know if you see, but when he conceded, he revealed the hand and he had 2 Sabo in hand and was like, yeah, I had 2 cards that are going to be useless because you don't ever had a hand.
Yeah, and that's actually, I guess, one use case where getting rid of your hand comes into play. And the other thing too is it's like a neg 1 in some cases, because even though you might rip a card, if you don't have a hand for the Jinx, then you draw 2, right? And so it's like, man, do I want to try to take 1 card away in order to let them draw 2? Do I really want to take that risk and see whatever it is that they have? I would imagine that if they didn't play it and they have runes up, it probably isn't that important. So I'd probably be confident in just saying, you know what, I'm just going to let them keep it and try to, save my rune pool and not worry about it. Now, on the Jinx side, I did notice that he put the sneaky deck hands in as he is predicting probably to go second. And so that might help them get that point advantage on their first turn.
Actually, I saw him putting them out and was confused, because I think that the cards there are the cards that he's removing, and he removed the Super Mega Death Rocket and the sneaky deck hand.
Oh, he put him in and took him out?
Yeah, I think that I saw in the pile that we see now on the board, which are the cards that I think is siding out. I think there were the I forgot the name. The sneaky deckhand.
Sneaky deckhand and the Mega Death Rocket. Now I'm looking at the Master Yi deck, and I think that almost the entire sideboard is going to be potentially useful against the Jinx. I mean, we've got the Alpha Strike, the Challenge, Disarming Rakes, another Fiora, a Not So Fast, and a Rune Runner. And these are all things that I think would heavily sway that turn, because as you can tell, really the Jinx player just got an overwhelming amount of power through gear, through the seals, and through all of that. Now, even though perhaps they're not playing the Mega Death Rocket, having a Rune Runner to play against something like a Falling Star, or something else that chooses that normally would choose a unit, could be really like an ace in the hole. Rune Runner is just insane, man. The camel is nuts.
Yeah, and I was also thinking that in this matchup, even the Akshan, I don't know how good it is, because yes, you can get a lot of equipment from your opponent, but the blighted battle axe, actually, I don't know if it's detrimental or not to take it, because it's going to be detached and dealing damage to your unit if you don't conquer on that turn.
True. At the same time, if it's going to depend, getting perhaps even an Edge of Night or a Last Rites. I will say, if you have an action and you take a Last Rites and you're already holding a battlefield, that could be extremely helpful. So I am curious to see what the Jinx player took out, knowing what the other opponent's deck list is going to be. But here we go for game 2. We've got the Emperor's Dais and the Amateur Recital, and we'll see what the opening hand will be. Or actually, sorry, they're going to mulligan first.
Yeah, and we see a mulligan, one from Master Yi, and we'll see if he found the 2-drop.
Hopefully we do. I never want to see a game between two people where you don't have a 2-drop if you play them. It just makes it that much harder to catch up, and feels terrible when you don't have a 2-drop, you pass, your opponent has a 2-drop or a sneaky deckhand, something like that, and you're just like, oh no, how did I catch up with this? But here we go. Turn 1 draws the 5th card, and we'll see what. Oh, he's got something.
Okay.
Scuttle Crab, let's go.
Yeah, the actual goat actually on Master Yi. I think that's the best card that you can draw on turn 1.
Scuttle Crab is just so much value, and it's cute, so it's like, beat that.
Yeah, and especially with Emperor Dice, you can just conquer, bring it back to hand, and replay it for draw 1. So
Well,
that's
I think
a lot of value.
I do think that they clarified the rules on that, though, if I'm not mistaken. Because of the wording of that, they actually changed that to where you do still have to pay now in order to get it back. I do still think that it's worth it if you don't have anything else to play, but that could be a split decision between either maybe playing the Master Yi or bouncing it out for the Sand Soldier, potentially playing it again for a draw. But I will say, yeah, that free, those 2 months of Emperor's Dias just being free for Scuttle Crab was pretty insane.
Yeah. And also I love that the erratas are actually, yeah, we wanted to write the card this way. We actually didn't think that the player would try to go outside of, let's say, our thinking box to go and do something that is going to be advantageous for them. Because
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that Emperor Deus was never meant to be just bounce your card to hand.
Yeah. I mean, even still, though, it's almost mandatory. Just having the option to either get a free 2, potentially 4 might unit for Master Yi, as being the defender gives you the +2, potentially being able to bounce a card back and then play it again for another draw is insanely high value for that. And that's just part of the reason why Master Yi is such a great deck, is because it has all these synergies within these cards that are also very little cost.
Yeah, actually, since today, we also had the Chinese qualifier, regional qualifier, or nationals, actually it's called. I remember hearing on the caster chat that they were not using the new erratas because they were using the meta of, let's say, 1 week before. And I don't know if also here is happening. So if we are on the current meta with the new erratas, or we're using still the, let's say. Yeah, so I've just been told that we are still pre-errata because I thought that only the bans went out from the 24th, but even the erratas actually.
Yeah, forgive me. I did notice that the Scuttle Crab, or that the Master Yi player did pay 1, but yeah, as you all said, it does seem like that is still free for the remainder of this tournament. But even still, he wanted to get a bigger, or swap out a smaller unit for a bigger one, which makes sense, and get that other draw. But yeah, here within the next week, it'll be pretty nice not to see the player base make their mistakes on calling, or not calling rather, the arena's greatest, and then them looking on turn 6 being like, what happened?
Yeah.
It looks like the Jinx has a pretty strong board or battlefield over at the amateur recital. They will have they actually have a lot of wiggle room, being able to either move a unit off or be able to move one of their units off in order to try to conquer the other battlefield. There's also a hidden card under there, which again could be the Evelyn, it could be the Edge of Night. But right now we're just going to see what, well, it looks like a charm. We're going to try to get rid of at least one of those pikes to come into the Emperor Dias as an attacker. We still have 2 runes up, so there might be some counterplay to ensue, but there's also 5 runes up, and I would most likely try to just let it go, as I don't know if I want to challenge that or try to make him get rid of his rune pool. Yeah.
Yeah, and we see if the hidden card from from the Jinx side is going to be the Evelyn again, which is the same as a charm, or if it's going to be another equipment.
It would be great as a 1-for-1 trade. Now, the Jinx player can also use the Amateur Recital on their next turn to move the Sand Soldier off and then perhaps play an accelerated Jinx, but I would have to take another look at what's going on within their hand to see what the next best move is. But it does feel pretty good having that major battlefields and knowing that you can just move that single unit off. I will say, though, that they're going to have to be pretty careful because if the Rune Runner comes out, they're not going to have that same luxury. And then they'll be having to deal with a 7 might unit, potentially an even bigger unit if they've got a punch first or some other pump spells hanging out in their hand.
Yeah, and also, I don't know if everyone knows it, but even if it's just a battlefield amateur recital, even that cannot target the Ruin Runner because it's counted as an ability from your side. So you cannot even if it's a battlefield, let's say it's not a card, you still cannot target the Ruin Runner. So even that card is not going to be able to deal with the camo. But speaking of animals, we see the cat actually jumping in from the hand of Master Yi.
And just like that, does seem like the Jinx was ready with the switcheroo, and the Rengar is unfortunately, or sorry, the Master Yi player is unfortunately tapped out. So it looks like this is going to go through, and the Pike will stay as King of the Hill. With that Amateur Recital working on their next album.
Yeah, and actually using 2 runes and going back to only having 2 runes is going to be hard, but at least you get a gold out of it.
True.
Now we see actually, I think on the trigger of Amateur Recital, bringing the Evelyn, using the Evelyn, so you can actually now use the Amateur Recital and scoring the point and then changing battlefields. So very smart move from the Jinx player, actually really setting up the turn perfectly.
Well, this is an interesting play because on one end, I do think that the Jinx player is a little low on runes. While he does have 1 gold ready, 1 that's going to be coming in the next turn, he's only got 4 runes to work with, while the Master Yi player will be going to 6. Now, on one end, he decided to take the Pike off of the Amateur Recital, which could be kind of dangerous, but it doesn't seem like he wanted to pull the Jinx out and accelerate that instead. Perhaps he's a little bit worried about another Rengar coming out, but I do think that a major win con for this particular matchup would be trying to keep a hold of that Amateur Recital in order to continue to free up the Emperor Dais. I don't know, what do you think?
Yeah, I think that, I mean, now the Jinx player has a choice. Do I want to score 1 more point going on the Emperor Dais and leaving the Amateur Recital, which is my battlefield, to my opponent? Or do I want to keep the battlefield that is going to help me in the future, but denying myself to go up ahead in points 3-2? And seems like the Jinx decided that he wants to score. And now we see if he's going to decide to activate the battlefield. I think he's still thinking on the trigger, if I'm not mistaken.
Seems so. And also forgive me if I've been mispronouncing the battlefield name. I haven't had anybody correct me so far, but yeah, feel free to tell me how to pronounce that one. But there's an interesting choice right here, as he can pay 1, or yeah, he can pay 1 to return the Pike and perhaps even reset it as a hidden card, or he can let it go and let it fly and maybe maintain on his rune pool. It doesn't look like he's going to pay, so he'll probably put another hidden card in instead.
Yeah, and actually I've also been mispronouncing the name of the battlefield, because actually being a little bit ignorant myself, I didn't know that Dais is, which is actually, let's say, a higher platform on which the, let's say, kind of like a throne where the
Yeah.
emperor stands. So I've also always been pronounce it like days, like,
Mhm.
you know. But
Yeah,
actually,
we just had our support system correct us. It's pronounced Deus. Thank you for that.
yeah.
Learn something new every day. The Teemo came out, just kind of hanging out in its little bumblebee suit. It's a little too early for Halloween, but you know, I like enthusiasm. The Scuttle Crab is no slouch either. It can potentially create another point. Uh, you know, it's also not completely useless, as for one, whenever it's defending, it's going to get that +2. Two, when the Teemo comes in, it'll be back at 1. 3, you've got a full set of runes in order to try to protect that Scuttle Crab. And I will say, as a Master Yi player, there's been plenty of times where I have just gone all in and punch first and on guard hit a Scuttle Crab to maintain tempo. It happens, guys. It happens.
Yeah, and also I've been seeing the discussion about the timer on the stream, that no, actually the timer, the top 8 is actually untimed. So don't worry, even if you see the timer hit 0, it doesn't mean anything. The player can go on and on and on. Can be hours, can be days, not dias, days going on, and we'll still be casting this tournament for you.
Geez, I hope not, for the sake of all the
Yeah.
people that keep the show running all day, you know. But even still, it'll be a good time. And so far, it's been really exciting for me personally. And I hope that you've also had a really fun time just watching these games unfold. It looks like the red pike was played, and he decided to pay the red for the pump for the pike. And I'm not really sure why at this moment, to be honest. Does he have something that's going to pull in the Yi?
Maybe he has a ride the wind.
Perhaps.
I mean, he's playing with purple in his deck, so he has all the way in the world to move cards. We see another red, actually.
So I'm not actually sure of this, but as soon as the pike is played, do you have to decide? Oh, he has ganking, of course.
Oh.
Yeah. Do you have to decide to play the power as soon as you flip it, or?
Yes.
Okay, so he had to make that decision right off the bat in order to get that, but he got a double conquer, and yeah, this is looking pretty rough for the Master Yi. Switcheroo and a falling star in hand. Wow.
Yeah, and actually, the bad thing is now wherever you put it, the opponent is always going to know that it's a switcheroo.
Well, it could still work in the Master Yi's favor, because it's 4-3. Let's say you swing into the pike, the purple one, right? And you go in and you pass focus, and that would put them in a position to flip the switcheroo and say, okay, you know, what's going to happen. And if you can bait it, well, now it's a little bit different, but normally if it was just that, you would be able to bait it and then play your pump spell. But now it's a little bit more of a tough position for the Yi player. He does have that punch first in hand, but I don't know if that's going to be enough to take the Deus battlefield. However, it should be pretty formidable against the pike. He does have that blighted battle axe as well, though, so it's going to be a bloodbath, which we're all excited for.
Yeah,
that was a huge play. Here comes the rake to get rid of the battle axe, and that will open up the window in order for the Master Yi to take back that battlefield.
Yeah, and having Master Yi actually 4 might is the exact number that you don't want to see when you have something like the Falling Star in hand, because you have to double commit there, and you cannot split the 2 damage.
Was that the first time that the Master Yi conquered this game? Because I'm curious as to also whether or not he has enough XP to get his ganking / deflect.
No, that's the first time Master Yi ganked, and as you can see, there is already 1 XP, because we also have to remember that when the Scuttle Crab dies, it also gain 1 XP, but now it should be at 3.
Yeah, a little bit of reprieval here, I imagine, because the Zonias is what I'm guessing that is, will come out. So even if the falling star is applied, it will still at least save the Yi. But we do still have to worry about the accelerated Jinx coming out if it removes the Yi from the battlefield in order to reclaim. And right now, you're kind of pushing for time, and the Yi is playing super patient and doing a great job of keeping up. But I'm worried, a little bit worried that the Jinx player just has too much gas.
Yeah, and I mean, in this position, you can even use you can even just kill the backboard, actually the Master Yi base, and say, when I'm at 7 points, then I'm going to attack the Master Yi and actually conquer the last turn. I don't have to deal with you now. So you keep that Zonias hidden as long as you want.
True. Let's see. Looks like he's got 3 cards in hand and still in a pretty good position. I am a little curious as to what that hidden card is on the dais battlefield, but I don't know. What are we thinking here?
I mean, we know it's a switcheroo.
Oh, right. He put it down after he showed him. That totally slipped. So yeah, that battlefield is, leave that alone for sure.
Yeah, but now I'm curious what he has in hand. And actually, we haven't seen anything that works when discarded. So I don't know if this Jinx is playing anything that along that side of, let's say, gameplay, like the Chompers or something else that when discarded does something.
Let's see. On the deck list, it doesn't look like anything is in there. Although, perhaps, I mean, there are some things that could be helpful if he's got perhaps like the Falling Star, and then maybe play something like a Rengar, or if he gets a Katarina out, and maybe on the next turn when he starts to play stuff from hidden, he'll be able to start dealing damage to a unit. That could be pretty beneficial. And here comes the Falling Star. Did he target the back row? I was
Yes, he did.
just looking away for a quick second. So good
now
call.
We are seeing if he has any discipline, which I think it's the only reaction here that you can play to save your unit. Because I don't think that even if you have 2 on guard in hand, I don't think that's remotely worth. Oh, he's using the Zonia right now to save the Lonely Burrow. I think he's valuing the draw more than keeping Master Yi safe, because he's saying, I don't think that you have what it takes to kill this Master Yi.
Mm-hmm. Perhaps it's one of those instances where he's not really happy with whatever's in his hand, and he might send in the Lonely Poro to do some damage, or at the very least, send it in for a Kamikaze, get a draw, and hopefully find something else. If the Master Yi does hold for one more turn, then he'll go to 5 XP, I believe, because I think we've only seen one Scuttle Crab that has been sent to the graveyard. But yeah, I mean, he's got things in play, but I think that the Jinx player just has moved a little bit too fast, and so we really need to stop here on this next turn.
I think that Master Yi's hand is quite healthy, so he will probably have some answers for the next turn. He doesn't have it on board currently, but I would not say that he is dead in the water right now. So we still can see this Master Yi pull up a fight. We see the last ride from this Jinx. But I don't remember what he has in the trash. What units can he replay? I remember the Red Pike, which actually is a good card because it's pseudo accelerate 3, recycle 1. And I think that's the only unit. Maybe a Nox Hopeful, or was that last game?
I think an Evelyn, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah, an Evelyn.
So I mean, that could be
back
yeah.
even.
mean, in regards, we've got 4-6, so it is still a 2-point lead. He's not going to be able to finish the game this turn, so the Master Yi will have at least once, potentially 2 more turns, depending on if he can take the other battlefield or not. But that last rites does prove to be a threat, as it's more might and gives you a chance to return a unit from your trash, whether that be the Evelyn or whether it be the Pike. Here comes the switcheroo.
Ah, interesting. So since the Pike is being pulled back, he's using the switcheroo to give Pike's might to Timo so he can defend.
Yeah, very interesting.
Yeah. I have never seen someone play it like this. I think that's pretty smart, actually.
Well, I mean, yeah, and if you think about it, you really don't want to give that battlefield up, right? Even to a little lonely Poro. And so now, even though we've already seen that the Master Yi has the tools in order to conquer, it's still something that rather than perhaps even lose the switcheroo or something of the sort, that will be played. Although, do you maybe feel like it might have been better to wait, as the Poro will come in, and yeah, I guess that was the optimal time to play it because the Poro already has a might advantage, so it would be up to the Jinx player in order to offset that in the first place, and then they would play their pump spells.
Yeah. And also it was a hidden card, but it wasn't a surprise. So I think that you going in that battlefield only if you have, let's say, a minimum pump spell, let's say just an Unguard or a Discipline, and in that case, it's not worth to play actually the switcheroo. So I think that was a great play, and I think that caught Master Yi off guard. So
Yeah.
we see now that he's thinking because he was not expecting the play. But I think that already with the punch first that he had in hand, he's already over the Timo, but I don't know if he wants to use it or not.
Well, it's a hard decision right now because as of standing, you do still have that Master Yi that's hanging out. And so on one end, you could potentially buy some time. On the other end, it could be pretty devastating if perhaps on this turn you conquer the Poro, but then the might goes back and the Master Yi is a little bit more vulnerable to the Pike. You get what I mean? So it's kind of dicey to figure out what to do if you use all of your pump spells just to take that battlefield.
Yeah.
It might be better to save it and let them, or just, pull out the Rengar, which is a great play. I didn't even know he had that in his hand.
Yeah.
And what is also interesting, which I probably wouldn't do it at this moment in time, but with the Rengar, if you do conquer, you can pay one to get that Sand Soldier and bring it back. But it doesn't look like that's what he's going to do.
Yeah, and I mean, being 6-6, I think he wants to try to double hold. But with the Sand Soldier, is going to be a little bit less likely. But yeah, I would still have also used the Sand Soldier because let's say you're actually inviting the Jinx player to conquer that battlefield. But next turn you have the Master Yi with 7 XP who can even gank. He's going to hold for 7 and then gank, and then you throw the Rengar, and then you have the Lonely Poro, and it's going to be quite hard for the opponent to actually do something.
Well, this right here is a big play because he did get the longsword, but we know that the Master Yi has a punch first in hand, and I think also an on guard. So if my math isn't mistaken, he's still going to be able to hold out. Yeah, here comes the punch first. I'm pretty sure the Jinx player was not happy about that, but at least the equipment does stay on board. And I do think that he has enough to get out the Jinx, but he won't have enough, I don't think, that would be super risky to pay all of that power to equip that and have like almost nothing on the next turn.
Yeah, but I think that's the only play. I mean, the Master Yi is already at 6, so that's That's what he has to do, or just go to next game. But even that, I think, even if you play Jinx, you equip everything. Next turn, you just, as I said before, you have Master Yi who's going to gank,
That's
and
good
so
defense.
we see the scoop, and we're going to game 3.
It was still a great game, though. I think that it was really just the edge that the Master Yi was able to pull out. The equipment and stuff was not as consistent as game 1 for the Jinx player, but he still did a really good job of maintaining tempo where otherwise, generally speaking, Master Yi usually just is able to get both battlefields and then is like, you're not kicking me off of these.
Yeah, and also I don't know if you're seeing, but the both the sneaky deckhand were in the sideboard, so I don't know why, and now he's bringing them back. So pretty strange decision.
It could have been in an instance, perhaps, where he was looking at the following turn. Like, yeah, you get a point for the sneaky deckhand or something, but with all of the stuff that the Master Yi is able to play, perhaps at the cost of one on guard, with a Lonely Poro or something, it's enough in order to, offset that. So he's really probably evaluating sorry for the redundancy, but the value of each card in this matchup, which is really like what makes you a great Riftbound player, in my opinion, is this card worth playing in my deck? Is this card worth siding in? And is it going to be effective to counterplay whatever the other person is strategizing for?
Yeah, and in the meantime, while we're having the sideboard being done and the shuffling, we are seeing that we already have a couple of results from the other games. So we have a Lux that's going to advance, winning against the Azir, and also we have the Annie that we saw before, winning against Misfortune and going to the top 4.
Is it bad that I'm a little biased that the Annie won against the Misfortune?
I mean, I don't know. A lot of players who don't play Aurora that enjoy seeing Aurora on stream. So I would not mind you if you said I don't want to actually see an Aurora, because it's quite consistent in its winning percentage, but it's not consistent on actually the entertainment.
Good point.
Say, I don't know if you're an expert in soccer, but I would say that the Aurora player or like even the Lux players are actually playing kind of a defensive game like Catenaccio, while we're seeing a lot of the aggro deck, like let's say Tiki Taka. So a lot of fast plays that it's going to actually keep the pace really high.
I'm going to have to take your word for it. Unfortunately, I'm not much of a sports ball person, but even still, within these comparisons, you're always going to have, the people's favorites, and there's always going to be the villain that everybody loves to hate. And in this case, I think that a lot of times, even though the Aurora isn't the top deck, or I would say like a top 5 deck, perhaps, it's still a threat, and it's still something that a lot of people are very passionate about with their opinions, we'll say.
Yeah,
I think it's fine. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm one of those players. I don't think I'm the only one, but I love a good underdog story. So of course, in a Jinx against Master Yi, I'm going to root for the Jinx player. But as you said, I'm going to also hope that the Master Yi has a nice game. I hope that he's not going to like miss the turn to drop. I don't want him to like lose because he got unlucky. I want the Jinx player to be better.
Please mark your points. We've gotten Arena's greatest. Come on, guys. I need to see this for my own personal anxiety. Please mark your points. We'll see what happens. Right now, they are in the mulligan stage. I'm guessing that the Jinx is going to go first. The star Star Spring is an excellent battlefield for someone like Master Yi because you can play a unit there, and if it's a non-token, you can pretty much essentially hot swap it out and allow the ganking, pseudo ganking, if you will. Whereas the Arena's Greatest will give each player a point.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't seen anything like pointing on the battlefield.
Yeah, sorry, I was the Star Spring is actually the Jinx battlefield. It's still going to be pretty applicable for the Master Yi as well, though. But it's pretty interesting to see how this is going to come up, as both battlefields will benefit each player. And good one for the Master Yi, claiming the first point. So good on them. They're definitely crossing their T's and dotting their I's, as we say in the States. The Tide Turner comes out. The Fiora comes out turn 1. Again, always a huge play. And back to the Jinx.
Yeah, but I didn't see. Did the Jinx claim the point or not?
It would be... I didn't see that either, now that you mention it.
Because I clearly see Master Yi saying something like pointing at the battlefield.
I hope so. I mean, I probably would have had my entire body language change if I saw the Master Yi point their point out, and then I just like skip over it, you know? But as of now, the score hasn't been updated, so we'll just have to see if they both... hold on, it's coming. Yeah, hopefully they do, but until then, we'll continue casting. Looks like the Jinx discarded the Death Rocket, which is one of my favorite spells just because it looks cool and it's kind of silly. But as of now, the Tide Turner is hanging out on the Star Spring, and the Fiora is in the trash. So I'm guessing that the Death Rocket was played.
He didn't
sorry.
discard the Death Rocket.
My eyes are floating between chat and looking at what's going on, and also seeing if the points have been updated. And it's one of those instances where it's like, don't blink or you might miss it. And I think that's what just happened for me.
Yeah, and we're still hoping that the Jinx remember about the Arena's Greatest, but we're still not sure.
I hope so. I really would not want to see another game loss from missing a point. That being said, looks like the Master Yi is going to go ahead and play the champion unit, and will pass back to the Jinx, which they will score another point for holding. And now they are in potential for scoring even another point just because of that Star Spring ability.
Yeah, and maybe they can get a way to recover the Super Mega Death Rocket from the trash and use it on the Master Yi. That would be great. Because the ability of the Super Mega Death Rocket says that you can, when you conquer, you can discard one card to take it back to hand. But you have to play something actually on the battlefield to move the Tide Turner, and you still have to have enough room open to play the Super Mega Death Rocket, which is, I don't think he has. No, give me 1 second.
Not yet, but the fact that it's still already in the trash means that it's a threat. So it might be wiser to use whatever is in hand right now in order to try to fortify the position that the Jinx player is in, and maybe perhaps on the Conqueror. Is it both a Conquer and hold, or just on Conquer for returning the Death Rocket to the hand?
If I remember correctly, it's just on Conquer.
It's just on Conquer. So looks like here, we'll go ahead and do that and get the other point. And I guess we'll just see if he wants to discard and get that back in his hand, which now, if I was the Master Yi player, I'd be like, you know, it'd be a really good time to have that Sabotage.
Yeah, we see the seal being played and being tapped, probably for a secret on that battlefield. And one thing actually I'm sad about is that in the list of these Jinx, I saw an interesting card that I have never seen anyone play, which is the Katarina, which says that every time you play a secret, you ready me. But we haven't seen any Katarina being played. And I'm so sad.
And it also deals 2, right? To a unit at a battlefield. So that's a pretty strong card. Yeah, you're right. We haven't seen it at all, but apparently the Jinx either just hasn't seen it in their deck, or they don't feel like they need it, or not really sure what's going on. But they seem to be doing pretty well and in a pretty good position. 3 runes still up, hidden card on each battlefield, although it's only being supported by 2 might. If it's a unit on the Star Spring, it might be pretty beneficial to either be used as extra support or to be able to move a unit back to base in order to try to recoup for the next turn. But yeah, we'll just kind of have to see what the Master Yi is thinking about for this.
Yeah, if you are the Jinx, you have to think that the Master Yi wants to conquer the Star Spring, so you would put the heaviest hidden card that you have here. Because you have to think that he is going to attack that battlefield first, and we see that being a Teemo.
Teemo is going to get that extra boost from being played from hidden, and it looked like he might have jumped the gun with changing his might before playing anything.
Maybe he thought he was a surprise defender.
He's like, oh no, I'm the attacker. So the punch first is going to come out. Yeah. And that'll be enough, right, to get rid of both units and reclaim the Star Spring. And as I had said before, Plus was telling me that the Star Spring was actually the Jinx player's battlefield, but as you'll see, this is an incredible battlefield for Master Yi as well, especially if you have stuff that are high might units. You get almost anything, a Rune Runner, a Rengar, or almost anything of the sort. And now that the Charm's coming out, it's forcing him to flip the hidden card, so he'll maintain control over the arena's greatest, but that unfortunately will make the Tide Turner go to the trash.
Yeah, and now we see that the Master Yi is going down from 6 runes to just 3. But he only conquered 1 battlefield, and we still have the Jinx heavily favored. But actually right now, with the Star Spring plus the first mate, we see that the Master Yi can actually go and conquer the other battlefield.
There you have it. That's why this battlefield is pretty insane for the Master Yi. And not only that, but we're going to get Azonias, so we're going to be able to protect it. The only thing with this is he's left with 2 runes. He'll go to 4 on the next turn, but that's not a whole lot to work with. With 3 cards in hand and the potential champion hanging out on the Jinx player side, I'm curious to see how he's going to be able to bounce back. But the pressure's on to put some, make some moves and whatnot. But yeah, interesting game state.
Yeah, and actually seeing the game, having the Jinx going first and having the second battlefield being Star Spring against the Master Yi, I do not blame you for thinking that the Master Yi was actually playing the Star Spring and the aggro deck was playing the arena's greatest, but it was indeed the other way around.
Yeah. I think that it's my own personal mistake, as I actually play Star Spring whenever I play Master Yi because I'm a big fan of this battlefield. So I think my mind just went to, oh, it must be the Master Yis. We did see the Edge of Night come out along with the Teemo, and it looks like the Jinx is just going to maybe try to build the board up. I think that now that the Master Yi has board presence as well as that Zonia's, maybe because we're low on runes, he's not going to be able to Rengar or anything. We're just going to kind of take that time to develop. I don't know. I'm thinking that I would probably still try to reclaim a battlefield as early as possible if I were the Jinx player.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you have to do. And also, I think that the earlier you get to threaten lethal to this Master Yi, the better it's going to be. Because if this Master Yi start to play slowly and doesn't have to commit all of his runes, he's going to eventually get ahead of you.
Well, it looks like there's only 2 cards in hand, and one of them was the Master Rake, which will probably get rid of the Edge of Night, I'm guessing. Yeah. So that's just a little bit of a deterrent. I will say that if the Jinx player can find a way to reclaim that battlefield, then that Death Rocket can come back into play and just start sweeping up the battlefields to keep this game relatively competitive.
Yeah, and hopefully is going to happen this turn. If not, the Master Yi is going to arrive at 7 points, and then you're really going to have a very bad time.
Yeah, I worry that bouncing cards on the table like that is quite a predicament for the Jinx player. But we'll see what he's got. I'm hoping that he'll be able to maybe have something in retaliation, although the position that the Master Yi is in is not terrible. And he does still have 1 rune up, so if he has another punch first, that could be relatively devastating.
Yeah, if he has the punch first, I think that switcheroo is the only option that is going to save you. But even that, you first have to overcome the might that this Master Yi already has to make him commit anything. And right now, we have 1 battlefield defending with 5, 1 battlefield defending with 6, a hidden card, and a card that has actually deflect and ganking because Master Yi reached already the 6 XP.
Yeah, so even if you take a battlefield, which we're most likely prioritizing the first mate as its, lower might, but that threat of the Master Yi coming back over, it could be a little bit different, maybe, sway things over because the Master Yi would be an attacker, but it's an interesting board state as of now, and I actually haven't seen any cards that are in the Jinx's hand. So, I mean, what do we do? Are we going to try to accelerate and hope that we've got something else? Are we going to come in with 2 units to maybe trade out the Jinx with the Teemo? It feels like a neg 1 because the Master Yi will just come over and reclaim that anyway. So, I don't know. We'll have to see.
I mean, for now, the Jinx by herself can actually either trade with Master Yi, which is not worth because that is a Zonia 100% of the time, or actually conquer against the first mate if he doesn't play anything from hand. But that's going to cost you 4 runes to recycle and 2 cards from your hand. So not exactly ideal. And that's why if I would be Jinx and I would not have a clear path ahead, I would think my way out and think what can happen, what can I do? Is there any way in which I can conquer and then take back my Super Mega Death Rocket?
Yeah, it's a call out, right? It's like, does he have it? Because with 1, I suppose you could also have an on guard to play, but that wouldn't be nearly as devastating as opposed to having that punch first. Now, I will say that I actually cannot see how many points is the Master Yi at right now. I'm looking at stream and I'm a little bit behind. I'm looking like. So are we 4 to 5? So he's got another turn to develop. Okay, yeah, so he's got another turn to develop. He doesn't need to make any major decisions, but the pressure is definitely on.
Yeah, because if you give this one last turn to Master Yi, then you really have to do anything to keep both battlefields safe at all time, and any sneaky Rengar can actually steal the game away from you.
True. Looking like both players are just stressing out right now. The Master Yi is like, what do you have? The Jinx player is like, what do you have? And it's a classic standoff, but eventually he's going to have to do something. He can't be here all day forever.
Yeah. Even if also in chat they are complaining about Jinx taking the sweet time to play. So first cut play is a seal. And actually, it kind of lagged for me. I didn't see actually what he played. Did he play the battle axe? Yeah, I think it's a battle axe
did.
equipped to Timo and is going in against the first mate. So it's a 5 against 5.
Jinx just had an instant transmission and said, "This isn't even my final form," and somehow pulled out another seal and a blighted battle axe and started swinging in against the first mate. So he still has 2 runes up, but only 1 card in hand, and we're going to have to see if the Master Yi has any combat tricks in order to do that, and it doesn't look like it, and so the trade happens. Now we're in an interesting position. Okay, we've got the merchant, and we have something to play against on the next turn. However, I do think that we'll likely see the Zonias flip up, and the Master Yi will move over to the other battlefield. Or maybe not. I guess you could just send in the Rake, but... Yeah, and now that he's at 5, he could also have a Rengar in hand as well.
Yeah, and I think I saw a charm, and a charm is going to be GG in this case. And also, yeah, you want to keep both battlefield occupied. So the opponent has to come and remove you from your battlefield while you have the infamous +2 from Master Yi. I don't want to spell doom, but I think that the Master Yi is running away with this game.
Yeah, I mean, going to 7, I'm thinking on the other side that he can still pull out the Jinx and accelerate into taking another battlefield, but unless if he's also going to have something like a Ride the Wind, then it's looking pretty grim for the Jinx player. But what a show out, right? To even at least make top 8 with the Jinx. I do think that in the right circumstances, the deck has what it takes in order to progress, but sometimes these games just play out in a way that's not in your favor, even if you play extremely well. You know, there's so many factors that go into who is decided as a victor beyond both playing well and also what deck you choose and also what cards you draw.
Yeah, and I don't know if you're looking at the both player cams, but we can see that the Master Yi is having the time of his life right now. He is very chill, very happy, smiling, while the Jinx player is like thinking so hard. I think his head is starting to fume.
Yeah. Yeah. And here we go on the final turn. We'll see if he can pull out a crazy stop. He's still got 4 runes up for any kind of defense, although there's only 2 cards in hand, but we'll see what happens. I'm fingers crossed that the Jinx can stay in the game. I just can't think of anything that's going to be able to keep up.
I mean, if he has a Pike that can come in accelerated and can play Jinx, if you go and attach the Battle Axe to Pike, no, you still cannot. I mean, yeah, you can go and kill the Master Yi and conquer, and then with Jinx, you go and conquer the other battlefield. You can at least, let's say, survive another turn, go to 6, and survive another turn. But the Master Yi is going to be still alive because of the Zonia, and with 6 runes and 3 cards in hand, the Master Yi can do basically whatever he wants. And if there's a Rengar, there's not even a play to be made.
Well, now that I think about it, I don't know if he's going to have enough runes to play this, but if he can get an accelerated unit out, whether it be a Pike or the Jinx, attach the Blight, go in and contest against perhaps the Disarming Rake, get the Death Rocket from the trash, there might still be some hope for this, even though the Zonias is hanging out.
Yeah.
But I don't know. What do you think? You think he's going to have it?
I mean, now that I think of having 9 runes, he definitely has it, because you need 4 for the Jinx and 4 for the Rocket. But it all depends on what the
right. That's what I was going to say. Because if he has any pump spells, then it's immediately going to be a bad day. But I'm really hoping to make this turn elongate the game at least a little bit longer.
Yeah. We see a longsword in Jinx's hand, but I could not make anything else actually.
To me, it looked like there was also a last rites in there. So a longsword and a last rites. And I guess maybe he's thinking, do I want to pull out all the stops and just make my unit as big as possible? Which I don't think would necessarily be a terrible idea, just for the fact that if the Yi does have combat tricks, it's like, all right, I just want to make sure that this unit is going to get there. But I guess now that I think about it, you have got to get rid of both battlefields. Otherwise, the Yi is going to win.
He's recycling one to attach the battle axe. So right now he's an 8, attacking for 10, this Jinx. Because he has assault 2. And yeah, I think that you go against Master Yi right now because, I mean, if he has punch first, you lose. But if he has a discipline, he's going to survive the Super Mega Death Rocket.
Yeah. He's got something. Or I don't know. He looked like he was about to play something and then had a second thought. I'm pretty sure I did not see a punch first in hand. So there is at least that. But, ooh, what a game, right?
Yeah. And I would like to see actually the +2 being put on Jinx. Remember that he has assault 2, just for clarity. But beside that, let's see. Is there a punch first? Because if not, it needs at least an on-guard and a discipline just to trade evenly. And in that case, it's GG, I think, if you manage to trade evenly.
Right. I mean, if he does not have an answer and he gets rid of the Master Rake, or sorry, the the Disarming Rake, I don't know where that name came from, with the Mega Death Rocket, that would be GG's the other way, right? Because, well, I guess he can draw into a Rengar on the next turn, but I still don't even think that would be enough in order to swing over, because you would still be conquering for 1 point. It would keep the game alive, for sure.
Okay.
Wow. Very interesting. Let's go.
The game is not over yet. And we see actually it doesn't even have to retrieve. I don't know, actually. He was retrieving it from the
trash. Yeah. Plays the Death Rocket, lives for another turn. Yeah, we saw it coming, but it's just exciting to see it actually play out.
Yeah, and we'll see right now if the Masi has anything. I don't know what he's thinking, because I don't think that you have anything. Because if you had, like, let's say 2 pump spells, I think you would have played them on Master Yi.
Right. Why wait, right?
Yeah. But maybe he has Giga Brain and he was thinking of this exact play that we were thinking about, the Super Mega Death Rocket. And so he was like, I'll give you hope until the last second. But no, he doesn't have it. But let's see if this Masi has it now, because if you kill the Jinx right now, it's going to be hard. You have to have a really good top deck from Jinx's side.
Yeah. So the Master Yi is going to come in for the Star Spring and get an extra draw. I see an on guard, and he is just going to pass.
Yeah, and saying you have to come to me.
Yeah, there's still pressure for the Jinx player to come up with something else, but
Nope. Nothing.
GG's. We still got to see that extra turn, which was exciting, but unfortunately he ran out of gas with breaking up on a seal.
He had the buffs. I don't know why he didn't play them.
Maybe he just wasn't worried because he was ahead, right? So he still had the point tempo and was like, I think that I can just wait it out. But unfortunately, not enough gas.
Okay. Actually, I even if it lost, I really want to praise this run that this Jinx made until top 8, and not actually only until top 8. He was actually first seed coming into top 8.
Yeah, making it all the way to here. I think he had one draw, but had 0 losses up until then. And I mean, you saw how strong of a deck this could be game 1, but unfortunately for game 2 and 3, he just didn't see the cards that he needed to get the Master Yis off of the battlefield.
Yeah, and in the meantime, we even had the last result for the top 8, which is Irelia won against Diana. So in the top 4, we would have a Lux, Annie, Irelia, and the Master Yi that we just saw winning.
It's got to feel good to be in the 8th seed as well and take out the first, right? I mean, it is Master Yi and, insane deck or whatever, but, imagine all this time you're playing catch up to try to break in, you get into the top 8, you're in the last seat, you take out the number 1 seat. It's got to be a little bit of a confidence booster. And thankfully, at least even still as of now in today's meta, the Master Yi doesn't really have any terrible matchups. So they have a chance at winning, but I am curious to see how the Lux and the Aurelia is going to do. I'm personally a little bit worried about the Aurelia playing against anything that's a yellow deck as an Aurelia player because, well, kill spells, all that other stuff, but I don't actually know if Lux plays any of that because of the infinite loop combo.
Yeah, and actually, if you want, I can go and see the standings and spoil you against who is going to be playing. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, that the next matchup is going to be Lux Irelia.
Mm-hmm.
Again, and then Annie Master Yi.
And that'll be a fun matchup too. I always enjoy watching Annie. Reading up 2 runes always means that there is, not always, but usually some counterplay that's happening in between. But I'm kind of curious, what are you all excited for in chat? Are you interested in seeing Lux? Are you interested in seeing Aurelia? Do you have any predictions, Constantino, about who's going to take it?
I mean, the favorite is Master Yi, just because it's going to be funny watching Bandit cry over it. I would love to see Lux winning everything.
Yeah, it could be time that Lux's terror, reign of terror. Sure.
So, guys, okay, you go. You go.
Oh no. So we're gonna take a.
Yeah, that's what. So, guys, I have to say this is the end for me for casting today. Actually, I'm going to be casting tomorrow for the day 2 of the China regional. I'm actually going to do top 8 and top 4, if I remember correctly, tomorrow. So stay tuned if you want to hear more from me casting. And if you want, you can follow me at my socials, which you can find as Fidero Bombastic, either on X, YouTube, or whatever. And again, if you are in the area of Milan and you go to play Nexus Nights or skirmishes and you find me, feel free to approach me and have a chat with me. I'm very friendly, I promise.
Yeah, and from me to you, I also want to say thank you so much for joining me today. This was the first time that him and I had the opportunity to cast. So far, I've had my roster is growing with everyone that's on here, and it's been nothing but a blast. And I appreciate your time and thank you so much. I think at this point we will head out to a break, if I'm not mistaken, and the next round is already being prepared. So the wait time from the last round compared to this one will be way shorter.
Yeah, thank God, and good luck to everyone else, and stay tuned for more, and let's hope that we have a good match on our hands for next game. Bye bye, guys.
See you, Constantino.
Problem is that axe is then going to be 4 in his base, and there's a Poro sitting there ready to crack back. So how do you do all of that? Exactly. How do you do all of that in one turn as Aurelia? I don't think it's possible. So he's just going to have to slow it down. He's going to allow the Darius to get to 5 points, and then he's going to go for that big turn where he's got plenty of runes up.
I do wonder, because in my eyes, it's really going to boil down to, as we do get another falling star as well. Got to be careful though, because there is.
I know it's a lot of deflect. I know it's a lot of deflect, but it's just like you're getting a free power from the Jhin, you get a free energy, and if he just doesn't have 2 Defiant Dances or a Defiant Dance and On Guard in hand, he just
not
loses
so fast
the game.
as well, right?
Yeah, not so fast as well. But at least you get something out of the hand, the hand. There.
Exactly.
It's expensive, but you can just win here if this goes through. So it's a really interesting situation. Like, what do you do as a Darius? Do you just play it safe and wait for like a better opportunity? Or do you just go, hey, if I play this, do I win the game? And then just go game 2. It's a very weird decision.
It is that pivotal point, right? Because do you have to mount the pressure right now as a second Jhin sitting at the table? You kind of have to ask yourself, do I need to make the commitment of winning more, winning harder? What is the price of letting it sit for a little bit? Because with the points that he has available right now, he is already at a comfortable distance. He can start threatening the game in 2
he has another axe. Oh my god. So look, there's a Jhin in base right now. He's presenting 12 might on that Jhin if you kill the other Jhin. He's presenting 2 energy and 2 power. He's presenting a free falling star every single turn, Bandit. This is a very, very interesting Darius deck. I am loving this right now.
It is building momentum, and it hasn't even played Darius at a single point in the game, right? I love decks that can kind of surprise your opponent, catch them off guard by making those tempo plays onto the battlefields. 2 Jins at their disposal, all of the energy they could want for, and they are still keeping up in cards. They still have the Kai'Sa in hand. This is looking on the up and up.
Yeah, what I love here as well is like the Darius is just like, hey, kill my Jhin. I don't care. You're going to have to invest. I'm just not going to leave any runes up. I'm not even going to hide any cards. Like, I am not bothered about what you do on your turn. I am showing you in my base, I have enough to do whatever I want to do next turn. As you're right, Bandit, that Darius sitting in the champion slot, he's got equipment that gives you +4 on board. Like, it's crazy amount of might for the crackback. Aurelia has to play extremely safe here.
Yeah, a Guardian Angel is the bare minimum to try and break this choke position that this Darius has onto the board. They're going to have to commit. And how high will the price tag be? How many deflect opportunities will have to be spent? We're going to start off with a stack deck. What are we looking to find to break this hold?
I think obviously with the Abandoned Hall, the stack deck just gives you a +1 anyway, so you may as well play it as you enter the battlefield. But what I'm looking for is self-buff spells. I'm looking for those disciplines. I'm looking for those on guards. And
ding, ding.
He completely ignores my choice and goes for the boots.
Goes for the boots, despite the discipline already there, which kind of tells me, well, then there must already be those self-buff spells in hand. It's been a while since we've gotten a proper look at it. That is step number 1. Our very first victim of the Aurelia. Now, we do know for a fact that the boots are available. Aurelia is still not used, so we can start threatening that other battlefield if we want.
Yeah, exactly.
We're already on that. My bad.
Yeah, we are with the Scuttle, and now he's going to charm into charm across the Jhin, so he's going to get rid of all the threats in the back line. I kind of always forget charm exists, and it's such a broken card. And obviously, the trick here with the Aurelia with the Abandoned Hall is every time you play a spell, you give a unit here +1. But because Aurelia is being chosen by the battlefield, she actually gets +2. So this is essentially a discipline for playing things like stack deck, a discipline for playing things like charm. It's an incredibly powerful battlefield for Aurelia.
You thought that Purple Diana was good at buffing herself on spells. No. Aurelia says, hold my dancing blade.
Exactly. Yeah. Here, catch this.
Preferably between your spine and your lungs. That is the natural sheath for one of those. Now, with surgical precision, Aurelia has taken care of some of the most painful cards that we're facing across the board. However, those equipments aren't going anywhere right now. And the fact that you can throw them onto the Poro, launch them into the stratosphere against the Aurelia, and then if you really want to, you can then play out the Darius. If that is your second play, it will be untapping. And you can start threatening that second battlefield. You have Kaisa in hand still. So this Darius, even though it took a major blow, is still running in this game, and getting to those 6 points is what it's all about right now. So you can start threatening lethal, ramp up the pressure on the Aurelia, so she's always forced to take into account that you can end the game whenever you want.
Yeah, exactly right, Bandit. And this is what we were saying, like early game. Like Aurelia's happy to give up like a couple of early points, you know, establish a proper board, get the situation correct where you've got runes and buff spells, and you can kind of deal with anything. And obviously the Aurelia's sitting on a battlefield, you know, it's not the scariest unit at the moment. It's 5 might because obviously it's not ready, it's not been chosen, it's got like Guardian Angel sitting on it. But there's a hidden card and 4 runes up. And if anyone knows anything about playing into Aurelia, that is absolutely terrifying. That can take that Aurelia from 5 might to 20 might quite easily.
Especially in the hull, right? And even if you do take care of that Guardian Angel is attached to that. So you really gotta be thinking twice. So if we can survive this very turn and just have the Conquering Stacks, dig a little deeper on the Zon Warrens, get that extra card in hand, you might be in a more favorable position. And when you're attacking solo into a battlefield with hidden cards, you gotta be ready for your unit to end up stunned in these Unleashed meta. And drip feeding your units into stuns and stuns and stuns all over again is just not a prospect that you want to be going for right now. So getting onto that 6th point, throwing it back to Aurelia, saying, all right, next turn I can start threatening lethal if you're not careful. What are you going to do about it, Mr. 7 Energy?
Yeah, there's nothing worse than having a big scary unit on a battlefield. And we do see the Starcross coming out to bounce this Crab and bounce the Kaiser. That is such a value play. The card is so good. The Scuttle Crab Seymour replaces himself, and Kaiser costs a lot of energy to put down again. That completely killed the tempo of the Darius player, and it looks like the Aurelia is clawing her way back to this victory situation of 6 points, which you said.
Coming up a little more. Now, the Darius is already used. We have 3 energy available. The Poro is ready to go. So we are still threatening the fact that we can get onto that 6th point. We got rid of the Star-Crossed. I feel, even though, of course, it's a bit of a blow, I think our bottom line is not moving. And our main objective for this turn can still be acquired. Next turn, we can still threaten with the Darius, but it's gotten a lot harder, right? Because getting out the Darius. A warm and hearty welcome back to the Games Island 5K Grand Summoner Skirmish. We are approaching the semi-finals, and man, after an absolute slugfest over in our Jinx versus Match for You matchup, we will be parting ways with the deranged little girl herself. Now, we are approaching semifinals, as I'm being joined by no one else than Alchemy. We have a bit of a doozy brewing up, where Annie will be facing off against Lux on our show match. Now, usually, when somebody in a tournament like this is facing off against a proficient Lux combo player, it is really tough to find the tools to fight against that. Usually we will be looking towards any way to cheat scoring. So Ride the Winds, Thrill of the Hunt with Rengar through it, right? Now Annie doesn't have a lot of that. Some Ride the Wind, if you're lucky, a Tide Turner sometimes. However, is Annie the perfect antidote for a Lux combo deck with all the ways of interacting and plethora of access to hard bargains you would expect in that list?
I would say, in my personal opinion, that Annie was the first IM speed deck, and I'm probably going to bank on them trying to get that die roll, get first, make sure that they are the ones scoring the points as quickly as possible, as even before the infinite combo of Lux was about holding back and then just totally overwhelming their opponent with that. But I am going to lean on you a little bit for this matchup because I actually don't know it very well. I've only actually seen the Lux Infinite combo a couple of times, and I'm curious, what are we looking to do if you're aware of from the right side of the battlefield?
When we are setting up, just for people that are just getting started and that have not encountered many Alux combo deck before, there are many iterations of it, but most of them start with gaining unlimited access to information for yourself. Now, when you are doing that, we are looking for either getting some echoes to sacrifice, get that death knell going. Whilst we are slowly digging through our entirety of the deck, we will see time warps sometimes played as just pseudo draw spells, because in the end you want to get to the game state where you can start looping the same 4 cards over and over again. Forge of the Future will be able to recycle cards on demand. So after you have gotten into the position where you've drawn most of your deck, you can start to dictate what cards you will be drawing through sacrifice, echo, and looping the Forge of the Future. Once you have unlimited energy, this is where the creativity gets started. You can win whatever way you want, honestly, but it is not guaranteed. Some people at the very start in China, we saw Renata trying to get infinite scoring points on a single turn. That's a lot of hoops to jump through. Infinite sprites by just being able to cast Sprite Burst over and over and over and over and over again is a great way to get through. But getting to the infinite energy is usually where the fun starts. And from there on out, they have the freedom to end the game whichever way they see fit. Sometimes they do it in a single turn. Sometimes they take multiple turns whilst choking out their opponent.
So that brings me 2 follow-up questions for you. The first one
Go for it.
is, did it surprise you that Echo was not banned? And my second question for you is, where do you feel like the major choke point within that combo is where Annie is going to have to try to be aware to insert that counterplay?
Honestly, 2 great questions. Let's start with the Echo question on the bans. As this early game, we're just going to let it cook for a little bit as we are burning through it. I think, actually, that it will be quite important. Having already the first hard bargain will be very important. So hold your thought onto the Echo question, because the early game is actually becoming rather relevant right now.
Yeah.
In the early game, there are a few moments where the Lux deck will try and overextend, so to speak. So if they are trying to attempt the future card, where they pay 6 and draw a whole lot of cards, that is such a large investment. That's usually the majority of their turn. If you can manage to abandon that, or to hard bargain that, anything to slow them down, that is everything you need. Any time that they're trying to time warp, I'm not sure if they're playing the time warp, but if they do, you want to get those major bomb spells that have such a large investment. Those are the ones you need to surgically address. Now, when it comes to the Echo bans, sorry, no, you have a point, please.
No, not at all. I enjoy your commentary just as much as the rest, to be honest. So if you're cooking, man, go on and cook. I was just going to mention, as we said before, that Annie was the original I Am Speed, and just look at how fast this game unfolded between both players.
It's it's going pretty fast. The tempo is being pretty upbeat, even making sure that Lux is being put back into hand, gunking up the gears of the Lux. That is what it's all about. Because the moment they start to take more than 60 seconds to do their Lux turn, you're in for a heap of trouble. Because if they take a turn longer than 60 seconds, it's usually 10 minutes before you get a chance to untap your runes once again. Now, we are... Yeah.
No, go ahead, please.
So to address the little Echo ban, this is, for me, something I love to put in there, because I used to host an escape room, and it's all about giving hints at the right times, and putting out ban statements is very similar, in my opinion. When you think, oh, they're close to figuring it out, or the solution is out there, you're not getting any hints. And Echo not being banned feels like not getting any hints. So it feels like we have to look a little better, or the answers are out there, or they don't deem it as much of a threat as we do. If for a competitive point of view, you can make that argument. For an entertainment point of view, you can make a different argument. That is where I stand.
think it's a really positive outlook on saying that, because on one end, I suppose you could take the attitude of get good, of figure it out, but the game is still very new, and even within this meta, the Lux Infinite combo hasn't been around for that long, and so perhaps they're waiting a little bit to see some of the answers, or maybe Riot is already aware of what those major answers are for the specified colors. But even still, I would say that for a lot of players, it's potentially frustrating when your opponent is pretty much winning the game by playing for 10 minutes, as we saw with the Miracle, right?
It's an argument from that side to be making, and as we see the Lux just repeating any sort of draw spell that they can. Any efficient source of draw is a great early turn for Lux. But we are getting to the point where, well, starting the next turn, let's say for Lux, we do want to be looking for an Echo. We do want to be looking for the sacrifice, just to make sure we can dig even deeper, even faster, and we start to grow exponentially. Now, putting out the maps, being able to draw even more on your opponent's turn as they're threatening to double hold. The points really don't matter in this regard from for the Annie's point of view, right? As long as it's not 8, you are in the game and you can clutch it all your way.
And from the Lux perspective, right? I mean, if I'm the Annie player, I'm just trying to speed run as much of a lead as possible, because he knows that at a certain point, once the engine from the Lux gets going and you're starting to get all those gears out, you're starting to get the units out and really just start to get the repeat. If they find the Echo, it's a really difficult thing. I'm hoping that the Annie player is playing multiple hard bargains in the abandons and such in light of preparation against the Lux, but because it's kind of a niche deck, I don't know if the Annie player is actually suited for that wide range of challenges.
So here's the kind of the tough point, right? Main decking all of that is such a commitment for the off chance that you'll be facing a Lux opponent.
Right.
Now, I am willing to share with you that we have gotten confirmed that this Andy plays 3 hard bargains main deck. That is a lot. That is a lot of... That's a lot of hard bargains to be main decking. Abandons, you'll have to keep me accountable for later on. But I think it's really important to highlight how Annie is needling the Lux. Just being annoying. Just anything they can do to get them out of their rhythm, to make them have to take an extra step, will be worth their weight in gold for this Annie. And once the Lux gets going, the mood of the game changes. It all becomes about keeping your opponent accountable and making sure that they're not missing a beat. Honestly, the people equipped best to beat a Lux combo deck are Lux combo players, because we're like, actually, now you're going for a shortcut. That's not really the way you can push it, and they know where to look for the openings.
Right. And if I could take any notes from the other TCGs that I've played, especially that are combo heavy, there's always a choke point in between getting those combos started, and the Annie player is definitely going to have a skill check of making sure A, that they have the right appropriate cards and runes in order to play, but B, trying to make sure that they time that out in order to try to put a stop to that infinite combo.
Well,
now
here is our first sign of trouble, as Echo will be making its way out. And the tricky part of this is, well, if the sacrifice comes out, it's really hard to react to that because it's a cost that has to be played. It's really, really hard. So if they have anything of value to deal with this Echo, they might want to go for that right now, even if that could mean, because if they did have sacrifice on the Echo, you feel like they would be playing that already.
Yeah, it's kind of rough because when you're interacting and playing cards that have both Death Knell and then kill for cost, yeah, then you can't really stop it. Unless if you have something that's like a Star Spring or something, right? That would try to intervene before the killing actually happens and return to hand.
It's a bit of a tricky situation. So I do kind of like the way Lux played it out. It feels a bit greedy at first, being able to say, "Oh, I want to draw first." That does give an opening for, let's say, a Starcross or anything else. However, because Sacrifice was in hand, and you can go over the top with it, so to speak, it's actually kind of a great way to see if you can bait it out. And if they don't have it, you're going to be drawing 2 more anyway. So
True.
these are like the small little shifts in how you execute on the deck to maximize the turns that you do get. And now we are getting into big trouble. When the dice start coming out to track the mana, that is when the trouble starts brewing, and you might be past the point of no return. However, you're still chasing right now, right? There's still a whole lot of deck left in our Lux deck. So keep your eyes out, keep your opponent accountable, but now the hard bargains are almost write-offs.
Yeah, and you can see that the Annie player actually has one in hand, but even for them, they're probably looking
too
at the
late.
writing on the wall. Yeah, and just being like, well, I guess I just need to let this Lux player cook, and the Lux player is going, thank you very much, here I go.
Yeah, and there's your time warp. That is what we were talking about. Like, the time warp is just another means of digging deeper. It's like the most expensive draw spell you can imagine, right? Because in essence, it says like you pay like 10 energy and a bunch of power to draw 1 at the start of your turn.
Yeah.
But you get to dig all over again. Of course, you get to reset all over again. And when the Forge of the Future starts coming out, man, we are in for trouble. I will say the swiftness that this Lux deck is being executed with is impressive, because by no means is the Lux combo deck an easy deck to pull off. You need to discipline yourself. You need to drill yourself on every permutation that you can be encountering, and they are running through it quite flawlessly.
So as the Annie player, are they cooked? Like, do they might as well go to game 2, or what options do they have?
So here's the thing. There is no infinite yet. There is no combo established. This Annie is still threatening lethal on the turn, right? They will hold to 7, and then they can conquer to 8. So even though it looks like the Lux stocks are on the up and up, if they encounter a single hiccup, they don't chain into their next time warp, they don't chain into their next echo, then the whole house of cards comes crashing down, Alchemy. So with Lux, you're never too sure where it's like living paycheck to paycheck. If you don't know where the next paycheck is coming from, you are always on edge.
Very fair. I guess we're just going to have to wait and see how this plays out, in the sense, obviously there's a lot of thoughts that are going through, and that's at least a sign of hope that the Lux player is baiting a draw for playing the Stupefy. But are they going to see what they need to see, or, ooh, man, it's dicey. I'd be pretty on edge if I were the Annie player right now.
You're just waiting for your moment again. Like, all you can do is kind of try and sit it out, see if they find the opening. But because the openings that you would normally expect from a Lux deck, they just haven't really shown themselves yet. Like, when you're looking for the progress state, that is usually kind of the opening you want to be abusing, right? That feels like such a major overextension. I don't think we haven't seen it been played once. They are going for like a more lower curve, having some more bodies out, having some more seals out, which is another adaptation to what we've seen in the past. So they keep updating the deck, and it gets more streamlined a little bit here, adjusted to their personal preference, and the openings for your opponent to hard bargain or for to abandon have been really minimal.
True. I do see that the Lux player does have a time warp and a progress day. and it looks like they have enough for the progress day, but would that potentially jeopardize them from their counterplay? Because if they have to pass, they're essentially most likely going to lose the game, right?
Exactly. And currently, they're too poor for another time warp.
They spent that paycheck, Bandit.
Yeah, they have.
No.
And if they are not hitting an Echo right now that they can immediately get rid of, they might be able to trouble. Well, they do have the Lux ready. So I think that's for
True.
2. So 6, 7, 6, and 2. They come at 8 currently if there's nothing floating. If my math is correct, they have 8 energy available. Time Warp requires 10.
10.
And we know for a fact that the hard bargain is in hand, I think, right? We spotted that before?
Yeah, they're
so
hanging
they
on to
really have to be careful. A progress day is off the table right now. And you have to imagine that the Ana player has it in this instance, because that is a big gamble to be making.
Right. 6 runes up, plus knowing, because they were just looking at each other's deck list before they played, knowing that your opponent plays 3 hard bargain, it's going to be really tricky for the Lux to navigate this, and I think that's why
And they have the
it's
Lux
taking
energy.
a sweet time. Right. Yeah. And there it is.
So it is, it's going to be, they're trying to commit, trying to push their limit already. This is the stance they're taking. Not repeat it. The hard
Yeah, I was
bargain.
going to say, it was just 2, right? So do you think he's got another one in? Yeah, he does. He's got that third
I
one
mean,
in
he
hand.
has to.
So
He has to, because otherwise, why would you not repeat that? And you have to imagine that Lux clocked this as well. So
Right.
now they kind of swam themselves into a bit of a awkward position. I feel like you might have wanted to commit already a little bit sooner, just so you can cover off the Echo sacrifice angle a little better. But I guess you can. I mean, Echo comes in at 5. You still have the Lux energy. It's a bit of a close shave, but you're keeping your options open. Also, in the same way that if they had the Echo, obviously they probably would have played it out already.
Yeah, chat saying that they're hoping that the Lux got that info from that play. And surely, as a Lux player, your biggest fear are those counter spells. And to pick up on the first hard bargain coming in at naught, that means that they've got something else in play, having that many runes up and having a pretty healthy number of cards in their
and they will have
hand.
it confirmed now. They will have it confirmed now as Ash will be hitting the board. There is that hard bargain. Rebuke's coming on second. Heedless Resurrections, more than one as well. It's going to be a bit tricky, because what do you even prioritize here? I feel like you can only be taking a hard bargain. But because they are tapping out, you are kind of conceding the game regardless. Now it's all about holding. So is the plan in this instance to be like, all right, do I even have an out? And as the cards are picked up, I don't think they do. And this is disaster for the Lux.
That's got to be the worst feeling of getting that hand reveal and just looking at the sheer amount of play that your opponent has and then being like, oh, well, I guess that's GG. It's just accelerating your death, so to speak.
It is a bit of awkwardness, because this was the game where Lux went first. This was the game where they were geared towards success, where they managed to leverage their placement into an advantage from the start of game 1, and they couldn't capitalize on it. This means that they will have, for sure, at least one game where they will be going second. And like you said, Annie can channel her inner the fast.
Yeah, and just having, like, I guess that's like one saving grace of Annie, is that even if you can't repeat it, you can at least always play a hard bargain on your opponent's turn if you have it, for reading 2 runes at the end of your turn.
You know what this game 1 kind of reminded me of, Alchemy? And it gets referenced a lot. But, you know, like the Indiana Jones scene against the sword master that, like, spins the blade and does, like, 15 backflips. And then he gets, like, hit with, like, 2 hard bargains and he just folds.
Yeah, he just pulls out
this. Yeah, he only had to see there was another hard bargain already in the chamber and enough gas to overcome that swift turn. And that is what I mean. Those small advantages that Lux got for himself to kind of push the Lux out of balance, just to have them wobble a little bit. This is the reason where a butterfly flaps its wings, right, and a storm brews in the east. That is really what it's all about when you're playing into Lux. Can we put them out of their rhythm in the early game in such a meaningful manner that we do get that extra turn, that we do push them towards the absolute limit?
And that's kind of what I'm wondering right now as well as the Annie player is, were they able to side in even more counter spells in order to just become a complete disruption for the Lux? And also, is the Lux just going to try to assert the same strategy and hope that the other player doesn't have it? Or is there something else that the Lux can play as a backup plan?
No, it's very hard for the Lux to because all of the pieces that you need to assemble, like the entire Lux deck is geared towards burning through my deck or churning through my deck as fast as I possibly can.
Mm-hmm.
No ifs, ands, or buts. And every card in the deck is all about eliminating as much of your deck as you can, making sure you can get into that rhythm of Loop and Echo, Loop and Sacrifice with Forge of the Futures. That is what you have to achieve. And all of the puzzle pieces play their role, which means side decking leaves very, very little space for flexibility.
Makes sense. And really what you're saying is that this Lux Infinite deck is the living iteration of Disco Inferno. Burn, baby, burn. We might be too young for that, but not you, but everyone else.
I am going to do some digging. I know a guy. I'm gonna ask if we can confirm if there are abandons inside.
It'd be good to know.
Just to have it confirmed, because that is kind of the real answer that I'm looking for. Because if they have the tech ready, and I would be a little bit surprised to see if Annie has more than one abandon in her side deck. But sometimes the one is it's all you need.
True.
Bouncing back a time warp back into their hand is disaster. But it is another start. We are underway once more. Time to dig.
It looks like we've got the bandit tree, if I'm not mistaken. Not the bandole tree.
It's a paper tree.
Paper tree, sorry.
And
that's
what
where
looks like to be Seed of Power.
Yeah, so that's where both players will receive a rune if one of the other holds. And then the Seed of Power will give you a draw if you control both battlefields. So at least one battlefield could potentially benefit both players, but in my personal opinion, you really don't want to be giving the Lux player any runes at all if I'm the Annie player, right?
It's here's the thing. What is even more important than runes? It's victory points. Right? So, yeah, you'll be ramping up your opponent. That is a bit unfortunate. But if that means that they get a turn less to play, I'd rather have them have a turn with one extra rune than a full extra turn. Now, this is a funny little adaptation. It will be hard bargained, which is fun to see. But by having a way of disrupting the early scoring of your opponent, we are trying to disrupt the disruption of our opponent. And I think we are 2 steps away from just playing a regular game of Riftbound again.
Well, that was a really interesting interaction, right? Because on one end, as the Annie player, you have to be thinking really carefully about when to play those hard bargains. And I'm guessing that he thought that it was much more worth it, or maybe he had the sides of the cards that he knows that he's going to see coming to play those future ones. But yeah, that's a tricky interaction.
So I am going to. It feels. I agree with you. On the outside, it looks a little rough, but then we look at what the impact of this merchant is, and what it is. He's going to conquer and he's going to hold. That's 2 victory points. Would you like to spend 2 energy to get 2 victory points, Alchemy?
Yeah,
and then suddenly that is the best card in the game you've ever played.
Right, and now that I think about it, you can just use the Annie to get it back. But even still, how much ammunition do you have versus all of that?
You can lose. Exactly.
Right,
you have to pick your moments. You have to pick your moments, and that is why the early game is so important. So I'm really glad you're asking the question, right? Because usually you'd be like, is that even worth it? I have to burn another card. It's only 1 gold that they're getting. The rules do really change when you are playing into Lux. So I'm glad that it's being clocked and that the players are adapting. And I am very curious to see what the next evolution in adaptations will be.
I am as well. And just looking at this ecosystem here that the Annie player could actually potentially have is really if you've got a Starcrossed or, a Fizz or something along with those 3 hard bargains, the Abandon might not even be, all of that necessary because you can essentially bounce the Fizz for an extra hard bargain. No, sorry, no, you can't. You can bounce the Annie to get the hard bargain in hand. And if you have multiple Starcross, then you could potentially remove that champion whenever the Lux is played or the Echo, and also be gaining back that really high value counter spells with relatively low cost.
It's a line that Annie can take, and that is the power of an Annie, right? The flexibility in what you can return to hand, all the options available to you multiple times if need be. However, it costs a lot of time to be going through that, right? It costs a lot of energy to be setting that up, to get the Annie, to put a bounce of a hand, cast it again. And that is simply just time and resources that you simply do not have against the Lux.
Sure.
However, this start of the game, it's been pretty poor for the Lux. Only now. The draw spells have been quite minimal. They've been kind of churning through it a little slower than one might expect. It is an adaptation you might have to make once you have the information I might be facing off against multiple hard bargains. Just because they chewed through the first one is by no means a guarantee that they're out of them already. So you have to maybe take your foot off the gas a little bit, allow for some more breathing room for your opponent, just to make sure you can even get to the point where you get to see enough cards in your deck. And
right.
I feel that is exactly the point of playing Annie in this regard. And now by even denying the hold with the flash coming through, but still being able to get the victory points by conquering, they're even denying the extra channel from their opponent.
Yeah, that probably screams that they're in a sticky situation because even though they were able to move off of the hold, the Merchant is going to get a draw, the Kais is going to get a draw, and if the Treasure Hunter moves, then they're going to get an extra gold. So really, that's a hard turn to give up on that for the Lux player.
It's a tough one to be getting. They're going to be drawing a little more, but the fact that only now they're scoring to 4, and they will be scoring to 5 on the next one, they will be giving over at least 2 more turns to the Lux.
Mm-hmm.
Which those are a nervous few turns because, well, they're really starting to approach that pivotal point where they can start putting out the echoes, where they can start digging deeper and deeper, get a little bit of an energy battery so they can commit to the progress days.
Yeah, it's a dicey matchup for both players, because as the Annie player, you really don't want to give the Lux player any resources in order to get their engine started. And as the Lux player, they're like, can I hold out long enough to where I start to see my engine that I could start finally playing the game? It's really risky, man. I respect for the Lux player, but man, that's a lot to deal with. I would much rather, I like to be in it, if that makes sense, going back and forth and having a constant threat available, but kind of just playing passively up until that moment and then hoping that you have the chops to be able to turn it around is definitely a play style that you kind of have to respect.
There is no such thing as covering fire when you're playing the Lux. It's the sniper, right? It's the one shot where you have to get it done in, and they're gonna do everything to make life as hard as possible. Once again, now that they're sitting on 5, they got an extra draw from the Kai'Sa. They are pushing this Lux so hard, needling them, like we said before, getting them off balance, making sure that they have to go the extra step. No matter how small that step is, it ripples on when you're playing as the Lux. And now, 4 energy is another restriction that they have to play through. They have the confirmation that they got hard bargain back in hand. Now you have to deal with that information. Like, all right, now I have 4 energy less to play with, unless I can bait it out for one reason or another. I feel like that might be a bit of a tough ask. And getting out the Lux just kind of confirms that they are going into for another developmental turn. They're calling it. They're saying, all right, you are forced to give me one more turn. You're only on 5 points. You can't threaten the game on your turn just yet. So allow me to develop in the same way that we would see a, let's say, a Kha'Zix deck play out the more powerful units on their own turn for a big push into the next one.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the trade-off with that is even though this is a developmental turn for the Lux, that also means that the Annie player is going to have that much more to develop as well. They're going to be getting at least one more draw, I imagine, since the Merchant is out. And for me as the Annie player is I want to get through the deck just as much as the Lux player to see as many of those counter spells as possible. With the Kai'Sa out, it's pretty nice. That's a relatively strong body against the relatively weaker bodies against the opposite side of the field. But this isn't even factoring in the combat tricks potential that the Annie will have. It's really just about like, yo, do I have the bargains? No. Yes. Okay. How is this going to turn out? Never mind the units that are on the battlefield right now, right?
It's a tough one to get through. Now, if they had a flash to respond to the trigger on Paper Tree, that would be really funny. It means they can conquer Sea the Power
Deny.
again. That'd
Yeah.
be pretty. No, I mean the trigger for Paper Tree will go off, but it's some of the fun tech you can be messing about with.
Yeah. I'm very curious to see what this next move is going to be. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, to me, you're kind of just if you can address the Lux currently, that would be a big help. That is 2 energy that you can be wiping out. If you can commit in any way whatsoever, just to see a few more cards moving around the Merchant, that is the way you want to be going.
Right.
Anyway, you can deny energy. Anyway, you can deny options of the Lux. That is the way you want to go forward. Dig for more hard bargains. Dig for more star-crossed. Moving around the Merchant once again. Why not?
Right. Yeah. Let's see the rest of the deck, you know. I would want to have as much ammunition for that turn that you know that the Lux is trying to build into as possible. Just to kind of be ready for anything. It seems like the Annie player is doing really well to position themselves for a wide variety of situations. They're still being very conscious and healthy with their rune consumption. And at the end, of course, they're going to get an extra 2, but really utilizing the movement in order to provide those draws is, yeah, probably the name of the game until we figure out what the Lux is going to start showcasing.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I feel that you kind of are in a awkward part of the game where when you've seen the deck list, you at least get a bit of a hint of how the Lux wants to be finishing out the game. Because if you see, all right, there is like a Sprite Burst, there's like a 2 or 3 Sprite Bursts in that deck, that gives an inkling of how they want to clear out the game moving forward.
Right.
I feel it's for us on the outside, it's a little less clear. Like we haven't seen, beside just the regular combo engine with Forge of the Future being introduced, we haven't really seen the path to victory just yet.
Yeah, and I mean, as of now, a 7-0 lead, as scary as a Lux deck could be, I don't think that there's any other position that I would rather want to be in as an Annie player, all things considered. I mean, the Annie's on the board, Kai'Sa's on the board, you've got extra draw potential that's floating around. I mean, what else could you possibly do to prepare against having this big combo that is hopefully for the Lux player is going to unfold on the next turn?
Ugly, are you trying to jinx it? Is that like do you have a stake in this game? Are you trying to jinx it for Annie? Like, oh, what better position could they be? Like, we're going to see the biggest downfall in the entire game, aren't we? Somebody stop this man.
It's more of no, of course not. It's more of just being like, all right, well, like here's what this guy has, here's what this guy has, and what are your options? I think that's the major thing in describing for that. As a TCG player, as somebody that partakes in lots of competitive aspects, I'm always thinking about what does my opponent have? You know, what do I have? What does my opponent have? What knowledge is on the table, and what do I know that I don't know? And what do I not know that I don't know, right? And in saying
Getting
that,
philosophical with it.
well, of course, because that's really, the whole thing is, you know, not going to go Sun Tzu on you, but knowing yourself, knowing your opponent, winning half the battle, right?
It's half the battle, but I will counter that with some Confucius stating that a bowl is most useful when it is empty.
True.
Ooh, now here we go. This is a big hit. Getting the timer out early with still plenty of energy open to pay for a hard bargain. We're going for big hits, and we're going for them right now. Paying for double hard bargain. You are not allowed to take an extra turn after this one, sir. No. You do not pass start. Sit down.
Oh, man. Did you see the way the Lux just put their cards down? Like, oh,
yeah,
man.
What can you do against that?
Rough.
Oh, man. What an absolute... just shut down. They're trying to process it now as well. They were so cheeky with paying it as well. Double hard bargain. It hits you when you least expect it. Now, you just gotta respect a player for drawing cards so intelligently.
Well,
they were like, let's just draw all my hard bargains. All right, we have a bit of a situation. So, a judge call is being made, and what I suspect is the claim that's being made, hey, because I paid for your hard bargain, I get to resolve my spell now. You do not get focus once more to counter it again. So is there a pass of focus for the Annie to try and counter the time warp once more? That is kind of the question we get asked. I'm not going to make a judgment call on that. That's why we have judges for that. But I think that is the call that's being made. That's just my gut. We have no confirmation just yet, but that is what I think. I think it would be a legal play. Sorry, Alchemy. I've been long for a little bit. Whenever a spell resolves, focus passes back and forth once again, and you can intervene on the chain. Feels like it might be a legal play, but every day is a good learning day.
And that's exactly what I was going to ask about, because he played both hard bargains, right? But can you play both on the same target, or does it become part of the other chain? Just like how if your a spell gets defied and you abandon your own spell, then that reacts to that part of the chain. But can you actually just double hard bargain the same thing? It looks like
it is resolved. It is resolved. The hands are shook. And we will be saying goodbye to our Lux player. They fought hard. They fought vigilantly. But Annie never allowed them to get in their groove, needling them from start to finish, never allowing their opponent to get comfortable. And once again, Lux makes it far, but not far enough.
And in that sense, kind of like what we were talking about before, of just making sure that you have all the prep work done on the Annie was excellent gameplay to not only establish a board threat, but also make sure that you have the right spells in hand that you're holding on to in a means of, counterplay. On one end, it was a little bit, kind of like spotty playing the hard bargain as early as he had it. I would always fear of only seeing one, but he already knew that he had the Annie in order to get it back. And apparently he saw the rest of them too. What can you do as a Lux player against that?
I mean, here's the thing, right? You, on the one hand, can say, oh, that Annie got pretty lucky seeing so many hard bargains. And then you go through the game once again, flashing units out of their battlefields just so they can conquer them on the next turn with the Kaisa, get another draw, get 3 moves on your merchant so you can see 3 more cards in your hand. They worked their butt off to see as many cards as they did, and I think that in the end is what paid off, pushing the Lux off of them as much as they could while advancing their own game plan. This is how you dodge and weave through a Lux combo deck.
And that's Grizzly brought up a good point. In Yu-Gi-Oh, whenever you have a list of chains, whatever you react to can only be reacted to the latest chain. So that's where some of the confusion came from my end, because Obviously, every card game is different, but that's very interesting to see that you can pick and choose whatever spell you want to react to within that, which really changes the dynamic of how you would approach Riftbound versus something like Yu-Gi-Oh, right?
It's a lot less deterministic, right? Because
Yeah.
the stations that you can have in the chain, and when you choose to react, so because it really only applies to reaction speed spells and abilities, it makes the ceiling for mastering Riftbound so incredibly high, because it's the flexibility you have, the agency that you have. You have to approach that with a responsibility that you have so much influence in the outcome of a chain, but so does your opponent.
Yeah, and it's not a what do I have, what do you have, what do I have? It's this entire list of what gets played when and where, which adds an entirely separate level of dynamism to the trading card game. And while there aren't necessarily as many what I would call hand traps within this, they matter just as much as you were describing. And if anything, the timing of it is even more important.
What we saw on our screen was such a high level of play, not only from our Annie, who showed a tremendous amount of self-restraint and control, striking when it mattered most, even in the early game when you think, oh, it's only a small impact that I'm making with a hard bargain, that's quite a heavy cost, is it even worth it? But also on the side of Lux, and I do want to call that out, I feel like to the best of their ability, they played a lower curve, refraining from trying to over-invest in a progress day, which they know can be a punishable line of play. They adapted so much for a deck that is actually renowned for how unflexible it is. I feel like even though they didn't get a single win on the board, I do appreciate that in such a tough matchup, they were playing to the best of their capabilities and options available towards them.
Well, that makes me wonder as well. Do you feel like Aurora or Lux is more casino?
So the boring answer would be it depends. But to avoid being boring, I'll say that Aurora is more of a gamble than with Lux, because I feel with how you play out Lux, a more skillful player will win more matches on Lux, where a bad player on Aurora will still win some Aurora games. And where the curve for skill and amount of wins with Lux really is exponential, I feel like. I feel with Aurora, it also has a similar growth. Like, hey, wow, hot take from Bandit, better players win more. I know, right? Crazy. But for Aurora, near the end, it does flatten off a little bit.
Yeah.
Because it is impossible for Aurora to win in a single turn, where a Lux can threaten that.
True. Once it pops off, there's really, literally no.
It's so hard to stop. It's so hard to stop.
Makes sense.
But it's a close one.
Yeah, and I think that the Misfortune did not make it into the top 4 as well. So that's also not going to be happening. I think that.
So now, the other match that is going on. Sorry, Alchemy.
No, by all means.
The other match that we have not on the feature table is Yi facing off against Aurelia. That is currently in game number 3. If we have updates on that, we will make sure to get that out to you as fast as we can. I'm going to listen in to our producer, ask you this real question. We're going to throw us to a small little break. But before we leave, Alchemy, that was a tough game to cast. And I think you held yourself tremendously. I hope you did enjoy your time on stream. I feel like I've been monologuing a little bit. Despite all that, I do hope you enjoyed yourself.
Oh, absolutely. And there's something to be said about when someone else has the game knowledge of knowing the matchup a little bit better, it becomes a learning experience for me that I get to still participate in. So definitely always here to learn and here to improve just as much as I'm sure as everybody else is. And it's nice to be able to give my own thoughts based off of what I think from an uneducated perspective of what would I do and adapt in a situation like this, because that's what happens in Riftbound, right? It's like, it's really hard to know every single matchup. With that being said,
I really enjoyed the stance you took on it, where you ask the question for someone that that might seem obvious to me, like, oh, of course that makes sense. But sometimes we fail to take step 0 and just saying what the card does. And I hope that, like, I'm not trying to shed a bad light on you. I think you really kept me nicely in check. I'm very thankful for that. Alchemy, where can we keep track of you?
Thank you so much. You guys can find me at YouTube/Alchemy. Although it's not Riftbound content, I'm a music producer and lots of other habits and stuff. But I will say, if you want to see more of me, hopefully in the future, I'll be back later tonight, joined with Plus, or depending on how that situation goes. But you will be seeing more of me. I tend to favor sticking around here, as I really enjoy the community just as much as I enjoyed casting with you, Bandit. Thank you so much. And thank you to Plus as well for bringing me on once again.
Alchemy, thank you so much for being a part of the semifinals for Games Island 5K Grand Summoner Skirmish. We will be throwing you to a quick little break, but when we get back, we will be getting ready for a finals event, a last showdown to crown a winner. Don't go anywhere. Be right back. And the Kai'Sa is simply not happening when you're only sitting on 9 energy.
Yeah, so the thing what I'd be doing right now is thinking, is that hidden card a switcheroo? Can I just go and kill the tempo? Do I just go Poro, double axe, kill the Aurelia, pray I can get over it, and falling star
That feels so risky.
It does.
That feels so risky.
Is now the time for risk, or is now the time to kind of go, you know what, you can have one more turn? Oh, hidden. Oh, I thought it was a hidden blade for some reason. It's an honest broker. I don't know why it's
almost. Yeah, and because I feel like even if you do take care of it, the Guardian Angel is attached to it, so we're not really addressing the root of the issue, right? It's only part 1, and
that's what I was saying. So if you swing in, kill it, and then falling star it in the back line once the Guardian Angel's done, you lose a lot of runes. It's a big risky play, but can it just win you the game from there?
They're not going to go for it. They're going to play it safe for now and start to focus on their own points of power. On that 6 victory points, it is really up to the Aurelia right now, and the resources she had to put in is damning, right? Look at that economy. It's in shambles.
Yeah, it's not good, but Aurelia's fine on like 4 to 5 runes most of the game. Honestly, like, it doesn't make that much of a difference. Like, all your big buff spells just do so much value, especially obviously on Abandoned Hall, but even so, like, just choosing Aurelia with a discipline +1, choosing Aurelia with a Defiant Dance +1, it mounts up with very, very small rune amounts. So it's not as bad as it could be for a legend like Kai'Sa, where all their big cards are 6 runes, 7 runes with a Watcher, for example. So it's not as bad as it looks, but it's not good, but it's not bad. It's nice and neutral. It's
silver lining. If there's any silver lining to the current situation, it's the fact that Aurelia has left the hull. So getting those insane spikes has been reduced just a little bit. Darius is going up to his 9 runes, and with Darius in the Legend Zone, that could be 10. That is the territory where Kai'Sa and Ardarius can come out on the same turn. There's only 3 energy available. This is do or die. If they have to star-cross, they can only do it once. We have the Honest Broker ready to go. Make use of those axes. Lay down the law. Show Noxian might.
Yeah, the problem is Aurelia's raw sitting on 9 might at the moment. They have 3 runes up. If one of them is a Defiant Dance, it is awful for you. It's going to be so hard to get over that might gap. If they have a Defiant Dance and an On Guard, Defiant Dance and a Discipline, I think you just straight up lose the game. But I don't think you can possibly hold either. Like, it's such a difficult position.
Hear me out, BMU, because I think if we send in the Honest Broker, just to feel it out, right? that is already 9 might. You're looking to trade, right? Either your Aurelia goes down, or you have to commit energy. The moment you commit energy, you are blocking off the path to a Star-Crossed. And then afterwards, you can still come out swinging with the Darius, with the Kaisa. I mean, it's not the line we're going, right, with what we're seeing on play, but that you still have 9 might on ready to go, but they're going to play it cool. And I think this was the opening to strike, and they are letting it pass right in front of them.
Yeah, because now obviously, you know, if Aurelia has like a bunch of buff spells in hand, which we just saw that she doesn't, so she's kind of bluffing. The Aurelia's kind of bluffing. You know, hey, look, I've got 4 runes up. Do you dare? And we've kind of seen the hand, so obviously we've got really good information that says like, oh, there isn't those, you know, those scary spells in hand. But obviously, if there was, I think you're right, Bandit. I think last turn was the crack. That was where you could win. Yeah, exactly. And now, obviously, you've got the Aurelia. You know, in real terms, if you don't know the hand, you've got the Aurelia on the hall, and they're going to have 8 runes open, or 7 runes open. It might be. So it's kind of like you've just made the situation worse for the sake of playing 8 might. You know, it's a really, really weird place to be. But the Scuttle coming down there kind of tells a little bit of a story. Still looking for the right kind of units, or the right kind of spells. Sorry.
Here's the thing for me. I think, especially when you're playing into Order, the Scuttle Crab making its appearance just kind of makes it less threatening to be hit by Call of the Week, which was such a power play from Order decks, especially into the Aurelia, which has so many eggs in so little amount of baskets. That is kind of the play for me that I was worried about. Now, this is it. Surely there is no time like the present for our Darius. We have to commit right now.
Yeah, this is a turn. You have to conquer both. You have to conquer both this turn. Like, if you just conquer one, put all your eggs in one basket, the Aurelia just comes back, and it's going to crack back, and it's going to be horrible. Stage
they
one
do have
of
right
the
to
plan
win, so
is complete.
it's over.
They do.
We saw it in hand, I believe, twice.
Yeah, they do, but it's not over. It's not over.
No, but like they have right to win. If it goes back to their turn, it's over.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, no. If it goes back to the turn, I don't think it matters what they've got in hand. I think it's over.
So here is where we are at. In our current situation, Darius will be coming out. A second spell will ready him. The army has amassed. The war horn is sounding, and our final march is coming up. Is it enough to break the Ionian hold onto the hull? And BMU, real quick, are we going to drip feed our units in, or do we have to commit all at once altogether?
I think you have to just go, because the thing is, if you go with like 10 might and you're like, oh, 10 might's good enough to get over it, and then they play a discipline or a divine dance or something like that, it's kind of over. I think you just literally attach the axes and swing with all the might you could possibly have. And I think looking at the Aurelia's hand, I think this just wins.
BMU, he has right to win. Can't he just on action right the wind out of there? No, because the showdown on the hull will result first.
Yeah, exactly, and it's 7-7, so you cannot let them get a point here. So we're assembling the masses. That's 8-16. That is 22, 23 might.
Here we go. All right, the war drum is drumming. Can you hear the drumming of our hearts, VMU? It's all coming down to this. 2 energy left to wreak havoc upon the Aurelia, but in the halls, Aurelia reigns supreme. Can this be the moment to overcome such a disparity? Aurelia is playing to her strengths. What are the outs? There's so many outs, VMU.
She's already on 9 might, and normally I'd be like, oh, hey, Aurelia can easily get to 30 might on the whole, with a couple of Defiant Dances, a couple of Vanguards, but we've seen the hand. It's not there. I'm not sure what the Aurelia is doing here. I don't think they can do it. They've got an On-Guard and a Discipline, actually. That's a good couple of first steps. So they can draw something off that Discipline. If it's a Defiant Dance, I can't quite get the math right in my head doing it straight up right now, but a Defiant Dance is definitely what you want to look for here. He's counting it. He's calculating it. He's doing some maths. He's got the scientific calculator out. And yeah, the abandoned hall actually makes such a massive difference here. Like a crazy amount of difference.
Here we go. We're off to the races. Discipline is the first shot fired.
Yeah.
That will
So
dig.
discipline's a
That
plus
will
4.
get +4 for 2.
Yeah.
That already gets us up to 13. And we still have 3 energy ready to go.
Yes, that gets you to +13. It gets a card. Does it get to +13? Yeah, so it's
Was that? I do believe we saw a nip.
No, it's +5, isn't it? It's +5. Because it's 2 for the thing, 1 for picking, 1 for casting a spell from Abandoned Hall, and 1 for choosing. Discipline is +5 on Abandoned Hall. That is nonsense.
That seems reasonable. That seems
yeah.
That seems like a pretty good return for I don't know, 2 energy. That also draws me a card. Yeah, that seems like.
So
a fun
she's
play.
on 14 might at the
On
moment.
guard still ready.
On guard still ready, but they have that's it now. I don't think they've got any more draw.
I mean, didn't we see? It might have been a Defy instead. I thought we saw a Defiant Dance. I saw circles on a card, so that got my heart thumping. But I feel like that would have been coming out already. That Defy on guard.
This is crazy. Like the Aurelia is more than capable of doing it with that many cards in hand, that many runes open. Like that's the scary thing about this deck. It's more than capable of overcoming 26 might with 3 cards. But he just doesn't have it. So on guard is what +2, +1 for the Abandoned Hall, and +2 for chosen. So that's another 5 might.
You can't say that they didn't give it their all. And I feel like here's the thing, right? With the information we had that there were limited buff spells available, it gets a little easier. And still, it goes to show how big the opening was when they were outside of the halls, right?
Yeah. That's 20 might. They don't have enough runes and stuff. They don't have 2 ride the winds, do they? Although it wouldn't matter, no, because the showdown would start.
No, because the showdown resolves first, and that brings them to 8. And because they
so
scored
they
both
can't
of the
ride the
battlefields.
ride the wind, can they? No.
Yeah. For those unfamiliar.
I was just trying to think of any outs because this guy is obviously thinking hard, and at this point, it's like it's over, bruv. Just move on.
Just to take it from step 1, BMU. For people that are not as familiar with the rules, when the first showdown is going on and you start a second one, the initial showdown has to fully resolve first before the second showdown starts. So if they were to ride the win out of there, they wouldn't get to the 8 points before the Darius does, and that is all she wrote. No more outs, and Darius picking the first win against Irelia, our most reasoned regional champions. And it's still costing you power, right? Which in your resource heavy deck already, right? Quite draining on your resources. You have to be very mindful. I do like the way they piloted it. Can they keep a level head and keep the ball rolling? Targon's peak is our chosen battlefield. Can go either way. With Aurelia going first, with Scuttles on the board. Welcome back to the Games Island 5K Grand Summoner Skirmish. We have an update for you, and I'm just gonna barge right in. There will our 2 finalists that would have been Yi and Annie have decided to split their winnings for the finals, which means there will be no finals played. I am very sad about this. However, the players need to get home safely. It's currently 11 o'clock over in Europe, and some of them have quite a drive to get home. So to ensure they get home safely, we'll be splitting it. They'll be cleaning up, and that is the way the cookie crumbles. No finals played, but honestly, I'm still riding the high from Annie taking down Lux. Agito, you were here next to me. We were both ready for it, but that's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes.
It is, and I can understand. As you said, it's currently 11:15 over in Germany right now. As great as the German roads are, it's still pretty dark out there. You want to get home safely, have a bite to eat, go to bed, feel like you've not been run over when you wake up in the morning. So I understand exactly why they want to go home.
It's a long day. They've been around since before 10, I believe. So even though, you know, it's very logical for them to make the decision they made, we are allowed to be a little sad together. However, I do want to thank some people. And first of all, I think it's very important to shout out Games Island on this one. Thank you for hosting such a lovely tournament, making sure everything gets up in person, up and running nicely. In accordance to that, Dubby, the man, the myth, the legend himself, for producing on site, making sure that we have a lovely feature table to be looking at. Of course, plus behind the scenes and sometimes in front of the screens, making sure there is a broadcast up in the air. He's been up for, I think, 5,000 hours now without sleep. That is quite the achievement, for which we are very, very thankful. All the cast that has been showing up to cover both Beijing and the tournament in Germany. And last but not least, of course, everyone tuning in to watch this tournament, to cheer everyone on. It's been such a delight. I actually had a lot of fun. I don't think I've ever had this much fun casting a Lux game. Honestly, I may have cursed it, because every Lux game I've cast, they've lost. So maybe there's something in there. So if you need your Lux to lose at your locals, call me. I think that is it for all the shout-outs. Agito, thanks for showing up. Yeah, it was been a blast. Nothing personal, kids.
I promised I'd be here.
Yeah, it's the way it goes. Plus, will you come out and say goodbye to the people, and so the people can say thank you? Guys, say thank you, Plus. He's been up for so long. He's very thankful. He's very thankful, guys. So make sure, show some appreciation in chat. That is it for us. We're going to go to bed, because in a few hours, we will be back for the Nationals Open for Beijing. See you next time, guys. Have a good sleep.